Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Teacher Wuching? A surprised voice pulled Shimin Ching out of her thoughts. Huh? You recognized me like this. She instinctively touched her mask and sunglasses. She hadn't taken them off. How did they recognize her? Was it because of her unmistakably curvy figure? She turned to see who had called out, frowning. The face didn't ring any bells. She nudged Song Yunwoo with her elbow. Do you know her? Song Yunwoo shrugged. Not a clue. Isn't she one of your fans? The woman in question looked to be in her mid-30s, dressed plainly in androgynous clothing, the exact style Shimin Ching disliked. She instinctively took a small step back. But the woman was clearly excited. People like you are like fireflies in the dark. Hard to miss. Wow, the flattery's thick, Shimin Ching thought. But hey, I like it. Keep going. While she enjoyed the praise, Song Yunwoo stepped in politely. Sorry, and you are? Ah. My bad. The woman laughed and quickly handed them both business cards. I should have introduced myself right away. Shimin glanced at the card. Dongxiang Media. Ping. That's right, Song Yunwoo said, starting to recall. Dongxiang, they do TV dramas, right? Yes, exactly, Ping nodded. I'm currently managing Su Yuanying. Who? Shimin asked, blinking. Song Yunwoo just shook her head. Clearly, neither of them had heard of her. These two were homebuddies, cartoons, video games, singing, late-night snacks. The TV belonged to the kids in the house, and neither of them touched it. No wonder they didn't recognize the name. Ping's face flushed a bit. Su Yuanying was the top-tier actress right now. Being told, I don't know her felt like a slap to the face of every PR manager in existence. But when Song Yunwoo earnestly pulled out her phone to look up the name, Ping relaxed a little. Where are these two from? A cave in Joko. Whoa. Song Yunwoo showed Shimin the search result. She's really pretty. She'd look amazing with twin ponytails, Shimin added, nodding in approval. Her attitude toward Ping shifted instantly. So, you're her agent? Is she here too? Ping smiled. She is. Su Yuanying's debut role was in a live-action adaptation of a manga by Mr. Ing Zheng. Since our company has a good relationship with him, we were invited to this event. Oh, that makes sense, Shimin nodded. But how did you recognize us? Ping was surprised. You really don't know? Su Yuanying was just cast as Wang Yuyen in the new live-action Demigods and Semi-Devils adaptation. Wang Yuyen. Shimin clapped. She's perfect for that role. She'll be thrilled to hear you think so, Ping smiled. She's been a huge fan of yours for years. During filming, I had to bring her your comic magazines every week. She even insisted on auditioning for this role herself. A fangirl. Shimin's eyes sparkled. I love meeting fans. Where is she? She was just here, there on the swing under that tree. Shimin and Song Yunwoo followed her gaze and saw a young woman gently swaying under a large tree. Calm, graceful, like a storybook fairy. Two men were awkwardly approaching her. Shimin narrowed her eyes. Oh? Isn't that Yun Yen from Squat Press and his editor, Lei Ming? Are they star-chasing too? Wait. Ping spotted the men and looked worried. Who are they? Relax, Shimin said with a grin. They're harmless. Fellow cartoonists. Really? Ping said, but her feet had already carried her toward the swing. Naturally, the others followed, chatting as they went. Up ahead, they could hear Lei Ming stammering. Hi, photo? Maybe, with you. Su Yuanying smiled gently. Sure. Hand me your phone. He did so in a flash, scurrying behind her for the picture, keeping a very respectful distance. Aren't you joining? She asked Li Shaosong, who hadn't moved. Li Shaosong was just standing there, muttering something softly to himself. Shimin and Song Yunwoo leaned in and caught the repeated whisper, "Goddess, goddess." Su Yuanying noticed too and shifted to include him in the photo, adjusting the angle. Afterward, Lei Ming clutched his phone like a sacred relic. Watching them, Shimin chuckled. They look like two baboons denied mating privileges. Hey, she called out with a grin. Ha! Lei Ming looked up and gasped when he recognized her companion. Teacher Wuching? Li Xiaosong blinked. You're here too. Yep, Shimin teased. Didn't expect you two to be fangirls. Lei Ming nodded shamelessly. Totally. But Li Xiaosong shook his head. I don't chase celebrities. I'm not into 3D women. Yeah, right, Shimin snorted. You were practically frozen earlier, staring at her like a statue. I can draw my own waifus, he replied stoically. Tsundra detected, Shimin said with a smirk. Classic. TSK, very ambitious, Shimin Qing said to Li Xiaosong, giving him a sidelong glance. But that's quite the bold warning. Su Yuanying watched their exchange, completely lost. They're always like this, Song Yunwu leaned in and explained gently. Half of what they say only makes sense to them. Qiu Ping used the moment to speak to Yuanying. Didn't you always want to meet the two teachers? Now's your chance. Talk to them, it'll help you better understand the role of Wang Yuyen. You're right, Su Yuanying perked up. I've been wanting to meet them for so long, but I never had the opportunity. Song Yunwu offered a suggestion, how about we go for coffee and talk there? I'll pass, Qiu Ping smiled politely, I've got some things to take care of. And with that, she took her leave. Yuanying really did want to ask about Wang Yuyen, but her real motive was deeper. She was here to build connections. As her agent, Qiu Ping was always on the hunt for future opportunities, for roles, partnerships, and influence. Su Yuanying's debut had been in a live-action adaptation of a comic by Zhao Zhenying. Since then, she'd landed 2 more roles, thanks largely to Zhao's recommendation. In an industry where one word from the right person could open doors, building relationships was everything. Her acting skills were solid, and her massive popularity helped her land quality roles, even supporting ones had high impact when she was involved. Now, the hottest name in manga was Dancing Love, popular both in China and internationally. If they could establish a good relationship here, and if Attack on Titan got a live-action version, Su Yuanying might just get a major role. Qiu Ping had already heard a bit about the project. Su Yuanying didn't perfectly match Mikasa's aura, but with the right styling and her acting chops, she might just pull it off. Worst case, she could land a significant role like Armin. It'd still be a win. At the cafe, Shimin Qing didn't waste time. Come on, selfie time, she said, pulling Yuanying in with one arm and her phone in the other. She'd looked Yuanying up earlier, turns out the girl hadn't done any kissing scenes yet. That made Shimin Qing feel more comfortable around her. She'd always felt a bit distant from actresses who treated physical intimacy with male actors as just part of the job. She could admire their beauty on screen, sure, but didn't particularly want to be friends. When Dalong was around, she'd dated a few women in entertainment, but her ideal had always been, wouldn't it be amazing if my girlfriend was as beautiful as a celebrity? Not, I wish my girlfriend was a celebrity. Su Yuanying, for her part, was very cooperative. She was used to taking photos with fans, especially when it didn't disrupt her schedule. But Shimin Qing wasn't just any fan. After they ordered drinks and sat down, Su Yuanying took off her mask and glasses. Seeing Shimin Qing's face clearly for the first time, she gasped. Teacher Qinger, you'd be a sensation if you ever became an actress. Me? No thanks, Shimin Qing waved it off. I heard actors barely sleep. Sounds exhausting. It can be tiring, Su Yuanying admitted. But I genuinely love filming, so it's worth it. Just promise me one thing, stick to commercial films and stay away from the artsy ones, Shimin said casually, sipping her drink. Why? Those artsy directors always want to prove how deep they are, and that usually involves intense scenes, Shimin replied vaguely. Oh, Yuanying didn't quite get it, but nodded anyway. By the way, mind if I post our selfie on Weibo? Shimin asked. Sure. Send me a copy, I'll post it too. And so, both of them uploaded the same photo to Weibo. Shimin Qing's caption. Met a girl at the cafe today who claims she's a big star. Not buying it. Anyone recognize her? Dog emoji. Su Yuanying's caption. Ran into a stunning woman who says she's a manga artist. How can someone this beautiful draw comics? Any clue who she is? Dog emoji. The comments started flooding in like wildfire. On Yuanying's post, her fans, organized and intense, dominated the replies with emojis and praise. Confession time, Xiao Taohua I love you. Image caption, why are you so adorable? Image caption, protecting the world's most precious destiny. Ignore the haters. You're amazing. Support your new drama forever. Her fanbase was loyal, but maybe too polished. They rarely commented on the actual post content, which frustrated her. The replies felt scripted, like automatic messages meant to protect her from criticism, but they also cut off real conversation. It's like talking to someone who replies with a chatbot every time, she thought. Now, compare that to Shimin Qing's page. Front row seat here. Season 2 of Giants when. Kickinger. Give us 100 pages a day. Please step on me with your high heels, I've been working on my abs and they're very soft. Marry me, queen. Shimin scrolled through the chaos, slightly red-faced. Ignore the weirdos. Most of my fans are normal. Even she had to admit it was a little embarrassing. Thankfully, a more reasonable comment appeared. Wait, am I seeing things? That's Su Yuanying. What are you two doing together? You just now found out our Xiao Yuan is cast as Wang Yuyen? Welcome to the internet. I already wanted to marry a manga artist. Now I want to marry a superstar too. This is too much joy. Please be girlfriends. Ignore those gross men. Wishing you both happiness. Sparkles emoji. Ha. Is the lily flag flying in this world now too? Shimin Qing thought, snickering. But she couldn't deny it, she loved that comment. My fans really are the best. Weird, but wonderful. Su Yuanying read the replies too, eyes wide. Though many were silly, there was a genuine energy in them. Wow. I'm really envious, Qinga. You can actually talk to your fans. Every fandom has its burdens, Shimin Qing replied. Trust me, I skipped the real creeps. If you'd seen those, you might reconsider.
After a while, Xiamen Qing flipped through and saw Su Yuanying's emoticon. Huh? I also have your fans here. She felt novel at first, but Su Yuanying's expression changed. Oh, it's not good. What's the matter? Xiamen Qing didn't understand yet. Su Yuanying said to her with a distressed look, Sister Xiamen, I'm afraid my fans are coming to criticize. The reason why she didn't repost Xiamen King's Weibo, but she asked for a photo to repost. What she was afraid of was that her fans would go to Xiamen King's side. The star chasers nowadays are no longer the simple do you like XXX? I also like it a dozen years ago, but gradually developed various groups, and there is a trend towards professional progress. How to make money when the star chasers are professionalized? Of course, it's the money to make some fans. So they hope that more and more fans will be mentally disabled, and making a junk movie will have hundreds of millions of box office. Especially for the kind of elementary and junior high school girls who can cut their wrists to commit suicide for their idols. These brains are the hardest to spend money. On the surface, chasing stars like a star, but in fact it is to satisfy themselves, so they are willing to spend money, and it is a lot of money. When someone sees the business opportunities in it, they will naturally develop in the direction of commercialization. What XXX fan club, XX Global fan club, it looks like a cult. This kind of fan favorites are calling celebrity babies, taking screenshots, making emoticons, and controlling comments. Su Yuanying's own Weibo is already full of smoke, and when you open any Weibo, it is a meme package or a uniformly formatted confession line, and you can hardly see real comments. Even if she appears on other people's Weibo, this group of fans will flock to other people's Weibo to do the same thing. The good name is that she is afraid that she will be sad when she sees something sprayed on her. But in fact, Su Yuanying thought that she was 25 years old, and her mentality was not so fragile. Is it necessary to protect a 5-year-old child? Rather, if there are too many accusations, the gangsters will naturally be recruited. So except for business cooperation, she rarely likes other people's Weibo because she is afraid that these crazy dog fans will bite people everywhere. It's a pity that this group of fans has a really strong search ability, because someone mentioned Su Yuanying on Xiamen Qing's Weibo but didn't use the pinyin abbreviation of SYY. They found it immediately, and then rushed over to try to criticize it. Su Yuanying had a hunch when she saw an emoji, so she quickly apologized to Xiamen King. Xiamen Qing didn't care much. Why do you apologize? You didn't do it. Am I like the kind of hooligan who says that fans behave as idols? If fans really pay for their idols, then the brother Sun Dai on Earth would have been played to death by his fans a long time ago. Seeing that Su Yuanying was still a little bit upset, Xiamen Qingzhen thought that the opportunity had come, and took the opportunity to put her arms around her shoulders and comforted. The people who chase stars are always there. Today, they will rush to the fire, and tomorrow will be the fire. Just change places. The celebrities change from one crop to the next, and the brain remains the same forever. They are not your fault, so why bother? Teacher Chinger, you are right. Su Yuanying didn't understand this truth, but her actual interpersonal relationship was indeed destroyed by this group of fans, but she still can't be angry because their company makes this crowd of leftover fans money. There is no job in this world that is easy. Everything is exchanged at equal value. Some people feel easy. That's the price he didn't see. What Su Yuanying needs is not enlightenment, but someone who is willing to understand her. Obviously, Xiamen Qing is such a suitable person to appear at the right time. In addition, she was so beautiful, so Su Yuanying easily developed a good impression of her. Without the big dragon, just this little benefit can reduce the girl's vigilance. Simon Ching embraced Su Yuanying's shoulders and whispered softly, "Stop calling my teacher." It was shouted by peers. "From now on, I will call my sister." "Oh, sister love." Su Yuanying felt a bit wrong as soon as she shouted out. How could the name Simon Ching take advantage of others? Simon's love is very cool, sister love. Look, isn't this implying something? However, Su Yuanying immediately changed her words. "I'd better call you sister Simon." "Oh, wasn't it good at first?" Simon King complained. Hey, Su Yuanying is not a little girl, so naturally she won't be fooled by her. By the way, sister Simon, does it matter on your Weibo? "Oh, don't worry," Simon King smiled confidently. "I don't dare say anything else, but my gang is not foolish." With that, she opened Weibo. Sure enough, the comments at this time have broken through 10,000, and the front row is still firmly occupied by the blowing roots. Those Su Yuanying emoticons did not squeeze into hot reviews at all. After all, Su Yuanying did not like to forward Simon Ching's Weibo, so there are still relatively few people who know Simon Ching, and these sporadic Su Yuanying fans can't make it to the table at all. "It's amazing," Su Yuanying admired as she looked at the roots of the water. "I don't know, I thought sister Simon, you are also a traffic star." "Oh, it's not the same," Simon said. "The fans of traffic stars are stupid fans, and this one of mine is a perverted fan." Su Yuanying looked at her face that seemed to say proud, and suddenly laughed. "Haha, your way of getting along with fans like this is really enviable." But Su Yuanying continued to worry again. "If they can't see the dispute, what should I do if they go back and call someone?" The Star Chasers are organized. www.novelmtl.com. Simon loves with a smile. "I can also call people here." With that said, she sent a message to Jo Hong. Presumably the content was that someone wanted to control comments on her Weibo, and Jo Hong wanted to find a way to do it. Jo Hong was chatting with someone at this time. After receiving this message, he immediately said to Hiromi Nita next to him, "Go to the fan group and talk about it." Oh, good. Nita Hiromi looked at his mobile phone, and then immediately took out her mobile phone to start notifications. She has always managed the fan groups of Ryuking and Wangshu. When the chat software is opened, the fan groups of number 1 and number 2 have been queued until the number 20. What happened? Gong Yanjun asked. He was the one who had just chatted with Jo Hong. This time Zhao Zhenying got married, so naturally he would not forget to invite his big boss Gong Yanjun. Although Jo Hong is the opponent's boss, his career as a cartoonist does not necessarily end in one thing. Jo Hong has also contacted Zhao Zhenying, so Zhao Zhenying also sent him an invitation. Two things to mention. 1. Su Yuanying has nothing to do with Xiao Yuan Miao. 2. Of course Alman is a male. The two took two editors Sujin and Nita Hiromi respectively, and they talked when they met on the island. Just saying a few words, the message of Simon Ching came. Jo Hong asked Nita Hiromi to deal with it, and Gong Yanjun asked casually, "What happened?" Jo Hong said while operating his mobile phone, "Teacher Chinger of Ryuking." She sent a message saying that she was going to be rounded by a group of people. "Let me go and save her." This is exactly what he said, without any text processing. Huh. Gong Yanjun didn't say anything yet. The editor Sujin on the side screamed, "What? What? Lun lun lun." Gong Yanjun pressed her shoulders. "You calm down. If that happens, can this guy play with his mobile phone here so calmly?" Sujin looked at Jo Hong, and came back to his senses. "That's also true. What does Chinger teacher mean by that?" "Hey, that's what I mean." Jo Hong showed the phone to the two of them. At this time, he had opened Weibo and entered the Weibo of Simon Ching. The Weibo content is very simple, just a group photo and text, but the following comments are wonderful. Su Yuanying's brain remnant fans are overwhelmed, trying to control the comment area. However, the defense of the party and Chu stepping on the party are inflexible, and they don't give these fans a chance at all. At present, there is only one emoticon pack of Su Yuanying that has not been seen in the hot comment area, which can be said to be very clear. Of course, if the water blows the roots and begs to step on, lick it is also considered a clear stream. Su Yuanying. Sujin looked at the group photo and asked in surprise, "How did the two of them meet together?" "Who knows?" Jo Hong said, "but it seems that both of them were invited by teacher Yingzhang to the wedding. They should be somewhere on the island now." Sujin is a little disgusted. Although Su Yuanying's reputation is considered good among traffic stars, she is also taller among shortcomings. Her fans are well known for accusing and commenting. "Is this what Chinger teacher said?" "It should be," said Gong Yanjun. "Weibo can be regarded as my own territory. The accusation itself is a very disgusting behavior. If it is accused by other people's fans, it will be even more disgusting." Jo Hong pinched the phone with his thumb and middle finger, and said with a smile, "It's a pity that these guys are going to encounter Waterloo this time." Ren Tian Hiromi Group sent a message. "Someone tried to control the comment on teacher Chinger's Weibo. Please help. At all members." As soon as this sentence came out, the group of friends who had been driving was quiet for 1 second, and then, "Fuck. Dare to control the teacher's comment? Are these people looking for death? Western Heavenly Army? Set out. Set out. Guardian Chinger teacher, defeat the intruder. Brothers, duck." At the same time, similar things happened in Su Yuanying's fan club. At all members, Xiao Taihua just posted a Weibo, a photo with the person, and the other person also posted it. Here is the link URL link, please go and comment. At all members, come on. The other party doesn't know which immortal it is, her fans are so fierce, we can't get up at all. Fuck. Manga lover? Where does she, a manga artist, come from so many fans? Are you the author of Attack on Titan? I was watching that animation recently. It's pretty good. Damn, we have a traitor. Punish her. The two sides started a war without gunpowder on Weibo. At the level of traffic star Su Yuanying, the fighting power of fans is very terrifying, and she often gets hot reviews when she eats a lemon and gets sour. If she interacts with someone, fans will immediately control the comment area. The famous name is anti-fry CP, anti-binding, and anti-spot. Whenever they encounter a comment that is a little bit disagreeable to them, they will immediately spray each other in a private message, forcing the other party to delete the comment. Su Fen is a notorious bully in the entire circle, and even the popularity of Su Yuanying is much worse. But this time this group of fans has gotten to the iron plate. They can never imagine how strong the perverted combat power is. Until it got dark, the Chuggin party didn't let the hot comments show even a meme of Su Yuanying. This incident even became a hot search afterwards, and it rushed to the top 3. Su Yuanying's fans did not believe in evil, and tried to take advantage of the midnight when there were few people, but they miscalculated the otaku's work and rest time. The night was when they were strongest. Not only did Ximenqing's Weibo not be captured, but Su Yuanying's Weibo showed a lot of Ximenqing fans. What makes Ximenqing speechless is that every one of them is so thoroughly perverted under her Weibo, but once they get under Su Yuanying's Weibo, these people are simply a bunch of gentlemen. Something like "My lady is so pretty, you two are together, I seem to see a fairyland," and so on. Each one speaks humorously and nicely, which makes it difficult for people to find a black spot. Even later, many fans of Su Yuanying directly defected. Since they can't win, then become them. This incident has since been regarded as a stalk in the fan circle. Su Yuanying, who has always been a strong and domineering fan, hit a wall at a cartoonist and laughed at the SKR. Of course, neither Ximenqing nor Su Yuanying paid too much attention to the follow-up development. The two of them like it at first sight, and they were drinking coffee leisurely when the fans were fighting in the dark. "Sakura, your clothes are too small, I think your chest is so tight." Ximen smiled wryly. "Hehehe, do you want my sister to help you relax?" Su Yuanying solemnly refused and said, "No, I don't think it's tight. It's probably because of the texture of the clothes that it looks a little tight." "Really?" Ximen didn't give up. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com 5 fingers wriggling there, just waiting to start. Su Yuanying just wanted to go back to her, but suddenly her expression changed. "Huh? What's the matter?" Ximenqing followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Su Yuanying said, "I just saw a man who wore sunglasses, a mask, and a hat and wrapped himself tightly, and he was sneakily peeking at something there. Is there such a person?" Ximenqing stood on tiptoe and took a look, but found nothing. Su Yuanying said, "That person has already left. The people on this island are all guests except the hotel staff? Is it possible that someone can get in?" Ximenqing looked at her questioningly. "Why do I feel a little excited when you say this?" Su Yuanying touched her face. "Is there?" She didn't notice. The corners of her mouth were all upturned at this time. The entertainment industry is a very dirty circle, and those who can get to the top must be the spokespersons of capital. That means there must be someone behind it. How can someone be behind a beautiful actress? Either reincarnation is good, or sleep is good. Excluding very few cases, this is basically the case. The glamour and beauty of the little girls who are famous for their hard work are all for fans. This is also a part of commercial marketing. If you can hide it for a lifetime, it is true. In recent years, the stars that people have collapsed are just like leeks, cut off one crop after another. Fortunately, Su Yuanying had better luck. She belonged to the one who had a good reincarnation. From a military family, she has 3 older brothers. Although the mothers are not all the same, each one dominates her. When she decided to enter the entertainment industry and signed a brokerage company, her 3 brothers rushed directly to the office of their company boss, each holding a knife in his hand, and communicating in harmony for an hour. No one knows the specific content of the conversation, except that if all the agents in the company were called by the boss to train for an afternoon, the general content is that their artists are strictly forbidden to engage in petty actions against Su Yuanying. Since childhood, Su Yuanying has been everyone's treasure in the palm of everyone's palm, and a little knock can cause the whole family to shake. This also caused her to be particularly arrogant and domineering when she was young. In elementary school, she was an absolute schoolmaster. Sister Sakura, a small in Beijing, was talking about her. Of course, this section has now been regarded as her dark history, and it has been dusted in her memory and diary. Later, when she was in the 6th grade, something happened that made her give up her second form and make up her mind to change. Only then did Ximen love the gentle and generous Su Yuanying they saw now. Su Yuanying's past will not be mentioned for the time being. She only said that although she is a lady now, she has been in the 2nd grade after all, and she often comes into contact with comics and ancient costume martial arts dramas that are full of atmosphere in the 2nd grade, so she is deep in her heart, still looking forward to some dramatic developments. For example, now, when she sees a suspicious person, she can't help but think of whether this guy is plotting something. Now that everyone is on the island, will a classic isolated island case happen? Thinking about it, there was an excited smile on her face, and she didn't realize this until Simon Ching mentioned it. Oh, what's the matter with me? She rubbed her cheek and said to Simon, Sister Simon, I really saw a suspicious person. Then shall we go to explore a risk together? Simon Ching suggested. She is currently in a period when she is so bored that she has nothing to do, otherwise she would not come to the wedding. She even expected that someone could come to grab a marriage, and now Su Yuanying said that she saw suspicious elements, and she naturally became interested. Chartered woman, let's go. Simon Ching said hello to Song Yunryo, and went out of the coffee shop with Su Yuanying. Song Yunryo, who was talking about comics with Li Xiaosong, didn't say anything, but just said, don't get lost. I know. Looking at the back of the two of them, Lei Ming was very reluctant. He still wanted to talk to Su Yuanying more. Pity. About 10 minutes after Simon Ching and the others left, 4 people entered the coffee shop. It was Zhou Hong, Nishan Hiromi, Gong Yanjun, and Sujin. That's it, Sujin said excitedly. The cafe in the photo must be here. The 2 teachers and Su Yuanying might still be here. Over there. Zhou Hong spotted Song Yunryo for the first time and walked over. Huh? You are here too. Song Yunryo naturally also found them. That's right, the 2 chief editors. Teacher Ying Zhang has no reason not to invite you. Mr. Wu Song, hello. Gong Yanjun took the initiative to say hello to her. I had been in contact with Simon before, but Song Yunryo was not familiar with him. Hello. Song Yunryo also nodded. The new editor-in-chief of Squat can be regarded as an individual talent, and his ability to keep the magazine prosperous after they leave is enough to show his ability. Nita Yu said wonderfully, Teacher Wu Song, where is Teacher Chinger? Su Yuanying was with you just now, right? They went out, Song Yunryu said. I said they were looking for someone, but I don't know where they are now. Sujin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought he would be able to see a big star. Because Nita Hiromi is a foreigner, she doesn't know much about celebrities, so it's okay. She noticed Song Yunryu's dress, and couldn't help but said, Teacher Wu Song, are you planning to go to the wedding just like this? What's wrong? Song Yunryu didn't understand what she meant at all. Zhou Hong looked at Song Yunryu up and down, and said, it's really a waste. Teacher, you should have good qualifications, but this look is really not flattering. What's the problem? Song Yunryu touched her knitted hat. She has been wearing it since her hair was burned out by Simon Ching for several months. I think it's okay. I don't think it will work, Zhou Hong directly denied. I haven't seen you much before. Now, when I take a closer look, you have the potential to become the C position on the cover like the other 2 teachers. Although the relationship between Qin Yuyao and Ximen is beautiful, after all, there is too much exposure and it is not new to readers. In contrast, if Song Yunryo, who has always been more mysterious in the dance scene, could come to shoot the cover, it would definitely be another wave of enthusiasm for proper operation. Zhou Hong, who is full of business experience, now sees the beauty. The first thing he thinks of is how to make money. I'm a manga painter, so I'll be a C-bit on the cover. Song Yunryu subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, Zhou Hong gave Nita Hiromi a look. The latter immediately understood, and pulled Song Yunryu forward and said, oh, Mr. Wu Song, you can dress up nicely and you won't suffer, right? Now the island is already covered. After coming down, many services are free. I just knew there is a place where I can do it for free. www.novelmtl.com. Let's go together. Speaking of this, she also quarreled Sujin for making a color. The latter didn't understand at once, so Gong Yanjun gave her a push. You girls, let's go together. Oh. Sujin followed in a daze. After the 3 girls went to the spa, Li Xiaosong, Lei Ming, Gong Yanjun, and Zhou Hong were left in the cafe. Then, I finally sent the woman away. Zhou Hong moved his fingers and smiled. Next, let's do some things that men should do. Gong Yanjun also smiled and nodded. I haven't done it for a long time. I don't know if the hands are born. Teacher Yunyan and Xiaoming, you are together. Oh, good. Lei Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. Li Xiaosong also half pushed and half Sidu joined. So what are we going to do? They say it's what men should do. Of course, Sing K. After Yu Yubo's family came to the island, they were soon surrounded by a group of people. As a don't-work teacher who rarely appears in front of people, Yu Yubo has more copyrights than Zhao Zhenying. Those entertainment companies are just like wolves that smell the meat. How willing to let go. The couple dealt with those guys and winked at Xiao Zhenheng at the same time. The latter knew, and left with Yu Xiaoting. Brother Xiao, where are we going next? I think about it. Xiao Zhenheng also has a headache. He is a game designer, basically equivalent to an otaku. He knows where to take girls to play. So he took advantage of Yu Xiaoting not paying attention, and sent a question. Coordinate Resort Island, the girl next to her is 15 years old. Where can I take her to have fun? After a while, someone replied. Crab Demon, who is in the US, just got off the plane. The subject is Lolita, suggesting castration and hiding. My DND, Xiao Zhenheng looked at it and wanted to hit someone. What kind of sand sculpture netizens are these? Fortunately, there are still warm-hearted. Where else can I go with a girl? Find a hotel room and open it up? Remember to wear a condom. Animals? Xiao Zhenheng cursed secretly, all indicating that he was 15 years old, but this guy could not speak out. Yu Xiaoting was like a little angel in his heart, and was the harbor of his soul. How could he? When he looked up, he inadvertently saw the back of the girl walking in front. This development is great for 15 years old. Wrong? He shook his head quickly to stop further imagination. Desire is a normal response, and if the desire is gone, it is X dysfunction. But human beings are different from animals in that they can use reason to control their own desires. Just thinking about him now, the first thought that came up in his mind was cute, miss the day, and then the second thought was but no, thus forming a complete thought. No normal person will appear I don't want to from the beginning, unless it is a perverted gay. Xiao Zhenheng continued to scroll down and finally found a useful answer. If you are a resort, you might as well ask the service staff, they will always have some good recommendations. That's right. So Xiao Zhenheng took Yu Xiaoting to find a staff member, and after asking a question, they recommended them to go to the spa. The place was very close to them, and Yu Xiaoting was more interested in water-related things, so she readily agreed. The two went to the spa center, Yu Xiaoting went in, and Xiao Zhenheng waited outside. He is not interested in spa, so he just took advantage of this time to play with his mobile phone for a while. When he was playing, he heard the sound of someone coming out, and he was stunned when he looked up at him. How could this be? Spa can still ripen. What appeared in front of him was a mature version of Yu Xiaoting, taller, bigger breasts, shorter hair, and her face changed from a 15-year-old immature to a more than 20-year-old mature. But Yu Xiaoting's shadow was still clearly on his face, so he recognized it at a glance. That's strange. After Song Yunryu finished the spa, she was rubbing her hair and wondering that the length was about the same, and it was time to make a instant noodle head. As a result, he ran into a man as soon as he left the house. You are. She only felt a little familiar, and after thinking about it, she seemed to have seen it on an airplane. However, he was with Yu Yubo at the time and had not spoken. Song Yunryu didn't have much impression of him. Is it an illusion? Xiao Zhenheng hasn't figured it out yet. It's a dream. I must have fallen asleep when I was tired. How could there be a spa that can ripen people so much at once? I do not believe. Anyone who sees her own lowly suddenly becomes an adult, her mentality will collapse. Song Yunryu also felt a little uncomfortable seeing Xiao Zhenheng staring at herself. Is this man a fool? Teacher Wu Song, why are you so fast and don't enjoy it more? At this moment, Nida Hiromi and Sujin came out. Who is this time? Song Yunryu turned around and said, I'm not familiar with it. I don't think I am a part-time teacher. When she turned around, both editors were amazed. Sujin exclaimed, so you are so good-looking. Nida Hiromi also understood Jo Hong's purpose at this time. Teacher Wu Song, you used to be violent, do you know? You are so beautiful. Why do you want to make yourself ugly? I don't know where you are with such thick glasses. Found it. Is there? Song Yunryu didn't realize this at all. Definitely, said Nida Hiromi with a serious face. Come on, I will take you to make a hair, and then pick some clothes. Today I will let you make a C debut. Do hair? Okay, let's go. Song Yunryu suddenly became interested, wondering if the hairstylist here will make instant noodles. The three people just left, leaving only Xiao Zhenheng alone standing in place. After about a few minutes, Yu Xiaoting came out. She saw Xiao Zhenheng who was stunned in the hall, walked over and waved in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Zhenheng woke up suddenly, looking at Yu Xiaoting in front of him and muttered, it's changed back again? I'm really dreaming. What are you talking about? Yu Xiaoting didn't know why. Xiao Zhenheng said, I just saw you grow up, and there are still people calling you Wu Song. What Wu Song? Yu Xiaoting became unhappy. Are you despising me for being strong? You can kill a tiger with a punch. No. The strong desire to survive prompted Xiao Zhenheng to shake his head vigorously. I didn't mean that, I really. Who? Before Xiao Zhenheng finished speaking, Yu Xiaoting suddenly shouted behind him. Xiao Zhenheng, who was dumb in her throat, looked back, but saw nothing. Who are you talking to? Yu Xiaoting frowned. I just saw a man wearing a mask and sunglasses, looking at us sneakily, just like the bad guys on TV. Mask and sunglasses. Xiao Zhenheng said, isn't that Teacher Chinger? www.novelmtl.com. No, the one I saw is a man. Yu Xiaoting said. Man. Xiao Zhenheng became nervous. Then you follow me, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Seeing the thin back in front of her, Yu Xiaoting suddenly smiled. On the other side, Xiamen Qing and Su Yuanying went to find the suspicious elements, but there was nothing to gain from walking around, so they went back to the coffee shop. But when they went back, they were all gone. Xiamen Qing called Song Yunryu. Hey, charter wife, where are you? I do my hair. What? Xiamen Qing froze in an instant. Do it. She seemed to see a green light. Love is a light, so green that you panic. At this time, the singing was lingering in Simone's ears, and she was like a cat that was irritated and arched up. Where do you do your hair? Stylists, men, and women. As soon as I asked, I heard a woman on the other end yelling, Mr. Tony, this way. Mom, give it to Teacher Tony. What are you doing so loudly? Song Yunryu took the phone farther away, and her ears were about to be blown through by the high-pitched voice of Xiamen Qing. Chartered woman? You wait for me? Don't let Mr. Tony touch you? Otherwise, I'm angry. Xiamen Qing hung up the phone and asked a waiter to ask where there is a hairdo near the spa center. Su Yuanying was inexplicable. Why are you so nervous about doing hair? Simon said in love, our charter wife is so cute, she will definitely be coveted by a group of people? If this is to let her do hair, I must be green. Ho Soo-yuening recalled Song Yun-woo's appearance in her mind. She wore a knitted hat and showed some messy hair. On the bridge of her nose, a pair of glasses thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle covered her. Most of his face. The clothes on her body are also a casual set of sportswear, and her figure is not visible at all. The skin is whiter and tenderer. How cute is this? I feel that there is a problem with the aesthetics of Simon Ching. Simon King figured out the approximate location, and ran away over there. Su Yuanying followed, watching Simon Ching run farther and farther. She was surprised. Why do you run so fast? Oh, wait for me. On the other side, Song Yun-woo looked at the phone and was speechless for a while. What is this idiot thinking? At this time, a man sitting in the seat next to her spoke up. What? I had a fight with my boyfriend. This man is Mr. Tony. He is not a barber in a barber shop, but a guest. Like Su Yuanying, he is also an actor who has a good relationship with Zhao Zhenying. After hearing a friend introduce that the beauty salon here is good, he came over to get his hair done. No, Song Yun-woo laughed awkwardly. I'm the only partner. Partner? Which girl group do you belong to? Teacher Tony curiously asked. Rookie? I should recognize all the girl groups with a little bit of seniority in the circle. Song Yun-woo had just finished the spa at this time, and she took off her glasses, and her appearance was clear. Tony looked at her so beautiful and thought she was a member of the girl group. Hehe, I'm not an artist. Song Yun-woo explained. At the same time, I wondered why Simon Ching seemed to know this teacher Tony, and also told himself not to be touched by him. Why would he touch himself? Can't figure it out, isn't it? Teacher Tony was surprised. You are so beautiful. It's a pity that you didn't make your debut. Recently, our company is engaged in a female group talent show. Would you like to try it? I see your qualifications. Oh, that, no need. Song Yun-woo quickly refused. I don't have any ideas in that aspect. I'm pretty good now. Tony wanted to say something more, but at this moment Nita Hiromi washed her head and came over. Huh? Teacher Woo Song, why haven't you started doing it? Isn't it started yet? Song Yun-woo looked back at the stylist. I saw the stylist say something to Hiromi Nita embarrassedly. Nanny. Hiromi Nita stared at Song Yun-woo with wide eyes. Why are you making instant noodles? Can't it? Song Yun-woo didn't know how good instant noodles were. Nita Hiromi said, of course not. The editor asked me to take you to do the styling. If this is not done well, I will be punished by him. She added a sentence in her heart. If he punishes him, God knows what position he will put me in. I have had enough of the last time. Song Yun-woo just wanted to plead for the instant noodles. Nita Hiromi already said to the stylist, you just follow your own feelings. That's okay. The stylist breathed a sigh of relief. God knows, it was the first time she saw someone at a young age who insisted on learning the whole instant noodles from an aunt. If this was done for Song Yun-woo, her stylist's soul would cry. Oh, don't Song Yun-woo wanted to stop, but it was too late. Seeing a flash of light and sword shadow, Song Yun-woo's hair gradually took shape. Teacher Tony on the side also looked at Song Yun-woo in the mirror while doing her hair, and said with emotion, really, it's a shame that you don't become a star. Nita Hiromi just sat down when she heard this. She couldn't help laughing. Mr. Woo Song is indeed very beautiful, but she won't be a star. I just heard you call her teacher. What the does she do when she is so young? Tony asked curiously. I just heard that she had a partner. Could it be a crosstalk? Ah, this is what we call it in the industry. Mr. Woo Song is a cartoonist. Hiromi Nita took the opportunity to say, Attack on Titan, which is very popular recently, is her work. Attack on Giant. Teacher Tony wasn't so much. The stylist who cut Song Yun-woo's hair was taken aback. The scissors clicked and a bunch of hair fell out. Ah, my hair. Song Yun-woo felt distressed, but she had kept it for a long time. Oh, it's okay, the stylist hurriedly said. This one is going to be cut. How do I feel that you are lying to me? Song Yun-woo said pitifully. You believe me, I am professional. The stylist looked serious and continued to cut. Tony was shocked at this time and said, you drew giant? God, can a cartoonist be so beautiful too? He always thought that cartoonists were like Zhao Zhenying and Yu Yubo. Ha ha ha. Being praised for being beautiful, Song Yun-woo couldn't say anything, so she could only laugh. No wonder you rejected me so simply, Tony said with emotion. With your income, there is no need to waste your energy to engage in girl groups, but you can still be a star. www.novelmtl.com beauty cartoonist. This is very easy to operate. Coupled with the reputation of your work, just take part in a few reality shows. The chance of that fire is at least 70%. When the time comes, the popularity of the work will be reported, and the sales will surely increase. Are you a reality show? Song Yun-woo thought for a while. Forget it, I'm still comfortable drawing comics at home. If Simon Ching wanted to go, she could be allowed to play. Anyway, that idiot zombie is usually so idle. Just now, the glass door pang. After being pushed aside, Simon rushed in eagerly. Chartered woman. Wow. The hairstylist who was cutting Song Yun-woo's hair was startled. His hand shook, and another bunch of hair fell off. Ah, my hair. Song Yun-woo was really about to cry this time. Immediately afterwards, she was filled with anger. You idiot is stiff. You are looking for death. Simon Ching looked around, and immediately found Song Yun-woo and the stylist standing behind her. She looked like a woman, but she shouldn't be a big lady in women's clothing, right? In the barber industry, especially the more high-end category, gender is very ambiguous. So Xiamen Qing is not very sure whether the young lady who is cutting her hair has Xiaolong. Well, the one she lost was the big dragon, and everyone else's was the little dragon. She leaned over and looked at the stylist's throat. There was no Adam's apple, but she was still a little worried. Are you Tony, teacher? I am not. I am Zixi. The stylist replied. Then where is teacher Tony? Xiamen Qing looked around. Teacher Tony heard the words, do you know me? Huh. Xiamen King looked at him. Huh? You are teacher Tony? Why are you sitting? What should I do if I don't sit down? Tony had no idea what Simon's love meant. But, teacher Tony shouldn't be holding scissors, and then, she, like this, dance in a sentence with teacher Kevin and teacher Alan. Xiamen Qing gesticulated joyfully. Teacher Tony is already full of black lines at this time. Does this guy have any misunderstandings about the name Tony? Finally, Song Yunryo couldn't bear it anymore. Shut up, you idiot. With a shot of Shenglong fist, Xiamen Qing's jaw was hit, and she was blown away. Oh, Xiamen King screamed, flew upside down 3 meters in the air and fell to the gate. The glass door that happened to be kicked open by her turned around, and she got stuck in the middle. Song Yunryu sat back on the chair, and said to the frightened stylist, go on. Oh. The stylist Zixi hurriedly continued to cut her hair, paying attention, never daring to go on a job anymore. Teacher Tony on the side was also taken aback. Fuck, this strength is too much, right? People are flying out, is it possible to add special effects? Nita Hiromi looked worriedly at Xiamen Qing who fell on the ground. No, doesn't it matter? It's okay, leave her alone, Song Yunryu said. This guy has a very hard life. Nita Hiromi stopped talking. He had rarely contacted Song Yunryu before and didn't know her very well. It looks a little scary now. Su Yuanying didn't run as fast as Xiamen Qing, but the island was only that big in total, and she soon followed to the beauty salon. As a result, Xiamen King fell in front of the gate and got stuck there by the glass door. Sister Simon? What's wrong with you? Tisk. Xiamen Qing was suddenly speechless, got up from the ground with an unhappy expression, and said to Su Yuanying, how can you wear leggings as anti-human thing? You should throw it away. Are you okay? What can I do? Xiamen King rubbed his chin, which actually hurts. But this impact is not enough to cause her harm. She lay on the ground just to take the opportunity to see if there is any good scenery. As a result, she saw Su Yuanying's leggings. The most taboo thing for a star is to run out, so the defense is particularly strong, and there is no opportunity to take advantage of it. It's a pity. Xiamen Qing sighed. What a pity. Su Yuanying asked, by the way, did Sister Song find it? I found it. Let's make hair inside. Xiamen Qing pointed to Song Yunryu. Su Yuanying took a look. Yeah, teacher Tony. Oh, it's Sakura? What a coincidence. Tony also discovered Su Yuanying. Both of them have acted in Zhao Zhenying's comics, acting as father and daughter, so they are very familiar. Yes. I heard you came too, but I haven't seen it. Su Yuanying ran over to talk to teacher Tony, while Xiamen Qing rubbed her chin and came to Song Yunryu's side. She looked up and down at Song Yunryu's already rudimentary hairstyle, and said to her, well, good craftsmanship. Thank you. Although she was curious why she could get up so normally after being beaten up, she still focused on cutting her hair. She didn't want Song Yunryu to get such a punch. Xiamen Qing watched for a while, then suddenly ran to ask someone to borrow paper and pen, and then began to paint. Nita Yume wondered, does teacher Qing'er also paint? She always thought that Xiamen Qing was only in charge of the script. She always knows how, Song Yunryu said, it's just that the things drawn don't have much vitality. Oh, Hiromi Nita said with emotion, is Song Yunryu's realm already so high? There is still vitality. What is this concept? Xiamen Qing draws very fast. After finishing painting, she took her own painting and showed it to her. I think you cut it almost, can you change it according to this style? Zixi looked at it. This is not bad, it's okay, wrap it on me. So she started to cut it again. Seeing her hair keep falling, Song Yunryu felt more and more distressed. How can she make instant noodles in the future? Nishan Yu said wonderfully, Teacher Qing'er, what did you paint? Here. Xiamen King handed her the paper. Nita Hiromi took a look. Oh, how is this a skeleton? It turns out that Teacher Wu Song said that there is no vitality. However, the hairstyle of this skull is pretty, and it happens to be short hair, very suitable for Song Yunryu. Especially the little white hat on it, it's a great match. Xiamen loves the painting of Megami Kato, but he can't express his vitality, so he drew a skeleton. But this does not prevent her from drawing her hair. Zixi was almost ready to cut it, and now I changed it for 3 minutes according to Xiamen King's painting. Finally, a new Sage Hui hairstyle has been released. Xiamen Qing pinched Song Yunryu's knitted hat, which was probably shaped into the shape of Kato K's hat, and put it on her. Suddenly, a live-action Saint K appeared in the mirror. Pretty. Xiamen said proudly. Su Yuanying, who was on the side, saw it too, and only then did she understand what Xiamen Qing's phrase "our charter wife is so cute" means. It turns out that Song Yunryu is really so beautiful. She really looked away. Several stylists onlookers also clapped their hands. www.novelmtl.com. I have to say that Song Yunryu is really suitable for this look. Ms. Wu Song is so beautiful. No wonder Mrs. Tony said that it is a pity that you are not a star. Hiromi Nita exclaimed. The only thing she doesn't like is probably Song Yunryu herself. She touched her hair and said in distress, "Why don't you guys appreciate the beauty of instant noodles? What's so good about this hairstyle? Hey, facts speak louder than words, you just succumb to the charter wife." Xiamen Qing took a few photos of Song Yunryu, and then posted them on Song Yunryu's Weibo. With text, "I changed to a new look, I don't know if you like it or not." Then she used her own Weibo to like and repost. "Wait a minute." Song Yunryu called out suddenly, "How do you know the password to unlock my phone?" Oops. Xiamen Qing's face changed, and she was too smug just now, and finally got rid of it. The strong desire to survive prompts Xiamen Qing's brain to move quickly, and it was just a blink of an eye, and she came up with an excuse. "You didn't hide from me to unlock it. I watched it by the side, and I knew it naturally." Really? Song Yunryu was skeptical, because there were outsiders, so she was not easy to investigate. Xiamen Qing took the opportunity to change the subject. "Oh, don't care about these details, let's take a look at your Weibo." That's right. Song Yunryu only then realized that Xiamen Qing just took a picture of her and posted it on Weibo. Although she usually plays on Weibo, she doesn't like to post selfies like Xiamen Qing. She posts more drafts or 300 kilograms of barbells, which readers love to read. By doing this, Xiamen Qing is simply destroying the personality she has finally established. Go back and teach her well. Song Yunryu grabbed the phone and took a look. Sure enough, due to the forwarding of Xiamen Qing, there are already hundreds of messages below. "Damn, who are you, beauty? Whose little fairy has fallen into the mortal world? Mom, I'm in love. Look, this is the woman I want to marry. Roll, Teacher Wu Song belongs to me, take it away. The above is so rough. Who said the teacher is yours? She is obviously my wife. Okay, Teacher Wu Song, you have worked hard to paint, take a break. I am willing to help you take a maternity leave. Hey, SI's steamed goose heart, are all women your wives?" Xiamen Qing leaned to the side and pressed Song Yunryu's face to his face, and said with disdain after reading the comments, "It's obviously my wife." Song Yunryu held her face and pushed her away. "It's not because you posted this photo." Su Yuanying also leaned over to take a look, and said enviously, "It's great, you can see so many interesting comments. Like her, Weibo comments are always like robots, and there is no anger at all. Where is it interesting?" Song Yunryu sighed, thinking that after returning to Xiaking City, he must go to the hair salon under the mountain to perm his hair into instant noodles. Thinking like this, she suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction of the door. Xiamen Qing almost raised her head at the same time as her, both of them stared in the same direction. "Sure enough, did you find out?" Xiamen said with emotion. "Well," Song Yunryu said, "there are really suspicious guys who are dodging and don't know what their purpose is." "What's the matter?" Su Yuanying curiously asked. "Did you find the man in black?" She was just a mask with sunglasses, and she had already made up the image of a black suit. Xiamen said in love, "Yes, let's keep looking. I don't believe where he can hide on such a big island." "Yeah, good." Su Yuanying looked excited, and greeted Teacher Tony and went out with the Wuking duo. "Oh, Teacher Wu Song." Hiromi Nishin thought to shout to Song Yunryu, but failed. She still had to take Song Yunryu to show Jo Hong. This task seemed to be impossible to complete. If you fail to complete the task, don't you have to be punished? She felt hot all over when she thought of this. Qin Yueo is studying cooking with the master of the second palace very seriously. The first thing she learned was crepes, because they could be filled with strawberries. Red fruits are Xiamen Qing's favorite. Although the Ninomiya master looks fierce, his temper is okay. Qin Yueo teaches this kind of gadget with great care. "You have a good talent." Seeing Qin Yueo's precise swordsmanship, Master Er Gong also praised her a few words. Qin Yueo smiled shyly. In fact, she was by trick. Because her current physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, her control of power is also particularly accurate. She is almost like a machine. Master Ninomiya taught her a few more dishes, basically the kind that others will feel like, oh, this is French stick dishes. For example, foie gras, chicken stewed in red wine and the like. After that, Master Nigong went to work on his own affairs, and he had to prepare for the wedding banquet tomorrow. Zhao Zhenying is the guest of honor of the island owner. The owner of this island is not only rich, but the energy behind it is terrifying. Even if he is an internationally renowned chef, he must be treated with care. Qin Yueo didn't bother the master of the second palace either. It was pretty good if she could take the time to teach her a few hands. After practicing for a while and making a few dishes that she thought were okay, Qin Yueo wanted to find Xiamen Qing to let her taste. As a result, he walked out the door with 2 crepes and ran into an orange cat. "Meow, this is a very beautiful orange cat. It's not as fat as chicken legs. Its body is very slim, and its hair is very smooth and shiny. And the voice that yells is very cute." However, Qin Yueo turned a blind eye and walked straight out. What she likes is the kind of cute creatures of Taoist soldiers, and she is not interested in orange cats. Meow. There was a very human expression on the orange cat's face, surprised. How can it be? Except for those idiots who are not completely allergic to cats in this world, there will be people who are indifferent to such a cute cat? It doesn't believe it. It must be that the woman didn't notice it. So it speeded up and ran in front of Qin Yueo again, and yelled meow. This time the volume was sufficient, and it did not lose its cuteness, and its eyeballs almost stared out of water. It doesn't believe it, there are still women who are indifferent to this? In fact, Qin Yueo naturally spotted the orange cat. She walked around for a while and then walked away. What? What did this woman just do? She actually got around. Oh my god, how did she do such an angry and resentful behavior? The orange cat is about to start suspicious of meowing. But for the crepes, it's spelled meow. This time www.novelmtl.com. It ran to Qin Yueo's feet and rubbed her ankle vigorously. Humph, how about it? Feeling the soft and warm body of this uncle, are you still not tempted? Haven't been obediently serving the crepes to Ben Meow? As expected, Qin Yueo finally stopped. She handed the crepe to one hand, stretched out one hand and grabbed the orange cat. Just meow meow, meow. The orange cat started yelling. Does this woman have common sense? Why not grab the back of the neck, but just grab it by its body like a claw machine and lift it up? This way the ribs hurt so much? Devil? This woman is the devil? What's the matter? Qin Yueo couldn't see clearly. So, just now the cat rubbed her feet and thought it liked her, but finally caught it and struggled like this. Does she really think too much? After thinking about it, she put the orange cat down again. However, the center of the road was obviously inappropriate. She looked around and placed the orange cat on the grass on the side of the road. Coincidentally, an employee came to water the grass just now, and the leather water pipes were not retracted, and they were tied into a bundle and placed on the ground. Naturally, Qin Yueo put the orange cat in the middle of the bundle of water pipes. The orange cat was very well behaved. After putting it down, he stopped barking and struggling, and he did not continue to stick to Qin Yueo. When she saw this, she walked away, leaving the orange cat alone on the grass. Oops, oh, I can't get out. Orange cat looked at the surrounding leather tube that was not as high as its chin, suddenly felt a burst of laziness, and didn't want to leave the circle at all. After about half an hour, the employee came to take away the leather tube, and then the orange cat was able to get up and leave. It decided not to ask that woman for crepes again. She was terrible. It is simply its natural enemy. It's better to get things done. The silly boy didn't rush to grab people after he got on the island. He seemed to be thinking about something, just giving him a chance to act freely. It walked arrogantly around the island, and soon found its goal. It was a picture of a normal person who wanted to grab a torch and gasoline. I saw a teenager sitting on a bench, with a girl sitting on the left and right. The two of them took a box of snacks, scooped it up with a small spoon, and didn't put it in their mouths. Instead, they both handed it over to the boy to taste it. What a nasty scene. It is enviable and hateful. What's even more exaggerated is that besides these two, there is a cute girl standing behind the bench rubbing the boy's temples. Oh, sooner or later this kid has a kidney loss. Sooner or later this kid has a kidney loss. Meow. The orange cat scratched his ears with his front paws in surprise. What's the matter? Did the auditory hallucinations just appear? Why do you hear the voice in your head? And there is the sound of grinding teeth. It has never grinds teeth before. It is generally used to grind claws. The orange cat looked up towards the source of the sound, and saw a person hiding in the grass beside him. I didn't notice it. It suddenly became vigilant. This guy is not simple. He can be so close to it without being noticed. Sen Qianshan originally came to the island with Tao Saiki to handle the case. Of course, this is a superficial rhetoric. His real purpose is to come to see the leader. But what he didn't expect was that after going to the island, he actually saw his daughter. This girl was still with the kid last time, and there was another girl next to that this time? No? How can my daughter give it to such a sweet kid? Two are already my bottom line. How dare you come to the third? Beat him? Sen Qianshan cared about his daughters, and unknowingly followed them behind them, hiding behind a patch of grass and observing in secret. On the other side, Li Yuki was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed. He was not pretending to be coercive, he was simply seasick. It's really uncomfortable to take a boat, I just want to die. Both Sen Xian and Su Qian persuaded him, you can eat something, because it is uncomfortable because of an empty stomach. I'm temporarily out of appetite. Li Yuki said collapsed. Li Jin stood behind him and rubbed his head. Brother, I have practiced this specifically. Just rub it for seasickness or something. After joining the department, she quickly became acquainted with all the members, and found an excuse to say that she and Li Yuki were both surnamed Li, so she could simply recognize him as an older brother. Sen Xian and Su Qian were naturally happy that they would become brothers and sisters, but Li Yuki himself had always wanted a sister, so he did not refuse. In this way, it became more and more natural for Li Jin to call her elder brother, making it seem to others that they were real brothers and sisters. I wish, Li Yuki sighed, I would not come if I knew it a long time ago. I came here this time mainly because Su Qian's father had business dealings with Squat Publishing House, so he got an invitation from Zhao Zhenying. I heard that Bian Island has gathered several chefs who are usually hard to see, so I thought about bringing my daughter to enjoy. Su Qian would naturally call Li Yuki and Sen Xian about this kind of thing, but Li Yuki called Li Jin again, so the four of them came to the island together. What they didn't know was that Wu Ma also followed them on the island with them. At this time, Ma Wu was hiding in another place and observing this side. Oops, Sao really has thoughts about his sister, what can we do? Don't tell me what happened to the boss. If the Black Su behind the scenes can be resolved sooner, I can separate the two of them. Suddenly Li Jin looked behind him with feeling, but saw nothing. Since she awakened the zombie bloodline, her intuition has become much more sensitive, and she always felt that she was peeping from behind. Ah! At this moment, Su Qian suddenly exclaimed. Li Jin quickly turned around and saw Su Qian holding a cute orange cat. Oh yo, who's this guy? Why run around? Where's your master? Su Qian teased the orange cat happily, and Sen Xian on the side was also ready to move. The cat's charm was powerful. Humph, this is how the two-legged beast should react. The woman just now is definitely a devil, which is not normal at all. The orange cat thought triumphantly while selling cute. However, Li Jin looked at it, did not rush up to play the cat, but showed a thoughtful expression. At this moment, 3 people ran over. Huh? Little koi. Li Jin recognized Li Jin immediately. This is naturally Ximen Love. She didn't feel it specially before, so she didn't notice the existence of Li Jin until she got so close now. Huh? Teach. Ximen looked at it and hurriedly rushed to talk. Call my sister. Oh, sister. As a descent, Li Jin was very well behaved in front of the first ancestor. Huh? You are. Teacher Chinger. Sen Xian and Su Qian also recognized Ximen Qing. Although she was wearing sunglasses, the soft and waxy voice was so recognizable that she heard it right away. Oh, it's you? Ximen Qing also recognized that they were the 2 little sisters who had met on the subway. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Teacher Chinger, are you coming to the wedding too? Su Qian said excitedly. What a coincidence. Yes, Sen Xian was also very happy. I didn't expect to meet you here. While talking, the 2 noticed the 2 behind her again. Suddenly there was another shock. Ah, Teacher Wu Song? So Yuanying. When the 2 little fans saw their favorite cartoonists and big stars, they didn't know what to say, and they were all excited to shake their fists and kick their feet on the spot. I wanted to yell, but I forcibly endured it. Simon asked them, have you seen a suspicious man wearing sunglasses and a mask? Sneaky. Several people shook their heads. So, Ximen Qing was a little disappointed, and said to them, then we will leave if we have something to do. There will be a party in the evening. See you then. Ah, just when Ximen Qing and the others were about to leave, Li Jin suddenly remembered something. Brother? Didn't you say that you saw a suspicious guy before? Ah, Li Yuki, who collapsed on the chair, groaned, weakly. It doesn't look like a good person. Sneeze. Sen Qianshan, who was hiding in the grass, couldn't help but sneezed. The brat dare to arrange me like this? Sooner or later I want you to look good. Then we may not be talking about the same person. Ximen Qing thought for a while. Anyway, you should be careful. I always feel that this wedding will not go smoothly. Su Qian laughed and said, Teacher Chinger, you think about the plot of a comic too much, so you can substitute it? This time, there are a lot of wealthy celebrities and their bodyguards on the island. I hope. Ximen Qing shrugged, and suddenly caught a glimpse of the orange cat in Su Qian's arms. Oh, where is the biting beast from here? I don't know why, this orange cat always gives her a weird feeling, and Ximen Qing can't explain it all at once. Yuan beast. Su Qian looked at the orange cat in her hand. Isn't this just a cat? Ximen Qing said solemnly, you can't underestimate it. Since you have encountered it, hold it tightly. With it, you will at least not be in danger. After speaking, she left with Song Yunwu and Su Yuanying. Only a few people with inexplicable faces and the orange cat whose heartbeat stopped being scared. How did she find me? No, it's worthy of being the leader of Xingyi. So terrifying? What did she mean by what she said just now? Is it for me to protect these little ghosts? How to do? Do you want to listen to her? I was going to do this anyway, so I wasn't threatened by her. The orange cat lay obediently on Su Qian's lap and adjusted her posture. The reason why Su Qian was chosen instead of Sen Xian was mainly because this girl with a double ponytail head and was more comfortable to be held by her. Ximen Qing and the others continued to look for the suspicious person wearing masks and sunglasses, but it was just such a big island. They ran back and forth several times and they didn't find it. It's weird, he can still escape. Why can't it be found everywhere? Ximen Qing was a little depressed. Song Yunwu said, we don't know his true appearance. If he takes off his sunglasses and mask and drills into the crowd, who of you can recognize it? That's right, isn't that a trip for nothing? Su Yuanying was a little lost, and she thought she could have an interesting experience. Oh, it doesn't matter if he can't find it. If he really wants to do something, he will come out sooner or later, he will catch it then, Ximen said. Let's go and have some fun. Okay. Su Yuanying agreed readily, but when Ximen Qing looked at Song Yunwu, she found that the latter was looking at herself with a strange look. What's the matter? Ximen Qing touched her breasts. Isn't it bigger? Song Yunwu said solemnly, I thought it was weird before. Why did you spot the suspicious person before me? Also, don't you think you are more active recently than before? Is there? Ximen Qing thought about it seriously. I don't feel it at all. You used to be a salted fish, you can lie down and never stand, not to mention the troublesome things like going out and taking a plane and a boat, but you have suddenly become active recently, Song Yunwu said. At first I just thought you might be on a whim, but now I am sure. Sure what? Look at it. Song Yunwu pointed at him. Ximen Qing looked up and squinted. What are you looking at? I don't see anything except the clouds and the sun. Just to let you look at the sun, then you look at yourself. What's so good about me? Ximen Qing touched her face with a puzzled look. The next moment, the expression on her face turned from doubt to shock. Ah, where's my mask? After running in the sun for so long, she realized that she was not wearing a mask. Song Yunwoo stepped forward to help her take off her sunglasses and hat. Ximon King subconsciously covered her face. To death, to death? I'm going to have heat stroke. But after calling for such a while, she suddenly came back to her senses. It seems okay. Su Yuanying was stunned throughout the whole process, not knowing what the two people were talking about. Sister Simon, what's wrong with you? Ximon Qing was also dumbfounded at this time. I don't know, I thought I would get heat stroke. Why did I suddenly not be afraid of the sun? Song Yunwoo sighed. Sure enough, as Ximon Qing drank more and more blood, there was also blood mixed with wine, which made her gradually control her own power. She is the 8 evil? How could the oldest 8 evil spirits have been sealed by her little Taoist priest? Song Yunwoo's seal is based on Ximon Qing is willing to be sealed. If Ximon Qing wants to break free, he can do it at any time. Judging from the current situation, she seems to be able to control her power freely without breaking the seal. This seal has basically become an ornament. She doesn't need me anymore. Song Yunwoo couldn't help feeling disappointed when he thought so. At this moment, Ximon Qing suddenly yelled, "Oh!" Then she fell into Song Yunwoo's arms. Song Yunwoo caught her subconsciously. What are you doing? Ximon Qing said weakly, the charter wife, I have a heat stroke, I want to hug. Fuck you. Song Yunwoo glared at her helplessly. Even if the idiot zombie regained its strength, it would become an idiot, and his worries were completely unnecessary. Su Yuanying met and exclaimed, Sister Ximon, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling well? Song Yunwoo hurriedly said, it's okay, I'll take her to rest for a while. With that, he put one hand under Ximon King's leg, hugged her horizontally, and walked into a nearby hotel in 2 steps. Okay, come down. Oh, I'm still weak. Ximon Qing held Song Yunwoo's neck and refused to let it go. Song Yunwoo couldn't help her. Su Yuanying smiled when she saw it. Your relationship is really good. She also really wants to have such good sisters, but it's a pity that there are some superficial sisters in the circle. www.novelmtl.com torn up one by one. Some even wanted to take her to skating, but her brothers found out and threw the lady in jail. In the entertainment industry, you have to wear a mask every day, and you never know if the person who smiled at you in the last moment will give you a backstab in the next moment. The relationship between Ximon Qing and Song Yunwoo really made her envious. I found it? So you are here. Suddenly, Qin Yueo's voice came from a distance. The Fog Seeker says, thanks to book friends such as Poor Posture Level, I still need to learn one, Not So Much Sadness, Wolf God Baya and other book friends for their rewards. By the way, I would like to mention to the not so sad book friends, I think you are rewarding with iOS, so don't spend any money in the future. Anyway, you don't have a lot of money to get to me after you're rewarded, just subscribe. NS. If you are not too troublesome, you can open the web page Baidu Start, and then use the web version to reward. I can get half of the money. Oh, Ru Yao is here. Ximon Qing poked her head out of Song Yunwoo's arms and looked back, and saw Qin Yueo running toward this side with a crepe in each hand. Then Song Yunwoo turned around, and she suddenly turned her back to Qin Yueo. Ximon Qing had no choice but to turn his head again. Qin Yueo ran over and said, Sister Ximon and Yunwoo, where did you go? I ran all over the island but couldn't find the two of you. I guess this island is not that big. Song Yunwoo thought for a while, and said, maybe it's because we were looking for someone just now. We were running on both sides, so we missed it perfectly. Probably, Qin Yueo thought for a while, this is indeed the reason, no matter what, eat cakes. She said that she handed a crepe to Simone's mouth, and the latter bit off a pie tip in one bite. No way, she has a small mouth. Yay, it's delicious. Ximon Qing was very satisfied. Really, Qin Yueo smiled and handed the other one to Song Yunwoo. Sister Yunwoo, try it too. Seeing this, Ximon Qing immediately vomited. How do I feel that I'm just a tester? You think too much. Song Yunwoo leaned forward and took a bite. Damn it, it's really delicious. I feel so unwilling. Why can I only fry potato shreds? She also wants to make delicious dishes like Qin Yueo? Sure enough, it's because of the lack of muscles. It's all because of this physique. It doesn't grow meat no matter how you eat. By the way, what's wrong with Sister Ximon? Why do you want Sister Yunwoo to hold it? Qin Yueo found the opportunity to ask. She's getting nervous. Song Yunwoo let go of a hand, and Ximon Qing landed on his legs and stood firmly. Oh yo. Ximon affixed to Song Yunwoo's chest like a porcelain. The charter wife, are you trying to beat me to death? Get up quickly. Song Yunwoo rolled his eyes. It doesn't take much effort to hold you. Hit you. Oh, Ximon King sighed, ran to Qin Yueo and hugged her, then moved to her right hand and took a bite of a crepe. Are you Yao? The charter wife doesn't want me. I have you? Qin Yueo couldn't laugh or cry. Ximon Qing's behavior like a child really made her do not know how to respond. Simply ignoring her is the optimal solution. Qin Yueo also spotted Su Yuanying standing aside and looking at the three of them enviously. Are you not that big star? When she was still in college, the news hadn't been so closed. She must have known such big stars as Su Yuanying. Hello. Su Yuanying was shocked when she was suddenly cued. She is accustomed to seeing beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but there are still very few out-of-spec beauties like Ximon Qing and others. One is already very rare, and now the three are put together to form a world-famous painting. She even had a little inferiority complex, because her greatest weapon was not worth mentioning in front of them. Fortunately, none of the three is a bitch, and the personality is very kind, which makes her feel very lucky. Qin Yueo also said to her apologetically, I didn't expect there to be another person, so I made 2 crepes. Ah, it's all right. Su Yuanying shook her head quickly, I'm actually not very hungry. As soon as the voice fell, a very untimely cooing sounded from her stomach. Although it is very light, the ear powers of the 2 8 evils and 1 disaster list are not fake, and they can be heard clearly. Su Yuanying ran with the 2 for an afternoon. She hadn't eaten much in the coffee shop before, so it would be strange if she wasn't hungry. Let's go eat. Xiamen King suggested, there seem to be many delicious places on this island. Song Yunwu said, there should be a Sichuan restaurant nearby, which is not bad. Huh. Xiamen Qing looked at her, why are you so familiar? Didn't I tell you? Song Yunwu asked back, I've been here several times before. Tisk, I almost forgot that you are a rich second generation. Xiamen vomited, the consumption on this island is not cheap, right? Song Yunwu thought for a while, it should be okay. The per capita daily consumption is only 10,000, which is very affordable. It is very troublesome to get qualifications to get on the island. Who is the owner of this island? So hanging. Xiamen King asked curiously. Who else can it be? Song Yunwu said, of course it's the one from Xiaoguai's house. Xiamen Qing suddenly looked like a dog, it's an iron head. Qin Yueo also remembered, it's the one who blackmailed me and Sister Simon by more than 10 billion yuan. Although she should have lost the money that time, she still remembers such a huge sum of money for the first time in her life. Who are you talking about? Su Yuanying felt so far away from them, why they didn't understand what they said. Especially that more than 10 billion, shouldn't it be a soft sister coin, right? Make comics so profitable? Just an old friend, Xiamen King explained casually, you are just the owner of this island. Oh, so you know the island owner, Su Yuanying said emotionally, I asked a lot of people and they said they didn't know. I feel that the island owner is so mysterious. Mysterious Mao, he just likes to pretend to be forced. Xiamen Qing and Zhang Jianhong are incompatible with each other, and their favorite is Black him. At this time, she also wanted to understand. No wonder that Sweetie was able to go to the island as a friend of the island owner. She had previously wondered how this guy knew the local tyrants of Hua country. Don't talk about it, Song Yunwu said. I'll take you to a Sichuan restaurant. Sakura, can you eat spicy food? You shouldn't be able to engage in Mandarin duck pot over there. It will be, but... Su Yuanying hesitated, is it a bit too fierce to eat hot pot during tea time? Oh, what do you care about so much? Xiamen said with emotion, you have to be happy in life, you can eat it when you want, regardless of when and what calories. Song Yunwu also persuaded, it's okay www.novelmtl.com, it's not that scary to indulge once in a while. In fact, she has prepared a health pill for Su Yuanying, so there is no need to worry about eating bad stomach or exceeding calories. The 3 evolvers have strong physiques, and nothing will affect their health if they eat, but they still have to take care of them when eating with ordinary people. Otherwise, Diao Chan would turn into a list of insects. Su Yuanying was not easy to decline when she saw this. In addition, she was really interested in Sichuan cuisine. She had been in the care of her agent before and couldn't eat it. This is a good opportunity. The 4 came to the Sichuan restaurant, but they met an unexpected person. At this time, there was also a table of guests in the Sichuan restaurant, and 2 people were sitting at the table. A greasy middle-aged uncle with a big belly, and a lady holding a Persian cat. Fuck, what a coincidence. Xiamen Qing exclaimed in a low voice. When they entered the door, the middle-aged uncle was bursting into tears. It was not crying, it was spicy. He took out a tissue and wiped it on his face, while picking up a piece of red meat and stuffing it into his mouth. There was a hiss sound in his mouth. The lady holding the Persian cat was sitting quietly on one side, holding a cup of herbal tea in her hand. When Xiamen Qing and the others entered the door, the lady naturally looked at the door, and her expression suddenly changed. She quickly got up and walked quickly towards Xiamen King, her face full of uncontrollable excitement. But when I got closer, I didn't know what to say. Xiamen Qing lowered her head and teased the Persian cat, and said, let's have a meal. Are you here for the wedding too? The lady said, yeah, my husband has an entertainment company under his name. He is also a fan of teacher Ying Zhang. He bought a lot of the copyrights of his comics back then. I have also taken some of his comics over the years. The 2 are quite familiar with each other. At this time, Su Yuanying suddenly exclaimed, then, is that the actor Su Donglei? The actor. Xiamen Qing Sun's Hung looked at the greasy middle-aged uncle who was eating hot pot. Is this the one? Ma, you can't look good. Huh. The middle-aged uncle who was eating out seemed to have reacted and looked in the direction of his wife. Puff. The piece of meat he had just put in his mouth spurted out, but fortunately, the bowl in front of him was caught. Hey, Xiamen Qing saw his scalp numb. Is this Uncle Chicken Feathers? The lady looked back and said to her husband, did you choke? Wipe your face clean. Oh. The middle-aged uncle Su Donglei took out 3 or 4 sheets of paper, and wiped a few handfuls on his face like washing his face, and then he got up and walked towards them. Qin Yueo watched it for a while before reacting, oh, it's Brother Daekyong? I saw his movie when I was young. I like it. Brother Daekyong is Su Donglei's classic screen image, which was a household name more than 10 years ago. Song Yun-woo also nodded and said, Emperor Su has been resting for many years, I can hardly recognize it anymore. Su Donglei walked over to say hello to several people. Hello, I recognize you. You are one of Wuking teachers. I have wanted to see you for a long time. He was especially enthusiastic about Simon's love. Hey, do you know my wife? However, he didn't mean to shake hands because of his wife's presence. Yes, very familiar. Simon Ching nodded. The noblewoman explained at this time, he hasn't acted for many years. He has been running the company these years. He also likes to read cartoons. In addition to teacher Ying Zhang, he also likes your Dragon Baba, even the real person. The copyright of the version has been bought. Oh, you bought it. Simon King glanced at Su Donglei in surprise, and then looked at the Persian cat deeply. He really bought the copyright because he liked it? Isn't there a pillow breeze here? Guzi, a group of Tsingyi cultists, must have tried their best behind the scenes. Meow, the Persian cat yelled cutely, trying to pass the level cutely. Simon Ching didn't bother to pursue it, and gave a forgive you once look. The lady then introduced Su Donglei to several other people. Su Donglei was very excited when he learned that Song Yunmyo was the other person in the dance, and then when he heard that Qin Yuyeo was the Wangsha painting Jojo, he was excited again. At that time, he wanted to send Jojo to show his sincerity, but it was a pity that he was getting older and he twisted his waist before setting it up, so he had to give up. It's better for the lady to rub him for a while. He knew Su Yuanying, after all, she played Wang Yuyan this time. You guys also come to eat hot pot? Have a taste. Su Donglei enthusiastically said after sitting down, this hot pot is very authentic and strong enough. I have to come here to eat once a year, but my wife won't let you eat more. The noblewoman glared at him, don't you know how high your blood pressure is? Eat hard if you want to die. Dare not, dare not. Su Donglei quickly told Rao. Simon Ching took the opportunity to whisper to the dog, hey, is this you marrying him? Or do you control the wife after you get married? The lady leaned over and whispered, no, this body has two consciousnesses. Those who marry him and live with him are you Ro as a human, and the one who talks to you is the dog. We've been together for a long time, it's a friend relationship. She will lend her body to me when she needs it, and I won't use it any other time. Oh, Simon Ching probably understood. At this time, the lady added, I am also a cat anyway, and I have no sexual interest in two-legged beasts. I like cats or tigers. You still want to be a tiger? Simon Ching asked in surprise, Kuaze, when did you become like this? I just want to try it. Ordinary cats can't help but fuck. The lady whispered. The two ended up whispering, but the others didn't care too much. Song Yunryu and the others are ordering food, while Su Donglei is eating hot pot there. He can only come to eat once a year, but he has to seize the opportunity. Seeing how much he eats, Su Yuanying's saliva is greedy. This, well, don't have this, let's take the rest. The evolutionary's appetite is not a joke. Song Yunryu directly ordered 10 people's dishes. Seeing the piles of meat coming up, Su Donglei at the next table was shocked. He asked, you eat so much now, what should you do tonight? At night? Simon asked in doubt. Yes, tomorrow is the wedding, and almost all the guests have arrived today, so there will be a banquet in the evening for the guests to have a good exchange. Su Donglei explained. Many people with unusual identities came to this wedding. Zhao Zhenying was naturally happy to be a good friend and arrange a business opportunity for everyone. By the way, it is also a preview for tomorrow's wedding. Then there will be a lot of delicious food. Simon Ching came to be interested www.novelmtl.com. She found that as her strength recovered, her sense of taste was gradually restored, and she no longer focused on red things, though she can also enjoy normal food. If there is a banquet, it is equivalent to delicious food for her. Of course, the lady smiled. A few chefs will show their hands. That must go. Simon Ching nodded. At this moment, Su Donglei suddenly interjected, Teacher Wuking, there are still a few roles that have not been set in Dragon Babo. There will definitely be many actors coming to meet me at the banquet today. Do you want to come too? Give me your palms. Simon Ching and Song Yunryu looked at each other, and then said, okay. It is natural for the original author to be able to participate in the casting. Tianlong Ba Bulletin is definitely a rare big IP in recent years. Unlike the overhead world of giants, costume dramas have always been available in Hua country and have a very wide audience. It is conceivable that when this story was filmed, the ratings absolutely exploded. However, Su Donglei was born as an actor after all, and his body is a bit less coppery than a regular businessman. He has the thought of I want to make this TV show well. Taking a step back, even if he just wants to make money, the dog can't let him do it. Su Donglei himself is the largest investor, so at his request, no producer can dictate to the crew, and the director's casting is entirely based on the needs of the work, without considering the factors of human affection and capital. This kind of thing is very rare. It is a dream for the director. He naturally wants to make a good film, and strives for perfection in every aspect. This also led to the fact that since the announcement of the project, it has been several months until now, and the roles are still not selected. This time the director was also invited by Zhao Zhenying. Many actors who had not been invited learned about this and tried their best to squeeze onto the island, in order to take advantage of this time to perform well in order to get a role. Knowing that the director is also worrying about casting issues, Su Donglei wanted to help him after seeing Simon Ching and the others. There are 2 original authors, and I believe they can give the director some help. He thought so at first. However, after returning to the hotel and mentioning the incident with the director, he was strongly rejected by the latter. No need. Ding Yan looked disgusted. What can the 2 laymen help me? It's fine if they don't mess with me. If they draw cartoons, they just draw cartoons honestly. Why do you want to intervene in TV dramas? Su Donglei and Ding Yan are also old friends for more than 20 years. Knowing that this guy has a grumpy temper, they didn't care about it, but smiled and said, does it need to be so repulsive? Ding Yan said, old Su, we're done. I'm in charge of everything in this TV series. Now you arrange 2 people to come in, don't you add to the blockage? What annoys me the most is the original author, not at all. Knowing about shooting means that one cannot be reduced, and the other cannot be deleted. They don't know how much effort will be spent on the set and the special effects that come out by tapping on the keyboard. They will only complain about us making changes. Zhen Nima, you do it, you go? Damn. Are you talking about your TV series last year? Su Donglei naturally understood that Ding Yan was not aimed at Simon Ching and the others, but was scammed, so the impression of the original author was not very good. Last year, Ding Yan took on a TV series. The original is the future fantasy category. In order to restore the plot, Ding Yan made great efforts to build equipment and special effects, but the author's imagination was too wild, and some things were really impossible to shoot, so he had to cut out a part of the plot, and as a result, he went straight to the street after the TV series went live. The original author of that film later complained on Weibo that the crew had changed the plot, which caused Ding Yan's Weibo to be blown up by the original fan for a full month, and now I can still see some mocking comments. This time he took over Tianlong Baba. The group of people also organized a petition to change the director on the internet, and he was so angry that he almost had high blood pressure. Don't mention that, I'll be angry when I mention it. Ding Yan waved his hand. It took me so much time to fix the bug at the beginning. Now that I think about it, it's a shame. Su Donglei smiled and said, that TV series itself is something that the rich second generation bought to give his girlfriend a movie addiction. Publicity, investment, casting and other aspects are destined to be difficult. You spend so much effort on your own. It's just boring to find yourself. Who can you blame? I have this problem, Ding Yan sighed. I used to think that no one came to me for filming. I finally managed to get out of it. Now that I have the script in my hand, I want to shoot it well. As for whether I can make a profit, making money is a business for your businessman. It has nothing to do with me. That's why I chose you to be the director against the crowd. Su Donglei laughed. Old man, listen to me. You should meet them first. Both teachers have very good tempers. You won't want to. Kind of thing happened. Ding Yan hesitated for a while. That's okay, just listen to you once, but I think you are just doing it again. How can the 2 women help? You, Su Donglei sighed, this temper will not change. Sooner or later, I will be bachelor for a lifetime. The 2 teachers are very beautiful. I will tell you that if anyone can marry one of them, it will be a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Oh, stop. Ding Yan hurriedly called to stop. How can you be a matchmaker when you get the chance? I have said that I am no longer interested in women, and works are my wife. Su Donglei had to give up. Ding Yan is 44 this year, not too big in the entertainment industry. I was married once in the early years, but later divorced because of being too poor, and his son was also sentenced to his ex-wife. Now that he is well developed, he never thought of remarrying. As an old friend, Su Donglei is really worried about him. This guy is simply a collection of orphaned elements. If no one helps, it is estimated that there will be no one to die when he is old. In the evening, Simon Ching, Song Yunryu, and Qin Yuyeo arrived at the banquet venue as scheduled. Su Yuanying made a match for the 3 of them, so they are now wearing exquisite evening dresses, and their hairstyles, accessories, etc. are also perfect. So as soon as the 3 of them arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Simon Ching and Song Yunryu were indifferent. Qin Yuyeo was a little nervous. Oh, what are they doing? You're pretty. Simon King, who was wearing a white dress with slits on the back, leaned into her ear and said, look at their stupid people who want to see and resist their demeanor. www.novelmtl.com don't look like a group of people. A courtship baboon? Ruyeo, be careful not to be eaten tofu. If someone comes to ask you to dance, just kick him. I can't dance either. Qin Yuyeo said honestly. Song Yunryu attracted Ximen's love. Don't teach Xiao Yuyeo badly. Where is it? Ximen said aggrievedly, there are men coveting you. Shouldn't they be castrated on the spot? Song Yunryu sighed, there is really no way to take this idiot zombie. I hope there is no luck that hits the muzzle. Just thinking of this, I suddenly heard a man's voice from the side. Beautiful lady, can I ask you to dance? As soon as the voice fell, Ximen Ching heard a strange cry, followed by a man snorting. Vomit. As soon as Song Yunryu turned around, he saw a man lying on the ground in pain, clutching his legs. Song Yunryu took a closer look. Isn't this blue man with a broken egg the Snow Emperor? Doesn't it matter? At any rate, he is also the 8 evil spirits, and he has so many incarnations, it shouldn't be a big problem to break the 2 eggs. Ximen Ching was also apologizing at this time. Sorry, the point is that the angle you opened your legs just now is too suitable. I couldn't help but kick it out. The Snow Emperor's Krishna incarnation was sweating profusely with pain. You are so cruel. Ximen Ching shrugged and said to Qin Yuyeo, can you blame me for this? No, who let this guy be okay to invite you to dance? Qin Yueo pretended to look at the scenery around, saying that she didn't know about the baby and it was nothing to do with the baby. Hey, get up if you don't die. Simon King gently kicked Swaty's shoulder with his foot. Don't lie there pretending to be hurt. It really hurts. Swaty looked up pitifully. Simon said in love, this is to teach you a lesson. Yu Yao is mine. I will blow your eggs if I want to be green. Swaty staggered to his feet, knees close together, and his feet were in the shape of an inner eight. I need to find a place to rest. Hey, wait a minute. Simon Ching suddenly called to him. Did Zhang Tita come? Isn't this island his? Swaty pointed to the surrounding area and said, there is water in all directions. Isn't it something he wants to come by? God knows when he will come. That's right, then goodbye. Simon Ching sent away Swaty with Han Hong's gesture of seeing off brother Bolan. They were seen by many people as well. Some men who had seen beautiful women just around the corner suddenly felt cool and lost the courage to come up and strike up a conversation. Simon was so happy that he took Song Yunryu and Qin Yueo on a journey of food harvesting. But it didn't take long for Su Yuanying to find them. Sister Simon, you are here. Oh, you are very beautiful tonight. Simon Ching looked at Su Yuanying who was wearing a grey strapless tulle dress and exclaimed. Su Yuanying's taste is really good. The material of the arms and chest she is wearing now is translucent. You can clearly see the pair of lotus root arms and the deep gully. Simon Ching felt that she was about to be sucked into the abyss. The dress she chose for the three of Simon Ching was also very suitable. Simon Ching was a white strapless long dress with a V-shaped slit on the back showing a white back, as if a piece of jade was completely flawless. Song Yunryu is a knee-length black one-piece dress. The material for the shoulders and arms up to the chest is translucent black mesh, with small white pearls embedded on it. Qin Yueo wore a white tube top dress with a short front and a long back. The chest was swollen and matched with a small silver bag, which looked both and playful. The four people standing together are definitely the most beautiful scenery on the entire dinner party. It's a pity that Simon Love's deterrence was a bit strong before, and the man present really didn't dare to come up and talk for a while. When he died, he picked up the phone and took a few photos secretly. After all, there must be a warrior to break the deadlock. Everyone is wondering whether anyone dares to go up and send a wave of eggs. The warrior appeared, and saw two men walking towards Simon Ching and them. Teacher Wu King, Teacher Wangshu, Sakura, Su Donglei said hello. Oh, your dress is even more beautiful. If the bride's limelight is taken away, should Teacher Yingzhang wait a while? Happy. Oh, it doesn't exist, Simon said with emotion. This dress is troublesome to wear. I won't bother to wear it tomorrow. Song Yunryu and Qin Yueo also smiled and nodded in greeting. Su Donglei pointed to a middle-aged uncle next to him and said, come, let me introduce, Sakura should be very familiar. He is Ding Yan, the director of the live-action TV series Dragon Baba, my old friend. Director Ding, good. Su Yuanying smiled and said hello. In fact, as soon as she got on the island, she followed her agent to greet Ding Yan. Good evening. Ding Yan smiled at her. Although Su Yuanying is a traffic star and has a bad reputation, he still likes it. This child is talented and willing to play to his talents. When she came to audition, Ding Yan shot Wang Yuyan with her. As for the other three women, just like Su Dong said, they are indeed very beautiful. He has been a director for so many years, and he has seen many beautiful female stars, but if I really want to find one who is more beautiful than them, I really haven't thought about it. However, Ding Yan was 44 anyway, and his rich life experience made him look at women no longer just on the surface, so he didn't show much surprise. This is the director. Simon Ching looked at Ding Yan. Hello. Well, hello. Ding Yan nodded, as a response. Simon Ching didn't care about this guy's attitude, and she wasn't a beauty. She couldn't even look at it more. Didn't you say to help with casting? Has anyone chosen? Su Donglei secretly pushed Ding Yan, and the latter reluctantly said, the current role selection is almost finished, but the three roles of Kumazai, Duan Zhengchun, and Zhongling have not found suitable candidates. These three, Simon Ching pondered. I am not familiar with the entertainment industry. Do you have any candidates? I think so, Su Donglei said. Otherwise, if you go with us later, there will be actors who will come up to say hello. If you find it suitable, you can tell us. That's okay. Simon King nodded, and did not refuse. Sure enough, after about 3 minutes, a man came over to say hello. Su Donglei and Ding Yan set off with them, and after they left, they said to Simon in love, that was an old actor just now, and he became popular for a while when he was young, but then gradually there is no ups and downs. www.novelmtl.com. The acting skills are still not bad. Well, Simon King asked Ding Yan, how does the director feel? I feel almost meaningless. Ding Yan told the truth without any cover. Simon Ching agreed, then don't choose him, and watch. After that, several people came, most of them were older, men were around 35, and women were close to 30. Simon Ching couldn't help but complain, these actors are coming for Jumazai and Duan Zhengshan, and they are older. Don't these female stars who are coming for Zhongling have any compelling points in their hearts? Even with makeup artists and lights. No matter how awesome the teacher is, they are not suitable for playing the little loli who is only half their age. These words finally made Ding Yan smile. This is reasonable. He is actually very depressed. Nowadays, the famous actresses are all too old, and all of them want to dress tenderly, and he is about to vomit. This time he can't use these ants in his TV series. Loli should let Loli play it. After a while, Song Yun-ryu felt bored. There seems to be someone playing the piano over there. I'll take a look. I'll go too. Qin Yueo also walked away, leaving only Xiamen Qing and Su Yuanying to follow Su Dong. Mr. Su, Director Ding. Suddenly someone came over to greet him with a wine glass. Xiamen Qing looked at him. Isn't this Mr. Tony whom he had only met during the day? Su Donglei and they obviously knew Tony too, and the relationship seemed to be good, and they chatted enthusiastically as soon as they met. Hey. Xiamen Qing looked at teacher Tony, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Isn't this guy just a handsome uncle, with the face of a scumbag? It's perfect to play Duan Zhengshan. After Mr. Tony left, she mentioned it to the two of them. Ding Yan thought for a while, and agreed. Tony did not consider what he said before. His acting skills are still very good, and the acting Duan Zhengshan is just right. Having said that, he couldn't help but glance at Xiamen Qing. I thought this woman was here to add confusion, but her eyes seemed okay. Great, I can work with teacher Tony again, and play father and daughter again. Su Yuanying was also very happy. If there is a familiar senior on the set, work will be much easier. A few more people came after that, and Kumazi's actors were also finalized, but this time Xiamen Qing did not speak, but only expressed no objection after Ding Yan decided on the candidate. As expected, the most troublesome thing was Zhong Ling. First of all, the older actresses were eliminated. For a fairy type like Wang Yuyan, you may be able to find an older actor to make do, as long as the appearance and temperament are online. But Zhong Ling carries the lowly label, and that youthful breath is not something makeup and acting can make up for. Only young actors can be found. But how good can young children act? This is completely a dilemma. Several people were dissatisfied with several actresses. It seems that I can't find it tonight, Su Donglei sighed. Why don't you just find an actress who is more tender-faced and make do with it? No. Asterisk 2. Xiamen Qing and Ding Yan vetoed in unison. The two looked at each other. I have confirmed that the eyes are all people who have a pursuit of lowly. Xiamen said in love, others can make do, but this is definitely not. After 18, it will be the ant. Where does the face come from to act as Lolita? Ding Yan nodded appreciatively, and changed his mind about Ximen's sentiment greatly. This woman is very tasteful, and what she thinks is exactly the same as herself, but she is a little bit different from Lori's age. In the eyes of 44-year-old Ding Yan, in fact, anyone under 20 can still be regarded as a lowly. On the side, a certain 25-year-old Su Yuanying clutched her chest. She was heartbroken. Am I already an ant? Xiamen Qing patted her on the shoulder and comforted. Don't be sad, you are just an ant in the field of low IC and normally, you can only count as a runner. Adesh took another shot. Ever since she was a child, Su Yuanying has only heard others praise her for being tender, and when she is 25 years old, some people say that she is like a high school student. This is the first time she has been attributed to the realm of an ant. And even though I felt very sad, I couldn't find any reason to refute it. The 25-year-old is indeed reaching the limit of young girls. Going up, the ant is a bit too much, but at least the Ben-san hat can't be taken off. Time flies quickly. In a few years, she will be 28, and then she will have entered the borderline of an older leftover woman. I want to get married too. Su Yuanying shouted in her heart. Perhaps her brothers had protected too much, so that not many people of the opposite could get in touch with her smoothly, let alone fall in love. Or maybe she has been thinking about the man who turned her from a pretty young lady to a lady in her heart. After so many years, she still has a glimmer of hope to find that big brother. Seeing that the two refused to compromise, Su Donglei had to raise his hand and surrender. Let's do it, you have the final say, but I can't continue to accompany you anymore. My wife and daughter are still waiting. Well, you go, Ding Yan said, it's useless here anyway. Damn, how can I say it's your boss, can you give some face? Su Donglei glared like a big frog. Okay, give you face, this wicked capitalist, please get out of here. Ding Yan and him are old friends, and there is a set of humorous talks. Su Donglei gave him a middle finger. I don't care about you, my wife and daughter are here. As he said, he ran to the right, and the lady holding the dog was coming from there, and a little girl followed her. The mother and daughter are also wearing dresses, especially the little girl, with a pair of ponytails tied, looking like Princess Mononoke Perona in One Piece, 2 years ago. Huh. Xiamen Qing blinked. She didn't expect Su Dong's daughter to be someone she knew. Isn't this Su Qian? Suddenly, Xiamen Qing's inspiration flashed, and asked Ding Yan, the actor's daughter, there should be no problem with acting, right? Not necessarily, it depends on talent. Ding Yan replied subconsciously. Director Ding, what do you think of her? Xiamen Qing pointed at Su Qian. How about what? Ding Yan followed her finger and looked at Su Qian, and suddenly she was stunned. You mean, wonderful? Wonderful. In terms of temperament, the little girl with a double ponytail in front of him, acting as Zhong Ling, couldn't be more appropriate, but because his scope of consideration had been limited to insiders before, he subconsciously ignored her. Since I can't find the right one, why not use new people? Acting is something that can be made quickly if you have talent. Ding Yan knows that if the temperament is in place, the acting skills are sometimes not obvious to the audience at a discount. Although the current audiences seem to have requirements for the actors' acting skills www.novelmtl.com, in fact their so-called acting skills are basically just two types of crying and screaming. What's more, change the old way. They can also feel that their acting skills have improved. Ding Yan often sees on the internet that some people say that the acting skills of his favorite actors are bursting. He is embarrassed that he has committed cancer. The bursting acting is just what he learned when he first entered university. He didn't know what was good. Blown. I just don't know what kind of personality Lao Su's daughter is. If she is naughty, she may not need to practice too much, she would just be good to play her true colors. Ding Yan muttered. When he was not paying attention, Simon Ching had already stepped forward to say hello. Ah, Teacher Chinger, why are you with my dad? Su Qian originally wanted to find Li Yuki, but now she was dragged by her mother to socialize, and only Sen Xin was with him, feeling very bad. But seeing Simon Love, she immediately felt very profitable. Simon King smiled and said to her, we're picking actors, do you know about the reality of Dragon Babu? Are you interested in a cameo? Anyway, your father is the boss. Act? Me. Su Qian showed a surprised expression on her face, her little mouth opened slightly, and Simon Ching couldn't help but want to put a cherry in her mouth, and then ran behind her to grab her. The double ponytail yelled drive. Su Donglei was also frightened. What? You want Cici to film? Old Ding, are you kidding me? Ding Yan looked serious, as if he was telling that hot pot should be spiced up. How much should your daughter inherit a little bit of your talent? I don't know. Su Donglei shook his head, but don't even think about it. I don't want my daughter to go filming. Many people in the entertainment industry don't want their offspring to be involved in this circle, because they have seen more of the hardship and filth of this circle. Even if Su Donglei has a hard relationship in the circle, he is beyond the reach of the audience. When he thinks that his daughter will be criticized by a group of keyboard men, he feels unbearable. But his wife said, don't be the boss, ask Cici yourself. Su Donglei immediately closed his mouth obediently. He is not afraid of his wife, it is love. Seeing her father looking at her pitifully, Su Qian also found it funny. She turned around and asked Simon Ching, what do you want me to do? Zhongling, you have read my cartoons, should you know? Simon said with love. Zhongling, then I won't act. Su Qian shook her head and refused as soon as she heard it. Why? Everyone was curious, why she refused so decisively. Su Qian said, I remember that when Zhongling was in the Valley of Thousand Tribulations, there was a plot that was held by Duan Yu and walked out of prison, right? Well, yes, Ding Yan said. Duan Yanqing gave Duan Yu and Mu Wangqing a meal of yin and yang he san in an attempt to frame the royal family of the Duan family, but was stolen and replaced. Duan Yu walked out holding Zhongling. Su Qian said, I don't want to be hugged by a man, so just forget it. This is easy to handle, Simon said. It's not enough to find a stand-in. It's just to use some shooting techniques. When the close-up is close-up, let a woman hold you to shoot. This kind of trick is a layman. Everyone wants it. Ding Yan nodded and said, it's just such a shot, it takes a little effort to complete it, it's not a problem. How about chest attack? Su Qian asked again. Zhongling was accidentally attacked by Duan Yu in Wolyang Mountain, which is even more unacceptable. Having said that, everyone couldn't help but look at Simon Ching. She wrote the plot of this comic alone, and Song Yun Yu was only responsible for the drawing. How did she come up with such a dirty scene? The whole work is more than just here, there are also indescribable suzo and mengo behind, which is even more exciting. Let's see what I am doing, that is the need of the plot, Simon Ching said righteously, I am very upright. If you haven't read the manga, you might believe it. Ding Yan said at this time, we are also going through the trial, so this breast attack shot was cut off directly. Don't worry, Zhongling's own scenes are concentrated in the first few episodes, and there is not much contact with Duan Yu's body. Then I sit side by side on the beams of the room, you Uncle Ding, can I still harm you? Then I can try. Su Qian thought about it for a while and readily agreed. Oh, daughter, you really want to act? Su Donglei was somewhat reluctant. Su Qian smiled and said to him, when I was a kid, what I liked most was watching the TV series and movies played by my dad. In the entertainment industry, don't worry, dad. Then, okay. Su Donglei had no choice but to agree. Great. Ding Yan promised Su Dong, patting his chest, I am here, and promised to take care of Cici. In this way, the main actors have basically been set, and a stone in Ding Yan's heart has fallen. I plan to divide the whole TV series into several parts, first shoot the first season, watch the response, and then make follow-up adjustments, Ding Yan explained to Simon King. In this case, the first season will be on the stars in about a few months. Played. Are you learning the rhythm of the United States? Simon thought he would shoot 50 or 60 episodes in one go, but the TV series produced like that would inevitably be very watery. It can be seen that Ding Yan really wants to make a good film, not for the purpose of making money. If this is the kind of feeling that can make Dragon Babu out of Game of Thrones, that is definitely what Simon Ching wants to see most. That's right, Ding Yan said, I wanted to try it a long time ago, but all the nasty capitalists like to point fingers at them, and they didn't give me a chance at all. This time I finally caught a big one, so I definitely can't miss it. Who is taking the wrong one? You slander me again and break your relationship with you. Su Donglei kicked him. Haha, what is the method of breaking a relationship? Two people who were nearly 100 years old together laughed like two children, one of whom was close to 200 caddies. When the casting was over, Xiamen Qing and Su Dong came to them to say goodbye, planning to find more delicious food and beauties. This time there is a girl star on the island. She wants to pick a big-breasted one to take a blessing. As a result, within a few steps, some people were gathered by the pool. What happened over there? Xiamen Qing stood on tiptoe to see. Su Yuanying said, "It seems that someone is singing. Let's go and have a look." Good. The two walked around the pool to the place where the crowd gathered, only to find that Song Yunyu and Qin Yuyeo were also there. Qin Yuyeo was standing and watching, and Song Yunyu, she actually sat there playing the piano? Mom, can the charterer still do this? I don't know. Xiamen Qing said in surprise. www.novelmtl.com. Sister Xiamen, you are here, Qin Yuyeo said. I just knew it too. Sister Yunwu said that she used to study with a pianist for a few days when she was on vacation with her father in Hawaii. Evil capitalist, you can actually travel to Hawaii. Xiamen King bit the lemon slice on the edge of the cup. Like I used to sleepwalking in my own bed. Su Yuanying exclaimed, it's really good. I've heard the performances of those piano masters before, and I think the level of dance teachers is not inferior to those masters. Xiamen said in love, isn't she the waste wood from the tail of the crane? Why does the piano play so six? Qin Yuyeo said, I think Sister Yunwu's waist is probably only reflected in muscle training and cooking skills. She is still perfect in other aspects. Although her Taoism has always been criticized, but if she really has no talent, she can't become the #1 hard-eater demon road in Asia's disaster list. At most, her talent is crooked. We have to add the ability to compose stories, Xiamen King added. This guy is full of NTR and woo am I finding a primary school student to tell stories is better than her. Xiamen Qing asked Qin Yuyeo, why did she play the piano? Qin Yuyeo said, Sister Yunwu originally heard the piano sound here, so she came over to take a look with curiosity. As a result, the piano player seemed to know her, and after chatting for a few words she got up and let her play. Qin Yuyeo pointed to a young woman standing aside. Xiamen Qing frowned when she saw it. When other women come to the dinner party, they basically wear formal dresses. No matter how bad they are also skirts. Those who insist on wearing pants are also women's models. This is not bad. He is in a straight suit and can hardly distinguish between men and women from the back. Looking at her hairstyle is also a neutral style, ears cannot be covered short, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, it looks like a little white face. Is this a woman? Xiamen groaned, there is no femininity at all. Qin Yuyeo was puzzled, I think it's pretty handsome. What's the difference between saying that a woman is handsome and saying that a man is a lady? Xiamen Qing rolled her eyes, how do you take it as a compliment? Qin Yuyeo blinked and did not continue to speak, but with a trace of doubt in her heart, isn't Sister Xiamen usually friendly to girls? Why are you talking so aggressively today? Xiamen Qing didn't think so much, she just simply didn't like the appearance of this woman, and the way she looked at Song Yunwu was just like a man. Maybe it's because Song Yunwu's dress of a girl is so confusing that it is easy for people to ignore the fact that she is actually the daughter of the richest man. When you have your hair cut, put on a suitable dress, and a piano, she is the tall princess. Many guests were attracted by the sound of her piano, and even more attracted by her appearance. Xiamen Qing even heard someone inquiring, who is this? Haven't I seen it? What a beautiful lady, I don't know if there is a partner. She secretly said in her heart, save it, that young lady can hit you with only 2 eggs with 1 punch. After the song was over, the onlookers couldn't help applauding. Song Yunwu might be too focused, and then realized that he was being watched by a strong crowd, which was also shocked. What are you doing? She got up and planned to leave. She didn't come here to perform. When she happened to see Simon's love, she greeted the neutral woman and planned to leave. As a result, the latter kept saying, don't play a song anymore. We haven't seen each other for many years, right? Are you leaving in such a hurry? Song Yunwu said helplessly, you say this as if we won't see each other in the future. That's the way it is, the neutral woman persuaded. We finally met each other, so can you play one more song? When Song Yunwu hesitated, Xiamen Qing and the others also came over. What's the matter? Xiamen Qing asked. Song Yunwu took advantage of the situation and introduced, this is my college classmate Pan Shanshan. We were in the same club when we were in college, Shanshan, this is my partner Xiamen Qing. At the time of the introduction, Pan Shanshan kept watching Xiamen King, and when Song Yunwu finished speaking, she said to Xiamen King, oh, so you are Xiao's partner, hello. She also stretched out her hand. Xiamen Qing didn't shake hands with her, I'm not used to shaking hands with people, Wu, is there anything else on your side? Let's go if it's okay. Song Yunwu glanced at her suspiciously, it was really strange, this guy rarely called his name. Pan Shanshan retracted her hand in a slight embarrassment, but still smiled. Song Yunwu is not the kind of stupid hat who forcibly wants his 2 friends to become friends with each other. Seeing that Xiamen Qing is not interested in Pan Shanshan at all, he said to Pan Shanshan, then we will go first, and we will contact again when we have time. Who thought Pan Shanshan took her and said, oh, you are leaving like this. I am flying around the world now, God knows when I can see you next time. Can't you satisfy my little wish? Song Yunwu sighed. There was nothing he could do with her. Just about to agree, Xiamen Qing suddenly intervened and pulled her back from the hand held by Pan Shanshan. Pan Shanshan was taken aback and saw Simon Ching, who was more than half a head taller than her, looked down at her condescendingly. She said nothing. Pan Shanshan's hand was empty, and when she heard Simon's love, she immediately looked up dissatisfied. Is there? Why didn't I hear it? Sandwiched in the middle, Song Yunryu looked dumbfounded. Did this idiot zombie take gunpowder today? How do you talk so choking? Qin Yueyao and Su Yuanying on the side felt the smell of gunpowder in the air. How did it become like this? Just as the atmosphere fell into anxiety, a voice suddenly broke the deadlock. Huh? Teacher Wuking, you two are here too. Everyone looked back and saw that the person here was the host of the banquet, Yingzhang Zhao Zhenying. He was also followed by a beautiful young girl. Everyone who saw her knew that she was the bride this time. Simon Ching saw the bride, and the first thought that came to mind was what a big skin. It's not right. It's a white breast. Not right. Why does this girl look so familiar? She always felt where she had seen this bride, but she couldn't remember it. Song Yunryu greeted her when she was dazed. Hello, teacher Yingzhang, this is the bride, it's really beautiful. Haha, you're polite. Zhao Zhenying was also very happy to hear that her fiancé was praised. Then he introduced Pan Shanshan to his fiancée Nik. This is Susan Pan, who was on fire in the United States recently, a big star. This time she gave face especially and created a song specially for the two of us. Really? Nik was surprised. As a former network anchor, her live broadcast also included singing. Naturally, she knew Susan Pan's name. www.novelmtl.com. Susan Pan is the latest in the United States. The singer who has been on fire for 2 years is a frequent visitor to major music charts, with fans all over the world. As a native of Huiguo, she composes all songs in corrupt Mandarin. Even the praised it as authentic. Zhao Zhenying was also delighted to see that Nik liked it so much. He naturally doesn't have the face to invite big stars, but the owner of this island does. Thank God for giving him such a hanged fan. Miss Susan, I don't know if you can. Zhao Zhenying said with a smile. The meaning is very clear. I just hope that Pan Shanshan can play a song in advance for his fiancée to enjoy. It's not the original song, no problem. However, Pan Shanshan said, I'm sorry, Mr. Bridegroom, today I am not in good shape and I am not suitable for playing, or wait for tomorrow. As she spoke, she glanced at Song Yunryu. The expression in her eyes was probably I'm not happy, I need envy. Song Yunryu had been classmates with her for 4 years, naturally knowing that this guy was making excuses, and was about to persuade her, but was suddenly interrupted by Simon Ching. Dance, I just want to sing today, can you accompany me? Simon King deliberately increased the volume so that everyone else could hear it. Zhao Zhenying looked at Simon Ching in surprise. Teacher Chinger, can you still sing? Simon Ching asked back. What? Is my voice bad? Good sound is good. Zhao Zhenying said in his heart. Good sound and good singing are two different things. There are many professionals in the entertainment industry here. If this is a K-level show, it would be a shame. Pan Shanshan is not ironic. She can't do such a low-level thing. She just hugs her chest and looks like she is watching a play. Song Yunryu didn't doubt the singing level of Simon Ching, but, what are you going to sing? I haven't heard of it yet. How can I accompany you? It's okay, I'll take you. Let's play 4 hands together. Simon Ching blinked. You can play the piano. It should be. Although he hadn't seen it, Simon Ching believed in his body. Over the long years, the master of Tsingyi has learned countless kinds of superfluous skills. Orthodox skills like the piano are unreasonable. Song Yunryu, this idiot zombie is really unreliable. However, Simon Ching had already walked to the piano and tried to play. As soon as her hand touched the key, it opened automatically and placed it in a fixed position. It seems that she guessed right. This body can know how to play the piano. And with that person's personality, he must have mastered the skills of the piano to the extreme, and will not give up until the heights are so boring and uninteresting. So even if only the instinct of the body is left, she can still master a certain level of piano playing skills in a short time. Come here. Simon Ching waved to Song Yunryu, who had no choice but to walk over and sit next to her. Seeing them all sitting down, Zhao Zhenying couldn't help asking, Teacher Wuking, you really want to sing? At any rate, he was a companion, and he didn't want to see the two women being laughed at. Don't worry, it just happens that this wedding didn't bring you any decent gifts, so I will give you a song. Simon Ching said and began to play. Although she wanted to play with 4 hands, in fact she didn't. It's just that she was playing with Song Yunryu. After the first few keystrokes, her fingers were all pressed on the back of Song Yunryu's hand to tell her to play. Both of them are extraordinary evolvers, so they can do this degree of micromanipulation. Sister Ximen is going to sing a new song again. Among the onlookers, Qin Yueyao probably knew the level of Ximen's love, so she was full of expectations. Su Yuanying curiously asked, Sister Ximen, does she sing very well? You'll know after listening. Qin Yueyao smiled mysteriously. The piano sounded, and the onlookers calmed down tacitly. After a short prelude, Ximen King spoke. This piano is equipped with a microphone, so you can hear it clearly. Hear the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and certain month. With the singing, the nearest Zhao Zhenying got goosebumps. He found that his worries were completely superfluous, and Ximen Qing's singing was so good that he had the illusion that his soul was out of his body. Pan Shinshin's expression on the side also changed, and instead of crossing her hands, she slowly let it down. She was very sure that the song Ximen Qing sang now that she hadn't heard it, and in terms of her repertoire, the probability that she hadn't heard it was an original one. And Ximen Qing's singing skills made her unable to pick out any thorns. This woman's singing is so sweet. Who I meet will have what kind of dialogue? How far is the future of the person I'm waiting for? I heard the wind comes from the subway and the crowd. I'm lining up holding the number plate of love. The song Ximen Qing sang is called Meeting, which is Stephanie Sun's famous song. At that time, the male has J-Jo, the female has Stephanie Sun is not just a hype, it is an honor only for singers who have reached the phenomenal level. And this song Meeting is one of the most representative signs in all the songs of Stephanie Sun. The song itself was created for the movie Go Left, Go Right. The movie tells the story of a man and woman meeting and falling in love, so it is perfect for gifting two couples who are about to get married. Especially at the end of the singing, Ximen Qing said I met you is the most beautiful accident, so Nik was moved to tears. She grabbed Zhao Zhenying's hand and looked into his eyes. She only felt that it was perhaps the most beautiful accident that she could meet him. Of course, the two of them didn't notice that when Ximen Qing sang this sentence, he turned to Song Yunmyu. The two were sitting side by side. She sang like this, and the breath blew on Song Yunmyu's face, and she almost made a mistake. The song stopped and the piano rested. After a period of silence, the venue burst into applause even more than when Song Yunmyu played solo. At that time, several people in the entertainment industry were ready to move, wanting to buy the copyright of the song Ximen Qing. Some of them are from movie studios and some are from record companies. They all know how important a high-quality love song is in this increasingly feminine entertainment market. It's a pity that Ximen Qing sang the song and took Song Yunmyu away. The feet of the two are faster than those of the Olympic champions, and they can throw people out of sight even with high heels. The two of them ran to a pile of rocks on the beach where they were unknown. What are you doing here with me? Song Yunmyu asked. Ximen Qing was bathed in moonlight, and she only felt relaxed physically and mentally. Now, the charter wife, did you like the song just now? I like it. Song Yunmyu nodded. She has always liked the songs that Ximen Love sings, and this one is especially special today. Ximen Qing suddenly took her shoulders, let Song Yunmyu lean on her, and whispered, meeting you is indeed my most beautiful accident. Song Yunmyu opened her mouth www.novelmtl.com but didn't say anything, just let Ximen Love her arms around her, and watched the moonlight spreading on the sea quietly with her. On the other side, Qin Yueyao and Su Yuanying looked around for a while, and found that they were nowhere to be seen. They were also helpless. Why did they leave us alone? Su Yuanying sighed. Qin Yueyao is accustomed to the excitement of Ximen's love, let's go find something fun by ourselves. There are so many novel dishes at this dinner, and she steals them all. I was about to leave, and suddenly there was a scream from a dark place not far away from the light. Ah! Su Yuanying was so shocked by the fright, Qin Yueyao stared at her, and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. If it was this time last year, she might be shivering like Su Yuanying, but now, don't be afraid, stay with me, it's okay. Qin Yueyao took Su Yuanying to the place where the sound came from. After the initial tremor, Su Yuanying's courage gradually grew. There is a courageous person around, and sometimes he even becomes courageous with himself. Especially, when the second part of Su Yuanying's body was activated. During the day, she ran around with Ximen Qing and felt regretful that she hadn't caught the masked man, but now this situation reminded her of movie plots such as the murder on an isolated island, and suddenly felt very emotional. The two went around a corner and found a person on the back of a building who was fainting on the ground at this time. When I got closer, I found out that this is the Pan Shanshan I just saw. Qin Yueyao squatted down to check. What's wrong with her? Su Yuanying asked. It's okay, it seems to have passed out. Qin Yueyao raised her head and looked at the ground beside Pan Shanshan. Although it is dark now, her eyesight can still see clearly. The ground is very clean, there are no extra footprints, and I don't know how the person who frightened Pan Shanshan left. After thinking about it, she still woke her up and asked, hey, hello. Qin Yueyao pushed Pan Shanshan's shoulder, but couldn't wake the latter. So she secretly said embarrassed, and then quietly manipulated an electric current to Pan Shanshan. Ah. Pan Shanshan twitched suddenly, and then slowly opened her eyes. Ah, wake up. Su Yuanying shouted excitedly. Pan Shanshan opened her eyes and saw in a daze that there seemed to be two people standing by her side. Where am I? What happened? Her thoughts gradually became clear. She suddenly remembered what had just happened, and suddenly screamed again in fright, Adanti, come over. Looking at Pan Shanshan who had shrunk to the corner, Qin Yueyao quickly said, it's us, don't be afraid. Su Yuanying turned on the phone flash cleverly, and the light on their faces made Pan Shanshan able to see clearly, which calmed them down. Yes, it's you. She breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuanying asked, what did you just see? Why are you so scared? Pan Shanshan trembled suddenly again. Yes, there are ghosts? I just saw a ghost? There is blood all over my body? The eyeballs have fallen off. Ghost. Su Yuanying was suspicious. Although she was a little bit of the second soul, she was still a common-sense person. Where is the ghost in this world? Qin Yueyao believed it. She herself lived with the ghost every day. If Pan Shanshan didn't lie, it's most likely a guy with ghost abilities. But why is it scary? Qin Yueyao couldn't help but think of the ghost she and Ximen Qing met in the apartment where Liang Xinyu lived that day that scared Zhou Hong and the others. It seems to be a horror system that can be loaned to others. Qin Yuyeo couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this guy is also a ghost? Why can he follow us when we all come to the South China Sea? Is this guy's abilities that big? Qin Yuyeo remembered that Ximen said that the guy's range of abilities should not be large. Is that really such a coincidence? That guy is also on the island now? Or maybe this time has nothing to do with the horror system in Xiaking City. Unable to figure it out, Qin Yuyeo felt that she needed more clues. If Su Yuanying is the soul of some microsecond, then Qin Yuyeo's second degree is above her. Upon encountering this kind of thing, both of them had the desire to become a detective and reveal the truth. Go to a crowded place, Qin Yuyeo pointed to the distant crowd and said to Pan Shanshan, then turned to Su Yuanying, we will continue to look for it. Yeah. Su Yuanying nodded, feeling more and more interesting. However, to their disappointment, they didn't find any useful clues after going around. Su Yuanying suggested at this time, or we can ask if anyone has seen something weird. Well, yes. Qin Yuyeo felt that it was feasible, so she asked a waiter casually, you hit a ghost. The waiter looked shocked after listening. Qin Yuyeo immediately noticed something was wrong. Do you know something? The waiter looked awkward, looked around, and then brought the two women to the corner. I told you that you are so beautiful. Don't tell others that I told you, otherwise you will be fired. Okay. The two women nodded together. The waiter whispered, actually, 3 incredible phenomena have been circulating on our island. The 3 biggest? Isn't it the 7th? Qin Yuyeo asked subconsciously. She heard Damon Zi say that there are often 7 incredible things in schools on the island country. The waiter didn't have as much as she thought, and she shook her head directly, not so many, 3 are scary enough. Which 3 are they? Su Yuanying asked. The waiter pointed to a building not far away and said, first of all, it is said that a couple on the top of the building had agreed to die here many years ago, but then the man did not come back, leaving the women in despair. Since then, the roof of the top floor has been locked, and no one can go up. You can occasionally hear the female ghost crying by the window on the side of the sea. If you hear it, don't talk to her, otherwise she will be dragged out of the window and fall down together. Qin Yuyeo almost believed it when he saw what he said so ridiculously. Su Yuanying's eyes widened. Didn't we just come from the side of the building near the sea? Pan Shanshan said she hit a ghost. Could it be the female ghost who jumped off the building? Qin Yuyeo didn't panic at all. Yu reading www.yuukayangsha.com continued to ask the waiter, what about the other 2? One was in the bay on the west side of the island. There used to be a mother and daughter going to swim in the sea, but when she got ashore, the mother found that there was a patch of seaweed in the lifebuoy she was pulling, and her daughter didn't know when it was gone. She hurriedly went to the sea to search, but she couldn't find her daughter. Just when she was about to get out of the water and continue to look for her feet were suddenly entangled with something. Looking down, she found that it was her daughter's hair. Under the seabed, her daughter raised her head. What she saw was a face that was soaked in water, and she was still saying to her, Mom, are you looking for me? The waiter was very good at telling ghost stories, and the atmosphere was so terrifying that Su Yuanying grabbed Qin Yuyeo's arm subconsciously. The waiter who told the story was also very relieved to see her like this. At this time, Qin Yuyeo asked, isn't it possible to speak in the water with a mouth full of water? How can I hear my voice clearly? Waiter. That's a ghost, eldest sister. If the ghost talks about the water in the mouth? Qin Yuyeo probably didn't notice the waiter's expression, and continued to ask, what about the third one? What's the last incredible thing? As a result, the waiter shook his head. I don't know, I know these 2. It is said that everyone can only know 2 incredibles at most. You will forget the third one even if you have heard it. Once someone learns all the incredibles, you will be entrenched here. The ghosts on the island will peel off the skin of that person and put them on themselves, let the soul of that person stay on the island instead of themselves, and the ghost will be free. There is still such a saying. Qin Yuyeo murmured, isn't this the third incredible thing? After hearing this, the waiter thought carefully, and was shocked. Don't say such scary things, I don't want to die yet. He ran away. Su Yuanying and Qin Yuyeo were left standing under the coconut trees. Ms. Wangshu, do you say that this legend is true or not? Is it really a ghost that Susan Pan encountered just now? Sister Xiaoying, just call me Yuyeo, Qin Yuyeo said. I think ghost stories must be fake. Where are the ghosts? They are all scary. Really. It's like in the first ghost story, the last person of the woman jumped off the building. Then who knows that she jumped off the building in despair? Maybe it was too windy. Qin Yuyeo explained, this kind of logic is bug. It is the most unbearable for us who draw comics. After listening to it, I feel uncomfortable and want to complain. I can't feel any horror at all. Su Yuanying suddenly discovered that after Qin Yuyeo's complaint, the originally permeating ghost story suddenly became less scary. Also, the story of the mother and daughter. If the mother was killed by a ghost, how did the story come out? If she didn't die, then why did the ghost let her go? Okay, don't say it. Su Yuanying stopped quickly, and smiled bitterly. I feel like you are revealing a magic trick, something that was originally very interesting. It was very boring to be said by you like this. Qin Yuyeo said, I think so too. When I was a reader, I found it interesting to read everything. Later I learned a lot about comics. When I read the comics, I can only notice the author's mistakes and laziness. I understand. Su Yuanying can actually understand Qin Yuyeo's feelings. She will always pay attention to the question of whether she is wearing a gang, the actor's mouth and the lines are correct, and so on. So you don't talk about it, just treat these ghost stories as real, and we are also very scared, and then go to solve the mystery, okay, Qin Yueo thought for a while, okay. So, two people walked hand in hand to the top of the first incredible building. This big hotel has 50 floors, so the two of them chose the most taboo elevator in ghost stories to go up. It would be fun if the elevator suddenly went out of power. Qin Yueo's tone was full of expectation. However, no. As the private industry of the 8 evil Zhangjianhong, the construction projects on this island are the most advanced in the world. There is absolutely no tofu residue, and the quality of elevators is naturally unbalanced. I have been on the 50th floor, and I have to go to the fire exit to go up. When they reached the end, they found that the door leading to the rooftop was locked, and it was still an electronic lock. What should I do? I can't get up. Su Yuanying said regretfully. Do you need a password for the manager of the hotel? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell them about their 2 expeditions? However, when she was thinking, Qin Yueo opened the door and walked out. Sister Xiaoying, let's go. Huh. Su Yuanying looked back. Oh, how did this door open? I don't know, Qin Yueo said. I just pulled it. Maybe it's already on. Really? Su Yuanying always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't think about it. 2 people walked onto the roof, where the wind was so strong that Su Yuanying was a little bit cold. Qin Yueo looked around, pointed in a direction and said, it should be that direction, right? Su Yuanying saw that the position should be facing the place where Pan Shanshan hit the ghost. If there is a female ghost jumping off the building, it should be nearby. Although she knew that 80% was fake, Su Yuanying couldn't help but get nervous at this time. Come on, let's go and see. Qin Yueo took her to go over there. As I walked, something suddenly blew into my eyes. Su Yuanying closed her eyes and rubbed it subconsciously. When she opened her eyes again, she suddenly saw a figure standing there on the edge of the rooftop. Iron fences are installed around the roof to prevent slipping and falling. The man was standing on the outside of the iron fence, and he would fall off as long as he moved 1 step. Ah, Su Yuanying exclaimed, Yueo, have you seen it? Ghosts, ghosts. Well, I saw it. Qin Yueo nodded. Her heart is really that scary system. The female ghost who appeared suddenly and the ghost who was kicked by Xiaoguai that day were of the same nature. She is of death. Although she is different from Hades, the little ghost is basically invisible in front of her. It seems that she really didn't think too much. The master of that horror system actually reached out to this island. But why? Is it good to be alive? Qin Yueo is puzzled. This island is a land of 8 evils. Is it not such a way to die? There is only one answer Qin Yueo can think of, and that is, this guy is a stunned boy, and he doesn't even know the existence of the 8 evil spirits. I can only explain it this way, otherwise, no matter how much my brain pumps, I won't fix these things in front of her. Isn't it funny? Qin Yueo pulled Su Yuanying over, let her pounce in her arms with her back to the ghost, and then pointed at an angle that she couldn't see. A lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky www.novelmtl.com and struck the female ghost with a bang. The female ghost suddenly disappeared, and Su Yuanying was also taken aback by the thunder. Thunder or thunder? Sister Xiaoying, don't be afraid, Qin Yueo said flickeringly. The thunder may have caught our eyes just now. Where do you see a female ghost? Huh. Su Yuanying looked back, and she really didn't see the female ghost. But, is it obvious that she saw the female ghost first before hitting the thunder? Light travels faster than sound. This is normal. Qin Yueo felt a little blush. Sure enough, she couldn't lie like Sister Simon did without blinking her eyes. Yes, is it? Su Yuanying didn't know whether to believe it, but why is it thundering on this sunny day? Who knows, on the sea, the weather is very normal. Qin Yueo felt that she couldn't put it on anymore. Help, Sister Simon, teach me how to fool people. Although Li Ziming graduated with a bachelor's degree, he chose a spicy chicken major that year and didn't plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination. So after he walked out of school, he got nothing in the 4 years of university except for the diploma. After more than half a year of hard job hunting, he finally became a waiter, serving dishes. Fortunately, the place where he works is a holiday island, and the guests are either rich or expensive, so even if he is only the lowest level waiter, the salary is still considerable. Li Ziming is not a hard-working person. He will complete the work entrusted to him seriously, but it is limited to this. He doesn't know how to study, and he doesn't want to do extra work. It has always been his code of conduct to do as much as he takes. Therefore, even after working on this island for 3 years, he is still just an ordinary waiter. Of course, there are still dreams. When lying on the bed at night, he would also yell at himself one day by the rich woman, and never have to fight again. In such a day, changes finally appeared more than 10 days ago. He obtained an ultimate horror system. This system can get horror points as long as he frightens others, thereby redeeming him to become a Superman. Li Ziming felt that he had a chance to reach the pinnacle of his life. He first spread some ghost stories he had compiled in private. After the waiters at the bottom knew all about it, he began to scare people based on ghost stories. He has worked on this island for a long time and knows best where scary is the easiest to produce results. For example, the roof on the top of the hotel has been locked, the bay with lots of seaweed, and so on. Because there are no traces every time, even if the scared person tells it, not many people will believe it. Even if they believe it, if the bottom-level waiter dared to blatantly publicize that there is a ghost on the island, he will definitely be fired by the supervisor. Everything went smoothly. Li Ziming exchanged more and more things, and he felt that he was getting stronger and stronger. He once tried to make a hole with a punch even on the solid reef on the coast. I'm already a Superman, right? He was full of confidence and felt that such a physical ability would definitely be appreciated by a rich woman. At that time, he must choose a beautiful rich woman. It would be even better if there was a rich Lolita. With successive successes and strength growth, Li Ziming gradually expanded. He is no longer limited to scaring waiters, tourists have also become his targets. The first person to scare him chose a female celebrity in a suit. Li Ziming asked her for an autograph and was directly rejected. The other party's impatient attitude stabbed Li Ziming's self-esteem. Isn't it just a singer? If you are not a man or a woman, do you think you are very hungry? Li Ziming has been observing Pan Shinshin's movements, and finally waited until she was alone, so he decisively turned into a ghost to scare her. As expected, he successfully frightened her and fainted, and gained a lot of horror. Originally, Li Ziming planned to stop like this, but who would have thought that there would be two more women, both of them big beauties. One of them was Su Yuanying, the famous star he knew well, and this was the woman who used to be the material for him to cast spells. Li Ziming observed secretly, seeing that they seemed to be going to pursue the truth, and immediately raised eyebrows. If I scare them out, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? At this moment, the inner broke out directly. But at this moment, Qin Yuyeo suddenly shouted at him to let him pass. Li Ziming was so frightened that his hands and feet were cold, he thought he had been discovered. As a result, they came to inquire about ghost stories. This was exactly what he wanted, so Li Ziming eloquently told the horror story he had thought about for a long time. The effect was not bad, at least Su Yuanying was trembling with fright. But the response of the remaining beauty is a bit unsatisfactory. Why does this woman complain so strangely? Li Ziming wanted to split her head to see if there was water. Hold it back, if you can't bear it, you will make big plans. Li Ziming finally suppressed the impulse. Seeing the two women enter the elevator, he immediately used his ability to surpass the elevator and flew to the top floor. Originally, he intended to pretend to be scary in the corridor, but who would have thought that the door that was not open all the year round was actually opened, and the two girls went on the rooftop. Although he was surprised, he also sighed that it was a godsend opportunity. Doesn't this use the ghost story I just told to scare people? Li Ziming happily turned into a spirit ghost and floated outside the iron fence, trying to frighten the two beauties. So far, it can be said that everything is proceeding smoothly according to his plan. But why? Why does a thunder suddenly fall in the sky? It hit Li Ziming's head so accurately. At that time, he was dumbfounded, and his whole body was electrocuted to the outside and the inside was tender, and he felt that there was only a thin line from death. Li Ziming quickly sank downstairs and fled the hotel without looking back. He didn't think that it was man-made just now, he just felt that his luck was really bad, and he actually suffered a bolt from the blue. And he was standing near the iron fence at that time. It may be that the iron fence formed the effect of a lightning rod, so it was attracted to the thunder. Damn it, why are you so unlucky? It's a pity that those two beauties, big stars. Li Ziming vomited blood, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. The wedding will be tomorrow, and they will leave after tonight. It may be his only chance just now. Go back and scare them now? God knows they are still there, even if they are, what if they are struck by lightning again? It's better to stay in a lower place. Li Ziming looked around and found that he had ran to the west of the island unknowingly. There is a bay here, which is the second ghost story scene he weaves. I don't know if anyone sneaked into this neighborhood. He tried www.novelmtl.com. Even if you don't know the ghost story, you can get a lot of horror points by scaring them first and telling them the ghost story afterwards. After walking a few steps, Li Ziming suddenly heard the voice of someone talking. There really is someone. It seems good luck. He got closer and saw two figures seem to be swimming in the bay. The voice seems to be a man and a woman. Oh, come to swim so late. I'm afraid it's not going to play field, rich man. Chu Fu is a very common emotion. The only difference is whether you can adjust your mentality in time. Li Shi is obviously the kind that can't. He has accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction with the rich in his 3 years here. Now in this situation, the thought that came out of his mind was to frighten the two of them, and then to see if the woman is beautiful or not. If she is beautiful, then, he. The more he thought about it, the more energy he got, and his body reacted. However, Li Ziming, who was too focused on YY, did not notice that there was still a person sitting on a rock not far from him. What does that guy want to do? In the moonlight, a young girl looked at the sneaky Li Ziming and couldn't help but wonder. The distance between the two is about 50 meters. Although there is moonlight, it is generally not enough to see the expression clearly. But she is different. She is a zombie, and her eyesight becomes stronger at night. Li Jin is not blind, so naturally he can see what the two girls think of their brother. But after some contact, she found that her brother seemed to have a problem with his thinking. This can no longer be described as a straight man. He is just an orphan. She felt that if she didn't help, she might not have a sister-in-law in her life. Therefore, Li Jin first lied to Sengzin that his brother asked her out, and then found his brother to lie to him that there was an event tonight, and he wanted to bring his female companion to the bay to look for shiny pearls. In this way, both of them put on their swimsuits and met on the bayside. Originally, she wanted to fool Su Qian, but the latter seemed to be unable to come. Then help fix one first. Li Jin shook her head and said with emotion, "What a sinful man." After speaking, she took out the Bible she carried with her and turned to one of the pages. It said, "If you can't be tough on her, what right do you have to talk about love? Brother, come on, I can only help you get here, just show her." The original innocent girl was completely contaminated by the quotations in her hands. Of course, in order to prevent drowning, Li Jin still watched from the sidelines. She didn't notice that, about 200 meters away from her, a pair of silver eyes stared at the two people in the sea. "Cubs, if you dare to eat half of my daughter's tofu today, the old man will let you know what cruelty is." Sen Qianshan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this kid to be so good at playing. He ran into the bay with black lights to play with mandarin ducks. How can my daughter withstand this kind of high-ranking operation? She must be watched and she must not suffer. He also didn't find the zombie the reef not far away, because Li Jin also gained a special ability when awakening the zombie bloodline, assimilation. When she sits on the reef, she can be assimilated into a reef, and others will look at her as if she is looking at a rock, and there is no sense of disobedience at all. Even the Millennium Zombie King is impossible to detect when encountering such a special ability without preparation. The two zombies were hidden in two places, and they were in peace. But the appearance of Li Ziming broke this situation. Li Jin noticed him for the first time, and Sen Qianshan quickly found out. Isn't this kid a waiter? How could he be here? Since getting the approval of Full Moon Night, Bian flies south from the second master of Lian's family. The police rushed to Bian Island as soon as possible and investigated everyone on the island. This island was originally the Zhang family's property. Most of the staff were innocent, and the guests were just as innocent, so after a round of investigation, they did not find any suspicious persons. This caused Sen Qianshan and the others to have a headache. However, the focus of attention is still on the guests. After all, the clue that the police had previously grasped was that the prisoner had come from Xiaokeng City, and all the staff on the island had an alibi. So Li Ziming's spread of ghost stories in the past few days has not been discovered. Of course, the main reason is that the time is too short. Sen Qinshan's information about Li Ziming has also been read. It is very ordinary. At first, he didn't think this kid had anything to do with it. But when Li Ziming suddenly changed from a flesh and blood body to a translucent ghost, Sen Qianshan knew that he had missed it. This kid? No, he should be a puppet too. Seeing him like that, it seems that he is planning to attack the young girl in the water. How could this Sen Qianshan be tolerated, and immediately planned to teach this guy how to behave? But as soon as he was about to move, he saw a young girl suddenly appear, grabbing Li Ziming by the neck like a dog, and squeezing him against the rock. When did this person appear? How do I not notice? Sen Qianshan was shocked and met a master. What do you want to do? Li Jin said in a bad tone. Down there are her biological brother and future sister-in-law. Although Li Ziming is not known for his background, he turned into a ghost and intended to scare people. Then Li Jin must be intolerable. Li Ziming was stunned again. This time it was more terrifying than being struck by lightning just now. It could be said to be an accident before, but now, he was actually caught by the back of his neck and pressed to the ground. How can this be? Am I not a ghost? Why can she touch me? Why is she so strong? Could it be she is also a ghost? The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. Li Ziming tried hard to struggle, but Li Jin's strength was much greater than he imagined, and this struggle was useless at all. Be honest. Li Jin added a force when he saw it, and immediately made Li Ziming feel that his internal organs were about to be squeezed out. Oh help, help, don't press down, be forgiving. After feeling the threat to his life, Li Ziming decisively begged for mercy. He felt that he must have met a big boss. It would be too bad to explain here, he still has a good life waiting. Li Jin did not relax. Any attempt to harm her family would definitely not be tolerated. Don't talk nonsense, quickly explain, who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Philosophy asked 3 questions and 1 outlet, leaving Li Ziming no room for sophistry, so he had to honestly confess, my name is Li Ziming, and I'm just a waiter. I want to scare them when I hear someone's voice. www.novelmtl.com. Just scared? Didn't plan to do anything else. Li Jin continued to ask. No, it's gone. I just have this little hobby. Li Ziming is not stupid. If he tells the truth that he still wants to have something with that girl, wouldn't it be death? You lied? You want to lie to me even with your little skills? Li Jin pressed again. Originally, she had just awakened and did not have the skills to suppress the illusory existence of spirit ghosts, but she had the special ability to assimilate. After assimilating herself into the same physique of spirit ghosts, she could come into contact with Li Ziming. NS. Can I know the little mess that you are thinking of? Give you a chance to confess, and you can seize it, so don't blame me for the cruelty. Li Jin said fiercely. Of course, the above are all acting skills, she actually didn't see anything. It's just that the Bible says, pretending to be like the wind, always accompany me, and sometimes I'm forced to show up, and I often get unexpected surprises. Death to death. Feeling the strength from his neck, Li Ziming felt that he had run into a ruthless person. This was really killing him. Give a chance, I said, I'm telling the truth. Forgive me. He almost turned into crying. Am I trying too hard? Seeing his so miserable appearance, Li Jin couldn't help but doubt in her heart. After all, she had just awakened, and her control of strength was not very precise. She thought she was just pressing it lightly, but in fact she was about to squeeze out other people's intestines. But keep in mind what the Bible says, you can't lose your compulsion. So she let out a cold snort, pretending to be disdainful. Then you tell me. Yes, I. Li Ziming was frightened, so he could only tell his plan. What he didn't see was that after Li Jin listened to him behind him, a small mouth opened into an O, enough to fit a bad O. She didn't expect this guy to be so disgusting and planned to invade the future sister-in-law. Can this be tolerated? Absolutely cannot tolerate it. But what to do? The little girl who was only in the first year of high school had no idea in her mind. Correct. At this time, the Bible is needed. Sure enough, I still haven't worked hard enough. If I could memorize the Bible from beginning to end, it would be better to keep it in mind at all times, to engrave all the rules in my bones, and to follow the above without even thinking about it. Li Jin thought about it as she took the Bible. However, just when she was about to find a way to deal with it, she suddenly felt that her hands were empty. Looking down, Li Ziming was missing. Huh? What about people? She blinked. It was clearly placed here just now. So big. Why is it gone? Li Jin looked around. Her eyes glowed red, but she found nothing. Did he slip away? Li Jin thought depressedly. This guy is plotting bad things, and it wouldn't be a good thing to let him run like this. Li Jin felt that she was not enough to deal with this matter by herself. It just so happens that my sister is on the island. Go and ask her for help. Thinking about this, Li Jin immediately began to meditate according to what the Bible said. The beauty of the leader is the best in the world, and the cuteness of the leader is the first in the world. Did Li Ziming slip away? Nature does not exist. He was taken away by Sen Qianshan. As a veteran master of Xingyi education, he can still do it without concealing from Li Jin, a fledgling zombie. Sen Qianshan didn't care about stalking his daughter at this time. He directly grabbed Li Ziming and found Tao Saiki. Captain, what is this? Tao Saiki was holding a bowl of freshly soaked instant noodles and eating sloppily. Seeing Sen Qianshan's sudden appearance, she quickly wanted to hide the noodles. But the movement was so great that the soup splashed on her chest. It happened that a button on her chest was loose, causing a hole in the middle of the shirt. The soup flew directly onto her chest from the hole, and she yelled, "Ah, hot." Sen Qianshan was unable to complain. There are so many high-end delicacies outside. You don't want to go hiding here to eat instant noodles. It is still old sauerkraut flavor. There is no pursuit. Hey, Tao Saiki smiled as she reached into her shirt and rubbed her chest. Just this hobby. Compared to those exquisitely crafted high-end meals, she prefers the common people's food such as barbecue, dried vegetable cakes, and Tanger brand instant noodles at roadside stalls. Sen Qianshan was too lazy to entangle and threw Li Ziming to the ground. Hey, this guy is also possessed by the system. It depends on the situation and the previous case. See if you can ask something. Tao Saiki's expression was serious, and she squatted down to check. The second master is accurate. It seems that the fish has really swam to the South China Sea. Sen Qianshan suddenly added, he was imprisoned for life after the matter, and the reason is decided. Huh. Tao Saiki looked up at Sen Qianshan in surprise. Captain, are you abusing your power? I'll use it. What's the matter? Sen Qianshan said impatiently, go and do it quickly, don't beep. Trying to treat his daughter unruly, he didn't slap it to death, even if it was good. Fine, you are the boss, you have the final say. Tao Saiki shrugged, grabbed Li Ziming and entered the small room on the side. She is a member of the Fangbo Mao family. As the two knives of the Lian family, the head of the Mao family is in charge of punishment. There is nothing in her hand that she can't ask. Li Jin intends to seek help from Ximeng King, so she has no time to look at her brother and future sister-in-law. A man and a woman were soaking in the water, both wearing swimsuits, and the surroundings were so dark. If this couldn't be furthered, she felt that she would have to consider knocking them out and throwing them on the deserted island. Where is the master sister? Li Jin searched for the most crowded banquet for the first time, but Ximeng Qing did not find it, but met another future sister-in-law. Of course, along with it is senior dog. What are you doing here? The lady walked to Li Jin with the Persian cat in her arms and asked in a low voice. I'm looking for sister master, do you know where she went? I don't know, I was with her just now, and then she seemed to have left the meeting place. Guze asked, did something happen? When Li Jin saw this, she told Li Ziming's affairs. She felt that although the dog is a cat, he is also a senior at any rate, so she should be able to give some advice. Are you saying that a guy pretended to be a fool, and suddenly disappeared after being caught by you? Right. That doesn't seem to be a trivial matter, the lady said solemnly. The wedding will begin tomorrow. If there is an evolutionary to do something, the wedding will definitely be affected. Suddenly Su Qian came over. Mom, what are you talking about with my schoolgirl? Are you familiar? Hihi, she is more interested in Xiaobai, the lady said casually. Didn't your father still have something to talk to you? The lady suddenly said to Su Qian. That's right. Su Qian agreed to play Zhongling, but this is not just a matter of words, there are many aspects to deal with. It is foreseeable that she will be busy for some time in the future. The koi, let's talk later, I'll go first. Well, senior sister, go slowly. After bidding farewell to Su Qian, the lady also said goodbye to the two with a smile. Li Jin was left holding the dog alone. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at the Persian cat in her arms. Senior dog, how do I communicate with you? I don't understand meow, can you speak human language? The dog rolled his eyes directly, and then lay on her arms with his eyes closed. Just when Li Jin was puzzled, her expression suddenly changed, and she felt as if she had changed a person. Do you think I am a starling? How can I speak human words? After saying this, her expression changed back to the original one, and she was surprised. Oh, can you still play like this? The expression changed again. Don't make trouble, just the basic operation. You should take me to the place where you met that guy to see first. Oh, good, good. Just like that, Li Jin kept switching between cute and glamorous. She talked to herself. If someone was watching, she would definitely think she was finely divided. She hugged the dog and came to the edge of the bay. The dog who had been lying in her arms suddenly got up and shuffled his nose and sniffed. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Well, I probably know what's going on. Your worries are unnecessary. That guy didn't run away, he was taken away, and it's estimated that the end will not be much better. Catch it? Who? The left guardian taught by Tsing Yi. It happens that we are planning to take you to see him recently. It's better to hit the sun if you choose another day. Let's just do it today. Left guardian, that must be very powerful. You'll know when you see it. Guzi was about to take Li Jin to find Sen Qianshan, when he heard an anxious cry from a distant beach. Li Yuki, what are you doing? Li Jin was shocked and hurried over to check. I saw Li Yuki lying motionless on the beach, surrounded by a panicked Sen Xin. Brother. She was anxious, and quickly wanted to go over. But she didn't move away because the dog had controlled her body at this time. Don't worry, it's just drowning. It's not a big problem. Drowning? How come? My brother is obviously very good. Li Jin couldn't believe it. Who knows, but I think you better not go out now. Why? You don't usually watch dog blood TV series? The beach at night, no one is around, and there are people drowning. Then artificial respiration is the focus. You mean, artificial, that, kissing. Li Jin's face flushed at once, then I'm not going. She even wondered if her brother was drowning deliberately. This operation is high play. It seems that she doesn't need to worry about the next thing. What Li Jin didn't know was that Li Yuki didn't deliberately drown, he was drowning because he was stuck in the water and couldn't escape. And the person who did this, it was Ma Wu. In the bay, Ma Wu stood on the seabed, listening to the movement on the water. Sao, the only thing I can help you with is this. Although I have suffered a bit, I am all for your good. It's true that the whole family is assisting, and he can enter the national football if he can't score. On the beach, Sen Xin, who was nervous for a while, forced herself to calm down. Don't worry, the school has taught first aid measures for drowning. First remove foreign objects in the nose and mouth to ensure smooth breathing, and then, after the first pass, she didn't do artificial respiration, but instead thought of heart compression. There must be a rhythm, 60 to 80 times per minute, each time. 5 cm. Oh, vomit 5 centimeters is not short, and Sen Xion's super vigorous stroke directly awakened Li Yuki from the pain. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of sea water, he limped on the ground. Are you going to kill me? No, I just planned to save you. Now you are awake. It seems that what the teacher taught is still useful. My bones are about to be broken by you, Li Yuki complained, rubbing his chest. I shouldn't have come to participate in these sand sculpture activities. Activity? What activity? Sen Xion wondered. Boom. On the seabed, Ma Wu crushed a nearby coral reef. She felt that she could really consider sending Li Yuki to the national football team. Li Jin stood at the door of room 1801 on the 18th floor of a hotel on Bian Island. That's it. Then what are we going to signal next? For any secret signal, just ring the doorbell. Huh? Oh, ding dong. A low voice soon came from the room. Come in. At the same time, the door opened automatically. Li Jin walked into the room with anxiety, only to see that the lights inside were not turned on. Click. The door behind her suddenly closed, and she turned her head in fright. At this time, the whole room became pitch black. If it weren't for zombies, it would have been out of sight by now. Puff. Suddenly a candle was lit, and the sudden light made Li Jin, who had only turned on night vision, couldn't help narrowing his eyes. She vaguely saw a person sitting behind the candle, with her hands in the shape of a G on the table, just covering her mouth. So mysterious? At that time, she was infected by this atmosphere, and her impression of Zohufa was infinitely elevated in her heart. This is definitely an amazing big shot. But the dog in her arms manipulated her body and looked up. Is your special ability destroying nearby light bulbs? Why does the light break every place you go? This hotel is not inferior. www.novelmtl.com. It can't be a quality problem. What can I do? I am also very desperate, the originally mysterious Zohufa suddenly complained. I just had something important to lose. When I was nervous, I shattered the lamp, but that it feels like a gust of wind has disappeared. I still don't know what happened. He said just now when Sen Xion dragged Li Yuki ashore. You can pull it down, all the excuses are so bad. Guzi said with Li Jin's body in disdain. I'm telling the truth, Sen Qianshan said depressed. By the way, who is this girl? Why are you changing your body again? She is not an ordinary person. Go Zidang introduced Li Jin's identity. Huh. Sen Qianshan realized then, isn't the little girl in front of him the same person he met just now? I thought it was a master from somewhere. It turned out to be my own. Sen Qianshan patted his forehead. Then why should I use so much energy to secretly take people away? After Qin Yueyao and Su Yuanying had explored the danger on the rooftop, they naturally turned to the bay west of the island. However, Qin Yueyao's plan has changed from playing at the beginning to catching the guy pretending to be scary. This guy ran all the way from Xiaokeng City to the South China Sea, surely not just as simple as traveling. She felt that Zhao Zhenying was so polite to ask her to come to the wedding, and she had to help no matter what, not to let this kind of guy do things on the island. It's the sea ahead. Yueyao, look at it. Are there two ghosts? Su Yuanying took Qin Yueyao's hand and said excitedly. This night, there was only a faint moonlight, and Su Yuanying, an ordinary person, could not see clearly. But Qin Yueyao was different. She said helplessly, Sister Xiaoying, those are two living people. Huh. Su Yuanying couldn't help but feel a little lost. Yes, people, what are they doing here in the middle of the night? Let's swim, Qin Yueyao guessed, seeing both of them wearing swimsuits. Are all the students so courageous now? I didn't dare to come out and play alone with boys at this time. Can you tell if it's a man or a woman? Su Yuanying said in surprise, I saw two briquettes swaying and shaking. Your eyes are too good, right? No, Qin Yueyao bit her scalp and lied, I just heard the sound. Really? Su Yuanying listened carefully. It happened that the two people over there were talking loudly, and she also heard some voices. Liar? Big liar. Why am I a liar? Obviously I was also lied. You're talking nonsense? How can a person like Koi lie? You must have instigated it. You don't make sense. You women are really troublesome. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yueyao and Su Yuanying's expressions moved. Does this kid know how to speak? Qin Yueyao vomited. Even I know that he wants to be an orphan in this way. Su Yuanying smiled and said, not necessarily. Some girls might like this. Really? Is there a good one? Qin Yueyao asked in surprise. As far as she is concerned, if a man dared to attack herself, then she would definitely not be willing to make friends with him, let alone boy and girl friends. There are many, Su Yuanying said. I am studying at the Film and Television Academy. There is a big beauty in our dormitory, the kind that many people chase, but she doesn't like anyone chasing herself, but she likes to go chasing others, even if the man refuses, he still can't forget this. Qin Yueyao was stunned. Could it be that the man is too good? That's it, Su Yuanying said. Anyway, I think there are a lot of people who chase her better than that man. What kind of thing is this? Qin Yueyao suddenly remembered what Simon Qing had said. What is not available will always be in a commotion, and those who are favored will have no fear. Yes, that's it, Su Yuanying praised. You have said so incisively. I think she has become accustomed to being kind to her by others. Without emotional fluctuations, she would naturally not be able to give birth to love emotions. On the contrary, it is that people who rejected her made her emotionally upset, just like the suspension bridge effect. Qin Yueyao nodded straight at hearing, and suddenly said, hey, they are here. It turned out that two young girls were angry and wanted to leave after arguing for a while, but they left in the same direction. They just looked at the left and the right one by one, and walked side by side toward Qin Yueyao and the others. Sen Xian was thinking about why didn't he come to coax me. Li Yuki was thinking about hurry up and change clothes and play games. The two had their own concerns, and they didn't notice the two people in front of them at all. Qin Yueyao took the initiative to say hello to them until they were nearly 5 meters away. Hi. Li Yuki was taken aback for a moment, then walked in and looked at the second woman, and said in surprise, Ms. Wangshu? Su Yuanying? Hey, why are you here? Let's come to the wedding too. Qin Yueyao smiled. Do you know us? Of course you know. By the way, can you take a photo together? Sure. Great. Li Yuki wanted to take out his phone excitedly, but he felt empty. Oh, where's my phone? He found that he had lost his mobile phone. It should have been dropped into the sea when he was drowning just now. Suddenly annoyed, Sen Xian couldn't help feeling sour when he saw his two big sisters so excited. She touched her not-so-big breasts, and then looked at Qin Yueyao's pair of behemoths, and she felt a sense of frustration spontaneously. He really likes mature. The more I think about it, the more angry she gets, and she feels a little bit crying. But Sen Xian took out her mobile phone to unlock it and handed it to Li Yuki. Use mine. Okay. Li Yuki took the phone and turned on the camera. Suddenly, he turned to Sen Xian and said, Why are you standing here? Past. Sen Xian didn't understand at once. Just listen to Li Yuki said, Didn't you always like Su Yuanying? I see that the watches and lipsticks you use are all endorsed by her. When you see her advertisements on the road, you have to look at her ads. Why don't you hurry up? Opportunity to take a photo. Take a photo, me. Sen Xian thought he definitely wanted to take a photo with them, but after a long time he let her go? And he never said he liked Su Yuanying. How did he know? Just rely on those little moves? Did he pay attention to me so much? Sen Xian suddenly felt sweet in her heart. Su Yuanying leaned in Qin Yueyao's ear and whispered, I see, this kid is not only irritating. Well, I don't understand. Qin Yueyao said honestly. She feels that a person who has never been in a relationship before www.novelmtl.com may be really inferior to a high school student in this respect. Is it time to find a boyfriend? This idea was extinguished by her as soon as it came out. If she finds a boyfriend, Ximen will definitely be sad, so forget it. Sen Xian blushed and took a photo with Su Yuanying, and then Li Yuki asked her to take a photo of herself and Qin Yueyao. He doesn't chase stars, but he likes to read comics. Jojo is one of them. Naturally, he likes teacher Wangsha very much. This opportunity to meet and take a group photo without buying a ticket is definitely not to be missed. After the group photo, the two people's previous anger seemed to be non-existent. They happily said goodbye to Chin Yueo and the others, and then left arm in arm. Well, to be precise, it was Sen Xian holding Li Yuki's hand. The latter tried to pull out but failed. It's really youthful, Su Yuanying said with emotion as she watched the two leaving behind. Sister Xiaoying, haven't you ever been in a relationship? Chin Yueo asked suddenly. In love. Su Yuanying didn't answer, but her eyes drifted away. Tonight is a full moon, and the sea is shining with silver, and a little wind will sparkle the sea. It was also a full moon night. Sister Xiaoying, Sister Xiaoying. Chin Yueo's voice recalled Su Yuanying's thoughts. What are you thinking about? Oh, no, I just think the moon is quite round tonight. Chin Yueo looked up and said, yes. No wonder she feels that she is very energetic tonight. Having the godhead of Chang'e has made her affected by the moon to a certain extent. When the moon is full, she will be more vigorous and active than usual, and if the moon is covered, she may be quieter, or even become a salted fish. Let's go to the bay and have a look, Su Yuanying said suddenly. I don't know if we can meet a ghost. It's better not to hope too much. The two of them walked over, because they didn't get into the water in their formal dresses, they looked at the beach. Chin Yueo said, this is a very ordinary bay. There is a little more seaweed below, but it is not deep. It feels like the ghost story is just nonsense. It's a pity. Su Yuanying sighed, but suddenly she heard a faint groan. This made her face change, and she pulled Chin Yueo and asked, Yueo, have you heard anything? Well, I heard it. Chin Yueo's ears are of course stronger than hers, and I feel that the voice is a bit familiar. Did we meet a ghost? Su Yuanying was so excited and scared that she didn't dare to let go of Chin Yueo's hand. Don't be afraid, Chin Yueo patted the back of her hand. Follow me. She took Su Yuanying to look for the source of the sound. After going around a huge reef, they saw someone? To be precise, it is a person embedded in a stone, and the hole is in a shape. More importantly, this person and them both knew each other. Sister Ximen. Chin Yueo exclaimed, why are you here? Huh. Ximen Qing was humming, and she looked up and saw Chin Yueo hurriedly said, oh, it's Ru Yao, I just wanted to find some coral car beads, but I saw a hole here. It looks pretty big and small. When it was right, I wanted to sit in and take a look, but I didn't expect that mine was too big and stuck. You came just right, so I can't get out by myself. Of course the above is a lie. In fact, she sang a song meeting that moved Song Yunmyu, and took the opportunity to take her to the beach to watch the moon, and then sneaked into Song Yunmyu's gown quietly with one hand. Just when she was about to climb to the top, Song Yunmyu reacted and knocked her hundreds of meters away with a punch. Had it not been for a stone here, she would have sunk into the sea. At that time, it happened to be when Li Yuki was drowning, and Sen Xian's attention was all on Li Yuki, and naturally she did not hear the muffled sound of Ximen's love hitting the stone. Ximen Qing, who was planning to wait for the two to leave before smashing the stone, waited for Chin Yueo and the others. She witty and decisively made up an excuse that the elementary school students couldn't bear to look straight. So it's like this. Su Yuanying actually believed it? Chin Yueo walked over and pulled Ximen Qing's hand out, and pulled her out of the rock. By the way, she vomited. Sister Ximen, can you find a better excuse next time? I can't help thinking. Tuko. I think it's perfect, Ximen Qing said, pointing to the hole she had knocked out. If you try, I think yours is quite big too, maybe you will get stuck. How is it possible? Chin Yueo turned and sat in the hole with a nonchalant expression. Then her face changed, the card, stuck. Look, I'll say it will get stuck. Ximen Qing laughed. Chin Yueo's face was as grey as death. Am I or I already so fat? I always thought I was slim. Su Yuanying said to her, you have a very good figure and a big is a sign of a good woman. I don't want to have children, I haven't graduated from university yet. Chin Yueo looked depressed. Haha, take your time, there will be opportunities to try in the future. Ximen Qing smirked and pulled Chin Yueo out. Chin Yueo suddenly felt a chill hit, and she watched Ximen Qing vigilantly. Sister Ximen, why do I always feel that you are thinking about something strange? No, how is it possible? Ximen Qing looked away, but Ru Yao, do you know? With the black technology of the evolutionary, women can contribute half of each other's genes to give birth to children. Chin Yueo, by the way, don't you stay at the banquet, why are you here? Ximen Qing looked at Chin Yueo and then at Su Yuanying, and suddenly said to Chin Yueo nervously, Ru Yao, are you trying to green me? What to do? Chin Yueo couldn't laugh or cry, we are here to find ghosts. With that said, she told the ghost story on the island and Ximen love again. Ximen Qing immediately dismissed it after hearing it. These stories about elementary school students are idiots? There are so many slots that I don't want to vomit, and I guess that waiter's 8 achievements are the source of the rumors. Huh? How do you know? Chin Yueo and Su Yuanying both looked at her in surprise. None of them doubted the waiter. If you think about it, you'll know. Except for the rumored one, how could the average waiter tell the tourists this? If this caused the guests to panic, they were going to be fired. You didn't use any special means at the time, this person. It's too succinct, and it's so detailed. If an ordinary waiter can remember it, it's almost the same. Basically, only the storyteller can tell it so clearly. After listening to the analysis of Ximen Qing, the two of them thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. No wonder the guy said so vividly. Then let's go back and catch him. Su Yuanying was a little excited. www.novelmtl.com. Ximen said with love, whatever, I'll be with you. The charter-in-law's anger should have not subsided, and I would have to be beaten again when I went to her, so I should just follow Qin Yuyao for the time being. The three were about to return to the banquet venue. Su Yuanying suddenly said inadvertently, by the way, Sister Ximen, you are an evolutionary. Huh. Both Ximen Qing and Qin Yuyao were taken aback. You know, Ximen Qing asked. Fortunately, she thought she had found that excuse very cleverly. Qin Yuyao was also puzzled. Why do I feel that, Sister Xiaoying? You look so calm. Oh, do you think I don't know? Su Yuanying said with a smile. Although I am not an evolver, my brothers are in the army, and through them I have contacted a few evolvers. She still didn't say anything. In fact, the first time she saw an evolutionary was when she was 10 years old. The figure that fell from the sky is still unforgettable. 15 years ago. Su Yuanying was 10 years old, and she was a schoolmaster at that time. Don't get me wrong, it's not the overlord of learning, but the overlord of school. She is the Xiao Yuan sister who claims to have played third ring invincible hand. That night, Sister Xiao Yuan brought a group of younger brothers and sisters, all from the same school, to block people on the road. What they are trying to block is the brother of a girl in the class. This brother stole the lucky money hidden by his sister, but he refused to admit it when he was discovered by his sister. As the eldest sister in the class, she felt it necessary to stand up for her younger sister. The man came. He was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but he was still much taller than their group of elementary school students. With a repeater around her waist and no earplugs, she played popular songs so loudly. The tape in it was bought with his sister's money. Huh. Seeing that the road was blocked, the boy was also taken aback. Su Yuanying asked a crying little girl next to her, is that him? Yeah. Seeing the little girl nodded, Su Yuanying immediately took out the lollipop from her mouth and waved it like a baton. Call me? Suddenly, a group of elementary school students rushed towards the teenager with bricks picked up by the roadside, or mop poles that had been taken down without knowing where. What are you doing? Seeing a group of people rushing towards him, the young man was panicked, and he wanted to turn around and run away. However, there is something wrong with Xiaowen's blocking people, and several elementary school students have blocked him behind him. The young man tried to kill a way out by virtue of his body shape, but the elementary school student was ruthless, and he threw a brick and almost hit him on the head. The brick hit his shoulder and it hurt him, and then there was a slap in the face. The boy was beaten into a pig head in the end, and the repeater and tape were seized and contributed to Sister Xiao Yuan. The mighty and domineering Sister Xiao Yuan walked to the boy at a pace that her 6 relatives did not recognize, and bowed her head and said, your sister's people dare to bully? Next time, let me find out that your mother won't recognize you by hitting it directly. Sister Xiao Yuan, I don't think his mother can recognize him now. Suddenly a little brother said. Su Yuanying. She stumped her foot and glared at the ignorant guy. I want you to talk more. They are all scattered for me, and they will go back to each house. Tomorrow, remember to pay the protection fee. Each person will have 3 lollipops. No one is allowed. The little friends were gone, and Su Yuanying was also planning to go home. As she was passing by an alley, she suddenly felt a chill. I saw a figure walking out of the shadow, a middle-aged uncle with bloodshot eyes. Behind him was a strange monster that looked a bit like a spider. You are the daughter of Colonel So. After squatting on you for half a month, I finally found a chance. While talking, the spider monster behind him had already vomited a white silk to tie Su Yuanying firmly, and even her mouth was sealed, making her unable to scream even if she wanted to. Su Yuanying was terrified. She felt that she might die here today. Hey, don't be afraid, I will take one of your eyeballs. The gloomy words made Su Yuanying feel desperate. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky, cutting the spider silk from the middle. Su Yuanying saw a white figure fluttering from the sky. Although it was just a figure from the back, she felt that this person was really super handsome. Which one are you? The middle-aged uncle cried strangely. The person in white did not answer, but instead said, after squatting on you for half a month, you finally showed up. You can also come to the border of Hua country. After all, she waved her hand out, and the young Su Yuanying saw a flash of golden light, and the uncle was chopped in half even with the huge spider monster. As if only doing a trivial thing, the white-clothed man turned around and walked towards Su Yuanying with spider silk. Only then did she see his face clearly. He was a very young and handsome little brother. The little brother came to Su Yuanying and took a look, and muttered, this spider silk is quite troublesome. Forget it, let's wait for it to fall off naturally. As he said, he grabbed a bunch of extra thread, picked up Su Yuanying and left. Where are you taking me? Su Yuanying was not afraid anymore and asked. Go back to your house and send you back to your parents, said the little brother in white. Don't think that your father doesn't care about you. In fact, he always sends someone to protect you in secret, but this time I'm here. So those people are on vacation. You are so amazing, brother, what's your name? Ask me what my name does. Will you marry me when I grow up? The little brother in white staggered and almost fell. He glanced at the little girl in his hands in shock. Is this really a primary school student? The little girl he knows is not so precocious. Okay, not good. He refused decisively. If this is agreed, Colonel So must not interrupt his 3 legs. Although the old man might not be able to beat him, but he did not dare to fight back. It was his immediate boss. Why? Because. The boy thought for a while and said, because I like gentle girls. You are not. Su Yuanying was silent for a while. Then I become gentle. Are you willing to marry me? You'll be gentle first. Let's talk about it. The young man walked around for half a month. Naturally he knew her character, so he wanted to be gentle. Kidding? However, he added, just a day or 2 of fake tenderness does not count. You have to persevere. 10 years as a day. That's good. After 10 years of being gentle, you must remember to marry me. Let's pull the hook. Oops, I can't reach out. The teenager felt that he heard a joke, so he scratched her nose like a child. That's it. I'm waiting to see you become a lady for 10 years. I can definitely do it. Su Yuanying's thoughts from back to the present www.novelmtl.com. Think about it carefully. That little brother, 80% of them didn't take those words seriously. But she is serious. Since the age of 20, she has been waiting for him every year for 5 years. During this period, no one came to chase her, but she refused. Because she could never forget the figure in white clothes that fell from the sky. She said that she would wait for him to marry herself, and she would definitely be able to do it. Sakura, what are you thinking about? Ximen Qing suddenly leaned to Su Yuanying's side and asked, smiling so sweetly, did you think of something good? No, Su Yuanying smiled gently, it's just that I suddenly remembered some things related to the evolutionary. I thought you missed a man. Ximen Qing said casually. Su Yuanying's face blushed when she heard this. Was she that obvious just now? Fortunately, Ximen Qing's attention was not on this. She took the lead. Go, look for the waiter. The 3 of them went to the banquet venue and looked around, but they didn't find the waiter. They asked the foreman to no avail. Can this person evaporate? Ximen Qing said depressed. He must have hid. Qin Yueo now believes more and more in the inference of Ximen's love, otherwise, how could a waiter say that it is gone and it is gone? Su Yuanying worried, will he make trouble at tomorrow's wedding? 80% meeting. Ximen Qing didn't expect to encounter such a good show, and looked a little anticipating. Qin Yueo naturally noticed it, and she said to Ximen in love, Sister Ximen, Teacher Yingzhang is a very nice person and a senior, so let's help if we can. Alright. Since Qin Yueo had spoken, Ximen Qing became a little more serious. She said to the 2 women, you wait for me, I'll find a helper. Helper. Qin Yueo looked suspiciously at Ximen Qing's leaving back. Besides her and Song Yunmu on this island, can Ximen Qing find other helpers? Actually, she can really find it. All the zombies developed from Ximen Qing as their source. As long as they are not intentionally screened, Ximen Qing can be sensed. Since going to the island, she has sensed the existence of 3 zombies. One is naturally Li Jin, the other is Dog, and the last one is Sen Qianshan. She doesn't know exactly who is who, but now the 3 zombies are all together. As long as Ximen Qing goes there, she will know them all. She trot all the way to the hotel where Sen Qianshan and the others were located, and took the elevator directly to the 18th floor, then boom and pushed the door of room 1801 open. What are you doing? Ximen Qing, who had recovered a part of her strength, was too lazy to pretend, so she walked in casually. In the room, the 3 zombie faces were full of bewilderment. But after seeing that it was Ximen's love, it turned to surprise. Ah, it's the master sister. Meow. Master. The dog jumped directly from Li Jin's arms to Ximen Qing's chest. Li Jin was so excited as a little fan. Sen Qianshan also stood up directly. Ximen Qing touched the Persian cat that was resting on her chest and rubbed her chin with her head, and said to them, so there is another Zofa, why are you here? Master, I'm following a case, that is. Sen Qianshan unreservedly told the case, without any intention to keep it secret. Ximen Qing was also very surprised after listening. So, that waiter was caught by you? Yes, Li Jin said excitedly, I caught it first. Well, it's amazing. Ximen Qing touched her head. I said why I couldn't find it. I also wanted you to help find it, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Sen Qianshan said, Master, do you want to bring him here? Oh, no, Ximen Qing shook his head, since it's just a downline, it doesn't matter much. The key is tomorrow's wedding. Are you sure you have searched it? There is no new waiter or the like on the island. No, Sen Qianshan shook his head, the shortest entry time is 1 year. Unless it is easily deformed, it is impossible to be the true owner of that system. Hey, I think you missed one place and didn't check it. Ximen Qing said suddenly. Sen Qianshan was taken aback. Master, please instruct. He listened to Simon's tone, and suddenly he had a familiar feeling that it was that man. That's how the guy commanded them 100 years ago. As expected, the leader still can't forget him. Ximen Qing gave a series of instructions to Sen Qianshan, and then left with Li Jin and Dogze. When going out, Sen Qianshan heard her ask in the house, why didn't you turn on the light just now? You also lit a candle. Is this a cult ceremony? No, it's not the leader, it's just that the light is broken. The lights in this big hotel can still be broken? It wasn't that Sen's guardian deliberately broke it, did he? He used to like to have meetings in dark places. Sen Qianshan felt his heart stabbed. He stretched out his hand out of the door. No, it's not like that. Master, you listen to me to explain. It's really the lamp itself that broke. After leaving the hotel, Li Jin and Xiamen King chatted casually, and suddenly she looked at Guzi. Senior Guzi doesn't speak. Do you want me to hug you? Saying that she stretched out her hand to the dog. Xiamen Qing asked in doubt, what are you doing? Let the senior dog speak, Li Jin said purely. The senior dog is a cat and can't speak, so I lent half of my body to him to speak. Xiamen love. The dog lying on her chest suddenly felt that the back of her neck was pinched, and immediately remained motionless. Xiamen Qing took it to the front and taught him, you, how can you bully the little sister so much? Li Jin on the side was puzzled. Sister master, what are you talking about? Xiamen Qing looked at her and explained, little koi, you were deceived by a dog. It can speak human words on its own. Where does it need to use the body to speak? Oh, yes, isn't it? Li Jin looked at the dog in shock. Because the dog was pinched by Xiamen Qing, he had to speak honestly, yes, meow. Then, what am I doing just now? Li Jin suddenly felt so ashamed when she remembered how she seemed to be fine. That's right, Xiamen Qing said, scratching the dog's belly. How old are they? And they're so naughty. I'm not speaking directly in my body. I have mouth addiction. I don't like meows very much. The dog said grievedly. Let's do it. Xiamen Qing put the dog back in Li Jin's arms. Reading www.uukangsha.com. You guys will get along well with me in the future. I will leave if I have something to do now. See you at the wedding tomorrow. Goodbye, sister master. Li Jin and Guzi waved their hands/claws together to say goodbye to Xiamen. After Xiamen Qing left, Li Jin said to Guzi, Senior Guzi, I don't mind. If you like it, you can continue to speak with my mouth. The dog raised his head and glanced at her. Oh, forget meow. I won't be so troublesome when there's no one. Meow. Compared to this, I remember you said that you picked up a beautiful cat during the day, male and female. Meow. Public. My brother saw it. Then take me to see. Under the urging of the dog, Li Jin took it back to the hotel where he was staying. Xiamen Qing went back to where he lived and informed Qin Yueyao and the others that the waiter had been arrested. At this point, the ghost story can be regarded as an end, and the next day is the wedding. I don't know what will happen. One night passed. When the morning sun rose the next day, Xiamen Qing was the first to wake up and ran to the balcony to bathe in the long-lost sunshine. How long have you not had this experience? Since being sealed, the sun has become her natural enemy, as long as a little direct sunlight can make her limp. But now, she can finally face the sun. It seems that there is no use for eggs. Xiamen Qing yawned, turned around and walked to the bed to get down, intending to sleep in. The sun is not sunny. What does it have to do with her being a salted fish? Ding dong. The doorbell was rang. Who? Xiamen King was unwilling to get up and open the door, thinking that she didn't hear it. Ding dong ding dong. After the door rang a few more times, it stopped ringing. Just when she thought the other party had given up, she suddenly clicked and the door opened. Qin Yueyao walked in and complained, Sister Xiamen, the time is almost there, and no matter how slow it is, it won't be able to keep up with the wedding. Damn, are you Yao? Why did you come in? It's not so fast to get your room card downstairs, right? No, I just pushed gently, and the door opened. Qin Yueyao behaved innocently. You don't know if you abuse your abilities like this, you open the lock like this, are you planning to be a thief? Xiamen King closed his eyes and talked to Qin Yueyao while sleeping. No, Qin Yueyao walked over to pull her. Compared to this, Xiamen, you should change your clothes quickly, you will be late. Oh, I see. Xiamen King got out of bed sleepily, and then looked at Qin Yueyao in front of her, mainly the cushion on her chest. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a pillow, and when it comes to pillows, it naturally thinks of sleeping. A drowsiness hit. Xiamen Qing directly fell on Qin Yueyao's body, with his head resting on her chest. Sister Xiamen Qin Yueyao really couldn't help her, so she took her to the bathroom under her armpit and helped her complete the basic washing. Fortunately, Xiamen King is naturally beautiful, so just put on makeup casually. Hair is also soft and smooth when wet and blow-dried. Then she threw Xiamen Qing back to the bed and went to the closet to find Qin Yueyao a white sleeveless cheongsam. This is what Xiamen Qing brought to the wedding. Come on, stretch out your hand. Qin Yueyao also had an internship in a kindergarten anyway, and helped children who were not awake to wear clothes and other things. It was just that this time the children became Xiamen love. Fortunately, Xiamen is very obedient. Although her eyes are closed, she asks her to raise her hand when she raises her hand, and when she asks her to stretch her leg, she stretches her leg. After finally changing her underwear, cheongsam, stockings, and shoes, Qin Yueyao felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, he took out a net yarn hair tie and Xiamen King's hair and placed it in front of the left shoulder. If Xiamen Qing is still awake, she will definitely complain that this is a very dangerous hairstyle. Alan's mother has this hairstyle and was eaten by the giant. Xiao Yueyao, why is it still not good? What are you doing? Song Yunmyo, who was waiting impatiently, finally came in, and was surprised to see this scene. What are you doing? Sister Xiamen refused to wake up. Qin Yueyao explained, I have to help her dress. What do you care about so much? Song Yunmyo squeezed his fist and waved, follow the tip of her nose, and you will be more energetic than anyone else. Qin Yueyao smiled, anyway, we are all dressed, let's go. The three people today are different from last night. They all wore the same white cheongsam. The wedding is Western style, so white is standard. It is said that because Zhao Zhenying got married for the first time in a Chinese style, he strongly urged to do it in a Western style this time, not wanting to confuse the two memories. Qin Yueyao looked at Simon Qing, who was still sleeping, but had no choice but to carry her up and set off for the wedding with Song Yunwu. Because the wedding is held on the island, there is nothing to welcome the relatives, and the ceremony will be held directly in the church. Before that, the guests can continue the communication they did not finish last night, and when the time is up, the priest will begin the whole ceremony. Simon Qing and the others basically just need to listen below, and then eat and eat. But Qin Yueyao knew that today's things were not that simple, and someone would definitely make trouble. Therefore, she and Simon Qing must come to the venue early to prevent accidents that may happen at any time. After arriving there, the Yubo family was the first to come up to say hello. After disembarking and separating yesterday, I haven't seen them again, and now I naturally want to talk. Hey, what's wrong with her? Teacher Huang asked, looking at Simon Qing, who was carried on her back by Qin Yueyao. Qin Yueyao was helpless, she hasn't woken up yet. Haha, Yu Xiaoting smiled, Sister Ximen is so cute. Huh. Qin Yueyao frowned suddenly and put Simon Qing from her back. She handed Simon Qing to Song Yunwu, and then said to the others, excuse me, I will go to the bathroom. After speaking, he hurriedly left. Of course she was not in a hurry, but just found a suspicious person. Yesterday, Simon Qing and the others chased a masked man for a long time, but they didn't catch anyone. That guy is absolutely suspicious. If someone wants to do something at the wedding, he is definitely the first suspect. Qin Yueyao noticed that the guy was peeping nearby, and it was indeed very suspicious sneakily, so she planned to catch him. When Qin Yueyao reached a corner with no one, Qin Yueyao was entangled with lightning, his speed soared, and flew up to the top floor of a restaurant with a swish. The masked man was hiding on the top of a 50-story building and peeking at them. Most people might not be able to spot it. As soon as Qin Yueyao went upstairs, the other party found out immediately, but her speed was so fast that she didn't give the other party a chance to escape at all. Look where you are going. Qin Yueyao stared at the masked man, not allowing him any chance to escape. The masked man raised his hands www.novelmtl.com and retreated little by little. Qin Yueyao sprinted directly, grabbing at him with thunder and lightning wrapped in her hands. But this catch was emptiness, and the masked man disappeared as if turned into air. Qin Yueyao frowned, she didn't believe this guy moved so fast. As a result, she increased the battery power, and the entire rooftop was suddenly shrouded in thunder and lightning. Suddenly a scream came, and the masked man was electrocuted out. It turned out to be invisible. Qin Yueyao showed a triumphant smile, ran over and took off the man's mask. I want to see who you are, eh. This talk made her stunned. Second Uncle Song and Song, why are you? She was so electrified that she spit out white smoke, who is not Song Xiaoqing. Qin Yueyao also reacted at this time. Isn't this her daughter who has been traveling with her all the time? Hey, are you okay? Qin Yueyao poked Song Xiaoqing, who fell on the ground, feeling that his clothes were crisp. Song Xiaoqing said feebly, I think, I can still be saved. That. I'm sorry, Qin Yueyao was a little embarrassed, I didn't know it was you, so many things happened. I thought you were here to make trouble. Song Xiaoqing's suffering. In fact, he is not weak, and at any rate he is also a top player in the Song family, otherwise he would not be selected as an undercover agent in the island country. But this time, he encountered 8 evil spirits twice. Even if he hangs again, he is still beaten. In particular, Qin Yueyao's ability is of the type of force attack, and his survivorship is already considered merciful. I just want to see my daughter, he whispered aggrievedly. He doesn't want to disturb the life of Yu Yubo's family, but he still wants to see his daughter from time to time, even if he looks at it from a distance. That's why I dressed up like this and secretly followed behind to play the tail line. Qin Yueyao vomited, then you don't have to follow the plane, do you have to follow it for a few days after coming out? Song Xiaoqing said, you don't know, I received the news that a killer had come in at this wedding, so I want to protect my daughter. Killer? Qin Yueyao was startled, could it be said that he was the real owner of the horror system? She always thought that was a guy who liked pranks. Yeah, don't you know? It was Song Xiaoqing's turn to be puzzled. This is the internal information of the Song family. My niece didn't receive it. Qin Yueyao thought for a while, maybe Sister Yunwu has been busy recently, so I didn't contact me much. As far as she knew, Song Yunwu rarely contacted the Song family. Unless it was the last time Simon Qing's ability ran away, she would ask for a heavenly master talisman. The relationship between Song Yunwu and the Song family was not so good. After all, they had always been mocked as the tail of a crane back then, and there was basically no good memory. Later, she became the heart-eating demon Wei and had conflicts with the Song family. The Song family let her go outside because she couldn't help it. Of course, everything can be diluted by time. Recently, the relationship between Song Yunwu and the Song family has eased a bit. The main reason was that Song Xiaoqing did not die, which made her lose a knot in her heart. In addition, her reputation in the comics industry has grown and she has a certain social influence, and the Song family's attitude towards her has also changed. The killer thing, please check it slowly. Can I ask you to take care of my daughter? Cough, Song Xiaoqing said, coughing again. I think I can't move for the time being. Oh, good, good, Qin Yueyao quickly agreed. Then you just lie down first, I will definitely protect Xiaoting. With that said, she intimately placed the mask in her hand on Song Shaoking's chest, as if she was covering him with a quilt, then ran into the fire exit. When she came, she flew up, but now she thinks it's better to take the elevator. When I went down and talked about this with Song Yunryu was also taken aback. Huh? Killer? My second uncle. Song Yunryu only felt his head big when he heard it. Why are there so many things? Sister Yunwu, what should we do next? Qin Yueo asked. One must protect Xiaoting, and the other must find the killer, otherwise it will be bad for others. Well, Song Yunryu handed Ximen's love to Qin Yueo again. I'm going to find the killer. You stay here to protect Xiaoting. I'm afraid that I will be exposed again if I stay here. Qin Yueo glanced at the glasses with the bottom of the glass bottle on the bridge of her nose, and it suddenly became clear. Song Yunryu and Yu Xiaoting look so alike. If this is exposed, it will definitely make Yu Yubo and his wife think of her second uncle. Although Yu Yubo chose to be strong and accepted teacher Wang's mother and daughter, no man would really not mind this kind of thing, just chose to escape. Those with a little brain won't go to expose people's scars. What's more, Yu Xiaoting has always thought that she was born to her parents. If this is a drama about family ethics, no one, including her second uncle, would be happy to see it. Huh? What's the matter? Being thrown around like a baton, Simon Ching was also a little sober at this time. Hasn't the wedding started yet? Not yet, Qin Yueo said, but Sister Ximen, the masked man you chased yesterday already knows who it is. Really? Ximen Ching suddenly felt energetic. Who is it? Qin Yueo said the matter again, and Ximen Ching rolled her eyes when she heard it. Hey, it turned out to be his kid. I just said how so awkward, it's a waste of my feelings. I thought there was some hidden secret. Then about the killer, Sister Simon, do you have any ideas? The killer? I don't know the killer, but we can ask for help off the court. Ximen Ching pulled out the phone from his chest and shook it towards Qin Yueo. This is what Qin Yueo put in for her just now. Generally speaking, ladies will have a bag with various small objects in it, but Ximen Ching, a straight male soul, has no interest in any brand name bags, so he has never bought it. Qin Yueo had no choice but to put the phone into the only place where he could put things. Help? Who? Qin Yueo reacted after a while. Huiwen. Right. Ximen King smiled. Their Ziliang Demon Village is home to the world's #1 and #2 killers. Although the first one is a bit more hydrated, the second one is full of dry goods. Call Jin Huiwen and ask them to wait for a while. 10 minutes later, Jin Huiwen called back. Sisters, I checked. Recently, there was indeed a killer who went to Bin Island. This mission is very secret www.novelmtl.com or it took a lot of work for the hackers of our organization to decipher it. 10 minutes of a lot of effort. Qin Yueo blinked. How did she feel that something was wrong? Jin Huiwen said, in fact, there are no 10 minutes. Excluding the contact time, it took 44 seconds to be precise. Ximen Ching interrupted the pretending dialogue in time, then what's the result? Jin Huiwen said, the killer's code name is Prophet, and the mission target is the grandson and granddaughter of the mayor of Xiakeng. The mayor. None of the three thought that the goal had anything to do with the bride and groom. Who is that? The mayor's name is Li Zhenji, his grandson is Li Yuki, and his granddaughter is Li Jin. Jin Huiwen read the information. Oh, are they brothers and sisters? How do I say that Koi has strange eyes on the sweet potato senior? It turned out to be them. Ximen Ching was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Li Jin to be the mayor's granddaughter. Huiwen, do you know them both? Of course we know each other. We are all in a society. The sweet potato senior is a minister, and I brought the Koi in. We are good friends, said Jin Huiwen angrily. It's okay to send someone to assassinate me. Friends? Unforgivable. Qin Yueo said, don't worry, we will definitely not let that prophet succeed. By the way, does this killer have any characteristics? I've heard the words of the prophet. He is a very insidious guy. The mission success rate is always 100. It's just that he doesn't get a high ranking because of too few shots. This guy's killing methods are also very special. His goals are all deaths. Such accidents, such as car accidents, fires, disease, etc., are completely invisible, as if he knew in advance that someone was going to die before taking the task. Then it seems that this guy is probably an evolutionary, Ximen Ching said. Ordinary people are not so weird. Speaking of it, the first time she and Li Jin met was after her car accident. Looking back now, the car accident was not an accident. Then how do we catch him? Qin Yueo asked. We don't even know where he is. Jin Huiwen said, the average person is indeed afraid of him, but someone in the industry has already analyzed his ability. According to various data comparisons, it is found that every time he kills, he must be near the scene. It is very likely. It's because his ability has a certain range limit, and you can use this to lock his position. Well, it's still useful. Ximen Ching nodded. Is there any specific appearance of him? That's all there, Jin Huiwen said. With the current level of technology, it is too simple to make a silicone mask that can be fake. Okay, thank you. It's up to us next. Ximen Ching hung up the call with Jin Huiwen, and said to Song Yunryu instead, the charter-in-law, you go find those two children first. Xiaokoi is a person I teach in Xingyi. Self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. It's mainly her ordinary brother. Besides, Guardian Sen is also there. You can inform him. Song Yunryu pointed to herself. You let me cooperate with a zombie king? I think I'd better take care of myself. All right, do whatever you like. Simon Ching shrugged. Then I will go first. The 3 soldiers were divided into 2 groups, protecting Yu Xiaoting, while looking for the Li family brothers and sisters. Let's talk about the other side. After learning that the wedding was held on Bian Island, Un Chengniu asked for a leave of absence from the school, and then flew to Hainan. He wanted to go directly to the island at first, but after he came, he found out that he was too naive. This island is a very high-end resort island, and he can't go without a certain identity. As a poor student, he naturally couldn't get ashore. How to do? Do you pretend to be a waiter? He investigated and found that every plate on the island requires at least 1 to graduate, and he is naturally nowhere to be a college student. Is it only possible to swim to the island by diving with Superman's physical fitness? After much deliberation, Un Chengniu couldn't think of a good way, but the orange cat he brought inspired him. That was when Un Chengniu was sitting on the beach in a daze, who was thinking hard and could not make a good plan. He suddenly saw the orange cat grabbing a fish and was surprised. Where did you get the fish? He couldn't understand it anymore. The hair on the orange cat was dry. Could the fish fly into its mouth by itself? Facts proved not, because soon someone chased him. After asking, I realized that it was a fisherman, and the orange cat had just stole a fish from his cargo box. Un Chengniu's inspiration flashed, and immediately politely apologized to the person, and then offered to compensate. After gaining the favor of the other party, Un Chengniu chatted with the fisherman and gradually became friends. With fisherman friends, it took him 2 days to figure out the aquatic supply channels on Bian Island. After all, if you want to hold a wedding, it is impossible to use old fish. Fresh fish will inevitably be sent to the island that day. It is here that Un Chengniu is aiming. He first applied for a part-time job as a college student. The fishery was very hard and physical, and he successfully became a member of the delivery fishermen by virtue of his physical fitness after the system was strengthened. In the next half-month, he went back and forth to Bian Island several times smoothly and successfully developed one of the waiters above into his own system offline. Next, he only needs to wait until the wedding day to go to the island to relatives. He felt that Nik must be trapped on the island now, and only he could save her. As for why he has to wait until the wedding day, this is probably because he has a TV drama plot in his heart. Or maybe he felt that taking Nik away on that occasion was the most gratifying revenge against the man who tried to occupy her. The only thing that made Un Chengniu depressed was that the orange cat was lost when he followed him to the island for the first time. Although he wanted to find the orange cat very much, but for the sake of his own big plan he put it down for the time being. Anyway, the island is just that big, so I can find it again when that time comes. On this day, the wedding day he had been thinking about finally arrived. As usual, Li Yuki and his friends took a fishing boat to Bian Island. After half a month, he almost thought he was a fisherman. The boat was loaded with extra-large tuna that was just salvaged. It is said that it will be sent to the island later to perform a disintegration show. When they arrived at the port, he and a few other friends carried the boxes and disembarked, and the hotel staff who had seen them several times took them to the wedding banquet. There was nothing wrong with it, but the keen Un Chengniu discovered that there seemed to be 2 new faces in the port today. The man and the woman didn't look like the people in the hotel www.novelmtl.com, and the look in their eyes was weird. The gaze that looked up and down made him feel very uncomfortable. But An Chengniu didn't show anything unusual, and still carried the box honestly. This man and woman are naturally Sen Qianshan and Tao Saiki. Simon Ching talked about Sen Qianshan yesterday. They overlooked a blind spot. On such a large island, the material consumption must be high, and there will inevitably be some delivery personnel. These people are not usually on the island, and the members are not fixed. Sen Qianshan's investigation is easy to overlook. So she asked Sen Qianshan to come to the pier to watch, and the target they were tracking would inevitably go to the island today. At that time, they only need to investigate the past one by one to see which of the newcomers have joined recently, and it is easy to lock in. Captain, I asked. There are 2 newcomers in this group who have joined in the last half-month. Tao Saiki reported to Sen Qianshan. Sen Qianshan said, this is the last batch, right? A total of 5 suspects, including these 2, have been closely watched by me, and the target must be among them. Ronan Chris is a native of America, 35 years old this year, and his parents are ordinary blue-collars. He went to an ordinary university, found an ordinary job after graduation, married an ordinary American feminist woman, and then divorced it logically and paid his ex-wife a monthly support fee. A man like him can be described as uncommon in the United States. He belongs to the kind of who is this guy when his old classmates turn out his graduation album and see him. But such an ordinary man has another identity, killer behind his back. His code name is Prophet, which he took himself for the purpose of misleading others. Ronan never kills himself, he will let the target die in all kinds of accidents. It may happen to be taken as a hostage by a bank robber and killed, or it may happen to be killed by a falling object, or even choked to death by eating. As long as it becomes his mission target, he will die in an accident in a short time, and no one is spared. Over time, people in the industry speculate based on his style and code name whether he has the ability to predict the future. In fact, of course there is no. Ronan is indeed an evolutionary, but his abilities are far from exaggerated. What he possesses is a special ability called whispering, which is a bit similar to hypnosis. The specific effect is that it can affect a person's judgment in a small range. For example, a driver is driving normally. Suddenly I heard a voice saying step on the accelerator to him. Generally speaking, the driver should first confirm the road conditions, then judge whether to step on the accelerator, and finally act. Ronan's whispers can interfere with this judgment process. He said step on the accelerator, and the driver will think that he should step on the accelerator, and then direct his body to act. In this way, it is easy to create a car accident. Of course, this ability is not mind manipulation, so the effectiveness is not very strong. It is difficult for him to influence ordinary people with strong will. Moreover, the kind of whisper that directly makes people die will definitely incur the opponent's instinctive resistance, so he needs to use some misleading words as much as possible. Take a car driver as an example. A fatigued driver is easily affected by whispers, but he can't tell others to jump off the car. Normal people can judge that jumping is dangerous in the way of thinking, but it is different from stepping on the accelerator and steering the wheel. This is the basic operation of driving, and it is only dangerous under special road conditions. The person whispered by him can't think of such complicated problems, so he can easily let a driver rush out of the mountain road, or let a driver kill his mission target. He saw a task more than half a year ago. According to his investigation, the target was just an ordinary person, so he took it. After that, everything went smoothly. He skillfully caused a car accident and hit the target severely. With that kind of injury, he knew very well that the goal could not be saved. But on the second day he learned that the target was still alive. This was his first miss, and the impact on him can be imagined. How is it possible? Where does the doctor come from with such superb medical skills? This can be saved, why don't you become God? But shocked, the fact is that his mission failed. I have no choice but to discuss with the employer. Do you want to continue the assassination? Still cancel the task. Of course the employer chose to let him continue, but in the months after that, the cautious Ronan could not find any opportunities. Strong protection around the target? He knew he couldn't do it anymore. Informed the employer that he planned to withdraw, but the employer asked him to change his goal. Killing the new target also counts his mission as successful. Ronan, who has always maintained a 100% success rate, is naturally desperate for it. He investigated the new target, and it was still an ordinary person. This time he personally watched that man was hit by a truck and turned into an upside-down V shape, and he could not die before leaving. As a result, the next day the employer told him that the target was not dead. At that time Ronan really doubted whether the employer came to him on purpose. But after personally investigating it, it was discovered that the man was really not dead, and he was still alive, as if he had never been injured. Impossible? How is this possible? I have clearly investigated. She is not an evolutionary. How could she? Ronan's mentality almost collapsed. He told his employer that he would make another move last time, and if he couldn't kill this time, he would admit his fate. This time, he did a more rigorous investigation than before, calculated all the uncontrollable elements, and specified a perfect killing plan. He is about to kill both targets at the wedding on Bien Island? This time he even counted a newly awakened evolver. That guy was scary everywhere to improve his strength, thinking that he was unaware of it, but Ronan had discovered him a long time ago. Generally speaking, the evolutionary should be more difficult to be influenced. But this time Ronan was fierce. For half a month, he whispered every day when the guy went into deep sleep. After subtle influence, even the evolutionary himself did not know that he had actually become Ronan's puppet. Just give a key signal to make him fall into a hypnotic state, and then become Ronan's knife. The plan should be like this. But what made Ronan dumbfounded was that on the day of the wedding, the evolutionary he had influenced had disappeared. What is this kid doing? Ronan was roaring in his heart. Why did he disappear suddenly? Isn't my behavior of sneaking to a man's bed and whispering every night for half a month like a sand pencil? He searched the island again and asked some waiters, only to learn that the waiter named Li Ziming actually asked for leave today. Do you please early or late www.novelmtl.com actually ask for leave today? I am DNDM. Ronan was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. But the problem is not big. As a killer, it is naturally impossible to have only one plan. If plan A fails, then plan B is implemented. He has investigated the wedding scene and also knows the target's seat. Through the ability of whispering, he deliberately asked the staff who arranged the guest seats to arrange the two of them under a large chandelier. And the big chandelier was secretly handled by him, and on the surface it looked better, but in fact it can be removed by remote control. When the time comes, a crystal chandelier that is so big will be smashed down to ensure that the two of them become two red biscuits. It doesn't matter if it can't be killed, he still has plan C. He bought a special poison from a certain organization of the Mystery Alliance. Not only is it difficult to be detected, but after the poison is issued, it will only make people think it is sudden death. I don't believe you are not dead this time. Cheng got on the island and carried the fish to the backstage. The process of the wedding is to swear oaths and exchange rings. After the bride and groom cut the cake together, it will be the tuna disintegration show. According to calculations, the tuna at that time also happened to be the most delicious moment. Chef Ninomiya, a chef from the island country, came to inspect the tuna in person and praised, yes, it's top quality. Although Ninomiya is good at French cuisine, he is also from an island cuisine family, and he is also quite accomplished in the disintegration of tuna. Chinyo thought, unfortunately, you can't wait for that time, I will ruin the wedding before then. because they had to help carry the fish later, and Cheng and the others were arranged to rest in a lounge temporarily. Naturally, he would not stay so honest. On the pretext of going to the toilet, Cheng turned into a ghost and walked out through the wall, intending to see Li Ziming. His plan was to make Li Ziming make a noise at the wedding, and then take Nik to escape by himself. If possible, it would be better for Li Ziming to kill the groom. As for whether Li Ziming will do what he said, for that kind of thing, just send a system task, and then add a punishment for the failure of the task and the system will remove it. If it doesn't work, kill it. What Cheng didn't notice was that among the clouds in the sky, there was a figure surrounded by wind staring at his every move. I was really hit by the captain. Is this guy the master? Tao Saiki took out his mobile phone and reported the situation to Sen Qianshan. So smoothly? Then you keep watching, in case there is a darker behind the scenes. Sen Qianshan couldn't help but sigh. The leader of the leader is indeed unparalleled in wisdom. As long as she does what she says, it must be right. Okay. Tao Saiki temporarily took away the thoughts of capturing Cheng, just hiding in the clouds to observe. Cheng successfully found Li Ziming, but at this time Li Ziming had been dizzy by Sen Qianshan and couldn't wake up at all. Is this guy a pig? Cheng scolded angrily, but suddenly thought, he is systematic, there is no reason to sleep so dead. Is it a special attack? He suddenly remembered the little girl who kicked the teacher over that day. There is more than one person with special abilities in this world. Is there any strong person on this island? Will this affect his robbing of marriage? After hesitating for a while, Cheng suddenly made a ruthless shot. Do so much. I must take her away today. Since Li Ziming couldn't wake up, Cheng gave him up, took back the system, and strengthened his own ability, which undoubtedly added a piece of confidence to him. The big deal, I'll do it myself. Cheng left the room, planning to look for the orange cat during the period before the wedding. Although the goddess is important, cats are also indispensable. The orange cat is so cute and really reluctant. I hope I can find it. Cheng, who was walking in the corridor, suddenly saw three people, two tall and one short, coming to face each other. His heart was shaken, he quickly lowered his head, and evasively passed by several people. Because he knows the shortest of several people, isn't that the little girl who kicked the teacher back that day? Why is she here? Could it be that she was the one who fainted Li Ziming? If you think about it carefully, it seems very possible. Just as Cheng's thoughts were chaotic, a voice suddenly came from behind. Please wait a minute. Cheng instantly became a wooden figure with tension, and turned his head stiffly. Me. Yes, one of the two tall beauties approached him. Do you know where the back kitchen is? You go out and turn left, then. Cheng told the route honestly. After hearing this, the beauty smiled and said to him, thank you, it's such a great help. No thanks. Cheng blushed. He had never spoken to such a beautiful girl at close range, and suddenly felt that Nik seemed a little bit inferior to her. Ns. Cheng, what are you thinking about? What you like is Nik? There is no one else but her? Do you want to betray her? He scolded himself fiercely in his heart, and Cheng turned and left. However, he looked back at the beauty with a bit of reluctance. She had already returned to the two little friends at this time. That's clear, let's turn right when we go out. Really? But why did I hear a left turn? Then you probably heard it wrong. These three are naturally Jin Huiwen, Xiaoguai, and Sophie Ajani. As for why they are here, everything has to start with the phone call from Ximen Qing just now. Knowing that her best friend was being targeted by the prophet, Jin Huiwen was naturally very worried. Even though there are 8 fierce level Ximen Qing and Qin Yuyao there, some people are like this, and they feel uncomfortable if they don't look at them in person. Then Xiaoguai found out that there was something wrong with her, and after inquiring about the killer's soul, she immediately urged Jin Huiwen to take herself to Bin Island. But boss, it will take a lot of time for my ability to leap half of the flower country, and I may get tired when I get there. Jin Huiwen said in distress. Unfortunately, I still don't know how to transfer water from the south to the north. Xiaoguai was also helpless. The south to north water diversion is the name of her own invented skill, which actually refers to the ability of Zhang Jianhong, the ancestor of the Zhang family, to teleport to any place with sufficient water. Have you encountered difficulties? At this moment, Ajani suddenly appeared. The two children were taken aback by her, but because they were familiar with each other, they told her the matter again. I can help you, Ajani said. I can bless you and let your abilities get a short-term increase. But there will be side effects. Jin Huiwen naturally knows the characteristics of Ajani's balance of good and bad. It's just a sudden www.novelmtl.com. It shouldn't be too serious, Ajani said, but you can't let Ximen Qing know about this, or I will be scolded by her again. Okay. Jin Huiwen agreed to Ajani with her heart. So, she held Xiaoguai with her left hand and Ajani with her right hand, and she teleported once under the blessing of Ajani. With the assistance of the 8th evil level, Jin Huiwen felt that she was completely capable of teleporting to any corner of the earth, and even leaving the earth to the moon. It only needed one teleport. The power of the 8 evils, terrifying. Jin Huiwen accurately locked Bin Island, and the three successfully landed on the island. However, in order to avoid the sight of Ximen Qing, they decided to go to the kitchen first and hide. Well, this is definitely not because the three of them are greedy and want to eat. Let's come quietly, and then leave quietly. Don't let Simon Love find out. The thing is equivalent to non-existent. Ajani smiled like a child doing bad things. If Ajani's plan can be carried out smoothly, she would not be called Ajani. And Cheng Nyo obviously told her to turn left, but she took the two lowly directly to the pier. When she walked to the big seashore and looked at the blue sea, Jin Huiwen couldn't help but said, "Did we go wrong?" Xiaoguai and she looked at Ajani at the same time. As the only adult among the three, this is too unreliable. Ajani shrank her head guiltily. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Why don't we go back and turn left and try? Someone is coming. Jin Huiwen suddenly whispered, holding the hands of the two of them, intending to teleport away. She was mainly afraid of being discovered by Simon Love and others, so the reaction was so big. As a result, because Ajani didn't react this time, her teleportation directly failed. If the 8th evil level powerhouse is unwilling, her ability will not be effective at all. Jin Huiwen was backlashed by her ability. She felt dizzy and she wanted to vomit blood in discomfort. I'm sorry. Ajani was taken aback. I didn't mean it. She and Xiaoguai held Jin Huiwen together and wanted to take her to sit down and rest. At this time, the people Jin Huiwen found also came over. Fortunately, it is not Simon who loves them, but two strange women. One is older in his 30s and 40s, and the other is young and beautiful in his 20s. The older one seemed to be talking. The wedding is about to begin. It shouldn't be too late for you to run around like this. How old is it to be a little measured? Okay. I know, I'm sorry. These two people are Su Yuanying and her agent Chu Ping. Su Yuanying didn't know where to go early this morning, and Chu Ping went out to find her for a long time before she found her at the beach. At that time, she seemed to look like she was about to go to sea, and her shoes were all taken off, thanks to Chu Ping holding her back. If you want to swim, you should also put on a swimsuit. This dress is very expensive. Chu Ping was still complaining. Su Yuanying listened honestly. I don't actually want to swim. Then you? Before Chu Ping finished speaking, Su Yuanying's attention was attracted by the three people on the side of the road. Little sister, are you okay? She looked at Jin Huiwen sitting on the stone on the side of the road with an uncomfortable expression, and couldn't help but care. I'm fine. Jin Huiwen shook her head. I'm just a little dizzy. It's not in the way. Is it uncomfortable? I remember there is a doctor on the island. Su Yuanying continued. Xiaoguai quickly said, no, she is hungry. If this is taken to the doctor, God knows if he will meet Simon Ching and the others. Hungry? Oh, I know, Su Yuanying smiled. You didn't eat the breakfast prepared by the hotel. Actually, I too, or let's go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Back kitchen? Okay. Jin Huiwen and the others planned to hide in the back kitchen, and then took the opportunity to pretend to be waiters and mix into the wedding to protect Li Jin. Doing this is like a serious killer, as it is in the movies. So the three of them went to the back kitchen with Su Yuanying and others after thanking them. To Su Yuanying's surprise, Chu Ping, who has always liked to take care of everything, did not complain to her about bringing a few strangers to the kitchen this time, but quietly followed her behind. I don't care about them. You must go to the church after you are full, but you can't run around. Chu Ping stared at her with a serious look. Su Yuanying, okay, I can't help you, I won't run around. When she woke up this morning, she accidentally saw a figure drifting outside the window. The movement and the figure from behind made her very familiar, so she chased it out without eating breakfast. All the way to the beach, I lost the trace of the man. Su Yuanying, who had searched everywhere and had no clues, wanted to go to the sea to look for it when her brain was hot, but Chu Ping caught her and gave it a lesson. There were so many guests and chefs at this wedding, and it was only a trivial matter to let the back chef cook a special meal for them. Originally, Su Yuanying could go to more formal occasions to wait for the dishes, but Ajani and the others started eating directly in the back kitchen, and she was happy to accompany them. After eating, Su Yuanying suddenly found out that her agent was missing. She looked around and found Chu Ping happened to come out of a room. Sister, where did you go? It's nothing, just look around. Chu Ping said casually. Oh, let's go ahead. Su Yuanying didn't think too much, and said hello to Ajani and the others before leaving. So, did Chu Ping really just look around just now? Of course not, she went to poison. Seeing this, I believe everyone has guessed it. Yes, this Chu Ping is a fake. She is the killer prophet Ronan Chris posing. Taking advantage of Su Yuanying's chance to come to the kitchen, he quietly mixed in and injected the poison he had bought in advance into 2 cups of drinks. www.novelmtl.com. He did a detailed investigation beforehand. Li Yuki brother and sister Li Jin drank this drink yesterday and liked it very much. If plan B fails, let the waiter who is affected by his whispering ability bring the poisoned drink, and they will naturally drink it. In fact, poison killing is the most incompatible method with his style, but this time he was also annoyed. In order to maintain his 100% success rate, it is acceptable to make a little concession. However, what he didn't know was that just after he left, Ajani and the others, who were full, started to act. Xiaoguai and Jin Huiwen looked at each other and directly knocked out the 2 waiters and hid them. Sister Ajani, you just watch them here, don't walk around. Jin Huiwen was afraid that Ajani would go out to cause trouble again, so she told her to look at the 2 waiters. We will come back when we catch the killer. Okay. Ajani did not object. Anyway, the 2 loli had stolen a lot of delicious food for her from the back kitchen, enough for her to eat for a while. Jin Huiwen took out her cosmetic bag and easily put on makeup to create another look. If she is not particularly familiar, she might not recognize her face to face. As a professional killer, Jin Huiwen has practiced. Xiaoguai is even simpler. She changes directly into water, and then becomes a waiter who was knocked out by her after being reshaped. This is the same principle with her becoming a white wolf. The world's number 1 and number 2 killers glanced at each other, and both showed confident smiles. Then, the action begins. When they left the door, they picked up the drink and put it on the tray and walked out. At this time, the wedding is about to begin. When Chinyo found the orange cat, she found the orange cat collapsed on the ground, his eyes half closed and half open, and his chest barely fluctuated. If he could not feel his heartbeat, he would almost think that the orange cat was dead. What's wrong with you? Chinyo hugged the orange cat distressedly. I'm sorry, I'm all to blame, I should have come to you sooner. He thought that the orange cat was a wild cat, and he shouldn't starve to death for a few days. Who would have thought it would be like this? Chinyo is not a veterinarian either. He doesn't know where there is a pet hospital on the island. It is estimated that it will be closed even today. So he planned to find something to eat for the orange cat. Maybe it was just hungry. However, when he put a banana to the orange cat's mouth, it was indifferent to this favorite food of the week. Don't scare me, Chinyo touched the orange cat's cat and said distressedly, don't worry, I'll take you to the doctor later. The orange cat slumped in his arms, couldn't help rolling his eyes. It really wanted to tell Chinyo, I'm fine, it's just a bit hollowed out, just take a rest. Misguided, it is a misguided. Orange cat sighed with emotion. It did not expect it to encounter such a nemesis on the island this time. Originally it had been on the island for so many days, relying on its own appearance to eat and drink. Occasionally a large number of two-legged beasts rushed to hug it, and the days were too comfortable. But since I met that woman yesterday, everything has changed. First, it ignored its charm, and then put it in a circle so that it could not leave. After finally breaking free, I found a few young people who thought I could mix some delicious food. Who would have thought that a white Persian cat would come again at night? It was simply a nightmare. The orange cat no longer remembers how many times he was squeezed by the female cat, but knew that its 4 legs were still soft this morning. Feeling hollowed out, the strong desire to survive urged it to jump down from the window and fell to the ground. Although he was not injured, his physical weakness still prevented it from leaving in time, so that it was picked up by Chinyo. Hey, just follow this silly boy for now. Orange cat sighed in his heart. I wanted to help you, but now I'm out of this situation. I'm afraid I can't stop you from going to death. Chinyo came to the wedding scene holding the orange cat, and looked at the middle-aged man standing at the door of the church with a burst of anger in her heart. I actually lost to this kind of old man? Why? Nik was really forced by him? Otherwise, how could she marry such an old guy? What I saw further strengthened Chinyo's belief. At this moment, a burst of cheers came, and the bridegroom looked into the distance excitedly. It turned out that the bride arrived. A beautiful woman in a wedding dress came down from an extended luxury car. It was Nik. It was her father who walked over with her arm. The old farmer who has been facing the lowest and back to the sky for half his life is probably not used to the straight suit at this time. The expression on his face is a little uncomfortable, and the walk is a little crooked. But for the sake of his daughter, he still stood up. It's beautiful. Chinyo looked dry for a while. Such a woman is his goddess? How could he allow her to marry another man? This marriage is secured? Chinyo swallowed and subconsciously wanted to drink something. It happened that a waiter walked by with a plate of drinks, and he took a glass and drank it. Sure enough, it's the island of the rich. This drink is really good. Drink. This thought came to mind, and Chinyo rolled his eyes and fell backward. Fuck, what happened? The orange cat in his arms was also taken aback. Why did this kid hang up suddenly? Was this beautiful to death by the bride? Since Chinyo was standing at the end, the waiter had already walked away, and no one noticed his strangeness. The orange cat quickly dangled him by the collar and dragged him to the corner. I'm almost exhausted and the cat is dead. You actually want me to do this kind of physical work? Brat. Orange cat complained. Yes, it turned out to be human words. Suddenly, the orange cat approached his mouth and sniffed. No, this is poison. On closer inspection, Chinyo's life is fast passing by, and he will return to the sky within half a minute. The orange cat hesitated for 3 seconds, and finally sighed. It's cheap for you, kid, just because you brought me bananas these days. As he said, it bit on Chinyo's neck in one bite. On the other side, no one noticed that Chinyo was poisoned and the wedding was still going on. Xiaomanqing stayed with Qin Yueo and Yu's family, always vigilant for the appearance of the killer. However, until the bride and groom exchanged rings, there was no accident. This made them wonder at the same time. It was a sigh of relief. Probably the charter wife has done it. Xiaomanqing whispered to Qin Yueo. Well, it's great to be okay. Qin Yueo was also very happy. However, at this time, someone is not so comfortable. www.novelmtl.com. Xu Ping sitting in the corner looked at the chandelier several times without a trace, but never saw any tendency for this thing to fall. Damn it, what happened? I clearly arranged it. In fact, he understood a little in his mind. It must be the masters around the brothers and sisters who made the move. He could think of the problem with the chandelier, and the other party would naturally do it, so it is also possible to eliminate the danger in advance. It seems that only Plan C can be used. The so-called knowing oneself knows the enemy without end, and if your enemy knows nothing about you, you can also be without end. Ronan Chris has been hiding his abilities all these years in order to make people unprepared. It's normal to eat at a wedding banquet. His whisper was to let the waiter take the tray and dangle in front of others first. After the others took the drink and drank nothing, Lee Yuki's vigilance would drop. At this time, if you take the poisonous drink over, the chance of getting them to drink it smoothly will greatly increase. As for why we can be sure that the siblings can get toxic drinks, it is because they both have very special tastes, and they like to drink durian-flavored drinks. As a person who loves durians, Ronan Chris is very aware of the rejection of durians by most people. His ex-wife often shut him in the toilet, and only allowed him to come out after brushing his teeth 3 times after eating durians. Only those 2 people would take this kind of weird drink, and it's considered good if people don't pinch their noses to avoid them. For example, the waiter next to him has only 1 cup of the drink on the tray in his hand, which is durian. Some of the guests who were going to get it got close to smell it, and immediately frowned and walked away. Ah, Sister Ping. Chiu Ping by her side suddenly fainted, and Su Yuanying was also taken aback, and quickly helped her. But Chiu Ping's body was unexpectedly heavy, and she didn't hold it, and she fell to the ground. The movement was a bit loud now, and when he saw it at the nearby Ximen Qing, he said to Qin Yao, "I'll go over and take a look." After speaking, she came to Su Yuanying's side and squatted down to check Chiu Ping's situation. Huh? Sister Ximen, what's wrong with Sister Ping? Su Yuanying asked quickly. Ximen Qing originally stretched out her hand to feel her pulse, but she didn't feel right when she touched her neck. She pointed to Chiu Ping's collarbone and said to Su Yuanying, "You can feel this way." Su Yuanying stretched out her hand to touch. Huh? Why is it so ice? Ximen said in love, "You should work harder and dig it with your fingernails." Su Yuanying did it. She didn't dare to use too much force at first, but when her nail fell directly, she increased her efforts. It feels like peeling an orange. Why? Su Yuanying pulled up. Chiu Ping's face was torn off by her. Who is this person? Su Yuanying was dumbfounded when she looked at the strange white man in front of her. Take him aside first. Ximen Qing looked up, but fortunately, when the bride was throwing her bouquet, noticed that there were not many people here. Can't let this guy interfere with the wedding. Oh. Su Yuanying dragged the white man to the corner. The man was too heavy and she dragged it very hard. But Ximen Qing did not help her, because Ximen Qing was not willing to have contact with men, even if it was a dead person. Who is he? How could he wear Sister Ping's mask? What's going on now? Where is the real Sister Ping? Su Yuanying only felt a mess. This thing was too sudden. Ximen thought for a while, I think this guy may be a killer. Killer? Who is he going to kill? 2 kids, it has nothing to do with you, or with the bride and groom. They are the guests who come to join in the fun, Ximen Qing explained. I just don't know why this guy died suddenly. Wait a minute, I'll call a professional. She took out her mobile phone and called Sen Qianshan, who came over soon. Sen Qianshan checked. It's dead, it should be poisoned. This should be the prophet, Ximen said with emotion. Sen Qianshan nodded. It should be. Although his identity has been unknown, the first missions that the prophet took on were all in the United States, and there is a high probability that he will be a US native. Who poisoned it? Ximen Qing curiously asked. Even we didn't find out the identity of this guy. There are some people who can solve the prophet without knowing it, Master. For the time being, it is not possible to judge whether it is an enemy or a friend. Sen Qianshan frowned, but thinking in a good direction, this should be helping us. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang again, and it was Tao Saiki. What? After listening for a while, Sen Qianshan exclaimed. What's wrong? Ximen Qing asked. Sen Qianshan's expression became more serious. Master, one of the fishermen you let us stare at is indeed the master of the system. I kept Xiao Tao watching, but he fainted after drinking a drink just now. Xiao Tao wanted to check, but he was bitten by a cat and then woke up again. His eyes turned blood red. Huh. Ximen was taken aback. Blood red? Isn't that the zombie eye color? The zombies taught by Xingyi are generally blood pupils. The zombie king is silver pupil, and above it is the golden pupil of the world. That is the only one. As for Ximen Qing herself, the zombies are only part of her godhead, so it will not affect her appearance. The cat that bit him is not a dog, is it? Sen Qianshan shook his head. No, Xiao Tao said it was an orange cat. Orange cat. Ximen Qing thought of seeing an orange cat when she met Li Jin and the others yesterday. Could it be that one? Wait a minute. Ximen Qing suddenly thought of something, and ran back to the place where Chiu Ping had fainted, and found a cup with juice remaining. She took the cup to Sen Qianshan. Let's see if it is poisonous. If it is, then there should be a master who wants the wedding to go smoothly like us, so these 2 hidden dangers have been quietly resolved. Ah, it smells. The zombie's sense of smell is very strong, and Sen Qianshan just got close to the cup and pinched his nose with disgust. Yes, Ximen Qing has a stronger sense of smell than him, but she didn't feel anything when she brought it over. Isn't this just a durian smell? I hate durian. Sen Qianshan said bitterly. Ximen Qing immediately complained. You are really tasteless, the king of fruits. Do you feel stinky for something that tastes so good? You deserve to not enjoy such a delicacy. Sen Qianshan was very wronged. Although everything the leader said was right, his nose really couldn't stand the irritation of durian. No way, he had no choice but to say, I can't smell this anymore. Or try it with a dog. It's an animal, and it should have a better sense of smell than me. Okay, then I'll go to the dog. Xiamen Qing pulled out a handkerchief from her chest, dipped it with some juice, and was ready to go to the dog, leaving Su Yuanying and Sen Qianshan next to Ronan Chris' corpse. I'm a policeman, Sen Qianshan first introduced himself, then pointed to the corpse and said, I'll take him away first, and you can make a transcript later. Mr. Police, he pretended to be my agent. I am worried about her safety now. Don't worry, we are professional. As long as your agent is still on the island, we can find her out. Of course, if it is replaced before going to the island, then further reinforcement is needed. Sen Qianshan comforted Road. Su Yuanying hurriedly said, That's good, I will definitely cooperate if there is anything I need. Please be sure to save Sister Ping. Okay, I get it. www.novelmtl.com. You should stay at the wedding for the time being. It's safer here, Sen Qianshan thought for a while and reminded him, Don't eat for now. Yeah, Su Yuanying nodded, and suddenly she looked at Sen Qianshan who was turning sideways to grab Ronan Chris. Huh? Mr. Police, have we met somewhere? You have admitted the wrong person, Sen Qianshan smiled. I have no chance to know a big star like you. Oh, I got it. Yu Xiaoting looked at the bouquet in her hand with some surprise. All the ants around were Mao Ziyu rushing forward. She stood behind and didn't move, and the bouquet fell directly into her hands. Let's congratulate this little sister, the MC said at the right time, and there was a warm applause around him. Many people have jokingly ran around Yu Yubo and said they would drink his daughter's wedding wine. Don't, my daughter is still young. Although Yu Yubo said so, his face was already full of smiles. Which dad doesn't want to hear others boasting about his children? On the other side, Su Qian and Sen Xian looked enviously at Yu Xiaoting who had grabbed the bouquet. They wanted to grab it just now, but they didn't feel embarrassed. Li Jin immediately poked Li Yuki in the ribs with her elbow. Brother, you see that the two senior sisters like flowers so much. Why don't you hurry up and get 2 bouquets of flowers? What's so good about flowers? Li Yuki wondered. They can't be eaten, and it's easy to attract bugs. I think there are chicken rice flowers over there, or get some more. Li Jin rolled his eyes. Why is this older brother so stupid sometimes? But Li Jin still said, then you go get the chicken rice cracker, remember to divide it into 2. All right. Li Yuki agreed, and honestly went to get the chicken rice. Mother Wu, who was observing secretly from a distance, had a headache. What should I do? Their relationship is getting better and better, what can Zi do? However, before she could do anything, there was a sound of footsteps behind her. Wu Ma looked back and saw Song Yunryu slowly walking towards her. Zombie. Song Yunryu looked at the talisman in his hand, feeling a little strange. Could it be possible that the killer this time was a zombie? Or does it mean that in addition to what is known, there are third-party forces that have mixed in? But if it's a zombie, why doesn't Xiamen Qing know? Song Yunryu immediately realized that the zombies in front of him might not be under the control of Xiamen Qing, and the level of danger was going to increase by a level. Ma Wu also frowned because of the natural aversion of zombies towards Taoist priests. After thinking about it, Song Yunryu finally felt that he should catch the person first. Wu Ma had a warning sign, and she subconsciously hid to the side. The next moment she noticed that Song Yunryu had reached her side over a distance of more than 20 meters. If she didn't avoid it just now, she would at least be punched. What's the matter with this Taoist priest? What does it mean to rely on fists without throwing talisman or sword, not even casting a spell? Wu Ma was shocked in her heart, but she still avoided decisively, because she had already judged that she would definitely not be Song Yunryu's opponent in a head-on confrontation. Seeing that she was about to run, Song Yunryu naturally chased her immediately. She knew that the killer was staring at the Li family siblings, so she specifically searched for the Li family siblings and found Wu Ma. Now that Wu Ma ran away so neatly, it was too suspicious. She felt that it was basically certain that Wu Ma and the killer had a certain connection. Wu's mother's special abilities are the same as her daughter's assimilation. It can also be directly melted in when hitting a wall, and then pass out from the other side. Song Yunryu didn't want to make too much noise, so instead of smashing the wall directly, he chose a detour. As a result, she failed to catch up with Wu Ma in the first time. After Wu Ma took advantage of the building and ran for a while, she suddenly stopped. Song Yunryu was surprised. Is this zombie's perception so strong? When she was just chasing, she was not idle, laying a lot of spells along the way. If Wu Ma dared to take her around in a circle, she would definitely be hit by the spell. But Ma Wu chose to stop, which made Song Yunryu take another high look at her. Is it a bit of an overkill for such a master to assassinate 2 children? But anyway, since she was going to run, it was always right to catch her. Song Yunryu squeezed her fist and smashed it at Wu Ma with 10% of his strength. No matter how much she was afraid of sinking the island, it would be very troublesome for Zhang Jianhong to blame it. Wu Ma backed away again and again, but Song Yunryu's punches were too fast, and even the wind of the punches could affect her movements. By the time of the third punch, she couldn't stand it. At this moment, an orange cat's claw suddenly protruded from the side, blocking Song Yunryu's fist. Huh. Song Yunryu stopped and looked at the orange cat that suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. After blocking her blow, the orange cat turned upside down a few times in the air and landed firmly on Wu Ma's hand. Boss! Wu Ma exclaimed. The orange cat complained, what's the matter with you? Why did you fight her? I don't say anything. She will hit me when she comes. Wu Ma was also very depressed. It's rare to see a master with such a level of strength. How could she run into him inexplicably? and he attacked her if he didn't agree with him. I'm almost hollowed out. At this time, I have to fight against such a master, and let the cat live. Orange Cat sighed, you must add more sugar to me when you go back. Don't worry, boss, I have a lot of chocolate and strawberry milk. The Orange Cat then looked at Song Yunmyu, Song's sister paper. Although we are zombies, we didn't cause trouble this time. Why are you chasing you? No trouble. Song Yunmyu looked at Wuma, aren't you here to prepare to assassinate the Lee family brothers and sisters? Huh. Mother Wu looked dazed. Me? Assassinate them? Why? Sure enough, is it a mistake? The Orange Cat covered his forehead with a cat's paw and sighed, I think this can be explained. So it revealed the identity of Wu's nanny and the fact that it was the mother of the two children. Song Yunmyu then realized that he had engaged in a big oolong. Hey, me, did you chase the wrong person? Song Yunmyu felt embarrassed. If the Orange Cat didn't deceive, wouldn't she look stupid? But no, you two are both zombies, so why would Ximon Qing not know your existence? Song Yunmyu frowned, thinking that this is not easy. You are the people of the zombie called the world, right? Ximon Qing said that only the world can shield the feeling between the zombie and her, and the world, but robbed the door of the purple god. I can't elaborate on this. Anyway, this time we are here to protect those two children, Orange Cat said, but since you are at www.novelmtl.com, we don't need to stay there anymore. With that, it slapped Wuma with its paw, and the two disappeared directly in front of Song Yunmyu. Teleport? No, it feels different from Huiwen's teleport. Song Yunmyu frowned. It happened that Ximon King called her and told her that the killer prophet was dead. Dead. Song Yunmyu felt depressed when his opponent fell down after finishing the warm-up exercise. But forget it, it's always good to be okay, I'll go see my second uncle. Song Yunmyu went to the rooftop that Qin Yuyeo said, and carried Song Shaoqing, who was still injured, back to the hotel. Fortunately, the wedding on this day went smoothly until the end. Few people knew that there had been two evolutionaries who attempted to do things on this day. As the square Sen Qianshan and Ximon Qing, they are also very depressed. Who on earth secretly managed these two goods? Zhao Zhenying's wedding ended successfully. Ximon Qing and the others also took a plane back to Xiaokeng after enjoying some of the services of a top resort island. Unlike when they came, this time they took a private jet from Sudong. In addition to Su Donglei and his wife, there are their daughter Su Qian and Su Qian's three classmates Li Jin, Li Yuqi, and Sen Xian, as well as Ding Yan, the director of the TV series Tianlong Ba Bulletin. Of course, Persian cats and dogs are indispensable. Because Sen Qianshan had to deal with the follow-up issues of the case, he did not take the same flight as his daughter. Qiu Ping, Su Yuanying's agent, found her. She seemed to be replaced on the morning of the wedding. The killer prophet didn't kill her, but hid her in the suitcase. This is also luck. On the plane, Ximon Qing held the dog and asked in a low voice, so you had contact with the Orange Cat the night before, right? You didn't find that it was a zombie just like you. The dog said, I was too high at the time, so how can I care about so many cats? To be honest, it's the first time that a cat is so resistant in so many years. It's a shame to let it run like this. Be reserved. Ximon Qing patted its head. Can you not be so hungry? Meow, the dog yelled aggrievedly. It hasn't met a suitable partner for more than 100 years. Can it not be hungry and thirsty? Simon said emotionally, probably the world will be able to bite a cat that can withstand you. If you can get pregnant this time, it will be fine. Will you give birth to a baby orange cat? Or a baby Persian cat? I don't care, as long as I can be pregnant. The dog hit hatch. I have wanted children for a long time. It is very difficult for a zombie to get pregnant, let alone a special kind of zombie, so zombies cherish their offspring very much. Teacher Chinger, your relationship with Xiaobai is really good. Su Qian leaned over to talk to Ximon King at this time, looking slightly enviously at the cushion that could hold the entire Persian cat. You are really in shape. Good. Ximon Qing suddenly showed a meaningful smile and touched her head. Don't worry, you are still young, and you still have development potential. In fact, she wanted to touch her breasts, but the charter wife looked at her, and she was still a little restrained. The scale of Su Qian's chest is indeed impressive, and it is not a polite statement to say that she has potential. In contrast, Sen Xian on the side is a bit pitiful. She is still laying foundations in her third year of high school. It is estimated that she will stop at A in her life. Ximon's emotions can't respond to any zombie blood in her body. She is the same as Li Yuqi and can't be awakened. If she can be awakened, there will be a second chance of development. Take Li Jin, for example. She already has a C foundation and will soon be promoted to D or even E. Thank you, teacher. Su Qian was obviously very happy with the encouragement of Ximon Qing, and immediately ran to show off with Li Yuqi. After Su Qian left, Ximon Qing turned to look at Song Yunmyu, the charter wife. Don't you think I dealt appropriately just now? Are there any rewards? Song Yunmyu was in a daze. He didn't hear her talking for the first time. He was taken aback for a while before reacting. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Ximon Qing didn't intend to continue speaking, but asked instead, what were you thinking about just now? I'm thinking about things on the island. It's really weird. Who is the one who made the shot in secret? Why didn't it leave any traces at all? By the way, you and Xiao Yuyeo are there, and Sweetie is on the side. What kind of thing is that? Can the means be hidden from your eyes? Simon Ching sat upright and said, actually, I have a guess, although it is outrageous, but if there is no other more reasonable explanation, perhaps my absurd guess is the truth. What guess? Song Yunyu asked hurriedly. Simon Ching smiled mysteriously. I'll sell it to you first, think about it for yourself, and if you are prompted, it is Zhang Tita's words. Zhang Jianhong also attended the wedding, but he came and left quickly. He toasted a glass of wine with Zhao Zhenying, and then said a few words with Suidi and Qin Yuyeo before Simon Ching walked over and left in a hurry. So Simon Ching thought he was deliberately aiming at him, otherwise the other 8 evil spirits would say hello, why didn't they talk to her? After asking Qin Yuyeo said that she had already told Zhang Jianhong about the matter. As a result, Zhang Jianhong said that the entire island was actually under his control. After all, it was surrounded by sea water. He also knew the person who solved the prophet and Chengniu, but he did not tell Qin Yuyeo. After thinking about it, Song Yunyu felt a headache. She said to Simon in love, you are embarrassing me. If there is something, you can't directly say that you have to sell it, because I think it is too big. Don't worry, let's talk about anything after getting off the plane. Simon Ching insisted on keeping it secret. When Simon Ching and the others were still on the plane, the Xiaoguai trio had teleported back to Ziliang Demon Village. It's boring, Xiaoguai complained. During the whole wedding, she did nothing except pretend to be a waiter to serve tea and water everywhere, which was completely different from what she had imagined. Jin Huiwen also had some doubts. Is the intelligence wrong? Why didn't the prophet do it? Ajani was eating the crepes brought in from the kitchen. Oh, this pancake is really delicious. At this time, Damon Zi wore a large men's shirt, showing a pair of long, white legs, and walked over. Where did you go? I just called you that you weren't eating. Hush, Xiaoguai said mysteriously. This is a secret. Secret. Damon Zi looked at Xiaoguai with a smile, then I'll wait for Qinger to come back and ask her. Don't. Jin Huiwen immediately became nervous. If our sister finds out that we are taking Sister Ajani out of the house, we will be scolded to death. Damon Zi said, I actually want to help you too, but there is no reason. After hearing the words, Xiaogua immediately reached out and touched his stomach. I saw that part of her body, including her clothes, turned into water, and her hand grabbed a wine bottle from the water. She lifted the wine bottle to the door. Zi, here, I got it from the wedding banquet. Oh, this wine is good. Damon Zi touched Xiaoguai's head. Don't worry, my mouth is very strict. Xiaoguai looked back solemnly and gave Jin Huiwen a thumbs up to make a fixed action. Boss Jin Huiwen was moved. The boss is the boss, and the methods are so powerful. Ajani, ha 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 ha, pancakes and fruits are so delicious. The time is pushed forward a few hours. A special guest walked out of the train station in Xiakeng. Where is the special? Mainly hairstyle. Mom, rabbit, a little girl yelled. Don't talk nonsense. Her mother hurriedly pressed her hand. You can't say that about people without hair, it's very impolite. The teenager touched his bald head, smiled and folded his hands toward the mother and daughter. Female donor, the little monk has hair, not bald, but the more popular and refreshing hairstyle in his hometown. Oh, the mother didn't know how to answer, so she smiled awkwardly at the bald boy. The boy continued, female donor, I don't know what your daughter's birthday is. Do you know how to tell a fortune? He heard him claiming to be a monk, thinking that he should be a monk. This mother thought he was going to fortune-telling and swindling money. As a result, the bald boy shook his head honestly. No, I just want to figure out when the little girl will be 14 years old, and then I plan to come and see if it's possible. Insane. The woman hurriedly took her daughter away. Before leaving, she gave the bald boy a look of contempt. The boy touched his bald head depressedly. It's a pity, a cute little girl. It seems that this is not my fate either. Having said that, he planned to leave the train station, but was stunned when he turned around. Huh? Where's my bag? A few seconds later, he clapped his hands and suddenly realized, oh, I was thief. What can I do? The address and phone number given by Uncle Master is still inside. How can I find someone? Forget it. Take one step and count one step. The boy touched his bald head and walked out of the train station swaggeringly. He randomly picked a direction and started to go all the way forward. He also asked passersby for help along the way, but few people took care of him. After all, he was dressed so cleanly and had a shaved head. The expression on his face was so relaxed, it didn't look like he was in trouble. Of course, the main reason is that every time he sees a female donor, he has to ask if the other party has a boyfriend, and if so, if he has a daughter. Basically every time he will be regarded as crazy. Sure enough, the people at the foot of the mountain are very cold, the boy said with emotion as he walked on the road. I need a pair of nipples, a pair of that can warm my soul. I'm really fed up with that mountain's bald head. Suddenly, he paused and looked up at a small hill in the distance. If someone is by his side, you can find that his originally brown eyes have turned into diamonds at this time, and the small planes are shining with a different kind of light. There is a monster. The bald boy immediately quickened his pace. www.novelmtl.com. His destination was Ziliang Yaezhuang. But when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was blocked by two people. Stop, where did it come from? Lian Feng and Zhang Shuling had been stationed at the foot of the Ziliang Demon Village, and they had already set their positions right now. What they were staring at was not those big guys on the mountain at all, but guys like bald heads who had nothing to do on their own. Ah, the female donor is so beautiful, it's a pity, she's a bit older. The bald boy saw Zhang Shuling's eyes first, but then he was a little lost. I don't know if you have a daughter? If so, wait until she is 14 years old. May I marry her? If it's a comic, Zhang Shuling's forehead is already covered with hashtag at this time. Where is the neurosis? Where is the old lady getting old? I am only 23 this year, okay. Lian Feng wanted to laugh, but was afraid of being beaten by the friendly forces, so he held back very hard. Why are you blocking me? The bald boy asked in doubt. Are you in a group with the monster? Yukai? Is there such an outdated name now? Even Feng and Zhang Shuling were surprised. Which country where the bald head came from? Lian Feng thought about it, and said to the bald boy, Hey, bald, where did you come from? What's your name? Me. The bald boy put his hands together politely. My name is Chen Guang, and Chen Guang, who is as light as dust, comes from Ruyi Mountain. Ruyi Mountain. As the big family in the mysterious alliance, Lian's and Jiang's naturally knew Ruyi Mountain. Lian Feng said, since you are from Ruyi Mountain, you don't know the mysterious alliance, do you? This is naturally known. Little monk Shen Guang replied. Then since you know the mysterious alliance, haven't you heard that the alliance has regulations that cannot define the nature of an evolutionary by the image of a work? Faced with this question, the little monk Chen Guang looked blank. I really don't know. Zhang Shuling sighed. How much do you lack communication with the outside world? The mysterious alliance has been advancing with the times over the years. People like you who have seen monsters and shouted to slay demons and defend the way are no longer it's suitable for this era. What does this mean? Little monk Chen Guang still didn't understand. Zhang Shuling said, to put it simply, you have to abide by the laws and regulations when you catch monsters. If people make no mistake, you can't do it. There is still such a rule. Chen Guang said in shock, isn't that just letting go of the hidden dangers? If this is to wait until the monsters harm people before they go to kill the monsters, how innocent are those who have been killed? Oh, there is no way to communicate with your old-fashioned thinking, Lian Qinjun said to Chen Guang. In short, you should register with us first. Don't even think about running to this mountain. We are saving you. Understand? Understood, Chen Guang nodded. You just want to stop me from letting me go up, right? Why are you so little bald? Zhang Shuling was all grinned. Chen Guang didn't answer any more. His eyes closed and opened, and his eyes turned into a diamond shape again. Lian Feng had a warning sign in his heart, and shouted at Zhang Shuling, be careful. Zhang Shuling also reacted immediately and turned into a ball of clear water. The moisture in the air was gathered, and an ice wall 2 or 3 meters thick and 7 or 8 meters high appeared at the foot of the mountain. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the ice wall, transparent on both sides. Chen Guang was already wrapped in a golden light and rushed towards the mountain. Stop! Lian Feng felt anxious. His right hand turned into a huge dragon claw and grabbed Chen Guang. But even though he caught the dust of the golden light guard, the whole person was rushed towards the top of the mountain, unable to stop the bald head at all. The huge ice wall melted, and part of it became Zhang Shuling's appearance. She clutched her chest and panted, her face solemn. This bald head has 2 brushes. Stop it? Do you like to die so much? Lian Feng couldn't stop the dust, so he had to try his mouth. It's a pity that there is no use for eggs. Chen Guang only wants to go up the mountain. Seeing that the top of the mountain is getting closer and closer, even Feng felt scared in his heart, and simply let go of his hand and let Chen Guang move on. Forget it, if you want to die, go, I won't collect your corpse. After all, he jumped directly to the foot of the mountain. Just near the top of the mountain, he felt a pill, and he didn't want to stay for a moment. Without obstruction, Chen Guang naturally came to the top of the mountain smoothly. But there is still a barrier here, which was laid by Song Yunyu. It was originally just a simple puzzle to prevent someone from going the wrong way, but after several invasions, Song Yunyu felt that he was losing face, so he strengthened it a bit. What Chen Guang hit was the strengthened barrier. Only heard the sound of Duan, the unstoppable monk Jin Guang was actually bounced back. Chen Guang touched his bare forehead, Taoist means. The diamond-like eyes turned rapidly. Chen Guang thought for a while, and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a sandalwood bead the size of a ping-pong ball. #UN$%. After reciting a Buddhist scripture, he threw the sandalwood beads in his hand forward, and at the same time, he started to rush towards the enchantment. The sandalwood bead hit the barrier and was immediately bounced away, but he took advantage of the moment the sandalwood bead contacted the barrier and passed through it, almost without any hindrance. This deceiving bead is quite useful, but unfortunately there is no way to recycle it. Chen Guang glanced back at the sandalwood bead that rolled down the ramp. Go into the sewer. The Deception Buddha bead is one of the treasures of Ruyi Mountain. It was originally created to allow monks to avoid 3 plagues and 9 disasters. The basic principle is probably that it is kept in the body for a long time, so that the breath of the beads is synchronized with oneself. When you want to use it, you can chant the mantra to assign your own existence to the beads to confuse the world's perception of yourself. Simply put, it is to deceive everything and make the whole world think that the prayer beads are him. As a result, the enchantment that was supposed to fly him would think that he had completed the task after he flew the Buddha beads, and naturally it would not have any effect on him. After passing the barrier, Ziliang Ye's Wang naturally appeared in front of him. Before, the outside world still only sensed a little evil spirit, but when he really entered the enchantment, Chen Guang was shocked. What kind of devilish energy is this? Is this the residence of the great demon king? Chen Guang swallowed. I haven't found my fate yet. Am I going to hang up in this place? But he didn't stop, and went straight to the door of Ziliang Demon Village. Looking at the LED sign on the side, Ziliang Girls Village? Are all female monsters living here? Chen Guang suddenly remembered the story that the great monk on the mountain told him when he was a child. Will the female monsters here take me away and strip my clothes to make up for? When I think about it, I suddenly have courage. Then what should I do next? Chen Guang wanted to shout to cheer, but suddenly caught a glimpse of the doorbell. Sure enough, a polite person should ring the doorbell first. He just wanted to stretch out his hand when the door of the villa opened, and a woman walked out of it. Chen Guang looked up, and suddenly suffocated. What a beautiful female monster. Oh, so dangerous, I was almost charmed. Ajani looked at the little bald head who was standing at the door talking to herself in confusion, and asked, Are you here to find someone? No. Chen Guang shook his head, he was here to find the monster. Oh, then you are here to rent a house? No, our house is not rented to a man, nor is it from the palace. Ajani relayed the original words of Ximen Qing truthfully. I didn't come to rent a house either. Chen Guang stared at Ajani carefully, and found that she had nothing to do with the monstrous demonic energy around her, and her mood suddenly improved a lot. What? Oh, it's impolite to ask a girl about her age. Ajani refused to answer. In fact, she can't remember it herself. 300? 400? Or more? Chen Guang thought for a while, then changed the question, then do you have a daughter? Daughter? No, Ajani suddenly thought of something, and blushed in denial. I don't know if I will have a son or a daughter with him. If he wants them all, then I have to have a few more births. No, Chen Guang was a little disappointed, but he suddenly woke up. No, I'm here to kill demons, so why did I talk about this? Is this a monster's beauty trick? What a powerful method. Thinking of this, Chen Guang calmed down and said to Ajani, Female benefactor, please let me go. I'm going to get in and get rid of the demon. Demon. Ajani looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure? Natural. Chen Guang looked firm. At this moment, the Dorzi also walked over. She saw that Ajani had been standing at the door, so she came over and took a look. Who are you talking to? Ajani felt a little strange, so she pointed to Chen Guang and said, he said he wants to come here to get rid of demons. Huh. Damon Zi drank some wine, her cheeks were already flushed. She glanced at the dust. Sorry, I am a surgeon and I don't know much about psychiatry. It's you? Chen Guang suddenly yelled, and a huge phantom of the Buddha appeared behind him. Be obedient? Demon girl. The Buddha statue sits cross-legged with golden light shining. The upper body is completely synchronized with Chen Guang's upper body. He shoots out with a palm, and the Buddha statue also falls toward the gate with a palm. Damon Zi looked up, and narrowed his eyes. This Guangqinger definitely doesn't like it. It's too dazzling. Before she finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flew out from behind her, turning into a huge crow and blocking the entire villa. The moment the Buddha's palm touched the crow, it seemed to have received a huge impact, and the whole was bounced away. Chen Guang backed away 10 steps in a row, with a shocked expression on his face. What a powerful monster! But, I won't back down. Seeing that he was about to continue to do it, Ajani hurried out to persuade her to fight. Oh, do you have any misunderstandings? Can you talk about it first? Don't rush to do it. But she spoke slowly. www.novelmtl.com. A few syllables. Chen Guang was already ready to go. This time a Vajra pestle appeared in the hand of the Buddha statue, sweeping towards the Ziliang demon village. The entire villa, including Ajani, was within the attack range. Ajani stood there in a daze and spoke to herself. She didn't mean to avoid it at all, or it was possible that she didn't react at all. It was too late for Chen Guang to stop. Seeing that Ajani was about to be affected, his face suddenly changed, and the entire Buddha statue disappeared after flashing several times. Ajani saw that Chen Guang, who was still aggressive just now, suddenly covered her belly and fell to the ground, and she also didn't understand. I didn't do anything. 0v0. Damon Zi also couldn't understand. Is it a new type of porcelain? Only Chen Guang knew. Oops, I mispronounced the spell that deceived the heavenly Buddha beads. The deceiving Buddha beads have been kept in the body for a long time, so they can hide from the sky and cross the sea. But is it so easy to operate a conceptual thing like existence? Ruyi Mountain has a complete set of Buddhist mantras, with approximately 3088 characters throughout. Such a long series of mantras must be recited smoothly within 3 seconds in order to fully stimulate the effect of the deceiving Buddha beads. And once there is any difference in this, it may cause unpredictable consequences. Chen Guang has worked hard to practice this spell. At first, he also suffered a lot, but as his proficiency gradually increased, he was able to stabilize the success rate above 99%. But today, he was so immortal that he hit this 1% chance of failure. It can be said to be a blood mold. He only feels a pain in his whole body now. According to the experience of previous failures, this should be a deception effect a bit too much. To explain briefly, that is to say, originally he just wanted to fool Song Yunmu's enchantment, but now it is not just the enchantment, even the whole world thinks that the Buddha bead is him. In this way, if someone hits that Buddha bead once, it is tantamount to hitting the dust. Moreover, there are no protective measures on the Buddhist beads, and hitting him is completely real damage. So Chen Guang can be said to be very painful now, just like having a knife stir in his stomach all at once. What's the matter with you? Ajani wanted to step forward to help him, and she was a little coward. In short, let's apologize first. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Although I don't know why Ajani wanted to apologize, Chen Guang still said to her, you, don't, apologize. Well, I'm not in good condition today, come back next time. As he said, he put his bald head on the ground, covered his stomach with his hands and barely got up, then limped down the mountain. When he reached the corner, he didn't forget to turn his head and say to Ajani, next time you give birth to a daughter, remember to notify me. Okay, good luck. Ajani waved to him. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Guang tripped on his left foot and fell somersault on his right foot. Oh, you know, after passing the corner, it's the downhill slope. So Chen Guang rolled down the mountain like a ball, unable to stop at all. Damon Zi didn't mean to stop, this guy really should go to the neurology department. Ajani was thinking about other things. Daughter, what should I call it if I give birth to a daughter? Song Jenny? It seems a bit ordinary. Song Dia? Why does it sound like San Diego? Oh, should I ask the child her dad? Woolen cloth. Thinking about it, her face blushed, and the drunk Da Nzi just made up a pair of tomatoes. After half an hour, we are back. The wedding trio returned home smoothly. The two little ones ran out to greet them immediately. Sister, you are back. Well, I'm back. Ximon King smiled and touched Jin Huiwen's head. How did you go so fast? It would have saved us from flying for so long when we took us on a journey. Huh. Jin Huiwen was startled immediately. You know. Ximon Qing looked back at Song Yunryu. Look, I'll just say it. Song Yunryu was full of disbelief. You have guessed all such outrageous things. Qin Yuyeo also looked at Jin Huiwen and Xiaoguai in surprise. You really did it. Ah, sister, you cheated me. At this time, Jin Huiwen still didn't know that she had been tricked by Ximon's love. Ximon said with affection, how can you know that you are so courageous and dare to take Ajani out? I'm sorry, Jin Huiwen immediately admitted. I'm so worried about my friends. Seeing this, Xiaoguai rushed over and said, I proposed it. You blame me. To be the boss, you must have the boss's responsibility. That's good. Ximon King smiled and squeezed Xiaoguai's fat little face. Since you two are so active in admitting mistakes, you have to be punished. Song Yunryu also said with a serious face, it should be punished, and it will be severely punished, and Damon Zi can't let it go, so she is optimistic about Ajani. This kind of thing happened under her nose. Damon Zi, where are you? Xiaoguai and Jin Huiwen stretched out their hands and pointed towards the back of the sofa very synchronously. Qin Yuyeo leaned over and found that Damon Zi had turned into a skeleton at this time, with a wine bottle in her arms, sleeping soundly. The big sister is asleep. Ximon Qing said with a smirk, I already thought of punishing the dumb boy, so I would fine her not to drink for a month and not to fight against landlords. Wow. Qin Yuyeo was startled. Sister Ximon, are you the devil? She subconsciously glanced at Damon Zi again, and saw that the voice of suddenly came out of Skull's mouth, which seemed to be a nightmare. Major sister, take care. As for you two, Ximon Qing looked at Jin Huiwen and Xiaoguai, her eyes rolled. Then you will be fine to accompany me to wash the mandarin ducks. Ah. Before the word bath was spoken, Song Yunryu had hit her head with a hand knife and was physically silent. It just happens to be tired from drawing cartoons recently, so I will fine you to rub our shoulders for a week, Song Yunryu said. If you commit another crime, next time I will leave you with Ajani and live there for a week. Don't dare, don't dare. The two little heads shook like vibrating sticks, like two frightened hamsters. That's all right, that's it. Ximon Qing said, preparing to go upstairs. I haven't had time to play games in the past few days, and it turns out that all the people who are charging are swollen faces and fat people. How can it be nice to stay at home when you go out to play? But she just turned around, and Song Yunryu caught her back collar. Why charter a woman? I saw Song Yunryu stretch out her hand. Are you supposed to give me the script below Attack on Giant? In order to keep up with the progress of the animation, she has been blasting her liver recently. She has finished drawing all the scripts given by Ximon Qing. Although she can serialize for a while, if there is no new script, she will have nothing to do next. What's more, the story of the giant is happening to a critical point, and she is also very curious about the next development. Below? No more. Ximon King said with a sad expression. She also planned to look down at the middle of her legs, but her chest was too big to block her, and she couldn't see it. Huh? No? What do you mean? Now, everyone, including Xiaoguai, Jin Huiwen, and Qin Yuyeo, was dumbfounded. If you don't have it, you don't have it. In other words, it's an eunuch. Ximon Qing said bachelorly. After all, she saw about 100 chapters in the comic before crossing, and she didn't know the plot behind it. Although the forced dogtail can cut a wave of leaks, she thinks it is better to cut it. Then what do you want me to draw next? Song Yunryu said, can't you think of a way to write something out? There are still so many holes to fill out. I'm out of inspiration. I think it's better not to write some forcibly. Ximon King shamelessly found a high-sounding reason. As for what to draw next, you wait for me to give you the script in a few days. My mind, there are already new stories in there. You are dying. Song Yunryu could only helplessly. She can already imagine how the fans will react afterwards. Blind people can see how popular the work of Giant is. A series of peripheral developments are developed, and its commercial value is at least 10 digits and even 11 digits. Such a manufactured by God is actually such an eunuch? It's crazy. It is estimated that the editorial department of Juvenile Manure can consider a part-time hardware store in the future, and there will definitely be a lot of blades sent in the past. Qin Yueo was also a little dumbfounded. The attack on Giant actually wants a eunuch? Oh my god, Sister Zyman is too ruthless, now fans will cry. Fortunately, Jojo is given piece by piece. Even if there is no follow-up, it will not be a eunuch. As for Pokemon, Zyman Ching also said that it is possible to find a Ghost Rider according to the model of a unit drama. The only thing needed is about it's just the creativity of the elf. Sister Yunwoo, Qin Yueo suddenly found another problem. Then what will happen to your future signings? Will readers complain in person? Song Yunwoo was surprised when he heard the words, the signing event? Oh, and this stuff, forget it. The big deal is that I won't go to the signing event anymore. With that, she also ran upstairs. Zyman King lay on the bed with a happy smile on her face. It turns out that eunuchs are so cool. She had thought about adding an ending to the giant before, but after a lot of brain cells died, she still couldn't get an ending that she could accept. Sure enough, only the original author of a work can give a perfect ending. Even if the ending has a bug, it is still better than the other endings. After all, the story belongs to the original author alone, and it is another story to write it for another person. So www.novelmtl.com she still made a cut decision. As soon as this decision came out, he was immediately refreshed and he was very high. The is cool for a while, and the has always been cool. Then, should I also be in the next movie? Zyman thought, he might be able to get the name of a big internal manager. So, what is good about the new comics? Web text? Game? Ramen? It's best not to be too long, or else I won't be motivated after the freshness is over. Wukong biography? No, that's too nervous, and to draw this, you have to draw Zixia, then draw Zixia. Zyman Ching's eyes lit up. The world was still very similar to the Earth at least before she crossed over, and Journey to the West was also one of the 4 masterpieces of Huiguo. If this were to draw a Chinese journey to the West and then make it into an animated movie, it might be a bit messy. I just don't know if there are any experts who come to the whole wave of adaptations. Isn't it random or nonsense? Mom, the rabbit is chasing the dog. On the street, a child suddenly pointed to the other side of the street and shouted to his mother. The mother took a look and quickly patted her son's hand off. Don't look, don't tell, don't point. Not only her, but other people on the street also evaded. After all, normal people will be frightened when they see a bald head on all fours chasing a dog there. Chen Guang felt bitter in his heart. He didn't know what was wrong, he didn't say the wrong spell, and he rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain when he went down the mountain. The most important thing is that his deceiving Buddha beads were actually used as toys by a teddy. The reason why he feels severe pain is because the prayer beads are eaten as bones by Teddy. When he endured the pain and wanted to take the Buddhist beads back, Teddy actually ran away with the beads in his mouth. Give it back to me. Chen Guang could only chase after him, but the dog's teeth kept biting on the Buddha beads. Although the strength was not strong, it made him very uncomfortable. He couldn't even run a normal upright run. He could only barely chase after him by landing on all fours. So the present scene appeared. Teddy ran all the way, Chen Guang chased it all the way, and finally blocked it in a dead end. Why can you run like that? You can run another one to show me? Give me the prayer beads. Chen Guang covered his stomach and rushed towards Teddy. Wow, the bold Teddy called directly at him. But with this call, the prayer beads fell and rolled back all the way along the ground. Chen Guang was shocked, and quickly tried to stop it. But the pain in his body has not completely disappeared, and his movements are a little slow. As a result, I watched the Buddha beads roll into a hole in the corner of the wall. Upon seeing this, Chen Guang jumped over the wall and planned to pick up the Buddhist beads on the other side. As a result, when he turned over, he saw a child who was holding his prayer beads and watching curiously. So cute. He couldn't help asking when he saw that the child was pink and tender. Little sister, how old are you this year? As a result, the children were frightened by seeing him all over with bruises, and they turned their heads and ran away without answering his question. Oh, don't run. I'll make a fate with you. Return the Buddha beads to me. Chen Guang had no choice but to continue chasing after him. Fortunately, this time the child held it in his hand and did not do much harm to the prayer beads. His body pain gradually disappeared and he soon caught up with the child. It was said that it was catching up, but in fact the child stopped by himself, because the adult of the other family had arrived. Chen Guang saw the child hiding behind an adult man, and that adult man's eyes were not very friendly to him. What is your job? Chen Guang heard the words and hurriedly performed a Buddhist ceremony with one hand. Hello, my name is Chen Guang, and Chen Guang who is with the same light. Let me explain first. I am not a monk, but my hairstyle is cooler. I care about your hairstyle, so I will ask you what you are doing after our children. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a trafficker, I just want to marry this little sister. Oh I see, you are the one, abnormal. No, Chen Guang explained quickly, I am not a pervert, I will wait quietly until she is 14 years old. 14 years old not 14 years old, he is a boy? You said you want to marry him, then what are you abnormal? Qin Shuang reprimanded righteously. He was looking at the store, and the little boy was playing by himself. As a result, he suddenly ran back, saying that a pervert was chasing him. Qin Shuang didn't believe it at first, thinking that he was lying, but he went out and took a look. There is really a pervert? Male. Chen Guang was a little unbelievable, and suddenly felt that the sky was falling. God, what is it for a boy who is so cute? Isn't this deceiving my feelings? Who is going to lie to your feelings? Are you crazy? A girl is your wife. Qin Shi Huang has also slowly become a common-sense person recently, and he is merciless. Chen Guang was alone and sentimental. I'm broken in love again. When will I find my fate? When Qin Shi Huang saw this, he said to the little boy behind him, let's go back and ignore him. Yeah. The little boy said he was going back with Qin Shi Huang. Wait a minute. Chen Guang suddenly shouted. Qin Shi Huang turned his head and looked at him warily. What do you want to do again? Could you give me back my Buddhist beads? Chen Guang pointed to the heavenly deception Buddhist beads in the little boy's hand and said, is this yours? Qin Shi Huang took a look and asked the little boy, where did these beads come from? Picked up on the ground, it rolled in front of me by itself. Huh. Qin Shi Huang only discovered the difference in the beads at this time. This is Ruyi Buddha's deceiving Buddha beads. This time it was Qin Guang's turn to be surprised. Do you know this? The deception Buddha bead is the most precious treasure of the Ruyi mountain. There are only 36 in total, each of which is in the hands of the core members, and outsiders have almost no chance to see it. And even if they know, few can tell the origin of the Buddhist beads like this. What is the origin of this unremarkable man? Suddenly Chen Guang felt curious. Of course I know. Qin Shi Huang took the deceiving Buddha beads and weighed it up. In the beginning, Ruyi Buddha did me a favor, so I let him live in the palace for 7 days, and he used these 7 days to make this string of Buddha beads. A total of 108 pieces, and they said that they would give me a few, but I didn't want them. 108. Chen Guang became more and more shocked. Who are you? I know 36 Buddha beads in total. Where did the 108 come from? Huh. Qin Shi Huang smiled when he heard it. Good question. Since you asked sincerely, then we will tell you compassionately. The little boy took the half sentence. He was watching Pokemon recently and was very fascinated. He subconsciously took a sentence when he heard it, and made a gesture in response. Qin Shi Huang was stuck in his throat when he was about to say something. I didn't intend to say that. Chen Guang was very patient, so Qin Shi Huang reorganized his language. I am the first emperor of the ages, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Kneel down and kowtow. Chen Guang. Qin Shi Huang felt that he saw contempt in his eyes. What is the look in your eyes? Chen Guang pointed to the clothes on Qin Shi Huang's body and said, although I am going down the mountain for the first time, don't think that I am illiterate. It clearly says home and supermarket. Qin Shi Huang subconsciously wanted to block. This is a microservice tour? You know a ball. Chen Guang didn't want to struggle with this question. Can you return the Buddhist beads to me? Oh, this. Qin Shi Huang directly threw the bead back. This single bead is not very effective. At least 12 beads can be used to form a formation. At that time, it is a bit useful. If you want to maximize its power, it is best to gather 36 pieces. Why are you so familiar? Chen Guang asked. Are you a lay disciple from Ruyi Mountain? Qin Shi Huang said, I have said that I am Qin Shi Huang. It has nothing to do with your Ruyi Mountain. Didn't Qin Shi Huang die long ago? Chen Guang was half trusted. Also you said that the Buddha created this deceiving Buddha beads after living in your palace for 7 days, so why did he want to go to your side? This treasure is 7. Can it be made in heaven? I can't talk to you in detail. Qin Shi Huang shook his head. I have to go back to see the store. I don't have time to talk to you. You see, you really are a supermarket employee. Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He didn't want to talk anymore, and took the little boy back to the supermarket. Although he was still suspicious about this guy who claimed to be Qin Shi Huang, Chen Guang planned to continue to observe for a while. He actually said that there are 108 deceiving Buddha beads, but Chen Guang has only heard the large version only 36 since he was a child. Is this guy talking nonsense, or is the group of bald heads hiding something? He had a hunch that there was a big secret in it. Ziliang Demon Village. Are you saying that someone has broken through my barrier again? Is it still bald? Song Yunryu's expression was very ugly. She checked the barrier carefully. No, there is no sign of being invaded at all, but there are 2 the record of blocking people out for the 2nd time. But that person has really come in. If you don't believe me, ask Damon Zi. There is really a bald head who came up and said that he wanted to slay demons and demons, Ajani said, and then asked my daughter's name. Oh, you say me what's the name of your brother's daughter in the future? I'm not satisfied after thinking about it a lot. Song Yunryu's ears automatically filtered the next half of the sentence. Bald head? Demon and demons? Could it be Ruyi Mountain? Ajani nodded quickly. I looked like it, but suddenly he fell down with his belly, and then ran away. What kind of neurosis is this? Song Yunryu only felt inexplicable after hearing this. At this time, Ximen Qing came over. I said, what are you guessing about here? Why don't you look at the surveillance? Oh, there is monitoring? I almost forgot. Song Yunryu patted his head, turned to Ximen and said, why are you here? The script is written. After you have finished writing, I will give it to you later. Ximen Qing nodded. Go and see the monitoring. Song Yunryu returned to her room and turned on the computer. This monitor was only installed, and she was not used to it. The main reason is that there are more guys who have come to Ziliang Demon Village to do things recently, and she has done some defensive measures in all aspects. Turning on the number 5 camera, the 3 of them finally saw clearly how Chen Guang came in. What is this bead? Why can my enchantment not be able to perceive him? Song Yunwoo doubted www.novelmtl.com. Simon Ching recognized it. Oh, deceive the heavenly Buddha bead, it's it. There are still some gadgets left. What beads? Ruyi Mountain's deceiving Buddha beads, Simon Ching said with an uncomfortable expression. It is a special kind of treasure. You can summon a dragon if you gather 36 pieces. No, you can do something contrary to common sense. There used to be 36 beads, but what I did later was too bad, and the beads were all reimbursed. I didn't expect that there were still stocks on Ruyi Mountain. Song Yunwoo looked up at Simon Ching, always felt that this guy was hiding something. The Fog Seeker says. Friendship tweet. I am the Demon Lord of the First World, the book on the creation side. The level 5 author is guaranteed to be updated. By the way, I have 3,000 words per chapter recently. Why is no one to praise me? I'm not happy, I'm going to postpone it. There is still a chapter today and I'll change it tomorrow, and then I haven't asked for a leave this month. I'm thinking about taking a leave that day after some discussion. Song Yunwoo finally felt that he should leave the inexplicable bald head alone. He really wants to do something, and it will only be him who is unlucky. In contrast, she is more concerned about the new script of Simon Ching. You really don't plan to write Giant anymore. Yes, if you don't have inspiration, it's better to go for nothing. Simon Ching found an excuse shamelessly. Song Yunwoo sighed, the readers will really fall apart. I feel that we too are destined to be remembered by the comics, the kind of negative textbook. It's a good thing to remember, and the negative side does not affect us to make money, Simon Ching said with a smirk. I'm already conscientious, look at those traditional literature, one by one, to impress readers. It's either incest/infidelity or giving off a girl to NTR, how disgusting readers come. Putting aside the painful things of traditional literature, even if it is the legend of Condor heroes, she didn't plan to bring it out. Simon Ching consciously has the conscience of readers. Alright, I can't force you if you don't write, Song Yunwoo sighed. Then what are you writing this time? Don't write it halfway through. No, this time it is a script with a beginning and an end. Simon Ching took out a stack of drawings, and I even made the storyboard for you. She just paints lifeless, and it's easy to draw some basic drafts. A westward journey, something that has been reversed from a movie into a script, must have requirements for the screen splitting. In order to restore it as much as possible, Simon Ching did not use simple words to describe this time. Song Yunwoo took a look, and immediately added those simple drafts into a complete picture in his mind. Big talk about Journey to the West? The peach blossoms do not live in the grass, and the money falls to the head. Is it a martial arts? At first, Song Yunwoo thought it was a work like Dragons and Babu again, but when I looked at it, I found something was wrong. This comic is actually funny. Are you trying to grab a job with teacher Ying Zhang? They just got married. Song Yunwoo ranted casually. Simon Ching has a mysterious face. Who told you that this is just a funny comic? Let's watch it. Song Yunwoo then looked down, and soon realized that it was wrong, because a big spider had actually come out. Combining the name, I discovered that this was originally a mythical work. It happened that Qin Yueo went downstairs to grab a drink, and when she saw them sitting together, she leaned into, what is it? New script. Well, take a look. Song Yunwoo handed her the first few photos, and then she watched them. Both watched very quickly, and finished it in half an hour. Of course, in fact, Simon Ching didn't finish the painting, she just painted the place where the bull demon appeared. The Westward Journey is a movie. Although there is only one story, the content is very substantial. If she really learns the author of Killing City, Yu Hua can paint a movie for 3 or 4 years. There are some suspended publications in the middle of the 2 big stories about Journey to the West, so 10 years is not a problem. But she didn't plan to do so, because she had read all these stories. Rather than dragging the readers day by day, she is more willing to take it out in one breath and let everyone see it. If she can bring the entire industry together, that is what she wants to see most. The more prosperous the entertainment industry, the more good works she hasn't seen will be born. Journey to the West, she plans to divide it into 4 volumes. Each movie will be published in 2 volumes, not serialized in magazines, but directly in a single book. At that time, it will cooperate with the animated film, and if it gets hot, it will radiate to the surrounding area to make a big IP. Of course, it will be Jo Hong's life from now on, and she will not take care of it. After reading it, Qin Yueo excitedly said to Ximen, Sister Ximen, where's the one behind? What happens after Spring 30 Niang and Bai Jingjing take the supreme treasure away? How can Bai Jingjing's poison be solved? Will the Bull Demon King find them? Wouldn't it be an again? No, I am a conscientious author. How could I have been an eunuch? Ximen King denied, you draw this part first, and I will naturally give you the script behind it. This time the storyboard draft is comparable. It takes a lot of time to type directly. Good, Qin Yueo volunteered, Sister Yunwoo, let me help you. Song Yunwoo is too honest, and the alliance stipulates that she can't use her abilities indiscriminately, so she rarely paints with Taoism. Of course, wanting to hone painting skills is also part of the reason. But Qin Yueo is different. Her drawing ability is purely passive. She doesn't need to be improved, and she draws like a printer. Song Yunwoo thought for a while, then nodded and agreed, okay, come and help me when you finish your own painting. Anyway, with Qin Yueo's skill, imitating her style of painting is easy. Then she said to Simon again, since this is not going to be serialized in the magazine, then you have to get another one that can be serialized. Well, I will think about it again. Simon Ching didn't think of any work suitable for serialization for the time being. In fact, watching Squat's adaptation of the comic book Invasion of the Gods was on fire. She also wanted to get The Horse Breaks the Sky, but this thing is too long. She is a little unwilling to code words. Compared to these, she suddenly remembered one thing. I seem to be a B station up host, and I haven't released a new song for a long time. She still remembers that she said on April 1st that she would release a new song, and it turned out to be a pigeon. After all, I'm sorry for April Fools. What should I post this time? Simon Ching thought for a while, then suddenly got an idea. She ran to Xiaoguai's room. Xiaoguai was still at school, but fortunately, Simon Ching could operate some basic tools by herself. She put on the motion capture props, took the guitar for a few trials, and officially started recording Onliu. Yes, she sang Onliu by Patters, and it was also the original version of Onliu spoofed by the Tang monk in Luo Jiaying's version. If everyone is used to listening to the original version, and suddenly a spoof comes out at this time, the laugh fruit will definitely be better than having never heard the original version. Onliu. After a song was sung, Simon Ching checked it, and then downgraded his vocal tone into something similar to a male voice, followed by a series of follow-up processing and passed it to station B. By the time she finishes these, it is already night. Qin Yuyeo is cooking in the kitchen, and Song Yunryu is drawing by the floor-to-ceiling window with a drawing board. What were you singing just now? Song Yunryu asked. How do you feel that you have been doing some strange things lately? Why, I sing a very serious song. Do you want to sing it to you again? Simon King shook his eyebrows and said to Song Yunryu. No, I still have to paint. Don't interfere with me. Song Yunryu went on to paint after speaking. Simon Ching was not disappointed either. He glanced at Qin Yuyeo who was busy in the kitchen and planned to harass her. Jin Kei had just returned from an overseas mission recently. He wanted to find Lao Zhao next door for a drink, but he yelled a few times across the wall but found no one. I called and asked to find out that the other party was on their honeymoon. Zhao Zhenying originally wanted to invite him to the wedding, but Jinky's mobile phone was turned off during the mission, so naturally he couldn't be contacted. This old Zhao is also confused. He has already stepped into the grave once, and actually stepped in for the second time. Jin Kei sneered and turned on the computer. If you have time to spend time with your wife, you might as well listen to a yeast song. Well, sure enough, every time I finish the task, I have to listen to the voice of the godmother to heal my soul. Huh? Is there a new song? Suddenly discovering that Sing Yi Yeast has produced a new song, Jin Kei opened it eagerly, and then he leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the comfort of his little hands soothing the soul. As a result, a low voice of Onliu hit his heart directly like a stone pestle. Oh my mother! Jin Kei was taken aback and bounced directly off the sofa. Did I click the wrong video? He looked at the screen of the laptop. It was indeed Yeast? Is it mixed with other videos? No, this song, is it really sung by Yeast? Jin Kei looked down at the comment area, and sure enough, there were more than one person who had the same idea as him. However, the first one of the hot comments is, you can donate your eyes to people in need. The profile is written down to the point. How can you drop it if you can't see it? It's usually so easy for anyone to watch the video to read the introduction. Jin Kei vomited, turned back and looked at the introduction, and found that it was really Yeast singing, and then lowered the key to deal with it. I opened the barrage again and saw that in addition to vomiting that was startled by the sound, there were also a lot of barrage saying that the song had an unexpected feel. Jin Kei tried to listen, but suddenly felt, hey, it really sounds so nice. When he came back to his senses, he had no idea how many times he would loop this single. He also hummed involuntarily, oh. A few days later, Xiaoguai came to the school for class, and found that there were many boys in the class crying strangely, oh. Damn it, are the boys finally crazy? Tang Xiaotang explained to her, they are learning Yeast's new song www.novelmtl.com but they don't learn it like this. Sister's new song is like this? Xiaoguai really never thought that Simon Ching would sing this kind of song. She had a hunch that a bunch of boys would be crazy soon. Now it's popular for them, Xiaoxiu, to make a few oh before meeting. Tang Xiaotang was very excited. Meow, do we want to learn too? There are many versions on the internet, but there is no girl version. We will definitely like it when we sing together. I don't want to sing this, Xiaoguai disgusted. It's not cool at all. Seeing Tang Xiaotang a little disappointed, Xiaoguai thought about it and added, then I will go back and ask if I can have a song suitable for us to sing. Yes? Who do you want? Tang Xiaotang asked. My sister sings very well. Back home after school in the evening, Xiaoguai mentioned the song to Simon Ching. Want me to write a song? Simon Ching immediately remembered the little Lolita who often played with Xiaoguai, and said that her dark history is still on her Weibo. She was indeed a very cute little girl. Simon Ching thought for a while, and there are indeed some songs that she doesn't want to sing but are suitable for children, for example, learning to scream. Of course, it is not necessarily this one. Even Simon King feels that she is a little bit evil, and she can give easy dance and prestige and so on. Lori's voice must be very special when she sings. Forget it, it's not good to teach bad children like this. I'm an upright person. Although very attractive, Simon Ching gave up this discordant idea. In fact, for elementary school students, singing some children's songs, such as Don't Look at I'm Just a Sheep is good. To be more surprising, the king of poems is not bad. Although Huaguo does not have Zhao Benchen, there are other well-known sketch actors. Ximon Qing had long wanted to cut a ghost video. After much deliberation, in the end Ximon Qing was distressed because of too many choices. She simply asked Xiaoguai, "Does your friend ask for anything?" Xiaoguai thought for a while, and said, "She likes small animals very much, it's better to have small animals." Animals, have it? Wait a minute. Ximon Qing suddenly remembered a song that is related to animals and is very suitable for children to sing. But that thing is actually a foreign nursery rhyme. The history of the flower country in this world has changed to a certain extent, but foreign countries are much the same. First of all, she has to make sure whether this nursery rhyme has been released in Europe, otherwise it will become plagiarism and it will be no fun. Fortunately, she did not find that nursery rhyme. In this way, you can write, ciao, songs with confidence and boldness. Of course, Ximon Qing will also have a backup, in case the song exists but she doesn't find it, it's okay. That is to tell Tang Xiaotang not to use the song for commercial purposes. If it is just a cover, there is no problem even if the original song is available. Take a step back. Even if you want to be commercial, it's a big deal like wind up before you get on the bus and then make up for the ticket and buy the copyright afterwards. She doesn't believe that this kind of nursery rhyme will be the same as Yi Fanxi not allowed to create twice. Putting down the phone, Ximon Qing smiled to Xiaoguai, "Oh, I will come to your room to sing to you later. This song is very simple. Then you can learn to teach your friends, and you can also talk to your friends." She sings together. When Xiaoguai heard this, he shook his head quickly. The killer who nests like a pigeon has no feelings, not a pigeon man. Oh, it's okay for such a cute killer to sing or sing. Ximon Qing took Xiaobei into her arms, and a facial cleanser suppressed her. You see Huiwen, being a killer is not so good. Proficient. Hey, sister, do you call me? Jin Huiwen, who was taking care of the guitar, heard her name and immediately teleported to the living room. Yes, I miss you. Ximon King took advantage of the situation and took her over. The young the left and Lori on the right was a winner in life. Oh, Jin Huiwen was stunned and didn't react, so she was held by Ximon Qing. I just feel that my sister's body is so fragrant and soft, and I didn't realize that I was actually being eaten tofu. After hugging for a while, Ximon's love let go of Xiaoguai and Jin Huiwen. Well, let's go to learn songs, and Huiwen will accompany me. Jin Huiwen's instant accompaniment ability is not blowing. Are there any new songs? Damon Zi came over as soon as he heard it. She was recently punished for not being able to fight the landlord. It can be said that she was so boring that she exploded. If Ximon Qing wanted to sing, she would definitely come to join in the fun. When Qin Yueo saw that all four of them had gone, she pulled Song Yunmu's sleeves, and the two followed. In this way, the entire Ziliang demon village crowded into Jin Huiwen's room VIP. Aha, pay attention, I'm about to start singing. Huiwen, you can just give me a melody. Ximon King took a breath, and then said, you see there is a little chicken there. The name of the song she sang is Little Chicken Beep, and the original song is Italian. Later, it was written in Chinese, and then sung by a Treasure Island anchor before it became popular on the internet. The melody of this song is very simple, but it is a test of lung capacity. The most important thing is that there are many small animals. Bulls, cows, sheep, goats, puppies, cats, pigeons, turkeys, roosters, hens, chickens. If this series is sung in one go, it will definitely turn most people into Hawkeye. Of course, there is a tractor in the end. This is more labor-saving. Just hit the chicken to death. When Simon Love finished singing, she found that the friends were shocked. One by one opened his mouth, speechless. What's wrong? Is this song fun? You can give me some advice. Ximon Qing asked. Jin Huiwen struggled for a while, and finally said, it's quite fun. Qin Yueo is not polite, she directly complained, Sister Ximon, are you a song? Why do I sound like chanting? Song Yunmuo held her head even more painful. You remind me of the fear of being dominated by the scriptures. It's terrible. I will have a nightmare tonight. She was a scumbag when she was a child, especially those Taoist classics. Damon Zi is quite interested. This song is not bad, it has a kind of brainwashing magic. Knowing the goods, Ximon King gave her a thumbs up, and then said to Xiaobai, try it, this song doesn't require high singing skills. Little Chicken Beep Beep is really hard to get out of tune, basically just follow the melody to endorse it, mainly the vital capacity. This little guy is definitely okay. Xiaoguai looked at the 5 people around him, with a dull expression. The nest is like a pigeon killer. Oh, the killer is going to sing too. Ximon Qing pushed Jin Huiwen over. E1, you sing with her. Okay, Jin Huiwen immediately played the guitar. Boss, let's sing together. Xiaoguai looked at her, and with a partner, she was not so shy. Look, there is a little chicken there. The 2 people sang the same endorsement, and the effect was not bad. Then Ximon said in love, practice the song first, and then learn how to move when the animal screams, such as chicken flapping its wings, cat paws, etc. How cute it is. When Xiaoguai heard it, her whole face blushed, and she was ashamed to sing this song, and actually asked her to imitate the little animals and pretend to be cute. She wanted to stop, but Ximon Qing forced her to perform in front of everyone on the grounds that she had to teach her friends. So cute, I'm dead. Qin Yueo held her heart in both hands and fell to Ximon Qing. Seeing such a good opportunity, Ximon Qing immediately rushed forward. I am dead too. Her face was just buried on Qin Yueo's chest. The touch. The next day, Xiaoguai came to school. The boys are making noise again. Probably a few are doing JoJo standing, some are screaming oh 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 in their mouths, and a few are beating their chests vigorously and shouting for the holiday. Heart like this. Think about it carefully, the May Day holiday is coming soon. The May Day in their school is 7 days, so the children are naturally very happy. Holiday, Xiaoguai is also looking forward to it. If he has a 7-day holiday, he can take up a mission to go abroad. Meow meow, Tang Xiaotang also came over at this time. Did your sister promise to write a song for me? Yeah. Xiaoguai nodded. So, how much does it cost? Although Tang Xiaotang is still a primary school student, he has been an upmaster for a long time. He has also bought songs before, so he knows that if a song is good, it must not be given away for free. However, Xiaoguai said, no money, my sister said you just don't use it for commercial use. How can this be done? Tang Xiaotang was unwilling to make his friends suffer, the money must be given. Oh, my sister is very rich, she is not bad. Xiaoguai said that she didn't need it very handsomely. I will teach you when I take a nap later. You can sing. Tang Xiaotang was taken aback when he heard the words, you only went home to sing yesterday, right? You can sing now. Yes. Does your sister don't need time to write songs? Xiaoguai thought for a while, then nodded, yes. This. Tang Xiaotang was a little shocked. Which kind of fairy is this, who can open his mouth to write a song? Thinking about it, she suddenly became a little worried. Would the quality of the song not pass? Wouldn't people sing a few words to fool children? Classmates are in class. Zhang Qiang, the head teacher, walked in at this moment and knocked on the table. Okay, all sit down, and I have to tell you something. The children immediately sat down obediently, but the head teacher was very fierce, and even beat his own son when he got up. The May Day holiday is coming soon. Everyone should pay attention to safety during the holidays. In order to prevent you from running around, the teacher has prepared a few small papers for you. www.novelmtl.com are half of this kind, not many. 1 piece a day can be done easily. Seeing the thick stack of printing paper in front of Zhang Qiang, the students wailed. It's easy to say 1 piece a day, but it's not just your Chinese teacher. Mathematics, science, other classes also have 1 per day, which adds up to a mountain. What's more, 1 piece a day is a lie. Who didn't make it up on the last night? Be stronger and just copy again the morning when you come back from the holiday. But Zhang Qiang doesn't care about the pain of these boys. If there is too much homework, there will be no time to go around blindly, and the probability of something going wrong will be greatly reduced. He is protecting the students. Zhang Qiang, what a teacher? Oh, and he changed the conversation, which made the students nervous. There will be no other homework, right? It's crazy. Fortunately, this is not a matter of homework, Zhang Qiang said. 6th day will soon be ushered in after the May Day holiday. Cherish your last few children's days. Several elementary schools in our district are preparing to jointly hold a party. Does anyone want to sign up for the show? Although Zhang Qiang asked who was going to sign up, he actually kept his eyes on Tang Xiaotang. No way, elementary school students are originally a group of children, even if they have attended cram school, their level is not up to the table. This time, the 5 elementary schools jointly organized a party, and some leaders will also come. I definitely can't ask for the kind of programs that I usually put out in my school to make a living. Then all that remains is to find some talented students. For example, in the school next door, there is a genius boy who played the flute and won the first prize of the national level. Everyone has come up with that level. If they don't get some dry goods, they will be embarrassed to see people. The principal has already given a dead order. There are 18 classes in 6 grades, and 3 programs must be made available. Zhang Qiang immediately thought of Tang Xiaotang. As a genius girl in their class, Tang Xiaotang has always been his bragging capital in the office. Every New Year's Day, the highlight is Tang Xiaotang, and the other teachers are jealous. This kid is a good singing thief, and looks cute. When he comes on stage, he will open his voice, and he will turn to the guys outside the school to earn enough face for their school. In that case, the principal's impression of him will also improve, and he might be able to raise his hand when evaluating the title. Although he didn't know what the teacher was thinking, Tang Xiaotang was almost used to it. Can this group of guys in the class make a ball? Let them come on stage to perform JoJo stand and then fracture? So she raised her hand honestly. Okay, Tang Xiaotang is awesome. Are you still going to sing this time? Zhang Qiang smiled when Tang Xiaotang nodded. The teacher won't interfere with you for other things, and come to the office when things happen, not just me. All the teachers will help, but this time I win honor for the school. Come on. Teacher, Tang Xiaotang raised his hand suddenly. Can I sing with Meow Meow? Huh. Zhang Qiang was taken aback. He didn't expect this to happen. He looked at the little boy who was as surprised as him. Can Zhang Meow Meow also sing? Xiaoguai immediately put on a cool expression, wanting to refuse. However, Tang Xiaotang preemptively said, You will, Meow Meow sings very well. Really? Zhang Qiang remembered that Zhang Meow Meow was a particularly lonely child. His specialty was sports, and he had never heard her sing. But when I think about it, since he looks so cute anyway, he won by standing on the stage and relying on his face. Why not do it? Okay, then you two together. The school will give you rewards, and the teacher will give you a surprise reward. Teacher. who thought Tang Xiaotang suddenly said again, then we have to prepare songs, maybe we don't have time to do homework, can we skip homework? Zhang Qiang considered it for a while, and finally agreed, okay, I'll give you this special preferential treatment. How can this be done? Zhang Zun called out immediately after hearing the words, I also want to perform. As a result, Zhang Qiang glared at him like an angry King Kong, you sit down for me? How many caddies do I know if you are? What will you perform? Will you sleep in public? Zhang Zun had nothing to say, he actually couldn't think of what he could perform. Zhang Qiang said to others, don't say that the teacher is partial, if any one of you can come up with a good show like Tang Xiaotang, the teacher will also give you no homework. These words moved everyone's heart, but unfortunately, there is no use. They usually play games, watch comics, and watch TV. Who has the time to develop any specialties? Even if a few of them were sent to cram school by their parents, they would learn to play the piano and drums. The thought of going on stage to perform in front of thousands of people immediately wilted. Copy homework honestly. The children go to school, and the adults in Ziliang Demon Village also have their own jobs. Song Yunwu and Ximen Qing called Zhou Hong to the cafe at the foot of the mountain again. I'm sorry, Zhou Hong, who has always been calm, couldn't sit still this time. 2. What did you just say? Nita Hiromi, who was next to him, also had a big mouth, enough to put a snake in. What did she hear just now? Teacher Wu King actually said attack on giant eunuch? Ma, isn't April 1st already past? What is this international joke? Watch in such a cartoon, just cut it when you say it? What kind of operation is this? Song Yunwu was also a little embarrassed. She glared at Ximen Qing and motioned to clean up the mess you made. Ximen Qing had to say it again, so it's boring, the melodrama is out of inspiration, I can't write it out, I'm planning to close the publication indefinitely, and change my work serialization to change my mind. Where's the accent? Zhou Hong first had this doubt in his mind, and then a wry smile appeared on his face, Renmei, let me find out what license is needed to open a hardware store. Oh, Nita Hiromi took out the tablet honestly. Zhou Hong held her hand and said, are you really checking it? Nita Hiromi was silly, didn't you let me check it? Zhou Hong sighed and said to Ximen in love, Teacher Wu King, I am a little bit suspicious that you and Gong Yanjun joined me to cheat me. If the giant is an eunuch, our small publishing house will not be able to endure it. Oh, don't worry, after all, I don't belong to any devil. Ximen King smiled and pushed the 2 document bags over. Hey, the countermeasures are ready for you. The accent has changed back. Zhou Hong took one of the documents and took a look at it. It was a pile of drawings that had already been drawn. It was very thick and definitely not worth a word. He looked at it one by one. After reading it, he couldn't help but read it again, and then reluctantly put down the manuscript and looked at Ximen Qing and Song Yunwu. What kind of strange women are you two? Why can you control any subject? But I don't understand, you who can write such a good story, why can't you give the giant a good start and end? Ximen Qing shrugged, who knows, creation is a matter of fate, sometimes if there is no, then there is no. Blame me? If Jian Shanchuang worked harder and finished the giant early, I wouldn't have to be a here. All right, Zhou Hong looked at the sketch in his hand, this a big story westward journey is too high in quality. If it is serialized, it might really make readers forget giant. Who said it's going to be serialized? Ximen Qing said, we intend to make a separate book directly, and then cooperate with the movie. Movies? Animated movies. Zhou Hong was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately reacted, yes, this is indeed suitable for making a movie, but my suggestion is to make a movie first, and then release a single book at the same time after the movie is released, otherwise now if you come out directly, you can only eat your own money. It's not economical. It's up to you, we don't interfere. Ximen Qing pretended to be generous. In fact, they don't understand at all, so they think it's better to listen professionally. Then if this is a pamphlet, Zhou Hong couldn't help but look at the second file bag, is this the work you plan to use for the new serialization? Ximen Qing lifted his chin and motioned for him to take a look first. Zhou Hong pulled out the drawing, but a USB flash drive fell on the table. What is this? The theme song of the comics will be easy to use in the future, Ximen said with emotion. Zhou Hong sighed, so how versatile are you guys? It's pretty good that other cartoonists can give a manuscript on time. These two are great, and they also give the cartoons a bonus song. I really want to ask in addition to the wind blowing 3. There is nothing they can't do besides Zhang. He didn't talk nonsense, took out the tool to read the files in the U-disc into the tablet, and then put on the headphones to listen to the song first. At the beginning, there was a high pitch that made people get goosebumps. Zhou Hong's whole body trembled at the time. He had never listened to this style of music, and the whole person was brought to a special state by the music. Nita Hiromi saw the editor's head shake involuntarily, but it stopped after a while. He opened his eyes suddenly, why is it gone? Looking at the progress bar, 1 minute and 30 seconds, why is that so? Isn't 90 seconds of the opening song of the cartoon just right? Ximen said with emotion. She stole a laziness here, it was too much trouble to make the whole song, only 90 seconds would be enough. And the most amazing thing about this song Unravel is these 90 seconds. The full version has a bit of death metal feeling. It's very noisy, and she doesn't like it. But, okay, Zhou Hong took off the earplugs and put them on Nita Hiromi, while he read the comics. After listening to the song, he was already very curious about what kind of work it would be. The manga to be used for serialization this time is called Natsusura Ghoul. Yes, Simon loves to adapt to local conditions and changed Tokyo Ghoul to Zayakang City. Because Tokyo in this world is far less prosperous than Natsuura City, and they are also cartoonists based in Natsuura City. Compared to painting Kingjo Ghoul www.novelmtl.com, it is still Natsusura Ghoul a sense of belonging. Nida Hiromi couldn't help but shake her body as she listened to the looping song. On one side, Jo Hong was already addicted to the story. Ghoul is about a group of works that have the same appearance as humans, but depend on human flesh to survive between alien species and humans. The protagonist Jin Weian, the name has not been changed, there are many people surnamed Jin in Huaguo, was originally a human, but because of an accident, he was transplanted with the innards of a ghoul and became a half-human and half-ghost existence. The work tells the story between the two races with this sandwiched perspective. Like Giant, this is a work that combines blood and violence. It was also banned in mainland China. However, Simon Ching found that Giant was not banned here, so she naturally boldly took out Ghoul. The most important thing is that she saw the end of Ghoul, so there is no need for eunuchs. It needs to be mentioned here that Tokyo Ghoul actually has a wave of show operations, and that is the original magic change of the second season. Although both the beginning and the end are connected to the original storyline, what happens in the middle is quite different from the comics. The devil turned out the garbage, and the second season of Ghoul was also the most criticized. This also caused the follow-up word of mouth to plummet. And Simon Ching doesn't need to worry about this kind of problem. Who would go so far as to modify their works? After reading the beginning, Jo Hong put down the manuscript and said to the two, the strength of the two teachers has never disappointed. I believe this work can also achieve good popularity. I will make arrangements when I go back, but about Giant regarding the eunuch, I hope you can cooperate with us at that time, otherwise I'm really afraid that fans all over the world will come over and smash our editorial office. Okay. Simon Ching made half a gesture of Takawa Abe. Jo Hong patted Hiromi Nida next to him. Let's go. Nida Hiromi, who was still immersed in washing kelp, suddenly woke up. What's the matter? Jo Hong simply grabbed her single ponytail and picked her up, and then dragged her all the way into the car. Simon Ching and Song Yunmyo were sitting in the shop, and she said to Song Yunmyo quite gossiping, the charter wife, do you think they too will shake in this car? Song Yunmyo rolled his eyes directly, can't you think of normal things in your mind? This is normal, handsome men and beautiful women plus sports cars, what else can you think of? Simon Ching's innocent expression made Song Yunmyo especially want to beat her. After drinking the coffee, the two returned to the villa. Song Yunmyo went back to the room and continued to draw comics, while Simon Ching quietly touched Qin Yuyeo's room and planned to do something. As a result, as soon as she entered, she saw Qin Yuyeo wiping her hair there. It seemed that she had just finished the shower, her hair was still wet, and there was nothing on her body. Simon Ching had the feeling of a dragon looking up at the time. Oh, my eyes are dazzled. Oh. Qin Yuyeo was also taken aback, and quickly manifested 9 tails, 2 blocking the bottom and 2 blocking the top. Sister Zyman, why don't you knock on the door? Mistakes. Simon Ching smiled, and her heart was refreshed. If I knock on the door, can I still see the beautiful scenery? Why do you take a bath during the day? Qin Yuyeo said, just change your mood. Why? Aren't you happy? Simon Ching asked quickly. Nothing happened recently? Why is she in a bad mood? Qin Yuyeo said honestly, the popularity of Pokemon is a bit low, it's all because I didn't paint well. She felt that the script of Simon's Love must be okay, so many of them had been popular before, but she was not popular, so after thinking about it, the reason could only be on her. So she blamed herself a little, and was not in the mood to paint, so she took a bath. Simon's Love suddenly realized, hey, I thought you were depressed. No one can guarantee that things like comics will be popular. It is normal to have low points. There is nothing to blame. Even if you have to go back, it should be. My pod is bigger. Pokemon initially made its fortune based on games, but here, Pokemon games are not popular, and it is reasonable that the popularity of comics is not high. Secondly, Juvenile Manu is a magazine that has a lot of young fans. Unless you start reading comics of this cute kind of comics and have accumulated feelings, otherwise this kind of subsistence will inevitably dissuade many people. In other words, the fans of Pixie are relatively small for many years, with poor purchasing power, and the external performance is low popularity. It will take a few years for the first batch of fans to grow up and have ample wallets before they can see the effect. Qin Yuyeo felt better after hearing this, but she still pushed Simon Ching with her tail. I want to change clothes, don't keep watching. Hey, look at a lot of meat. Everyone is a woman. What's so shy? Simon King rubbed his hands and smiled squintingly. Qin Yuyeo doesn't know how to refute. Is she really going to change her underwear in front of Simon Ching? Even the same is shameful. Maybe people are forced out. Qin Yuyeo suddenly flashed in this embarrassment. The whole person turned into a pure thunder and got into the underwear on the bed, and when she turned from thunder and lightning back into a human form, the clothes would automatically be put on her. Fuck. There is this kind of operation. Simon Ching was dumbfounded. Qin Yuyeo adjusted the edges of his pants, and said proudly, that's what happened. Simon Ching expressed very depressed. She is not happy anymore. Sit directly on the ground, pouting like a child. Qin Yueo looked at it and asked quickly, Sister Ximen, what's wrong with you? Ximen Qing gave her a melancholy look, and said in an ashamed tone of the Oscar actress, Are you Yao, my behavior really makes you hate? Suddenly I feel so superfluous. No, Qin Yueo hurriedly said, how could you be superfluous? Without you, I am still a kindergarten teacher. How can I realize my dream like I am now? I really appreciate you very much. Really? Ximen Qing leaned up at a 45-degree angle, with a pure face. Of course it is true. Qin Yueo nodded vigorously. I do not believe. Then why do you believe me? You kiss me and I'll believe it. The corner of Ximen Qing's mouth was secretly cocked. Okay, no. Qin Yueo was about to agree, but suddenly reacted. You do my tricks. Why? Ximen Qing quickly got up and hugged her. I just heard you say good. I don't care. You owe me a kiss now. As she said, she pouted and leaned forward. Sister Ximen, don't. Qin Yueo tried to lean back, but still couldn't hide the red lips of Ximen's love. Seeing that she was about to be kissed, she was suddenly excited, and electric current was discharged from all over her body. Ah, J-Cast K-Off. Ximen Qing was like Xiazai who was electrocuted by Pikachu www.novelmtl.com and started breakdancing. After a twitch, she fell to the ground with smoke. Qin Yueo didn't care about her this time. Anyway, this guy's physique became alive and kicking again in a few minutes. It's better to stay away and avoid being molested again. There was smoke from Ximen Qing's mouth and mouth are numb. Huh. Qin Yueo put on her pajamas and went downstairs. Ximen's feelings slowed down, and he got up and pondered. No, is Ruyeo really angry? It seems that she still needs to work hard to break the bend. This kind of extreme operation can't be done anymore. You have to boil the frog in warm water. Ro, how do you cook it? The evil vampire suddenly had an idea. Hey, I'm really getting more and more degenerate. I use this kind of routine with a little girl. She hurried downstairs, pulled up Qin Yueo, who was watching TV on the sofa, and ran to Jin Huiwen's room. Don't call me first, my sister will give you something good. What? Qin Yueo was taken into Jin Huiwen's room after being half pushed. Suddenly, the soul of her Tuko flashed. Huh? No, how come you have Huiwen's key? Oh, don't care about these details. Ximen Qing didn't answer, but instead found an electric guitar to plug it in, and then sat on the bed and tried playing a few times. Qin Yueo was surprised. Do you have a new song again? She gave Xiaoguai a song last night. Is it so simple to write songs? Then why can't I jump out of my mind except do me? Ximen Qing was fully prepared, and he put a mobile phone in front to take pictures, and then patted the edge of the bed. Sit by my side. In the past, she admired those literary and artistic youths who were able to deceive little girls, playing a small guitar and talking about a little love. Without a house or a car, they could go on fire. It's a pity that he at that time didn't have the talent to become a literary youth at all, so he could only become a keyboard man on the internet. Now, at the cost of sacrificing the dragon, she finally can do art. If you don't seize the opportunity to fool the little girl, wouldn't you be blind to this craft? Qin Yueo sat obediently beside Ximen Qing, looking forward to the new song of Ximen Qing very much. What style will it be? A nursery rhyme like Little Chicken Beep? Or is it sentimental like Lemon? Or The Dark Wind of Fairy Tale Town? To be honest, among the many songs that Ximen Qing has sung, Qin Yueo's favorite is the song Meeting. On Bian Island that day, Ximen Qing and Song Yunmyo were sitting side by side, singing while playing together. The picture was so beautiful, like the same world-famous painting, which made Qin Yueo unforgettable for a long time. Now, the distance between her and Simon's love is about the same as the two of them back then. The difference is that this time Ximen Qing played the electric guitar instead of the piano. Ximen Qing cleared his throat and said, passed by people coming and going. I don't like it, I have to appreciate it. I am a silent existence. Not your world, just your shoulders. The very slow beginning was enough to immerse Qin Yueo in the singing. Ximen Qing's voice is really too powerful. It comes with a special grade sound card, which amplifies the advantages of the sound by dozens or hundreds of times, and the key is not to make a mistake. In this way, the emotional contagion ability is very strong, and Qin Yueo unconsciously recalled the period of time when she was in love with Ximen. She thought of the words Ximen Qing said to her when she was in the hotel that day. We can stay with you for 500 or 1000 years. Ziliang Demon Village exists for this. After such a long time, if there is no one to accompany her, she might be crazy, right? To accompany you to feel along the road, to live out the answer, to accompany you to become lonely and to be brave. With the chorus, Qin Yueo was shocked. When she heard the phrase accompanying is the most affectionate confession, she was stunned. Ximen Qing finished singing in one breath, completely without breathing, then stopped the guitar and glanced at Qin Yueo secretly. How is it going? Does she understand my suggestion? As a result, seeing Qin Yueo motionless, she seemed to be thinking something. Huh? Is this an opportunity? Ximen Qing looked at Qin Yueo's chest, and felt it was a pity not to touch it. The big deal is being charged, so you won't lose a touch, and you can earn money by squeezing your blood. It's done? Just as Ximen Qing's hand quietly bypassed Qin Yueo's back to prepare for a sneak attack, Qin Yueo suddenly turned into thunder and disappeared in front of her. Damn. Ximen Qing looked at her empty arms, dumbfounded. Can the fat of the mouth fly? It feels like a big loss. Ximen Qing scratched her hair and began to wonder, am I not suitable for being a scumbag? Alas. Sure enough, I'm still too honest and kind. Qin Yueo turned into an electric light and returned to her room instantly. After getting into the bed, she rolled around and wrapped herself into a chicken roll. As she whispered, her face flushed. The song just moved her too much, and suddenly there was a feeling that she wanted to abandon the world and have Simon love. Why is Sister Simon so good? The story is so good, the singing is so good, the song written is so good, and the key is so beautiful. Is this the legendary Zhang or Lao Spicy? He Simon King rubbed his nose. How do you feel that someone is talking bad about me behind your back? She put the guitar and prepared to lie down on Jin Huiwen's bed to add Lori So. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, Teacher Yingzhang, aren't you on your honeymoon? Why call me when you have time? Don't be misunderstood by my sister-in-law. What are you talking about? Zhao Zhenying laughed. My wife asked me to call you. Didn't you play and sing a song with Teacher Wu Song at the dinner that day? The staff who made our wedding anniversary special gave you that Duan was also recorded and made a later stage. My wife asked me if I could keep it. After all, your song really resonates with both of us. The phrase I met you is the most beautiful accident in meeting is a crit for any flash marriage couple. Such a confession can be remembered for a lifetime. Ximen's love naturally knew it, so he said, you can keep it if you want, but you have to give me a copy of that video, and I'll post it on Weibo. Okay, Zhao Zhenying said happily, that's right, I will send you the data by email, and then I will send 2 copies of the CD-ROM to you. Well, that's okay, then I won't disturb your husband and wife. Bye. Ximen Qing hung up the phone, and then flipped through the video that was just recorded. Both paragraphs can also be posted on Weibo. She has recovered part of her strength now, and she doesn't mind being discovered that she is the Tsing Yi Yeast. Speaking of which, yeast is just a play on her whim. As long as she doesn't admit it, being recognized by the audience can arouse greater discussion. This can develop a stock. Of course, the main reason is that Ximen loves the eunuch's attack on Giant. She had anticipated that the fans would explode at that time. Then what should we do? Do you apologize for showing your chest? Non-existent. Sell a cute? This can be considered, but the effect should not be great. After all, she is not a loli. Zhou Hong actually taught her a good way to divert her attention. If she attracts a group of fans by her singing, will the fans who love her help resist if she gets sprayed with comic powder? Especially for those 25 boys who have both identities, each more friendly force equals 1 less enemy force, which is a double effect. Ximen Qing felt that something was going on, so when she sang Qin Yueo this time, she also recorded a section by the way. Click, send, bio. As a civil servant, Li Yu feels that work pressure is still great. At this time, smart people will learn how to decompress. Some people choose to spray people on the internet to vent their depression, and some people choose to rush for spiritual sublimation. He is much more elegant. He likes to read the cartoonist Love Weibo and see the prosperous beauty of Ximen Love. He can get the healing of the soul. Of course, this can't be discovered by the wife, otherwise the pocket money will be worthless. This day, I just came back from a meeting. Li Yu leaned on the office chair alone, took out his mobile phone, and looked around. The blinds are all pulled down, and you won't see what he is doing outside. So he logged into his Weibo account and prepared to scan it every day. As soon as the result was opened, it was discovered that Ximen Qing had actually updated a dynamic. My god, has Teacher Qinger finally remembered her Weibo password? She hasn't updated her Weibo for a long time. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Ximen Qing only updated his selfie a week ago, but for such a person who does it every day, 7 days is like 7 years. Huh? It's a short video. Li Yu took out the Bluetooth earplugs from his suit pocket, and then clicked on the video. The video quality is not bad. After all, Ximen Qing's mobile phone is not a bargain. However, the shooting angle is a bit general, which is a very amateur posing. In the picture, there is also a beautiful girl sitting with her. Li Yu recognized it before realizing that he was also a cartoonist, under the pen name Wang Shola, who used to appear in Ximen Qing's selfies. 2 cartoonists plus a guitar, what combination is this? When he was wondering in his heart, Ximen Qing had already begun to play. Very soft prelude, and then spoke. What is opening to kneel? Ximen Qing just sang, and the goosebumps on Li Yu's body began to rise, and the whole person knelt down on the sofa, holding the phone in both hands as if holding the Bible. His expression became especially serious. At this time, the door of his office was knocked, but Li Yu, who focused on listening to the song, didn't notice it. The secretary opened the door and prepared to report to him about tomorrow's itinerary. As a result, he saw the leader kneeling there and watching the video. Ma. He closed the door quickly, pretending that nothing happened. Is the way I opened it wrong? Why would the director kneel there? Do you want to take a look at it in a different position? After thinking about it, he thinks it's better to forget it. What if he is hated by the leader and wears small shoes? Don't listen, don't see, don't talk. This is the criterion for mixing in any workplace. In the office, Li Yu, who had never noticed that he had forgotten to lock the door and the secretary had come in, listened to Ximen's Long Years with You singing by Ximen. Accompanying is the most affectionate confession. This sentence really spoke to his heart. He loves his wife very much. They are childhood sweethearts, and she has liked to follow him since she was a child. Later, he married her after graduating from university, and they were close friends. Almost everyone at the time was a pair of golden boys and girls. But the problem was exposed in the 2nd year after the two got married. At first, because she was still preparing for the college entrance examination, the two did not plan to have children. Later, she went to university, and the two of them worked hard for a whole year and found no results. Only then did they think of going to the hospital for an examination. The result of the examination was that the woman had physical problems and was unable to get pregnant, and she didn't even have a chance to get a test tube. The two of course will not divorce because of this, but he knows that his wife has always been very guilty, otherwise he would not take the initiative to find another woman to have children for him. Some women like to think about it alone. Even if he doesn't say anything, she will worry that her husband will think that she is a fraud, so she deliberately skips the premarital checkup. I think too much about this kind of thing, and if I hold it in my heart, it is easy to have psychological problems. After spending so many years with her, he can still detect the melancholy hidden behind her smile. But he didn't know how to persuade him. After all, what he said from the victim in the eyes of his wife was really bad. He was always worried about his wife's mentality that would suddenly collapse one day. In addition to his eldest wife, another woman who had not obtained a certificate but had a son and a daughter with him is also very important to him. Seeing her being with her son every day but not being able to recognize each other as a mother, Li Yu always felt a little sorry for this woman. But let's live a life, there is nothing perfect, and those who are wrong will be compensated elsewhere. If there is a slight flaw, it will be gone, and it will be lonely and old. After listening to this song, Li Yu's first thought was to let his two wives listen to it. But just put the video of Simon Ching? Isn't it revealed that you secretly watched the Beauty's Weibo? Any more pocket money? After thinking about it, I really still have to learn it. Even if the 5 tones are not accurate, the lyrics are there to convey my heart. Don't underestimate me. When I was in college, I was the Meiba in the dormitory. Li Yu cleared his throat and began to learn songs according to Simon Ching's Weibo. In the evening, Li Yu returned home. The nanny Wu Ma is preparing dinner, the son is preparing to review for the college entrance examination in the room, and the wife is sitting in the living room processing documents. My wife, come here. Li Yu waved toward his wife. Huh? What are you doing? His wife raised her head and glanced at him suspiciously. Well, you'll know when you come. According to the memory afterwards, his wife said that Li Yu's smile at this time was very wretched, and it was completely a greasy middle-aged. However, his wife put aside the company's affairs and walked to the bedroom with him. The soundproofing of their villa is very good. When the door is closed, the sound in the house can hardly be heard, even if the son is next door. That, wife, happy birthday. Li Yu wanted to prepare an opening remark, but he didn't know why he said that. My birthday is more than half a month away, why do you congratulate me so early? Are you going on a business trip that day? No, there is a gift I can't wait to give you. Don't talk, just sit down and listen. Li Yu took a deep breath, and then began to sing. About an hour later, the couple came out of the bedroom. The wife's eyes were red and swollen, but her expression was very relaxed, as if she had taken off some burden and looked more beautiful. After listening to the song, she cried, crying out of the emotions that had been holding back for more than 20 years, and Li Yu held her and waited for her to cry enough. When the two of them went downstairs, the door to the side room suddenly opened, and Li Yuki poked his head out. He looked at his phone. Dad is always healthy, but why is he in such a hurry? I haven't eaten dinner yet. Although Simon Ching is not a traffic celebrity, it can be regarded as an internet celebrity now, with Weibo traffic easily reaching a dozen or even dozens of Beijing. Mainly because she has many young fans on Weibo, and the content on Weibo is also suitable for forwarding. Of course, Zhou Hong bought the Navy behind his back. She notified Zhou Hong after sending out the Weibo of her singing. When the latter received the news, he immediately notified the Navy and prepared to make this Weibo hot search. He also listened to the song, but he didn't feel much, so he thought it was pretty good. But there was an older editor in the editorial department crying. I originally just asked them to post something interesting to divert their attention. I didn't expect Chinger teacher to sing at such a high level. Zhou Hong said with emotion. At this time, Nida Hiromi said, don't you know the editor-in-chief? Teacher Chinger sang a song when she was on Bian Island. That song is so good, I don't know if she will sing it again. Huh? When? Why don't I know? Zhou Hong asked. Nida Hiromi didn't realize that the editor-in-chief was approaching herself, and simply replied, it was the dinner that day. Sujin and I heard it. The two teachers of Wuking played the piano very well. Oh, when did you get so familiar with the editors of Squat? Zhou Hong's voice suddenly rang in her ears, and Nida Hiromi was taken aback. She looked up and realized that he had come to her side. Nida Hiromi took a step back quickly. No, didn't you let us take teacher Wu Song to do the styling? We met at that time. But how do I think you want to quit? Zhou Hong pressed harder, and Nida Hiromi retreated all the way to the corner. She shook her head vigorously. I didn't want to quit. I did a good job here. Why do I want to quit? Really? Then prove it. Seeing his face getting closer and closer, Nida Hiromi rolled her eyes. Why is this happening again? In addition to the Navy, Simon Ching still has a lot of true fans. I also follow her Weibo from time to time. For example, in the Jiang's house in Jingcheng, in a bookstore like a birdcage. As the leader of the Blowing Root Party, Zhang Jianhong will blow roots under every Weibo of Simon Ching and occupy hot reviews. Moreover, relying on his abilities, he could grab the sofa almost every time. For example, this time, as soon as Simon Ching's Weibo was posted, one of his bodies stuck to the copy of things that had already been copied to grab the couch. Blowing roots? Blowing roots vigorously? We want to see martial arts? We also want to see the 18 palms of Zhonglong. Then the body opened Weibo? Huh? This is a video. The song of Simon Ching resounded in the bookstore. Due to the special design, it has a 360-degree reverberation effect. After listening to Zhang Jianhong, he suddenly frowned. Have I heard this song somewhere? However, sometimes it is easy to forget things when he is old, and he hasn't thought of it for a long time. I probably heard a little melody by chance, but I didn't pay attention at the time, so I was not impressed. It is very troublesome to think about it now. Forget it, but this guy sings so nicely, I thought it was a lie. Zhang Jianhong couldn't help but remembered that when he was young, he had seen a senior who had lived a long time, and that person told him, the leader of Xingyi is a good singing thief. He always thought it was a satire, but now it seems that he thinks too much. This woman's singing is so charming. But even if you sing, you can't stop the Blowing Roots party. Zhang Jianhong routinely opened the chat group Blowing Root Base Camp, in which at all members. There is a new Weibo, go and blow your roots. With this all the salted fish that originally dived suddenly popped out. What? Did the teacher update Weibo? I want to tell my grandpa underground. My brother has been terminally ill for many days, and his wish has finally come true. For help, how does Weibo burn the dead, urgent, online, etc. The power of the Blowing Roots party has grown stronger and stronger. After almost 10 minutes of effort, the hot reviews have been firmly occupied, and it has the general effect of controlling the reviews of traffic stars and fans. It was horrible. Of course, after the first few minutes, fans who listened to the song gradually spoke in the group. Oh, my mother teacher Chinger sings so beautifully, right? I was crying tears. Woo, this song is so touching, and the lyrics are so romantic. Companionship is the longest love confession tears. I also cried, but my tears are different from yours. I remembered the years when I was a dog licking. I always felt that company was the most affectionate confession. Then I received her wedding invitation. The groom is her boss. Doghead. A sad story, but you are still not as miserable as I am. I gave her breakfast for 3 years, and then put candles downstairs in her dormitory to confess her Valentine's Day. The roommate in her dormitory came down and told me that she went to open the room. I'm even worse. Inexplicably, the building was crooked and turned into a miserable meeting. This Weibo of Simon Ching was not unexpectedly in the top 10 of the hot search, and the time was very fast, and it was posted within a few hours after it was sent out. In addition to the Navy, there is a huge help, and that is So Yuanying. Because the song was so good, she couldn't help but also liked and reposted this Weibo, but with her hot search physique, she took the song to a hot comment. Weibo hot search number 9, stay with you through the long years. Weibo hot search number 4, So Yuanying likes long years with you. Ma, this is incredible. In addition to the hot search on Weibo, some other search engines like Punting have also seen the name of this song at the top of the hot search list. www.novelmtl.com Taiba. Station B has also begun to discuss this song. Song comes. There have been people who wrote private messages to Simon Ching and expressed that they wanted to cover them, but because there were too many private messages, Simon Ching didn't read a single one. And as the audience grew, some people gradually discovered something was wrong. Especially at Station B, many people began to discuss, why does cartoonist Love sing so much like Xingyi Yeast? Is she the body? If it is true, then this is breaking the dimensional wall. For a long time, everyone has acquiesced not to show their faces equals to look ugly. Especially the kind of high popularity up. Although there are a lot of people who are curious about their looks, how many people are a little bit compelling? If you want to be really good looking, people will show up soon. Fans of Xingyi Yeasts also think that they can just look at the childlike giant R on the screen and the artificial intelligence with a blue chest strap. As for how ugly the people behind her who provide voice and motion capture are, just ignore the past. Good. But if the sound source is from a big beauty, then the situation is different again. Fans are very chicken thieves. If the voice actor is ugly, then comfort that what you like is only the voice and the character, and it has nothing to do with the voice actor. If the CEO is beautiful, then immediately become a face fan. Put all the characters you like on the CEO, and think that she is an anime character who jumped out of the second element. The same is true for Xingyi Yeast. At first, when fans thought the yeast was an ugly girl, they deliberately ignored it, and no one mentioned it. But now suddenly discovered that she is actually more beautiful, which is undoubtedly tantamount to solving the things they have been worried about, and they will feel particularly comfortable and happy. Both the Simon Love and the Xingyi Yeast have greatly improved. To put it bluntly, this is the same as online dating. When you don't know what the other person looks like, you assume that the other person is ugly and afraid to show up. You think it's enough to slap on the internet. But when you know that the other person is a handsome guy/beauty, the contrast with low expectations is enough to make people reach the peak of happiness in an instant. Fans who have gone through this process are definitely more enthusiastic than ordinary fans. As a result, many people went to the B Station account of Xingyi Yeast, Weibo, and Weibo of Komi Love to inquire. Godmother and Godmother, please tell me honestly, you are the teacher of Chinger, I have seen everything. Godmother, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. I want to be a believer for your life. Xingyi teaches Niu beer? Xing Yi teaches new beer? Come on, everyone, come on. Make money without losing money. Teacher Chinger, you are exposed. Some people are cartoonists on the surface, but behind the scenes they are an upmaster. Nothing wrong, essentially all pigeons, blowing roots. Blowing roots. How can this be? The first time I have a favorite upmaster, and the first time I have a cartoonist who wants to marry home. Together, it should be a double happiness, but now how can it become a double root? Woolen cloth. Some fans even take screenshots for various analyses. For example, Xing Yi Yeast often releases pigeons when the dance is updated and diligent, and vice versa. With more and more evidence and the exact tone, people believe that Xing Yi Yeast is the love of cartoonists. Xiamen Qing looked at the hot Weibo, Taiba, and Station B, and said with a smirk, just go and analyze it. Anyway, my old lady just doesn't admit it, hehe. Some things are boring if you admit it. She wanted to catch the appetite of the fans in this way, so that they kept thinking about it, just as if there was a small hand scratching in their hearts, but the scratching was not happy, the fans would always mind and mind. I'm back. Suddenly a voice came from the door of the villa, which belonged to Jin Huiwen. Xiamen was surprised and said, huh? Huiwen, why did you come back so early today? Didn't you participate in club activities? Jin Huiwen said, oh, a few seniors are about to take the college entrance examination, and we are about to take the final exam. The others are busy reviewing, and I will come back first when I am bored by myself. The college entrance examination, yes, it's almost May Day before you know it, and the college entrance examination is about to be in a month. Xiamen wondered, can you catch the enthusiasm for the college entrance examination? For example, to tell a short comic related to the college entrance examination, or a song, Dragon Sakura is very suitable. At this time, Jin Huiwen put down her school bag and sat next to Xiamen King, looking at Xiamen King with a hesitant expression. Xiamen Qing grabbed Lolita's slender waist and rubbed her face affectionately. Why? Tell me if you have anything, why don't you dare to say it? Sister, I have read your Weibo, Jin Huiwen said shyly. Did you write that song for Sister Yuyeo? Yes, it sounds good. It sounds good, Jin Huiwen smiled sweetly. She really likes music. I heard that you also wrote a song for Sister Yunmu. Oh, that, do you want to hear it? Xiamen said with emotion. Zhao Zhenying had sent the video of her playing the piano and singing with Song Yunmu at that time, and it was on her mobile phone. Think and think. Jin Huiwen said expectantly. Okay, come to my sister's arms. So Xiamen embraced her on her lap in a grandiose manner, holding the phone with her hands around her chest, and showing her the video. To be honest, it's normal for two people to do this action at their ages. However, Jin Huiwen's development is really good. At a young age, she is only a few centimeters shorter than Xiamen King. She is exactly a model figure, which looks like it will be. It's a bit strange. But she didn't care about this, because her attention had been completely attracted by the video. Since it was a wedding anniversary video, it was quite impressive in the later stage. Xiamen Qing and Song Yunmu are almost as if they are shooting a MV, they look very romantic. Coupled with the sound of the song, Jin Huiwen feels that she is empty, and enters various situations with the singing. Standing at the entrance of the subway, people coming and going around, the wind blowing through my ears. Cloudy day, in the evening, looking out the car window. Standing in a long queue, holding a heart-shaped number plate in his hand. Everything is to find the destined person. However, the crowd looked for him thousands of times, and suddenly looked back, but the person was in the dimly lit place. Meeting is the most beautiful accident. At the end of the video, Xiamen King's face was already attached to her hair unknowingly. This kid doesn't like to use perfume, only the faint smell of shampoo is the most pleasant for the body and mind. Xiamen Qing felt like being addicted to a cat, taking one and another, almost revealing Yu Yunpeng's expression. Sister, you are too good. After listening to the song, Jin Huiwen struggled for a long time, but she still couldn't find a word that could better describe her mood at this time. Yeah, right, I think so too. Xiamen King handed her mobile phone to Jin Huiwen, and she freed up two hands to make trouble on her. E1, you haven't said anything about it yet. Do you just want to listen to songs? Well, I'm satisfied to hear such a nice song. Jin Huiwen is a contented little girl. But Xiamen Qing is obviously not a contented woman. Her hand has gradually touched Jin Huiwen's car lights. Of course, I still have to say something to divert Jin Huiwen's attention. If you like it so much, sister should write you a song too. Okay, really. Jin Huiwen was overjoyed, completely ignoring Xiamen Qing's hand. Alas, it's really easy to be a young literary girl. Xiamen Qing couldn't help but sigh. I am really a sinful scum, but the scumbag is cool for a while, and the scumbag has always been cool. The ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Of course it's true, Xiamen Qing said. I remember you are a kimchi country and Swedish mixed blood, so do you want the kimchi national song? Or the Swedish song? Is this okay? Jin Huiwen originally thought that Xiamen Qing would come with a flower song or a rotten song. She thought about it. Although she was trained as a killer in Europe since she was a child, she is proficient in various languages, but her mother tongue is kimchi after all, and her appearance is more oriental. Kimchi country is fine. Sure, no problem. Xiamen Qing was also relieved. Where does she know Swedish songs? It's just pretending to be compelling. In fact, if Kim Huiwen chose Sweden, she would also find an excuse to let her choose the national song of kimchi. But what kind of song do you want to give? You can't sing a lot of girl groups for that kind of people, right? Although Jin Huiwen's legs are long enough, it is a bit inappropriate for her to sing G or something. To be honest, most of the songs of Korean idol groups are streamlined. It is either a human song or a rhythmic and brainwashed buddy. There are very few really good songs. Few are suitable for Jin Huiwen, a little loli who is only in the first year of high school. Sure enough, I still have to find a serious singer. Xiamen thought for a while, and Uncle Bird's Jiangnan style suddenly popped out of his mind. Then she automatically replenishes the appearance of Jin Huiwen dancing horseback riding there. Wow, the thieves are horrible. Xiamen loves an exciting spirit, and quickly throws this weird picture out of his head. Don't mess around when the child is still young. I just remember that someone on Weibo suggested that she should play a song about her little brother in addition to the song of her sister. Of course, Xiamen Qing refused at first, so she didn't want to tease a man. But then she figured it out. There are some songs that you sing to men are to tease men, and to women you are to tease women. There are no such big gender boundaries. Yes. Xiamen Qing said to Jin Huiwen suddenly. Ah, yes? What? Jin Huiwen was stunned for a moment, and then the reflex arc started to work, so fast. Don't talk nonsense, sister is very persistent. Xiamen Qing pinched her a few times, itching Jin Huiwen's whole body into a ball. Ah sister forgive me. Hey, it's late. After Ximen's feelings were refreshed, she pulled the panting Jin Huiwen into the VIP, and took a guitar on the wall. Listen, my pickle language pronunciation is not very accurate, you probably understand the meaning by yourself. After speaking, she played and sang according to her memory. Is it wrong to not express it? I am a heartwarming woman in this indifferent city. The title of the song is Some, originally sung by the female singer group, Blushing Thinking of Spring. Perhaps the most well-known combination of this group is the Douyin Divine Comedy Give You the Universe, with the opening sentence Is it too much coffee? Even people who don't know them are familiar. Their songs are a little fresh, and they all sound very comfortable. They are best suited to young girls like Jin Huiwen who are in their early years of love. And, it's really flirty. The simple lyrics I will call you every day and even if today I am going to be dumped by you, I will try to run to you again. They all look like a very simple little sister awkwardly express your love. This kind of soft girl is basically the nemesis of most straight men, and the bones can be crisped. If our family Huiwen sings this song, maybe a few otaku will die. Teaching Jin Huiwen to sing is not a difficult task. Little Lori has good musical talent and foundation, and with the advantage of her own mother tongue, she quickly understood Ximen Qing's substandard kimchi lyrics. After about half an hour, she could almost sing some. Although the voice is different from the lead singer of Blushing Thinking of Spring but after all, he is young and has a milky voice, which sounds very comfortable. Ximen couldn't help but took a picture of her. But it was not posted on Weibo, because after Jin Huiwen finished singing, she said to Ximen, Sister, can I sing this song in school? Huh? Why? Ximen's feelings were tight. Does this girl have a favorite man in school? How does this work? Have to find a way to burn that guy. But Ximen Qing obviously thinks too much. Jin Huiwen said, it's about to take the college entrance examination. The school will hold a special meeting for graduating students. One is to encourage and the other is to bid farewell. Then our music club will be appointed to perform for the seniors. But isn't it appropriate to use this song for college entrance examination candidates? Ximen said with emotion, this is a love song. Isn't your school opposed to premature love? No, although it's not that strict. It's not allowed to show affection blatantly, Kim Hui-won said mischievously, but it would be boring to perform in such a normal way. Teachers don't understand kimchi language anyway. I will sing a love song. Can they still find it? Maybe they will applaud me after I sing it. Oh Ximen's feelings suddenly realized, and she scratched her nose, doing something, I like it. Of course, there is no reason to refuse, kids, it's good to get a skin. In fact, Ximen Qing wanted to do this when she was studying, but unfortunately she didn't have that ability. After adding Lori Su, Ximen Qing returned to her room and posted the second video by the way. After 2 songs in a row, fans were dumbfounded. Just now I was immersed in the romance of accompanying is the longest confession, and as a result, another sweet confession of I met you is the most beautiful accident. Who can stand this? Ms. Chinger, what's wrong? Send out some of these 2 sweet songs. Is it spring for you? It's so sweet, it's true that women understand women. If anyone could sing this song to me on Ferrari, I would definitely fall in love with him with excitement. I found out that teacher Chinger is a love liar. This woman has a leg with everyone. Su Yuanying, Wangshu, Wu Song, come here, let's take a look at who else is there. Wow, scumbag, but I like it. I don't know which pair to fan with so many CPS. I see it, the high yield is like a sow. This is the victory of the Blowing Roots party. The Blowing Roots are cool for a while, and the Blowing Roots have been good for a while. Everyone joins the Blowing Roots party. What kind of rooting party? You should join our Tsing Yi teaching. As long as you join the teaching, we are half-brothers, and we will give our hearts to our godmother together. Sand sculpture netizens. Ximen Qing's comments turned over one by one, vomiting in his mouth. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Zhou Hong. Hello? Oh, okay, got it, bye. Zhou Hong called to tell her not to post videos in a hurry. These 2 high-quality videos were originally developed separately to achieve the best results. As a result, she posted too eagerly, and the popularity will inevitably be wasted. In addition, Zhou Hong also felt that since she is a singer, she can be packaged in the direction of a talented girl. The commercial value of these two songs is very large, so it is a pity to post them on Weibo. But Simon Ching didn't care much. Anyway, no matter how big the revenue of a song was, it was only a little bit less important than her manuscript fee. It's better to post something for free on Weibo, let more people hear it, and then drive the sales of comics. Oh, don't care. Anyway, if he asks me to post me, I can't do it anyway, let's go to sleep. When Simon Ching was sleeping soundly, a group of people were busy. In the dimly lit room, the senior officials of the Tsingyi sect once again gathered together. Sen Qianshan routinely placed his hands in the form of a few under his nose, surrounded by dogs, Urguzi, Master Niu, and so on. Everyone, I don't need to talk about this time. It's already obvious that something big is about to happen. Urguzi leaned on the chair with Erlang's legs tilted and said, before you talk about this, don't you explain why there is not even a light in the room this time? Master Niu also nodded, yes, I brought the repair tools, but this time there is no light at all. How to fix it? Fix a hair. Sen Qianshan said displeased. Anyway, every time I have a meeting, the light will inexplicably break down, so I simply find a place with no light to see how it is broken. Facts have proved that I am correct. This time, the light is not broken. Is there any difference? Asked the four-eyed young man in a suit beside Urguzi. Isn't it still all black? Sen Qianshan asked in turn, I'm telling you that the lamp is not broken. You tell me whether it is black or not. Can you not see the black? If your eyes are useless, just dig them out and donate them to people in need. The four-eyed young man in a suit did not dare to speak. Sen Qianshan said, where did I just say it? I blame you all, I forgot to do business. You just said that something big is going to happen, said the lady holding the dog. Oh, yes, something big is about to happen, Sen Qianshan said. Now, before he finished speaking, Urguzi suddenly interrupted, wait a minute, I'm hungry, let's order food first. Sen Qianshan, I haven't finished it yet. But everyone agreed to order first, so he had to wait for a while. Waiter, waiter. The four-eyed young man in a suit yelled to the door, but Urguzi slapped him on the back of his head with a slap, and directly patted his head in a 270-degree turn. Why are you hitting me on the head? The four-eyed young man in a suit broke his head and said aggrievedly. You are stupid, Urguzi said, this is not a restaurant, you call a ghost waiter? Order takeaway. As soon as the voice fell, a translucent woman dressed in white suddenly appeared on the wall. May I ask what you want? Mom. Urguzi was taken aback, there really is a ghost waiter? What's the matter? The female ghost waiter smiled and said, welcome to the Underworld Hotel, I'm the number 5 waiter Xiao Qian. Urguzi looked back at Sen Qianshan, and saw that Zhou Hufa seemed to be shocked just like her. Hey, didn't you arrange this place? It's not me, I asked Yi Chao to find it. Sen Qianshan was innocent. So everyone looked at the four-eyed young man in a suit again. Don't you know? The four-eyed young man in a suit looked at everyone in surprise. This is a top restaurant with a 3-star rating in the latest food guide released by the Mystery League. It took me a lot of effort to book a place. I asked you to find a place without lights, but you really found a restaurant? The Underworld Hotel, no wonder you don't need lights. Sen Qianshan said with emotion. Oh, don't say so much, order a la carte, Urguzi said to the waiter. Hey, what kind of food do you have here? Isn't it bibimbap? If you want, we can prepare it for you. Xiao Qian took out a menu and handed it over. Our restaurant has 2 sets of menus for yin and yang. Bibimbap is in the yin menu. Urguzi opened a look, yelling, candle bun, foil-wrapped rice, stewed old duck in columbarium, mummies connected by flesh and blood. She quickly turned to the yang menu, and it was normal here, dongpo meat, pickled fish, raw fried chicken. Randomly ordered a table of dishes at yang menu, and Urguzi returned the menu to Xiao Qian. Okay, please wait a moment, the dishes will be served right away. Xiao Qian smiled and did not enter the wall. If you are satisfied with my service, please give me a good review of 5 sticks of incense. Okay, the dishes in this restaurant are really fast. They are all freshly cooked, but more than 2 dozen dishes are served in 10 minutes. Okay, let's talk about business. Sen Qianshan drew out the disposable chopsticks and planned to break them. According to my personal experience on Bian Island, there are indeed some zombies in our church who are doing something without the teacher. Humph. Urguzi snorted coldly. It must be that woman, who would dare to do this kind of thing except her. Everyone present knows exactly who she is talking about. World, the woman who once stood at the apex of Tsingyi sect with Simon Ching. All zombies can be regarded as developed from her, and Sen Qianshan was the first person to be bitten into a zombie by the world. Logically, all zombies should have enough respect for the world, but if the world is going to fight against the leader, then the situation is different. Does that still need to be discussed? There is only one answer. Ka? The four-eyed young man in a suit broke off the disposable chopsticks in his hand. Find out the restless group of 25 boys, and expel all of them if you don't keep one. Wait a minute, don't rush to qualitative www.novelmtl.com. Sen Qianshan said. I know her love for the leader better than anyone else. In short, we still have to find her first and have a conversation with them, but her ability is everyone to be clear. If you really want to hide, few people in the world can catch her except the leader. Everyone didn't speak, and obviously they had nothing to do with the world's abilities. So, Yu Cheo, I hope you can contact your father, San Qianshan said to the four-eyed young man in the suit. It is really difficult to face the vice leader, I still need his help. The four-eyed young man in a suit looked a little embarrassed. My dad, what's wrong with him? Guzi asked. The four-eyed young man in a suit said, he thought he was too troublesome to breathe a few years ago, so he simply put himself in a state of suspended animation. Now I don't know who he is sleeping in the shadow of him. The father of the four-eyed young man in a suit is Sun Ye, the right guardian. The young man takes his father's surname and his full name is Sun Yu Cheo. The composition of Xingyi teaching is actually very simple. There are 4 levels. At the top is the leader and vice leader. Then down there are left and right guardians. Then there are 34 hall masters. At the bottom is the ordinary congregation. There used to be a high priest independent of the system, but it only appeared once, and it has been vacant for 100 years. 34 hall masters are in charge of 34 halls, distributed in 34 provincial administrative regions. In addition, the left and right guardians also hold a hall respectively, which is the package hall of the left guardian and the sheltered hall of the right guardian. Tuofa Hall does not have a fixed entrance and its members are unknown. It is said that it is mixed with the other 35 entrances and has the power to judge the congregation. Jitang is responsible for overseas affairs. This hall was formerly called Hongtang, but later because of the right guardian's pen name, it was changed to Jitang. During the 100 years when the whereabouts of the master and deputy leader were unknown, the guardian of the right and left was the highest leader of the Xingyi sect. Therefore, every time there is an important meeting, it is led by the left guardian San Qianshan. As for the right guardian Sun Ye, although San Qianshan complained many times, he pushed him down as an energy conservationist, and even let him at the meeting later. His son Sun Yu Cheo replaced. This makes Sun Yu Cheo feel a lot of pressure. After all, the people sitting at the table are old people, and he is just a new one. In particular, Guzi, the head of the Lotus Hall, always bullied him. The reason was probably that he kept calling her sister when he was a child, and when she grew up, she knew her true age and subconsciously said, "Then you are older than my grandmother." This woman is too violent, and Sun Yu Cheo is looking forward to the end of each meeting. When it was over, he couldn't wait to check out and then bugged. No way, the senior at a table can only pay for it. He actually doubted that San Qianshan had promised him to replace his father in the meeting and would call him every time for this purpose. He even asked him to find a restaurant several times. He thought to himself that the meeting must be in the restaurant, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't afford to provoke anyone at a table. Melancholy on the way home, Sun Yu Cheo couldn't help but sigh. These 3 words have appeared very frequently recently, and they are almost becoming his mantra. Young Hall Master, you are back. The security guard at the door saw his car and greeted him actively. Well, I went in. Sun Yu Cheo nodded and continued to drive in. Although Jitang is in charge of overseas affairs, he also has a presence in China, that is, the Yedo community where he is now. All the people living in the community are members and family members of Xingyi sect. Among them, there are actually dozens of people who really awakened the blood of zombies, and the rest are ordinary people. Life is happily and harmoniously. If you don't take the initiative to say it, most people will never see that this place is actually one of the residences of Xingyi education. Sun Yu Cheo drove to the downstairs of his home. Their family lived on the top floor, which was a 2-story apartment. He took the elevator to the door of his house. Before entering, he saw the plaque above the door with 2 gilded characters, Jitang. Although the font is very big and the mounting is very high grade, he can't help but complain from his heart every time he sees these 2 characters. I actually like brown sugar better than sucrose. I had to spit Xingyi to teach this group of zombies the name and taste, perhaps because their minds are rigid, and the names they all come up with are strange. For example, Master Niu's entrance is called Niu Tang, and Guzi's entrance is called Jiaxintang. In addition, the hall owner in Beijing used to be a princess, so the entrance is called Taifeitang. There is one in Sichuan. This hall master is very lazy and simply uses his own name as the name of the hall. His surname is Tanmington. The most nonsense is the hall in Fujian because the hall owner is a pair of twin brothers and sisters, and the surname is Bai, so it is called Baiwotang. Oh, no, I get hungry just thinking about it. Sun Yu Cheo opened the door and the sensor light turned on automatically. His eyesight doesn't actually need to turn on the lights, but if there is light, it will make him feel warmer. After all, there is no one else in the whole family except him. His father suspended animation and didn't know where he was hiding. Because his mother refused to become a zombie, she died after 106 years of age. Basically, he is the only person in this family now. Every day, he buys food, cooks, and eats alone. When eating, I open my phone and go to Station B to see if there is any update that I pay attention to. But I don't know if it's a curse. As long as the upmasters that he pays attention to, even if they used to be highly productive like sows, most of them will become pigeons after they are paid attention to. For example, Xingyi Yeast. Of course, the leader does not dare to arrange, he can only occasionally blow the roots of the party and go to the comment area to blow roots. Oh, this group of pigeons hasn't been updated today. As he said, he picked up the instant noodles with chopsticks and sucked it into his mouth. He was chewing, and suddenly a video call jumped out. Sun Yu Cheo originally planned to turn off the B Station app, but when he clicked it, he just hit the answer button and connected the video. A face popped out on the screen, and Sun Yucheo looked at Poof and sprayed out the face in his mouth. There were also several sticks in his nostrils. The whole person looked like hanging on the wall of a primary school. Marks and angles. This can't be blamed on him, this face is really too shocking. The blushing cheeks, the rich eyeshadow, the patchy stubble. If you have to find someone to compare, it's probably just like a flower. Young Hall Master. The other party spoke, and his voice was as deep as Li Kuei. Wait a minute. Sun Yucheo quickly took a few paper towels and wiped himself. What can you say? I'll listen. Okay, young master, I'm here to ask who we plan to send to the Sane test trial this year. The Sane test trial. Sun Yucheo was taken aback. Oh, this time has come again. The Tsingyi sect actually does not have the position of a saint, because the leader is immortal and does not need an heir. However, the congregation felt that if there was no saint in the demon cult, it was a bit out of line with the setting, so they spontaneously held the saint selection. At first, it was just a few people who entertained themselves, and the selected saints also won a few prizes such as facial masks. But later, as more and more members joined in, the Saint Woman trial has gradually developed into an annual celebration in the teaching. The competition process is getting more and more formal, and there will be restrictions on candidates for each hall. Because they are not very enthusiastic, they only send a minimum of one person to the competition every year. Speaking of it, it seems that nobody really participated in the competition this year. Sun Yucheo thought about it. They had few cousins and had been traveling overseas for a long time. It seems that no one signed up for the competition this year. If it really doesn't work, just ask Aunt Six downstairs to participate. Although I'm a little older, I want to participate. Sun Yucheo was thinking this way, and listened to the flower in the video. Young Hall Master, if no one participates, do you think I will succeed? Puff. Sun Yucheo snorted again. What? What did you say? He patted his solid chest. I want to participate in the Sane test trial. Yes, but you are a man, this saint. Young Hall Master, what age is this? LGBT people also need to be respected and recognized. I think I am a woman, so let me participate. The ruhwa at the end of the video is very serious. Sun Yucheo didn't know how to complain www.novelmtl.com. In the end he chose to give up. Okay, let's go. If you want to sign up, you can sign up. Anyway, let's join you alone. Okay, thank you young master. Turning off the video, Sun Yucheo couldn't help but imagine what this year's Sane test trial would look like. It feels very scary. I hope that when the time comes, everyone will not think that they are all perverted. Melancholy. No, I have to find some beautiful photos to wash my eyes. He opened Weibo, looked for it on hot search, and clicked in and saw a video of Ximen Qing singing. The leader is so beautiful, and his prosperous beauty is indeed #1 in the world. I'm dead. Under the heavy pressure, he pointed to the teacher's face every day to relieve the pressure. But when he heard the phrase "What kind of dialogue will I meet?" Sun Yucheo suddenly felt that his whole heart was empty. It would be great if I could meet my own her anytime. Although Chen Guang called himself a little monk, in fact he was not a monk, his bald head, really just a hairstyle. According to the old monk on the mountain, Ruyi Mountain has hereditary alopecia, but not everyone is bald. In order to unite the family and take care of that part of the bald head, everyone should shave their heads so that it is impossible to see who is really bald and who is false. Chen Guang always felt that the old monk who came up with this method must be particularly brain dead. It is also possible that the old monk himself was bald, so he deliberately mischievous so that the hairy person turned into a bald head just like him. In order to resist this unfair phenomenon, Chen Guang has secretly grown her hair many times. It's a pity that the group of old monks are mature, and Chen Guang who is still young can't beat them at all. In the end, he had no choice but to run away from home. Yes, he escaped this time. 7 years ago, there was a monk who did the same thing as him. It was his uncle Ji Lu monk. Chen Guang, who was only 11 years old, watched with his own eyes the uncle of the Jingguang Dachan body guarding the 64 town piles on the mountain and heading away from the mountain. Since then, the uncle has become his heart idol. One day, I will also become a real man like Master Ji Lu. After setting the goal, Chen Guang worked hard to develop his abilities and became stronger and stronger. When he reaches adulthood, let alone his peers, even if an old monk who is dozens of years older than him comes to compete with him, he will not be able to withstand his 3 tricks. But even so, there is still no way to hold the Ruyi Mountain's Zhentian stake, which is the 8 evil level magic weapon refined by the Ruyi Buddha himself. Even if the Buddha passes away, it is still powerful. Chen Guang, who was smashed into the bed by one of the pegs for a week, admired Master Ji Lu more and more, and did not give up the idea of going out of the mountain. Finally, relying on a pair of diamond eyes that he was born with, he found a chance to escape from the town pile. Growing up in Ruyi Mountain, he didn't know anything about the outside world, because Ruyi Mountain also has Wi-Fi and can access the internet. There are a lot of things that are blocked. For example, some websites that can be viewed by great talents all show 404. He can ride a car, make a phone call and even make money. It's too easy for him to make money. Go around the train station or bus station, find a pickpocket to steal something, and catch it. In this way, the owner will give him a part of thanks if he is good, and a reminder if he doesn't plan to give it to him. Generally, those who ask for a face will give him a little bit of gratitude. When he met someone who was not grateful and even scolded him, he would find another thief to steal the things. He wouldn't want that thing, nor would he catch a thief, just as if he hadn't taken care of it. It's just to go wild all day long, and sometimes it's pecked by the wild goose. At the train station in Xiaokeng, he was so attracted by a cute little girl that his salute was stolen by a thief. Chen Guang didn't care much either. Anyway, he was empty-handed when he left the mountain, and he bought all those salutes with money. If you lose it, you can make more money. It's not a big problem. After experiencing a series of unlucky and bizarre events, Chen Guang once again came to the train station to catch the thief. The flow of people here is very large, and 3 pickpockets were caught by him in half a day. One of them happened to be the guy who stole his salute. Now that's it. The address of Uncle Master is back. After finding the wallet that had been thrown away by the thief, Chen Guang found the address of Uncle Shi smoothly according to the note with the address written in it. Ding dong. With excitement, he rang the doorbell. He was finally able to see Uncle Master again. His mind was full of the back figure that stood firm under the bombardment of the Zhentian pile. That is his goal in life. Who? The door opened, and Chen Guang couldn't wait to shout, "Master!" Then, his voice got stuck. Looking at this man with a height of 1.9 meters, a tiger-backed waist, a leopard print tight-fitting dress, and a big wave with his long hair, his face is covered with stubble but with rich makeup, the heroic memory in Chen Guang's memory, his back is crumbling little by little. Uncle. His voice changed. I can vaguely remember that when the uncle came out of the mountain, the whole Ruyi mountain was alarmed. The mountain owner asked him, why go down the mountain? He sounded like Hong Zhong, seeking truth. No matter how the Zhentian piles bombarded, he stood still. On that day, the golden light broke through the clouds on Ruyi mountain. But, is the reality that Shishu asked for looks like this? No, it's impossible. I must have found the wrong place. This person may be just as tall as the uncle. Huh? This hairstyle. The flower-like man glanced at Chen Guang's bald head and asked in surprise, are you Chen Guang? Really? Uncle Chen Guang was already wailing in his heart. Master, master, how and why did you become like this? Chen Guang's voice was trembling. Oh, this the man who used to call for commandment touched the big wave of his shawl. After I came out of the mountain, I gradually recognized myself. I found that my heart actually wanted to be a woman, a weak one. Woman. Chen Guang is about to cry. How could this be? How could the uncle who is full of manliness in his heart, the uncle who has been chasing after him as his life goal, become like this? Uncle Master was very polite. Come in quickly. After I receive your call, I will prepare a room for you. You can live with me in the future. Chen Guang was resistant in his heart, but was dragged into the room by the uncle. Fuck. He found that the room was very tidy and clean, and it didn't look like a man living alone. By the way, Uncle Master now has become a woman. You don't need to call me Master Uncle anymore. I now have a new name. You can call me Alice. Still a foreign name. Chen Guang suddenly remembered that when chatting with Shishu on the internet, his ID was Alice. It turned out that it was not just a screen name. Love, Ali, Uncle Master. Chen Guang still couldn't yell out after all. Why do you want to be a woman? Oh, this. Maybe it was born with it. Alice recalled, I didn't like the way men sweat profusely after exercise. A group of monks on Ruyi Mountain were sweating like rain while practicing basic skills in Chen Guang's mind. Moreover, men are very rough. They don't care if their clothes and pants are torn. Sometimes they don't care if they get muddy. Hey dirty. Chen Guang remembered that when the brothers were learning martial arts, even if they bleed, they were casually indifferent. The most unbearable thing for me is that men like to release their hands against trees and walls, splashing everywhere. It's disgusting. Chen Guang recalled that he was still with a group of friends last year, who could leave longer watermarks on the trunk. He was able to draw 18 spirals on the tree and he deservedly became the winner. At that time, he was happy for a long time. He just stood there blankly, his eyes gradually losing their highlights. By the way, I forgot to ask you, Alice said suddenly, what are you planning to do when you come out this time? Chen Guang. After being pushed a bit, Chen Guang finally recovered. I don't know. He felt lost in his life. Oh, it's okay, then you can think about it slowly, tell me what you want, don't be polite. Alice said with a smile. Chen Guang still wanted to cry. That's right. You came just right. Alice returned to the house and held out a pile of clothes. I'm going to run for the demon saint recently. Can you give me a reference how to match it better? Huh? Demon cult? Saintess. Chen Guang baffled for a while. Oh, don't you know? Alice said, I actually came out to join Xingyi Jiao as an undercover agent. Acting. Why? Of course it's because I'm not sure whether there will be the eyeliner of the demon cult on Ruyi Mountain. Since we can send the undercover to the demon cult, how could the demon cult lag us behind? Then are you sacrificing an undercover agent? Oh, that's not it, it's just my pure personal hobby. Alice shook her hair and smiled. I was only serious about being an undercover agent for the first half a year. Then I gradually discovered my intentions and gave up being an undercover agent. I took the initiative to ask the hall master to be frank about this matter. They also forgave me and let me stay in the hall. I now loved Xingyi Jiao very much. Everyone here is talented, and they speak nicely. They are together as if they were at home, and our understanding of magic sect before Ruyi Mountain was too one-sided. Chen Guang fell to the ground in shock. Why, how could this be? He said that he had seen a lot of demonic energy since he entered the community just now. He originally planned to join hands with the uncle to lower the demons, but now that he has a closer look, there is also a lot of demonic energy in the uncle. Alice took out a paper book from her arms. www.novelmtl.com. The cover clearly reads the 5 words Tsing Yi Sect General Program. I recommend you to take a look at this. The things written in it have benefited me a lot. It also gives me the courage to face who I am. I believe it will be helpful to you. No need. Chen Guang approached the enemy, moving back with both hands and feet. In his eyes, that book is simply poisonous. Even the uncle who used to stand up to the top of the earth has been harmed into what he is now. The demon section is terrible. He is still too young to look down on the outside world. Uncle Shi, I won't live with you anymore. I met a friend when I came here, so I can live with him. Chen Guang couldn't wait to leave. He was afraid that he would become Uncle Shi if he stayed any longer. Huh? Don't you live here? Alice was a little regretful. I also bought you new clothes specially, so you can take them and go together. No, goodbye, Master Uncle. Where did Chen Guang dare to ask for the clothes from Alice? What if it was a skirt? He exhausted his strength and escaped from the Yedo community where Alice lived. Simon Ching received a call from Guzi. Huh? Sane test selection contest? When do we have this thing? She was dumbfounded when she first heard it, but after listening to Guzi's explanation, she gradually accepted this setting. Master Sister, you were away before, so everyone just played in private, but now you are back. Do you want to be the chief judge? I believe the enthusiasm of the brothers and sisters will definitely be greatly improved. Yeah. Simon thought about it. Choosing a saint? Doesn't that mean choosing beautiful women? Speaking of it, I slept for 100 years. Tsing Yi taught a lot of new members she didn't know, and there might be rare beautiful girls in it. Sure? Then I'll be the chief judge once. Haha, that's great. Thank you, Sister Master. I will send you the list of candidates for this election. Simon Ching lay down for a while, and the mail came. Let me see, what little cuties have been added to our house recently. Simon Ching changed to the tablet, and the big screen was clear. This is not bad, this is not bad, this chest is a little too small, oh, this pea picture is too much to see what it is, why are there pregnant women? Flipping through it, suddenly a picture of spicy eyes popped out. Oh, Mom. Simon King was so scared that her hand shook, and the entire tablet computer smashed directly on the bridge of her nose, and tears suddenly came out. But compared to the pain, the mental shock is obviously more terrifying. It's a nightmare. Guzi, are you trying to usurp the throne? Simon Ching said tremblingly. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the story of Sun Yifeng defeating Yui Ergaki to become a new generation of otaku female gods. Such an outrageous thing shouldn't happen in Tsing Yi. Blame it? It will definitely happen. Murphy's Law, shouldn't I promise the chief judge? Simon regretted it. However, it was too late to regret, and Guzi had already spread the news that the leader will participate in the final selection. At this time, the zombies all over the country are boiling, and some people who were too lazy to participate are all fighting spirits and preparing to show their faces in front of the leader. But when there are more people, the game can't be as casual as before, and there must be a decent rules and procedures. So everyone found Guzi, the master of Jiaxintang. The Su family where it is located is a giant in the entertainment industry and must be very familiar with the draft. But Guzi did not reply directly. Instead, he said, rather than asking me, why don't you ask what kind of draft the leader likes to watch? Yes. Guzi clapped his hands. Hey, he found another opportunity to call the teacher's sister. So Simon Ching received a call from Guzi again while taking a bath. She used to play mahjong while taking a bath with her mobile phone, but when Guzi called, she couldn't play cards anymore. God knows, she is now playing Guoshi Wushuan. If she draws a card she wants and doesn't process it in time, the system will automatically play it and it will be over. So she hurriedly said to the phone, something? Hurry up. Sister Master, Guzi felt that she was a little unhappy when she heard it, and she was a little sad. I want to ask you what mode you should use to choose a saint. After all, there are over 100 people who have signed up now. Over 100? How much is it? 117. Then find 2 more to make up the number, and run a show called Produce 119. There will be 119 people for everyone to vote. 2 to 12 are candidates for the saints, and the first is the saints, and then you can think of a name for them in the form of a limited combination. Let's make your debut, in 1 year, and strive for a national tour. Simon Ching finished her words quickly. She herself was also impatient, so she casually said one of the rules of the talent show in her mind, you can add the specific details yourself. I'll hang up first, that's it. When Simon King returned to the mahjong interface, she found a good news and a bad news. The good news is that she has a draw, and she lacks south wind. The bad news is that players in the west wind position used the south wind to hide the bar. Gan. When Simon was depressed, he suddenly found another piece of good news. The game was lost, and no one had any tricks. Then the players who draw can evenly divide the 3,000 points of the players who have not been drawn. But then, the scoring screen popped out, and her last game was in a slam. 8,000 points. She fell directly to the last place after paying 4,000 points as the dealer. The big ups and downs in life are coming too fast, and Simon Ching doesn't know what to say. Gan. Uncultured zombies, the word Gan walks the world. Gan. The second Gan came one after another, because she took a look at the idea of the concealed south wind who broke her Guoshi Wushuan. Great dark sky. How come there are such pits everywhere? Ximon Qing felt as if she had been cursed, a curse that could not escape the dark sky in the game in this life. I'm wrong, can't I be wrong if I'm wrong? I shouldn't have used that blind man to replace a stainless steel basin, please forgive me. Every time I encounter this dark sky, there is no game experience. Is simply the devil. In the internet cafe, Krishna looked at the point deduction interface on the screen, and said with emotion, it's a pity, I almost can be fooled. He always plays games like this, and he often loses to others when he listens to it on 3 or 4 sides. Forget it, let's play Pokemon, it's still fun. He turned on the emulator on the computer and started a mobile game called Pokemon. This game is actually relatively simple, the main selling point is all kinds of Pokemon, the illustrations are very cute. It was difficult to draw cards. He wanted to draw a Pikachu, but he failed to draw 80,000. In the end, he went online and bought a Pikachu for 500 yuan. The exchange of elves is also available in mobile games. It is often seen that someone is showing off a miracle in the post bar, and then how much money is listed, and it can be sold soon. Many studios have swarmed for this feature. Although the comics are not satisfactory, the game is still awesome. The quality of the mobile games produced by the Wild Monster Company is still guaranteed, even if it is just a skin-changing Dragon Baba, the flow is terrifyingly high. Recently, the Wild Monster has reached a cooperation with the Song Group. It can be described as promising. Both players and employees of the company are full of expectations for the future. The rapid development of the company will inevitably lead to an increase in workload. Recently, Wild Monsters work overtime frequently, and even company bosses have to get home late at night every day. This work system is approaching 996, but no employees complained. Once they know that the boss is kind and the company develops well, salary increase and bonus are inevitable. Secondly, I am optimistic about the company's future. Even if I don't have a salary increase, it will be easier to find a high-paying position if I add a sentence have worked in the Wild Demon XXX on my resume in the future. Neither the boss nor the employees are fools. If you change to a small company that is not well known, let alone 996, there will be a lot of people in 965 who are unwilling to stay. The job is so tiring and there is no increase in salary, and there are only 2 possibilities for not resigning. 1. There are hidden benefits. 2. No ability, dare not resign. The employees of Savage Demon are obviously the former. Xiao Zhenheng is no exception. Since he knew that the landlord was a famous cartoonist with a 10-figure net worth, he felt a lot of pressure. After all, the landlord had clearly stated that he supported him in the relationship with the landlord's daughter. If he doesn't perform well in this kind of God-given relationship, how can he be worthy of others' attention? On this day, he worked overtime until 10 o'clock. Originally, he planned to buy a supper, but when he walked into the supermarket, he was pushed aside from behind and almost fell to the ground. I see. He got stuck before he could say a cursive word. Because others have a louder voice than him, robbery. Hand over all the money. Of course, this was not to Xiao Zhenheng, but to the cashier. The man is wearing a mask and a peaked cap, holding a watermelon knife in his hand and pointing at the waiter. Oops. Why did you come across such a thing? Xiao Zhenheng was scared in her heart and wanted to escape. Anyway, he was so close to the door, it would be okay to go out and call the police when the time comes. But he took a step towards the door, and the robber turned and yelled at him, "Don't move. Another move will kill you." I won't move. Xiao Zhenheng immediately stood there honestly, daring not to move forward or back. The robber turned around and said to the waiter, "Hurry up and get the money. Think I cut you off, right?" When Xiao Zhenheng sympathized with the waiter, he suddenly found that the waiter seemed a little too calm. "Wait, have you encountered any difficulties?" Instead of withdrawing money, the waiter turned on the conversation therapy mode. There will be several obstacles in life. Before the mountains and rivers are exhausted, illegal crimes should never appear in the options. Are you crazy? The robber shouted, "Let you take the money? Where is so much nonsense?" The waiter still looked calm. "I'm not crazy, www.novelmtl.com. I'm not talking nonsense, it's all life experience. I'm here to rob. Didn't you see the 40-centimeter long knife?" The robber was speechless. "Will you give me some face? If I cut it down with this knife, you might die." "No," the waiter shook his head, his expression still calm. "Does this knife really measure 40 centimeters? Maybe it's only 39 centimeters? After all, the nearest merchants cut corners a lot. Of course, our supermarket is very conscientious. I throw away the expired things every day." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Zhenheng was anxious for the waiter as she listened. "You will really be chopped like this?" Sure enough, robbers cannot stand. Riding a horse, just want to grab a robbery you doing Xiao Zhenheng felt that this guy's tone seemed a bit wronged. "I'm talking to you," the waiter continued. "By the way, our supermarket also sells knives. Although they are not big, they are sharp. Would you like to have one? It's easy to cut fruits." "Why do I want a fruit knife?" Xiao Zhenheng really felt that the robber was about to cry. "Please, I'm out for the first time to robbery. You can respect it and give some face. Please be afraid, even if it is. Lie to me. I actually respect you very much," the cashier said honestly. "You lie, I don't believe it." As soon as the robber finished saying this sentence, a few police officers rushed in at the supermarket and knocked him to the ground. At this time, the cashier said to the robber, "Look, I have called the police to arrest you. Do you respect it?" Some stores have an alarm button installed, and the police will receive a message when you click it. To say that the robber was also unprofessional, he didn't know how to close the door, and was easily found by the police. Xiao Zhenheng stood aside, and from his angle, a tear could be clearly seen from the corner of the robber's eye. I don't know if I regretted being caught, or was stimulated by the cashier. The police caught the robber and left, and when they left, they told the cashier to wait for a while to make a transcript. Xiao Zhenheng casually took some potato chips instant noodles to check out, while staring at the cashier curiously. Guest, is there anything strange on my face? Why do you keep looking at me like this? Weren't you scared? Of course I'm afraid. I was so afraid that I should call the police. It's a total of 17.8 yuan. Scan the QR code here. But his sword is pointing at you, what if this is cut down? Xiao Zhenheng asked while scanning the code. I never thought about this. Seeing the cashier's natural smile, Xiao Zhenheng didn't know what to say. What a strange person. He felt like the handsome Bai Mao I met in an internet cafe, a bit out of common sense, but not like a fool. The demon cult wants to choose the saint, and it is the largest and most formal selection in history, and the leader personally sits in the final selection, so everyone is very enthusiastic. As the sugar candies, no, the master of the hall, the dog will naturally not let go of this opportunity to please the leader. It used Su Donglei's wife and Su Dong to propose a talent show, and the name of the show was Produce 119 given by the leader. Because the lady who has been holding it feels that this model is too cumbersome, and then the whole audience will vote for it. Su Donglei loves his wife and is not short of money, so he naturally agreed and started preparing for the show. This time the saint must be our driving heart. As a veteran in the entertainment industry, the dog is determined to win. How can amateurs compare with professionals? When our church wins, the leader will definitely praise me, haha. After finishing this, a zombie under Guze's hand came to him and said, Hall Master, it's not good, it's not good. The Kui Minjiao who is going to participate in the selection of saints in our church is missing. Missing? When? How did you disappear? Where did you disappear? The situation is still under investigation. It seems that it was yesterday. At that time, she was on the phone with her agent, and suddenly there was no voice in the middle of the call. When the agent went to see, only one mobile phone fell on the ground, and she was completely gone. Gone. Because of the relationship between Guze and the Su family, most of the members of Jiaxintang are in the entertainment industry, and many of them are celebrities. There are first-line ones and 18th-line ones. The missing Kui Minjiao is a little girl who is just about to make her debut. She just graduated from high school last year. Because of her good looks and outstanding talents, Guze regarded her as the #1 seed this time. As a result, she is missing now, so what's going on? Guze has seen the information of candidates from other halls. There are quite a few potential candidates, especially Toffee Hall's candidates this time. They are so beautiful and have a great body. Without Kui Minjiao, it feels like it is. It may lose. Send someone to investigate carefully. I will check it out personally when the time comes, and then, are there any other potential newcomers in our company? A talent show, it can't put a few old oils into it. In terms of newcomers alone, Kui Minjiao is indeed a superb existence, especially the pair of long legs, it is simply a big killer. Nothing, said the little zombie who is also a manager, a newcomer at the level of Kui Minjiao, it's luck to find one. Oh, then there is no way, meow. The dog sighed. It was originally intended to perform well in front of the leader, but this time it lost the most powerful cutter, and the winning side was much smaller. The little zombie suddenly said, by the way, I remember Kui Minjiao said that she was twins and they were the same? I have seen photos of her when she was a child, and her sister looks exactly the same as her? I just don't know how she will grow up. There will be no change. Then you go find someone. There is still a month left. You should be able to get it on the table in a surprise attack. After all, the appearance is there. I'll call and ask. As a result, the little zombie made several phone calls in a row, and his face changed several times. Finally, when he hung up the phone, Guze couldn't see what he meant. How? The lady said this time. Tang, Hall Master, the situation seems to be different from what we thought. Say quickly, don't sell it. That. Kui Minjiao's twins, it seems that they are not younger sisters, but younger brothers. Huh? Didn't you say you saw the photos? At that time they were still young, about 10 years old, and they were all wearing white dresses with long hair. How did I think that one of these cute children was actually a man? Ah, it's the parents who have such a bad taste. They like to dress their sons, the lady said with emotion. I'm not afraid to bend my son. The little zombie handed the phone to the dog. Then, this is his current photo. Guze looked at it and saw that on the screen was a guy wearing a high school girl's school uniform. His appearance was exactly the same as Kui Minjiao's. He had waist-length hair and was as pure as a white lotus. You told me that this guy is a man. Guze looked at the little zombie questioningly. Are you sure you didn't show me the picture of Kui Minjiao by mistake? The little zombie said with a serious face, it was him. I didn't believe it at first, but this seems to be Kui Minjiao's younger brother. Then, there may be something going on, and the skill to change the voice is not difficult. His Adam's apple is not obvious, so let him take the place of his sister in the competition. Anyway, there is also a man on the other side of the hall to participate in the competition. It doesn't matter. Guze's cat eyes twinkled strangely. But there is a problem. The little zombie whispered with a bitter face. What's the matter? I just called and asked. and his roommate told me that he seemed to have been caught for the round corners of women's clothing. Meow. Peng Li had poor grades since he was a child. He liked to hang out with his classmates. He was punished for various fights. After the compulsory education, he stopped reading. After graduation, he has been in the society and talked about brotherly loyalty. I have always longed to be the kind of gangster who hacked people with my brother in the movie. It's a pity that in today's flower country, his dream is basically a bubble. Over time, the group of brothers around was almost astigmatized. Some went to deliver express delivery, some to drive motorcycles, and some became security guards. He is alone in the streets and alleys, occasionally fighting. To say it was a fight, in fact, is to move your fists, not to mention the knives, not even the brick wine bottle or anything. To this day, a brother who had been with him came to him, begging him to borrow some money because he had borrowed the money from the internet loan. Peng Li, who talked about loyalty, gave his brother the only 96 yuan 5 in his pocket at the time. It was 100, but I just bought Coke for 35 yuan. This is of course not enough, but Peng Li can't help it. His parents give him 500 living expenses every week, and he spends his own money on his own. This 96.5 is already the limit he can come up with. The brother was taken away by a group of people, and Peng Li couldn't do so many people alone, so he could only assure them that he would raise money. Worried that the brothers would be amputated, in a hurry, he took the watermelon knife at home and went to rob. As a result, due to inexperience, he was arrested for the first robbery. It was not that he had never thought of being arrested, but the whole process was too aggrieved, especially the cashier, who did not give him respect at all, and he felt particularly aggrieved. Thinking of this, Peng Li, who was squatting in the cell, couldn't help but yell, "What? What's your name?" Suddenly, a complaint came from his upper bunk. "I was arrested and called?" Incompetent furious. I'm sorry." Peng Li quickly closed his voice, but after he came back to his senses, "No, we are both locked up. Why do you teach me?" The person lying on his upper bunk suddenly sat up, because Peng Li couldn't see his face clearly because of the lighting problem. I only heard the human said, "Hey, I'm sorry buddy, I just woke up a little bit angry. How did you get in? Why did I tell you? Talk about it. It's rare to be locked up together. We can be regarded as the old iron through the window together. Don't worry, I will definitely not laugh at you." Peng Li just couldn't hear the word old iron. After hesitating for a while, he spit out 2 words, robbery. Robbery. It's starting in 3 years. Congratulations on how you can eat and drink in the next few years. The person in the upper bunk chuckled lightly. Peng Li said angrily, "You said you didn't laugh." Sorry, old tie." The man quickly apologized. "I still have a lot of patience, and I don't usually laugh, unless I can't help it. Hehe. Damn, forget it." Peng Li asked rhetorically, "What about you?" Fraud, detained for 15 days. The person in the upper berth said lightly. "It turns out to be a liar." Peng Li said with disdain. He despised liars the most, because he himself was often deceived. "That's because they misunderstood me," the upper bunk said. "I am actually a psychotherapist who specializes in helping people relieve their psychological pressure, but after the client gave the money, they regretted it, and in turn accused me of scams." The method was explained, and then he was arrested. Psychological therapist. Peng Li felt that this seemed to be a very tall profession. At this moment, a policeman came over and said, "Which one has the rounded corners of the women's clothing? Someone wants to see you. Come on." Peng Li heard the old iron on the upper bunk respond, and then jumped out. Aren't you a psychotherapist?" "Yes, women's clothing is just work needs." Old Tai turned his head and smiled at him. Only then did Peng Li see the appearance of this old iron. He was on the spot dumbfounded. His heart began to beat faster, and he felt that his entire chest was about to explode. But it doesn't matter, his brain is more impacted than the heart. Why, how can it be so beautiful? He clutched his chest, just wanting to shout, "I'm dead." Kui Mingri was released on bail, and he didn't know the 2 people who came to bail him. One of them said that he was the agent of his sister's company, and the other was the proprietress of the company holding the cat. After changing his clothes, he got into the car with the 2 of them. The lady holding the Persian cat has been looking at him since he got in the car. By the way, because Kui Mingri was caught with round corners of women's clothing, he is now also in a female high school uniform. His hair is already long, so he looks like a pure female high school student. "Where did your uniform come from?" the lady asked him. "My sister's." Kui Mingri told the truth. "Are you, now in college? The family's economy is not bad. Why did you think of doing this?" the lady asked again. Kui Mingri said, "It's just a personal hobby. I feel very happy to watch those uncles who are deceived by me and think that I am really a stupid woman. The personality is really bad." The lady nodded. "And your sister are completely 2 extremes. So my sister asked you to help bail me?" Kui Mingri asked. The agent shook his head. "No, there is actually something to tell you." He mentioned the disappearance of Kui Minjayo. "Missing?" Kui Mingri asked in surprise. "How could this be?" "We are still investigating the specific reasons. I believe there will be results. Don't worry." "How can I not worry? Listening to your tone is to deal with it privately." "What? Will my sister's matter affect the image of your company?" Kui Mingri took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the police. As a result, the agent held his hand www.novelmtl.com so powerful that Kui Mingri couldn't resist. Don't be so hurry, kids. We won't hurt your sister, but there are some things you don't understand yet. What's the meaning? That's what it means. The agent's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a pair of fangs came out of his mouth. Oh. Kui Mingri was taken aback, but he didn't show much panic. He only trembled and calmed down. What are you? A vampire. Don't compare us with that kind of spicy chicken, we are zombies. The agent dismissed. Zombie. Yes, it's not just us, your sister is also a zombie. My sister is a zombie? What are you kidding? Young man, the mental quality is good, the lady said suddenly. We will explain to you in detail, and then you can make your own judgment after listening. Evolution. Xing Yi teaches. Both my sister and I are zombies. Kui Mingri listened to a whole set of science popularization, and he sat there without saying a word and wondering what he was thinking. If you tell him generally, he will most likely not believe it. But if there is a zombie with blood pupils and fangs sitting next to him, the effect will be different. He is really seriously considering how to accept this setting. But how can I be sure that you are not cosmetic contact lenses and dentures? Kui Mingri asked rhetorically. When I bite you and turn you into a zombie, you won't have so many problems. As the agent said, he was going to bite Kui Mingri on the neck. Don't. I don't want to be bitten by a man. Of course, Kui Mingri refused. Although he is cute and has round corners in women's clothing, he knows that he is a straight man, so he should not be bitten by a man. But the agent didn't bother to care about his hypocrisy. A pair of fangs had almost touched his skin. Kui Mingri's girl-like arms can't escape the suppression of zombies. I said no more. Suddenly, Kui Mingri yelled, and then the agent flew up and embedded it into the roof of the extended Rolls-Royce with a thud. Huh. Guzi opened his eyes and looked at Kui Mingri curiously. The pair of half-red and half-silver pupils shocked him. In the entire Xing Yi teaching, the eyes with silver pupils also left and right to protect the law, except that most of them are blood pupils. Kui Mingri's half-silver and half-red pupils show one thing: his blood level is quite high, even surpassing that of a dog. This is the first time that it has seen this kind of pupil color, and it can't grasp the scale in its heart. You have to report it to the leader. This is. Kui Mingri also looked dumbfounded. He looked at his thin white arms like his sister. When did his strength become so strong? And why did the surroundings feel a lot brighter all of a sudden, and the mouth is also itchy? He stretched out his hand and touched it, and found a pair of pointed objects. After seeing the changes in the agent, he can naturally imagine what his teeth are like now. I really become a zombie. The lady said. Now you believe it. Has my sister become like this? Yes, she suddenly awakened 2 years ago. The zombies all over the world are a family, so I included her in my driving haul. Candies. It's Jiaxintang? Scratch you, meow. The dog stood up and shouted at him. Cat? The cat has spoken. Fools, there are zombies, why can't the cat talk? This is the main body of the hall master, meow. Can I touch you? Kui Mingri was ready to move, reaching out a hand towards the Persian cat. I have a great skill in petting the cat. Really, meow. The dog gave him a touch, and it felt pretty good. The strength, angle, and frequency were all at the level of a professional cat stalker. Well, your kid is pretty good. The dog jumped on Kui Mingri's lap so that he could beat the cat better. Kui Mingri asked, so my sister's disappearance is also related to this supernatural power? I'm not sure about meow, but it's very likely. After all, the scene is too weird and there is no trace of resistance, meow. Then what can I do to help? Kui Mingri is not a fool either. Guzi and the others are struggling to bail themselves out and give him popular science. It's not because of the relationship with his sister, right? Guzi said, your sister will naturally deal with it. You have to believe that we are all professional, and it is much more efficient than you blindly asking, and you have only one task, that is before your sister comes back. Instead of her, participate in our company's recent program PD119, meow. Huh? Participate in the show? Why should I go? Kui Mingri was stunned again. Who makes you and your sister look like meow? You also know that your sister has always dreamed of debut. This is the most suitable opportunity for her. If you miss it, you may regret meow for life. You are willing to look at your sister. Is the dream broken? Kui Mingri thought for a while and asked, can you really rescue my sister? Of course, meow, you are still too tender. I don't know what Art Xing Yi teaches means in the world of evolving people. If we say that we will save your sister, we will definitely be able to save her. All you have to do is feel relieved and pretend to be her in the show. First, meow. That's okay, I promise you. Kui Mingri often exchanged identities with her sister when she was young, and even their parents could not tell apart unless they took off their pants. Later, after the voice change period, the two people had a difference, and he went to work hard to change the voice. Basically, except for the very close people, there was no way to tell who they were. The skill of voice change is especially useful when rounding corners. Sometimes when some people want to move their hands and feet irregularly, he will use Li Kuei's voice to shout, dry clam, brother. Bao Zun scared people out. The psychological shadow comes. Very well, I will send your sister's exclusive agent to help you later, and try to make you pretend to be more seamless. The dog was so comfortable that he could not help but let out a comfortable cry, meow. Yeah. Kui Mingri was still worried about his sister's safety, but didn't think too much. In fact, he is not stupid. Some things are too late when he realizes later. But before that, I have to take you to meet someone. Who? The root of our Xingyi sect, the greatest evolutionary in the world, is also a goddess who combines beauty and talent. Your master. Ha, this rainbow fart. Kui Mingri naturally didn't believe it. Is she more beautiful than my sister? Ha, the dog sneered. When you say the leader, you will know how ridiculous your problem is at this time. That. Hallmaster www.novelmtl.com. Do you think you can put me down? Asked the agent who had been stuck on the roof of the car. Oh, I almost forgot you. Meow. Guza looked up at him and said to Kui Mingri, hey, drag him off. Why do I sound like I am swearing? Kui Mingri stretched out his hand and tugged, but instead of pulling it down, he pulled his arm off. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He quickly threw his broken arm away in fright. The agent looked speechless. Then don't lose it, you can still use it when you pick it up. I'm sorry. Kui Mingri quickly picked up the broken arm and returned it back. I don't seem to be able to control my strength a bit. It's all like this when you wake up. You will become a meow if you just concentrate a little. Kui Mingri pulled it again this time, and finally pulled the person off. Seeing the agent holding his arm to his shoulder, all the blood flew back. Kui Mingri only felt amazing. Here, let's go down. The car came to the foot of Ziliang Yae's Wang Mountain, and the dog lying on Kui Mingri's lap yawned and said, oh. Kui Mingri got out of the car and looked at the ramp in front of him curiously. Is the leader who was blown to the sky right here? Take your teeth away. The dog suddenly reminded that Kui Mingri reacted. What should I do? I can't. Just like moving your fingers, you must first believe that you can do it, and then your brain will give instructions. Oh, let me try. This is not a difficult operation, and Kui Mingri quickly took control. In a rental house in the distance, Lian Feng said to Zhang Shuling, here is a zombie. Zhang Shuling, who was applying the mask, replied, what do you care about the zombie? Let them go. Oh, Lian Feng nodded, thinking about it, and then suddenly, hey, do you think that becoming a zombie has the effect of beauty? Otherwise, why are all the zombies so beautiful? Pretty? What did Sen Qian Shan say? Zhang Shuling couldn't move his face, but he could roll his eyes. Men are not counted, but you see, from the master of Xingyi, the female zombies we have seen so far seem to be pretty. Zhang Shuling blinked. I heard you say this, it seems to be really can I be bitten into a zombie and become beautiful? I don't know, Lian Feng shook his head, but it is certain that youth is permanent. It was this decisive temptation that used to attract a large number of masters from other forces and became the strongest force in a short time. Hehe, Zhang Shuling sneered, but who knows if he becomes a puppet like the American blood after becoming a zombie? Maybe the Xingyi sect is just hiding well. Are those people the original selves or Xingyi? No one knows the virtual personality created by the leader. Lian Feng said with emotion, yes, after all, the world's only ability to artificially create evolutionary people is incredible. Many people suspect that it is just a lie of the leader of Xingyi. Zhang Shuling added, actually, according to our records, most people will change their personalities after joining Xingyi sect, especially those undercover agents sent by other forces. Almost all of them have been instigated and become fans of Xingyi sect. Outrageous. After all, it is the 8 evil spirits. It is not something we can guess. Lian Feng shook his head and continued to monitor with the binoculars. Kui Mingri hugged the dog and came to the barrier on the top of the mountain. Touching the glass-like barrier in front of him, Kui Mingri asked, how is this going to pass? If you go to someone else's house, what will you do if the door is closed? Guzi asked rhetorically. Knock on the door? Or shout? That's all right, meow, call it. Oh, Kui Mingri felt a sense of being despised from IQ. Is anyone home? Soon, a woman's voice came from the barrier. Who? Hello, we are. Kui Mingri thought for a while, we are here to find the leader. Oh, you wait. Then, Kui Mingri heard a sound of slippers tapping on the floor, and then a shout, idiot zombie, someone is looking for you? Put your clothes on. Who? This time it was a softer voice, which sounded farther away, and also used to shout, tell him I'm not free, push the tower. Can't you stop for a while? No? To qualify for the tournament? Ask who it is. Oh, then there was another tapping sound, hey, who are you? Why are you looking for Ximen Qing? I am. Kui Mingri suddenly found out that he didn't know how to introduce himself, zombie. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said to the barrier, hello, I am a dog, you can just tell the leader like this. Oh, what happened to me just now? Kui Mingri touched his face in surprise, why do you feel that your body is out of control? Then his expression changed again, what are you nervous about? I borrowed it. Borrow? Who? He looked left and right, then stared down at the Persian cat in his arms, is it you? I just found out? It's so slow. Your name is Guzi? It's obviously a cat, why? Is this the point? Don't care about this kind of details. I'll just call Guzi. This is the name given by the leader. Do you have any comments? No. Kui Mingri said no, but in his heart he had a new impression of the leader. This goddess seemed a bit unreliable. After about 2 minutes, the barrier disappeared, and a young lady with messy hair and glasses at the bottom of a wine bottle came out. She glanced at Kui Mingri. Are you a dog? Come in. Not. Kui Mingri wanted to explain, but they had turned their heads. Forget it. It wasn't something that had to be explained, so he followed. When he came to the door of Ziliang Demon Village, he saw the conspicuous LED light board at a glance, Ziliang Women's Village. The young lady walking in front heard this, looked back at the light sign, and kicked it up. Boom! Next to female, a word Yao jumped out. Kui Mingri was stunned. Fuck. Is there such an operation? Ziliang Demon Village, why does this sound a little panicky? When he was in a daze, the young lady in front had already taken a pair of shoe covers and threw them to him. Put them on, and remember not to touch them after you go in. She doesn't like men leaving marks at home. Kui Mingri looked at her in surprise. You can see that I am a man. What's invisible to this? Song Yunmu thought to herself. Compared with Luna Jones, this skill in women's clothing is not worth mentioning. That's the boss. Excuse me, are there any places that I have exposed? Kui Mingri asked caringly. Since childhood, he has always been very proud of his ability to pretend to be a elder sister, but he did not expect to be seen through by a person who met for the first time. Song Yunmu said, first of all your eyes, when you first saw me, your eyes were on my chest, and then down, mainly between the legs and the chest, without paying attention to what I used. Why don't you take care of your lipstick and hair? Then your voice is too heavy to imitate, and it sounds false. After just talking about a few places, Kui Mingri was almost dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he had so many defects. Are you a master in this area? Kui Mingri said earnestly. You must be a women's clothing boss? No wonder you are so knowledgeable. Song Yunmu was stunned for a moment. I'm not a man, what are you thinking about? Isn't it? Kui Mingri couldn't believe it. No. Song Yunmu rolled his eyes. Sure enough, there are problems with the minds of zombies. If you think about me, I will send you an evil talisman. Looking at the talisman paper that suddenly appeared in Song Yunmu's hand, Kui Mingri suddenly felt like he was being put on his neck with a knife. What is this? Why does it look so scary? Then his face changed, and he said calmly, Idiot, this is the talisman of the Heavenly Master. This is the natural enemy of our zombies, Taoist. Then why does the head of the zombie live with a Taoist priest? Stupid, of course it's because the leader is invincible. As she said, this Taoist aunt is her RBQ, begging her to whip herself every night. Hisses it's so exciting. Song Yunmu, who had already entered the door, was not deaf. The conversation between Guze and Kui Mingri was all heard by her, and a sneer appeared on her face. Please whip me, idiot zombie, wait for me. NS. I didn't know that I was pitted by Xiamen Qing after finishing the promotion match. Looking at the rank of Silver 4, he said with emotion, finally, I came back. It was all caused by the In the Dark Sky hole. I was originally a diamond. I flipped through it and found a panda pajama, the style that encloses the whole person like a sleeping bag, with a hood, put it on and zipped it down and went downstairs. Seeing Kui Mingri, she was first overjoyed. Where did this beautiful sister come from? But a closer look revealed an expression of disgust. Cut, it's a man. Recognized again. Kui Mingri thought in shock. He didn't do anything this time. The loopholes Song Yunmu pointed out were all filled. Why was he still recognized? In addition, is this the leader? Is it really good looking? Kui Mingri felt his heartbeat speed up, and his whole body started to get hot. So cute. Is she a fairy? Seeing Ximen's love, Kui Mingri couldn't help but recall the feeling of first love. His whole mind was muddled, and he sat there stupidly and couldn't say anything. Ximen King sat on the opposite sofa and looked at the Persian cat placed on Kui Mingri's lap. What can I do for you? Meow. The dog jumped into Simon's feelings, got into the space under her chest and rubbed it, then adjusted a comfortable angle to lie down. Cats like cramped places, such as small boxes and glass bottles. The space formed by Ximen Qing's and his legs when sitting down is also like this. Master, I brought this kid to see you today, mainly because he is a bit special. Son www.novelmtl.com turned into a cat. Kui Mingri returned to his senses and muttered, is this really cursing me? With that, he turned into the form of a zombie. Ximen Qing noticed his eyes, which were generally blood red and half silver, like Tai Chi pictures. She felt it, this guy is definitely a zombie, but different from ordinary zombies. You know, zombies are generally blood pupils. The only three special ones, among them Sen Qianshan and Sun Ye, guardians of the left and right, because of their very strong strength, immediately became the Silver Eye Zombie King after turning into a zombie. And the world, because she was bitten by Ximen Qing personally, so the most special, Jin Tong is unique. As for other zombies, although they can be upgraded by moonlight, they are slow to rise. Even if they are upgraded, they have been upgraded from blood pupil level 1 to blood pupil level 99. There has never been a precedent for rising from blood pupil to silver pupil. It seems that this kid is unusual. Ximen King stared at Kui Mingri for a while, and couldn't help feeling a little bit. How could he be a boy so beautiful? It would be great if it was a girl. After watching for a long time, Ximen Qing suddenly discovered something, and she leaned forward to take a closer look. But she forgot the dog she was holding in her arms. This action directly caused the space under the chest to shrink sharply, and a pair of cushion pads directly pressed the dog's body. Meow. Although the cat is liquid in nature, it can't stand the pressure. The dog screamed. Oh. Ximen Qing remembered that she was still holding a cat, and quickly leaned back and caught the dog out. Hey, are you okay? I'm Meow, teacher. The slightly deformed dog returned to its original state like a sponge. Simon slapped it with ease, but he was surprised again. Huh. Why meow? Guza looked at Simon Ching suspiciously. The latter touched the dog repeatedly, and said in a little shocked, Dog, you are pregnant. Meow. Kui Mingri, who was sitting opposite, was also shocked. Pregnant. I'm pregnant, meow. Guza had a pair of cat eyes wide open, his mouth also opened, revealing a pair of small pointed fangs. Absolutely right, my gynecological master didn't make a mistake. Simon said proudly. In fact, she discovered that new life was being bred in the dog's body through the induction of zombies. Ha, ha ha, I'm pregnant? I'm going to be a mother. The dog was so happy that he lost his mouth addiction. It was so supported by Simon Ching with one hand, and his 4 short legs kept flapping like a dog. God knows how much he wants to have a baby for so many years, but too strong physique is sometimes a problem. The average cat simply can't stand him. It doesn't mean that you can just find a cat to bite and turn into a zombie. If you don't have enough intelligence, you will turn into a zombie after being bitten. Therefore, Xingyi teaches for so many years, there are only a handful of truly inhuman existences. Sometimes when it's anxious, it really thought about finding a tiger to try it. Fortunately, I found the orange cat on Bian Island. After working all night, the dog almost emptied it, and finally managed to get pregnant with the baby. Go back and recuperate. Simon Ching touched its head. You don't need to care about this kid. It's not a bad thing. You'll know if you have a chance in the future. Oh, okay. Guza licked Simon King's face and said to Kui Mingri, then let's go back. Wait a minute, Kui Mingri said suddenly. Master, my sister is also a zombie, but she is missing now. Missing. Simon was stunned for a moment. Wait, do you have a sister? Yes, we are twins. Kui Mingri said. Simon Ching's eyes lit up suddenly. So you look alike. It's not like it, it's exactly the same, said the dog. Yeah, that's really good. Simon Ching asked again, so what's the situation of the disappearance? Guzi explained in detail the process before and after Kui Mingyu's disappearance. Did it disappear suddenly? There is no trace at all. Simon thought, is this attacked by the evolutionary ability? Does she usually provoke anyone? Impossible, that child has a very good personality, said Guzi, and has been training in the company, and there is no chance of contacting outsiders. I'll go take a look at that time, Simon Ching said. Maybe it might be sucked into a special space like Ruyi Mountain. Will it be Ruyi Mountain? Guzi asked. After all, those bald heads were very targeted at Xingyi. If they did it, they could really cause this effect. Simon Ching also muttered, a few days ago there was indeed a bald head with a Buddha bead coming to my side. Maybe he did it. I'm going to find that bald-headed cat. If you dare to attack my people on the side of my driving hall, you must make him pay the price. Bald. Kui Mingri was also thoughtful. And where is the bald head that they are talking about at this time? He lost his goal after escaping the residence of Alice. Originally wanted to go to the uncle, but now that the uncle has become like this, he doesn't know what to do next. Do you want to go back? No. Chen Guang shook his head vigorously. I swear when I went out of the mountain, I must grow my hair, and I must find a pair of that belong to me. But how does the hair grow? When in Ruyi Mountain, people often wash their hair with a herbal medicine. The function of this herbal medicine is hair loss. After washing for a long time, it is difficult for the hair to grow out, and there is only one shiny bald head. He has been out of the mountain for more than half a month, and has not shaved his head, but his head is still empty now. Just when the dust was in a daze, I suddenly saw an advertisement sticking to the door of the supermarket. Wamba plant anti-dropping hair lotion, wake up sleeping hair follicles. After using it, you can also have very soft and shiny hair. This is by no means a special effect. This, it seems to have something to do. Qin Guang's eyes lit up. Right, the technology in the outside world is so advanced, there are always several hair growth products that can solve his bald head problem. When the hair grows out, isn't it easy to find fate? It's decided, first look for the secret recipe for hair growth. He went into the supermarket and bought a bottle of various shampoos with hair growth labels. When he checked out at the counter, he froze for a moment. Oh, you weren't the one that day. Qin Shuang was also taken aback. His bald head was too dazzling. You also said that you are not a supermarket employee. No, Qin Shuang said solemnly. As I said, this is a private visit to a microservice to experience the sentiments of the people. Oh, forget it. Just do what you say. Chen Guang's heart is growing, and he doesn't bother to care if this guy has delusions. Qin Shuang saw that he had bought so many shampoos at once, and they were all hair growth ones, so he said to him, if you want to use these shampoos to grow your hair, I advise you not to have too much hope and wash. Expose this kind of thing. Even if it has an effect, it will be very slight, and it should not have an effect on your bald head. How do I know if I haven't tried it? Chen Guang insisted. Even if hope is slim, it is better than no hope. In the past, there was an imperial doctor in my palace who failed to refine a pill. He happened to refine a hair growth pill. But at that time, my hair was dense and I didn't need that at all. I don't know where I left it. Qin Shuang said while scanning the code. Is there really that kind of pill? Chen Guang was excited when he heard the pill. Yes, but it's been more than 2,000 years. God knows if it has expired. It's 247 yuan. 5, cash or scan the code. The QR code is here. Cash, Chen Guang said as he paid for it. Why are you so proficient? Have you been here for a long time? I am a genius, I only learn fast. Qin Shuang was not deceived by him. Cut. Chen Guang asked again, is there any prescription for that kind of pill? Pill? It should be there, but I left it in the A Fang Palace at that time. Qin Shuang said casually. Chen Guang listened carefully. A Fang Palace? Isn't that in Chang'an? Going there may be able to find a clue to the hair growth medicine. Although he didn't really believe that the man in front of him who was so proficient in scanning codes was Qin Shuang, he recognized that the Heavenly Deception Buddha Pearl was not fake at a glance, so his words also had certain reference value. It's decided, go to Chang'an. After buying the shampoo, Chen Guang went to buy a train ticket for tens of millions of Chang'an. Thanks to Xiakeng, an international metropolis, with a lot of people and thieves. He caught 10 or so casually and earned more than 20,000. Most of them were stolen money that a thief hadn't sold yet. Because the owner could not be found, Chen Guang simply put it in his pocket. It took a few hours by plane to reach Chang'an. As the capital of the 13 dynasties, Chang'an has its own dragon veins gathering, and the imperial spirit hovering in the sky. This thing is invisible to ordinary people, but Chen Guang's pair of diamond-like precious pupils that can even be seen by the spirit of the demon can see clearly. With such a strong imperial spirit, the probability of being strong here must be far higher than that of other places. After leaving the airport, Chen Guang found a hotel to settle down, and then planned to visit the A Fang Palace site first. It is the May 1st Golden Week, and tourist attractions in various places are at their peak. The crowds are almost like locusts crossing the border. Someone once said that only when you go out on May 1st and November 11th, you can really feel what the concept of the world's most populous country is. It's horrible. A bright bald head drifted in the crowd. Chen Guang completely gave up his desire to squeeze, and would automatically move forward if he stood still. Squeezing, and sometimes if you are lucky, you can still get a good-looking lady sister. At that time, it is good to say hello with a smile. Of course, if you squeeze into something unsightly, you can quickly lower your head and pretend you haven't seen it. After finally squeezing into the front hall, Chen Guang could finally take a good look. According to his online investigation, before Qin Shuang's death, A Fang Palace also built a front hall, so if there is any pill, it should be in this front hall. But listening to the tour guide talking, he felt that something was wrong. It seems that these sites are actually all restored based on historical data. That is to say, it is no longer the same batch of buildings. Will the things that were placed in it still be there? Chen Guang listened attentively, when someone accidentally bumped into a person next to him. A soft cry came, and it was a woman who bumped into. Chen Guang hurriedly wanted to apologize, but suddenly a hand stretched out and grabbed his collar. You kid is doing something, right? You squeezed toward us on purpose. Believe it or not, I killed you. He looked up and found that it was a stern red hair, and the other party was holding a girl in his arms, which should be the one he hit. Donor, please don't be angry, the little monk didn't mean it. Oh, I want to pretend to be a monk and get through if I'm caught, right? You show me? I don't need to be fooled if I don't teach you a lesson today. Hong Mao dragged Chen Guang and walked out. Seeing someone arguing, the crowd automatically gave way to the two of them. Hong Mao pulled his bald head and walked out. Donor, the little monk advises you to be kind. It was really just a misunderstanding just now. Chen Guang wasn't very scared, but there were too many people around him. He just couldn't use his hands and feet. He was also waiting. When Hong Mao dragged himself away from the crowd, he would naturally use his 10-year training to knock people down. There is no need to use ability to deal with ordinary people. Misunderstanding a ball? You eat my girlfriend's tofu. If I let you go, I am still a man. Hong Mao looked fierce, and almost took out a knife to Chen Guang. Oh, why bother? Chen Guang thought in his heart, this person can be regarded as caring for his girlfriend, so he can teach a little lesson later when he starts to do it. Just thinking of this, the hand that had been pulling on his collar loosened. Chen Guang looked around, and it was really empty. So, are you ready to do it? Just when Chen Guang was about to see how Hong Mao would beat him, he only heard Hong Mao say to the side, Police? I want to call the police? This guy is an idiot. Huh. Chen Guang stretched his neck forward slightly, a little bit unaware of what this guy said. Looking aside again, a man in a police uniform was standing next to them. Moron. The policeman looked at the three of them, and then said to them, if you want to report the crime, please follow me to the police station, which is nearby. Huh. Chen Guang hasn't figured out the situation yet. Isn't she going to fight? He looked at the red hair again. With this sleek look, this red hair with a killer style, you actually chose to call the police? Nimas, why? I'm not an idiot, police uncle, this is all a misunderstanding. Although Chen Guang can easily slap the police, since he wants to live in society, he must abide by order, otherwise the mysterious alliance will be punished by masters. If you misunderstand, you can speak slowly when you go to the police station, the policeman said unsmilingly. When the time comes, we will naturally make a judgment. Okay. Chen Guang agreed without fear of the shadow. Several people went to the police station together, and then, Chen Guang was detained. He molested a woman in public and was detained for 5 days. In the iron window, Chen Guang looked dazed. Why, how could this be? Outside the police station, Hong Mao hung up and sneered, let you move my woman. His girlfriend persuaded, Brother Qinjun, he just hit me, maybe it wasn't intentional. Huh? I didn't miss the mistake, and I didn't take it seriously. Detaining him for 5 days would be cheaper. Otherwise, he would be given the entire crime of indecency and let him go to jail for a few years before talking. Lian Qinjun said angrily. He is not a good citizen, otherwise he would not be ranked third on the list of natural and man-made disasters. The girlfriend is his reverse scale. He must be mad when he dares to move shallowly. He has to peel off his skin without deliberately. It is estimated that he will not even be able to save his life deliberately. This time he used the Lianjia relationship, so Chen Guang was convicted of a minor crime, and the detention period was the shortest. After he finished speaking, he said to his girlfriend shallowly, "Don't care about him, I'm sorry, blame me for not protecting you." Qian Lingyu shook his head. "How can I blame you? I am going out to play, but I really didn't expect that there are so many people these days. I originally wanted to introduce you to my hometown, otherwise we should go home. Wait a few days before there are fewer people." Qian Lingyu's hometown is in Chang'an. This time, she took her boyfriend home to see his grandparents. By the way, he also took him to visit the place where he grew up, but he forgot about the holidays. After this incident, the two of them had completely lost the interest in continuing to go shopping, and decided to go home altogether. As soon as he heard going home, even Qinjun's expression brightened. "Go home, will you live in a room? If something happens at that time, it will be taken for granted, right? What are you thinking about?" No, nothing." Lian Qinjun subconsciously wiped his saliva. "Then what? I haven't seen your grandparents yet. Do you want to bring any gifts?" "No need, my grandparents are very nice, but the temper is a little weird, so don't be scared when the time comes." Qian Lingyu smiled and comforted. Lian Qinjun was still worried. Then, will the old man hate me like this? Do I want to dye my hair? At that time in junior high school, the head teacher was not allowed to dye his hair, so he directly pressed the head teacher on the stool and shaved the head teacher with a knife. And now for the sake of his girlfriend, he actually wants to take the initiative to dye his hair back. It can only be said that one thing drops one thing. Qian Lingyu thought for a while. "My grandparents won't hate you, but I have a cousin who just graduated from the police academy this year. I think she will be a little prejudiced against you." After hearing this, Qinjun quickly said, "Then I'll dye my hair." "Oh, no need." Qian Lingyu grabbed him. "My cousin, I will explain to you, and she has to go to work during the day. You may not be able to touch it. During the May Day Golden Week, other people are on holiday, but people in tourist attractions and people who maintain public order are the busiest time." Even Qinjun felt relieved after hearing this, and planned to follow his girlfriend's opinions. The two left the door of the police station, and poor Chen Guang could only stay inside the police station. "What should I do? Do you want to escape from prison?" He was entangled. Naturally, he couldn't be locked in this place, and his identity was fake. When the time comes, go out and buy one from the Mystery Alliance. But this is illegal after all. It cannot be said that there is no risk at all. Compared with the 5-day detention, this risk is a bit unworthy. But he was so angry, he had already apologized, and said that it was not intentional. Why would he still be detained? It must be that red hair. Chen Guang deliberately went out to find that guy to settle accounts, and was struggling with the pros and cons of fleeing at this time. After much deliberation, the police arrived before he made up his mind. He just wanted to shout "Uncle Police," but when he looked up, he was a policewoman, and she was still a very beautiful policewoman. Especially the domineering figure that can't be restrained by the police uniform, it makes people doubt whether she is a real policeman or not. Her buttons are so tight that they won't break, will they? Chen Guang thought. In the past, he could only contact the outside world through the internet in the mountains, and he liked to watch the internet and comics. In those stories of urban dragon Aotian, beautiful policewoman flowers are always standard in the harem. This couldn't help but make him think. Am I the legendary Long Aotian? Is this going to make me a blessing in disguise? Thinking about it carefully, the red hair just now fits the image of a brainless villain in Long Aotian. Sneezes. Lian Qinjun sneezed while driving. What's the matter? Qian Lingyu asked concerned. Have you caught a cold? No, Lian Qinjun shook his head. How could Long catch a cold? I feel like someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Ha ha ha. Qian Lingyu smiled upon hearing the words. This boyfriend is so cute. In the police station, the policewoman looked at the dust in the iron fence. Yes, Chen Guang, molesting a woman, detained for 5 days. I'm here to take you to the detention center. Sister policeman, I was wronged. Chen Guang tried to explain. I really ran into someone accidentally. It was the red hair who must say that I was indecent. Red hair. The policewoman frowned. I am not in your control if you are wronged. I am here to take you out now. Said she opened the door. Chen Guang walked out honestly, and when he approached the policewoman he smelled a fragrant smell. Sister, do you plan to have a daughter in the future? If so, wait until she gets married at 14 years old. Can you give it to me? The policewoman's face darkened. The ball was wronged. This guy is 100% an idiot. Don't be long-winded. Go quickly. Oh, okay. Chen Guang suddenly didn't want to leave. How could she come into contact with such a beautiful police sister with such a big breast if she was outside? You have to hurry up to get to know her and build a good relationship. Strive to achieve another goal besides hair growth. The policewoman looked at him suspiciously. Why did this bald head suddenly become honest? Are you thinking about something? However, he was only detained for 5 days. Shouldn't he escape? Forget it. Why do you think so much? Anyway, I quit in a few days. She graduated from the police academy this year, and originally planned to be a justice envoy for violence and peace. As a result, on the second day of work, she was hinted at by her boss about the unspoken rules, and she naturally refused. Unexpectedly, after being rejected, the other party actually planned to use strong, so angry that she kicked the other party's wishful stick. When something like this happened, she was naturally demoted to a small police station. In fact, if she talked to her family, she would not fall into this situation. But that was against the justice in her heart, so she didn't plan to do that, and she didn't even say that she was demoted. She had already planned to resign. This kind of place was not what she wanted, so she had better go home and inherit the thousands of mu of land, and be a peasant woman in peace. Chen Guang sat in the police car and was not worried. Instead, she asked various questions optimistically. Sister policeman, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? How old are you going to get married? When will you give birth to your first child? If you have a son, do you want a second child? Do you have any requirements for your future son-in-law? A series of questions did not stop at all. www.novelmtl.com, which convinced the policewoman that this product is not only a moron, but also a neuropathy. Is it okay for such a person to be detained for only 5 days? Suddenly, boom, soon. The entire police car shook suddenly, as if it had hit something. The policewoman hit the airbag, and the dust in the back seat was as steady as a mountain. What Buddhists are best at is sitting meditation, and this little movement will not make him move. But this also caught his attention, and the pupils turned into a diamond-like shape and looked out. He intended to see if someone was doing a ghost outside, because it was really not like a normal car accident, but when he glanced at the policewoman, his face changed. There is a touch of magic. Out of the instinct of Buddha's blood in the body, Chen Guang wanted to attack the policewoman. But he is not the kind of lunatic who is dominated by instinct. Reasonably tell him that if you attack the female policewoman at this time, it is an attack on the police. Then it will be more than just detention for 5 days. Moreover, the outside of the car is more important than the policewoman. Although I couldn't see any demonic atmosphere, it was obvious that the accident just now was not an accident. Someone attacked the police car. Who is so bold? I dare not attack the police. When Chen Guang was puzzled, he saw the driver's door being torn off with a bang, as if it were paper. Then a big hand reached in to catch the policewoman. Depend on? Chen Guang was furious. How could this be the body of his future mother-in-law? He was about to kick over. But the lady policewoman moved faster than him. The policewoman who was lying on the airbag just now seemed unconscious and suddenly shot her hands and grabbed the wrist of the big hand. With the other hand, she quickly unfastened her seat belt, and she jumped out of the car like a swift cheetah to fight the people. A handsome policewoman. Chen Guang sighed with emotion. Then he saw the silhouette of the person in front of him flashed, and the policewoman flew back again, slammed into the car heavily, hit her back on the steering wheel, and turned her body back 90 degrees. Damn! Chen Guang's eyes were splitting apart. How could he never think that the force of Miss Policewoman's sister was so watery? It took less than a second, and he just hung up. Looking at the twisted corpse, Chen Guang felt only a burst of anger swept through his body. This is the woman who is going to give birth to his wife in the future, so she died like this. Asshole! His original diamond-like pupils were inexplicably stained with blood, and they changed from ordinary diamonds to blood diamonds. Then he kicked the car door beside him and rushed out to see the culprit of the accident. It was a tall man with muscles. From the outside, it was not a mythology, but a science fiction supernatural power. But the rank is obviously very high, otherwise it is impossible to label the devilish young lady like this. Chen Guang was already raging, and he basically made a little judgment in his mind before he started. The other party obviously didn't expect that there was an evolutionary in the car. He planned to leave after killing the policewoman, and immediately put on a guard posture when he saw Chen Guang come out. However, there was no use for eggs. Chen Guang didn't even break free of the handcuffs, just a burst of golden light covered his body, and then dashed towards the man. The latter also showed a trace of disdain when he saw him attacking in such a straightforward manner. He is the evolutionary of the power system, who is he afraid of? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a thump in his chest, and then he lost consciousness. So fast. He clearly looked at Chen Guang, who was still 3 or 4 meters away from him. He didn't understand why the latter suddenly crashed into his arms, and he didn't even understand how his muscles, which can support a huge explosive force, could not prevent this bald man. One hit. At this moment, if someone is watching from the side, they will find that the muscular man is standing in place, with Chen Guang's shoulder leaning against his chest, as if he is doing something wrong. However, the back of the muscular man exploded like a balloon that was blown up. The spine, internal organs, and blood all exploded like fireworks, and finally a mushroom cloud was scattered on the ground. Goodness, goodness, Chen Guang stepped back and stood upright, putting his hands together in the Buddha's ceremony. May you fall into forever and not reincarnate. Snapped. The voice fell, and the muscular man fell face down on the ground and rushed to the street. Chen Guang's eyes gradually changed from a blood diamond back to a transparent diamond shape. He sighed, it's a pity, where can I find such a good girl? Who are you looking for? Suddenly a female voice rang in his ears, and Chen Guang jumped 3 feet high in fright. Wow. He looked to the right in shock, and saw the police lady standing there intact. Except for a footprint on her abdomen, she could hardly see that she was folded 90 degrees in the car just now. Chen Guang was stunned for 3 seconds, then he muttered for 2 seconds, and finally completed the expression change from shocked to overjoyed in 1 second. Is the girl's body softness so high now? Haha, this is good? I like it. I don't know if it will be inherited. Policewoman. MDZZ. She looked at the scarred mushroom trace on the ground and the muscular man with a big hole in his back, slightly shocked in her heart. Are you an evolutionary? Yeah. Chen Guang nodded. Since you have such a great ability, why are you still being arrested honestly? Chen Guang said, evolutionaries must also abide by laws and disciplines. After all, I want to integrate into this society in the future, so naturally I can't get out of the normal track of society. Of course I don't have to follow the rules today, but then I will also lose mystery. There are many benefits in the alliance, whichever is less. The policewoman nodded. You are not bad, but unfortunately you are an idiot. Little monk is really not an idiot, Chen Guang said aggrieved. I just didn't pay attention. I accidentally bumped into that man's girlfriend. I'm not talking about this, the policewoman said. She was willing to believe that Chen Guang was wronged, but compared to that, Chen Guang asked her when she had a daughter when they met and asked her to marry him when her daughter was 14 years old. This was even more perverted. Huh. Chen Guang obviously didn't understand what she meant. But speaking of it, who is this guy? Why are you attacking you? The female police said, I don't know, I will let someone investigate later, let's deal with the scene now. Because the other party wanted to attack her, the location chosen was relatively concealed. From the beginning to the end of the accident, let alone witnesses, it didn't even have a surveillance camera. Deal with the scene. Chen Guang asked in doubt, I am murdering, right? Are you not going to convict me? The female police said, I'm not a judge, what can I condemn you? And I resigned in a few days, so I didn't bother to care about these messy things. This guy was here to catch her, but he didn't expect that she was also an evolutionary, so he made a heavier shot and killed her. Even if Chen Guang killed this guy with a counterattack later, it was a legitimate defense, at least in her opinion. She could only pursue Chen Guang after eating and doing nothing. Seeing the policewoman stretched out her hand and stroked the ground a few times, the mushroom-like blood stains were all gathered up and turned into a ball of blood. The policewoman flicked it casually, and the blood cells fell into the sewer. As for the remains of the corpse, she had planned to remove them and discard them, but Chen Guang volunteered. Let me do it, I learned superb at home. Okay. The policewoman did not refuse either. Chen Guang sat next to the corpse and started chanting. If it weren't for the handcuffs on his hands, he looked a bit like an eminent monk. After reading it for a while, the muscular man's body started to catch fire, golden fire. The fire was so fast that the body was completely burned in a few blinks. Amazingly, the clothes on that guy are intact. Chen Guang touched, and took out a wallet and a mobile phone. He gave it to the policewoman as if offering a treasure. This may be a clue. Yeah, thank you. The female policeman took care of the things, took care of the follow-up, and then called the police station and said that there was a car accident and the police car was scrapped. What happened after that was a normal process, and Chen Guang was also sent to the detention center. For him, the opportunity to get to know the police lady once in 5 days of detention is really worth it. Sister policeman, I don't know your name yet. How can I find you after I go out? Can you add? A policewoman said. My name is Jin Menzo. As for WeChat, I don't know. Oh, yes, thank you for today, saved me. Oh, what is the family's politeness? Chen Guang waved his hand. You just remember to notify me when you give birth to a daughter. Jin Menzo. For a moment, I felt that this Shabai was so handsome that I should go to the ophthalmology department. 5 days passed in an instant, and Chen Guang spent a period of unpleasant days in the detention center. Because every day he listens to the laws related to the crime of indecency, repeating and repeating it again and again, it makes his head big. The police uncle here is just like the old monk chanting scriptures on the Yishan mountain. After 5 days, he was finally free. He immediately ran to ask, Uncle Police, where is Sister Jin Menzo? Jin Menzo, the policeman asked. She resigned the day before yesterday, and I don't know where she is. Resign? How come? Well done. Chen Guang suddenly stopped talking. He thought of the evolutionary who suddenly attacked. Is it because of that? It's a pity. I didn't expect Miss Sister to resign. How will I see her after that? Did you miss it like that? Chen Guang went back to the hotel to tidy up things, washed his head, and then planned to find Dan Fang according to his original plan. 5 days have passed, and Golden Week is almost over. Now there are a lot fewer people in A Fang Palace, and it is more convenient for him to investigate. In the end, only a few steps out of the hotel, I saw the lady policewoman she was thinking of on the street. Hey, Chen Guang said hello quickly. Jin Menzo, who was waiting for someone, was also taken aback. It's you? Oh, you have been released. www.novelmtl.com. Yes, why did you resign? Miss Sister, I thought I would never find you again. That's it. Chen Guang was as happy as a child. Jin Menzo said, this line is different from what I imagined. I don't plan to do it anymore. Oh, are you shopping now? Chen Guang asked. No, I will accompany my friend to do the hair, and she will have an interview later. Interview? What kind of interview? Can I follow along? Chen Guang had made up his mind to follow Jin Menzo. At least he had to come. Why are you a man following us? Jin Menzo hesitated. Just then her friend came out of the store. Menzo, I'm fine, let's go. Huh? Who is this? Your boyfriend? Looks so small. Does the old cow eat tender grass? Ah, you are okay with this bite. Jin Menzo wanted to break up with this little at the time. Hello, little brother, the young lady who had just burned her head and a half took the initiative to say hello. Are you still studying? What grade? Is this bald head from a martial arts school? Hello, elder sister. Chen Guang saw that this young lady was also pretty. She was a little excited at first, but when she saw the flat breasts, she felt dull. It would be bad if the flat were passed on to the daughter. It's better to be Jin Menzo. The person is beautiful and the figure is good. Before he had time to say more, Miss Half-Wave was dragged back by Jin Menzo. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm not familiar with him. If you don't go for the interview, it will be too late. Ah, that's right. Miss Half-Wave was suddenly shocked, pulled up Jin Menzo and ran. Quickly, quickly, it's too late if it's too late. Oh, wait for me. Chen Guang quickly followed. He ran with ease, and asked them leisurely, where are you going for an interview? It's not us, it's her, I went with her. Jin Menzo emphasized. She has decided to go back to the countryside to farm, where she will go for an interview. Is the interview place far away? Chen Guang asked again. It's not very far, just a few kilometers. So why don't you take a taxi? As soon as Jin Guang's voice fell, the two beautiful young ladies stopped. The two looked at each other, and Miss Half-Wave said, yes, why don't we take a taxi? Because you are stupid. Jin Menzo said silently, I have been infected by you. So the three called for a taxi and rushed to the interview venue. On the way, through introducing Chen Guang to each other, she also learned that the young lady's name was Yeruier. Both she and Jin Menzo have just turned 20 this year. They have known each other since they were young and they are good friends who talk about everything. What kind of job is that interview? Chen Guang asked curiously. Do you want to know? Yeruier immediately came to her mind. She turned on the phone to show Chen Guang. Here, that's it. Chen Guang has good eyesight, and she can see clearly before she takes her phone over. Produce 119. Draft. Don't you know what a draft is? I know, of course I know. I also often go online. Chen Guang nodded. So you are going to be a star. It doesn't matter if I am a star or not. I just want to enter the finals and meet the judges. Yeruier's eyes seemed to turn into a pair of love. She really wanted to meet the legendary leader. Usually she can't stand it just by looking at the photos on Weibo. If she sees a real person, she doesn't know if her heart will burst due to her rapid heartbeat. Chen Guang inadvertently glanced out of the window, and suddenly found a large billboard on the side of the street with the PD-119 advertisement on it. Is this show so popular? Now thinking about it carefully, he seems to have seen similar advertisements at the airport, but he didn't pay attention at the time. Accompanying the two women to a building, Yeruier said excitedly, the interview location is on the 6th floor. Let's go up. Chen Guang opened his diamond eyes and glanced at it with feeling. Sure enough, this building can be said to be filled with demons. Looking at the two people around him, whether it was Yeruier or Jin Menzo, they all exuded a faint devilish energy. He felt like Tang Sang who followed the spider spirit to Pansy Cave. However, just go in and take a look. The main thing is that you don't want to miss Jin Menzo. When the three arrived on the 6th floor, the interview was more casual than expected. They were taken into the office, and then they saw a woman who exuded a strong demonic spirit. This woman is very strong. Chen Guang is a little unsure whether she is her opponent, but she should have nothing to do with him. Oh, bald head. The woman in the workplace women's suit didn't look at the two girls at first glance, but Chen Guang, boy, are you from Ruyi Mountain? How do you know? Chen Guang asked back. Guess. The woman leaned back on the boss chair and looked at him. You are so courageous. You just came in like this. Don't you know that this is the Amber Hall of Xingyi sect? Xingyi teaches. Chen Guang's face changed suddenly. As a person of Ruyi Mountain, how could they not know that Xingyi sect? This is their old enemy. No wonder these people are devilish. No wonder Jin Meng's bamboo waist is folded like that and it's okay. It turns out that they are zombies? Chen Guang's expression became serious. Are you calculating me from the beginning? Huh. Jin Menzo and Yeruier both looked puzzled. The woman in the boss chair also smiled. Don't be self-righteous. Why should we calculate you? Obviously you want to come by yourself. Chen Guang ignored her and looked at Jin Menzo. Did you know that I came from Ruyi Mountain before? What do I know? Jin Menzo said. I don't even know what Ruyi Mountain is. What are you talking about? I don't know. It's not a good place anyway. Chen Guang said to the woman on the boss chair again. You misunderstood. I'm not here to cast down demons and slayer demons. If he had just left the mountain, he might attack the woman without saying a word. But during this period of time, so much has been experienced, especially the impact brought by Master Ji Lu, which has changed Chen Guang's thoughts tremendously. The devil guard is not worth mentioning in front of the milk bottle. All right, the woman didn't care at all, and turned to the two women. Are you here to sign up for the show? Well, it's okay. It's just you. Huh. Jin Menzo pointed to himself. I'm not here to come out. The woman said. What's the matter? I think you have good conditions. Why don't you go and participate? There are 119 people selected for this draft. We save more people. There are 5 indicators. Here you are. It just happened to be all together. But, oh, okay, I'm the hall master. I have the final say. You go home and prepare, and then take a plane to Xiaogang City the day after tomorrow to prepare to record the show. Jin Menzo sighed, and she couldn't help it. The hall master is very familiar with her family, and if she talks to her parents, the two elders will definitely support it. Just go, if you can meet the leader, it's a profit. Great, Yeruier hugged Jinmenzo happily. I'm still worried about what to do if there are strangers there. I will feel more at ease if you come. You are going to Xiaking City? Then I will go too. Chen Guang stood up and said at this time. Why do you go with a man? Jinmenzo asked. This show is a women's draft. I'm going to cheer for you, Chen Guang said. I see those celebrities on the internet talking on stage and yelling under the stage. I can also give you a howl at that time. Hey, forget it. Jinmenzo shook his head in disgust. It would be a shame to be screaming there alone. Summer Sky City. Xiamen Qing had nothing to do, so he followed the dog to investigate the disappearance of Kui Minjiao. She came to Kui Minjiao's home to investigate, and soon made important discoveries. Wow, 36F, Xiamen Qing exclaimed as she looked at the label on her underwear. Is the little girl just in the freshman year? Tisk tut. Master, does this make any sense? Asked the lady holding the dog. Of course it makes sense, Xiamen Qing said solemnly. You think, if her brother wants to pretend to be her, how much stuff do you have to put in your chest? This is very simple, said the lady. Manipulate the body, inflate the chest, and then shrink the sun into the abdomen. These are the basic operations of zombies. That's right, Xiamen King gently squeezed his underwear, but 36F is still very powerful. Such a good child was actually abducted, and she felt that it was necessary to pull out the man behind the scenes. But there were no clues left in the house. Xiamen Qing searched carefully and could not find any traces of special space hidden. How can such a big pair of disappear silently? It won't be. Xiamen Qing suddenly thought of something that happened not long ago. Could it be the same this time? Space. A certain space station. Kui Minjiao was standing next to a bed with a fat man lying on the bed. He was now pale, with a wet towel on his forehead. This person, he won't die, right? Kui Minjiao worried. That day, she was on the phone with her agent at home, and when she was halfway through the conversation, she appeared in an empty room with a blink of an eye. Standing in front of her was a fat man whose expression looked very nervous. Excuse me, where is this place? Facing Kui Minjiao's culture, instead of answering, the man withdrew back in fear. Kui Minjiao feels puzzled. I just ask. There is no other meaning. Don't come. The man seemed to be a little flustered, accidentally stumbled on his foot and fell on his butt. Are you okay? Kui Minjiao stepped forward to help him out of kindness. Who wants the panic on the man's face to instantly turn into panic? Don't. But it was too late. www.novelmtl.com. Just as Kui Minjiao's hand touched him, his nose sprayed blood like a fountain. Then he fell into a coma. Kui Minjiao was also taken aback, but she still found a bed to put the man in place, and then began to take care of him. During the period, she also went around and found nothing except some living facilities. In many places, she could not pass, and there was no way to leave. Everyone must be in a hurry, alas. Kui Minjiao sighed. At this moment, the man who had been lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Ah, you finally woke up. Although trapped, she was still very happy to see the man okay. However, it seemed a little different from what she thought. After waking up, the man seemed to be paralyzed. There was no expression and his mouth was not open, but he heard a voice. The master has been in a deep coma for more than 48 hours. Switch to artificial intelligence mode. Hello, artificial intelligence as for you service. Huh? Kui Minjiao asked. Human, artificial intelligence. The fat man sitting on the bed was motionless and did not blink his eyes. He really looked like a robot with no emotions. Kui Minjiao tried to say hello. No response. She asked again, is your name Achi? Yes. There was a reaction this time. It seems that you have to have a clear question to get feedback. So Kui Minjiao asked, where is this place? Answer, this is room 1078 of the space battleship A Fang Palace. Space battleship. Kui Minjiao said in surprise, am I in a space battleship now? Yes, but why did I get here? I obviously called at home before. Please wait, the data is being retrieved. The data is being analyzed. Answer, 48 hours, 02 minutes, and 36 seconds ago, the owner tried to use the magnet gate to take the takeaway. As a result, the coordinate data was deviated and you were transferred to the battleship. The data is biased? That is to say, it is not against me. Kui Minjiao asked, does this happen often? Answer, the frequency is not low, and the owner is very insensitive to numbers. Kui Minjiao sighed, can you send me back? Insufficient authority. The driver of the magnet door needs the authorization of the owner personally, and as he cannot operate it without authorization. Then I can't go back. Kui Minjiao was anxious, I still have to go to the competition, then when can he wake up? Uncertainty. The owner is currently in a deep coma, and there is no effective treatment. Why was he in a coma? Kui Minjiao couldn't figure it out. I just walked over and said something to him. Why did he fall into a coma? Answer, the owner suffers from human allergies, and direct contact with humans without any isolation measures will likely lead to shock. Huh? Human allergies. Kui Minjiao has heard of peanut allergies and pollen allergies. This is the first time she has heard of human allergies. Wait a minute, if it is true, then I brought him to the bed and put a towel on him just now. I don't know how many times I met him. Is it a good intention to do bad things? Kui Minjiao stepped back subconsciously and asked, then he has this disease, didn't he prepare any special medicine? The owner's shock symptoms can be recovered through natural sleep, and there is no effective medicine to improve it. Kui Minjayo could only give up after hearing this. It seems that I have not been able to go back recently. By the way, will he starve to death if he is in a coma for too long? Yes, so artificial intelligence will take over the body and carry out the most basic nutritional intake. The man said blankly. After speaking, he got off the bed, put on his shoes and walked out of the room. Kui Minjayo followed behind, watching him walk all the way to a door. The metal door opened automatically, and when she entered she found that it was actually a kitchen. Stoves, sinks, refrigerators, kitchen knives, condiments, all available. As he opened the refrigerator door, took out a cabbage from it and put it on the cutting board. Then he pulled out a kitchen knife and started cutting vegetables. Kui Minjayo originally thought that since it was an artificial intelligence, it must be very precise and smooth to cut vegetables, and the vegetables would become a bunch of threads. However, it turns out that she was thinking too much. At this time, Azee stood straight in front of the cutting board, put the cabbage on it, and put her left hand in an upright posture, holding the knife in her right hand, keeping the position from elbow to shoulder fixed, and elbow to palm. The position starts to reciprocate, like knocking a wooden fish. Boom, clatter, boom. After a few knives, the leaves were splashed, and a plump cabbage was chopped to pieces. Kui Minjayo's expression is basically, zero mouths zero. Wait a minute, Azee, don't you know how to cook? Azee held a kitchen knife, a standard turned back, and said to her face, please don't underestimate the highest technological crystallization of the Great Qin Empire. Artificial intelligence is omnipotent. After all, he turned back again, and then continued to chop vegetables. Kui Minjayo couldn't bear to watch it again. What hatred did this cabbage have against him? Is it necessary to use a knife to deal with it? After cutting the cabbage, the remains on the cutting board are about half of the original. Then Azee swept it with a knife, swept the vegetable leaf into the glass basin and took a piece of pork from the freezing area and put it on the cutting board. Seeing that he is still planning to use the previous method to cut the meat, Kui Minjayo can't help but stop. Wait a minute, don't you change the knife? This is frozen meat? If you don't defrost it, you can change it anyway. Bone chopper. Azee paused for a while, seeming to be calculating something. After about 1 minute, he turned to Kui Minjayo and said, ha ha ha, laughs without emotion, of course artificial intelligence will not make such a mistake. After that, he turned around and went back, and then issued a command, defrost. When the voice fell, Kui Minjayo heard a buzzing sound, as if someone was operating a drone. After a while, something like a flying saucer really flew into the kitchen, and then sprayed a blue flame at the meat on the cutting board. The flame lasted for a total of 3 seconds, and then the flying saucer flew away. Kui Minjayo always felt something was wrong. She leaned over and took a look, and found that the whole piece of frozen meat had been burned to ashes at this time. More than that, even the cutting board below and the metal table on which the cutting board was placed were all burned through. Exudes a strong burnt smell. You really didn't come to destroy it. She has no awe at the so-called crystallization of the highest technology at this time. This thing must be a bug. Azee expressionlessly said, the problem is not big, it's just a technical adjustment. No, you are no longer the scope of adjustment, are they burned through? Kui Minjayo thought to myself that I believe you are a ghost. Do you really think I am blind? Still silly? I am the culmination of the highest technology of the Great Qin Empire. Omnipotent. But don't you know how to cook? Kui Minjayo pushed him away. Okay, let you destroy it. I'm afraid this battleship will be destroyed by you. I'll do it. She took a kitchen knife from Azee's hand with 2 fingers, then opened the refrigerator and took out a piece of tofu. Without using a chopping board, she cut the tofu directly with her hands. Then I took the radish, peeled and cut into pieces, and added the onion, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings to make a bowl of radish tofu soup. She also had rice. After the meal was done, she gave Jizhong a bowl, eat it. However, Achi refused. There is no meat, and there is insufficient nutrition. This low-efficiency supplement method is of no value. You can eat it first before talking. Kui Minjayo grabbed a spoon, scooped a spoonful of tofu soup and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to avoid touching him in the process. The calculation of artificial intelligence can't make mistakes. Azee was gagged, automatically started to chew, and then swallowed. It's really fragrant. He quickly finished a pot of rice and soup, and didn't forget to lick the spoon. Kui Minjayo was sitting on the other side of the table, holding his chin in both hands and watching him eat. You are really interesting. You are obviously an artificial intelligence, but eating is so humane. Achi replied, all the behaviors of this body come from the owner, and Achi is just an aide. That is to say, if he is awake, would he shout that Zhenxiang will eat up everything and then lick the spoon? Kui Minjayo asked curiously. No, Achi replied blankly. When you look at it like this, the master will choose to coma. Kui Minjayo touched her face. Am I that scary? I felt a little frustrated. In the past, except for my brother, other boys would stare at him when they saw him. As Hideo, according to statistics, factors such as the opposite and breast hypertrophy can cause allergic symptoms to intensify. Hypertrophy. Kui Minjayo lowered her head and glanced at her 36F. Her waist is very thin, so her are even more exaggerated. However, only people have always said that she is in good shape. Used on her once. She wants to be angry, but after thinking about it, what is so angry with an artificial intelligence? Achi, can I call my family? I disappeared like this now, my brother will definitely worry about me. Insufficient authority. Azi Murin replied. Can't you give me some grace? Kui Minjayo pleaded. However, the artificial intelligence that sells cuteness to Emoda's feelings is of no use, even if the chest is large. Kui Minjayo had no choice but to frustrately said, then what do you have enough authority to do? Can receive information from the outside world, but cannot transmit information to the outside world. That means I can watch TV. Do you want to turn on the TV projector? Open it. Kui Minjayo said quickly. She wants to see if there is any news about her disappearance. Azi snapped his fingers, and suddenly a projection screen appeared in the air, just like a scene in a science fiction movie. Wow! Kui Minjayo exclaimed, this is amazing. Please select a specific area, a specific TV station. Hua Country, Xiaokingta. Please select the current live broadcast or recorded broadcast. Can you perform a keyword search? Please enter a keyword. Missing, female, news within 3 days. No results were found. Really? Kui Minjayo wondered if the hallmaster didn't call the police. Then search on the internet www.novelmtl.com to add the keyword Xiaokang City. No results were found. It seems that there is no report to the police. Are they planning to investigate by themselves? Kui Minjayo thought for a while, then search for another word, produce 119. The query is over, the following is the query result. A series of lists popped up, densely packed, with a total of 770,000 search results displayed in the upper right corner. This announcement is too strong, right? It's only a few days now. Suddenly she saw a message showing the list of 119 members participating in the show, clicked in and took a look. The first one was her photo. What's the matter? Where am I? How can I show that I have entered the competition? Kui Minjayo opened this short self-introduction video of the member with her picture in a daze. Hello everyone, my name is Kui Minjayo and I am 19 years old. Looking at the face on the screen exactly like her, Kui Minjayo's expression is almost like this. Judging by her years of experience, the Kui Minjayo in the video before her is definitely her younger brother posing. The only difference in appearance between the two is the voice and the chest. The voice can be changed with practice, and the chest should be stuffed. What the is this brat doing? Kui Minjayo wanted to find a piece of tofu and hit her head to death. It was too ashamed. Seeing her brother jumping around and selling cute, she felt as if she was about to suffocate. Whose idea? Kui Mingri, what is your bottom line for being a man? I'm not so cute at all. Why are you still shaking your chest? Kui Minjayo stamped his feet. On the floor, I want to die. It's a pity that she can't live without the battleship now, so she can only watch her brother use her own identity on the screen to make a fuss there. Wait a minute, this show is all attended by women? Then can he hug and even play with a group of girls? To die, if this is discovered, will the members of the church hang him up and beat him? My sister began to worry about her younger brother again. But she didn't worry for a few seconds. The self-introduction video of Kui Minjayo has ended, and she automatically jumped to the video of the second contestant. Hello everyone, my name is Alice. A voice as if Li Kuei shouting to his brother suddenly rushed into her ears, causing Kui Minjayo's whole body to tremble suddenly. What? She looked at the macho on the screen in fancy clothes but did not shave his beard in shock. Her expression changed to, Sigma, degree. What kind of fairy is this? My mother? Kui Minjayo was holding her forehead, feeling a little dizzy. Now think about it, is it a luckier thing to let your younger brother participate in the competition for yourself? Oh, don't think so. I just entered for my debut. What does it have to do with others? And finally I can see the leader. When she thinks about the appearance of the leader, her whole heart is broken. In fact, she is a loyal fan of Simon Love. Whether it is meeting or stay with you through the long years, her heart is very touched. Simon Ching is so beautiful and her singing is so good, making her a little fan without any suspense. Later, it was widely rumored on the internet that Simon King II was Tsingyi yeast. Others were half-believing, but people who are Tsingyi cultivators knew that it must be Simon King II by looking at this ID. She went to listen to songs such as Blue and White Porcelain and the difficult scriptures, and worshipped Ximen's love even more. Sure enough, what was written in the Tsingyi sect's general outline is correct. The leader is the most perfect woman in the world. No, a goddess? She signed up this time, and her two major goals, realizing her dream and meeting the leader of her debut, are basically 50-50. I blame you. If I can't see the leader, I will blame you for the rest of my life. Kui Minjayo glared at the fat man. Of course she didn't talk to the artificial intelligence, but to the guy who was in a deep coma. It's shameful that you can input all coordinates. Azi stood up suddenly, turned around and walked to the bedroom. Hey, what are you going to do? Kui Minjayo asked hurriedly. After taking in nutrients, we are about to enter the resting phase. But what should I do if you leave? There are so many places here that I can't go without you. Kui Minjayo was anxious. There was no one on the spacecraft. It was too uncomfortable for her to be alone. What Kui Minjayo fears most is loneliness. Even if Azi is not a human being, having someone who can talk can make her feel more comfortable. Everything prioritizes the owner, and now the owner needs to rest. After talking, Azi lay down on the bed, put the quilt on herself, and closed her eyes. Hey, Azi. Kui Minjayo shouted for a while, but there was no response. It was all right now. Looking at the empty spaceship inside, she was a little uncomfortable. She had to walk to the bed and sat on the floor. She hugged her knees with her hands, and her whole body shrank into a ball. Please, wake up quickly, it's really uncomfortable to be alone in such a place. So you suspect that she was captured by the 8 evil spirits in the sky? Song Yunryu asked Ximen Qing in the Ziliang demon village. Ximen Qing nodded. The last time I and you. When Ru Yao sat on Lian Qinjun's head to find a silly boy, even Qinjun suddenly disappeared. Later, according to him, he was taken to a certain space station. NS. Sister Ximen, you were right just now? Why did you want to change it back? Qin Yuyao protested. Is there? Ximen Qing pretended to be silly. When? Why don't I know? Qin Yuyao. Ximen Qing said to Song Yunryu again. I am not familiar with the 8 evil spirits at the space station. Do you know his origin? I don't know very well. I just know that there is such a person. I will check the information. Song Yunryu turned on the phone and started searching. The Mystery Alliance developed an app specifically for evolutionaries to check various information and navigate various websites. Yet, the 8 evils of the space station, whose name is unknown, are titled Devil of Heaven. They once sunk an island in Hawaii because of a hamburger and caused a subsequent tsunami, which caused huge natural disasters on the entire west coast. Is it so scary? Just for a hamburger? Qin Yuyao couldn't believe it. Isn't this reason too casual? As a result, Ximen said with affection, don't you also cause the power outage in the 8 provinces because of your underwear? Qin Yuyao's face turned red at the time. I was scared by you? It wasn't on purpose. The two started arguing on the sofa, but Qin Yuyao was overwhelmed by Ximen's love a few moments later. After all, Qin Yuyao is just a soft girl who can complain. How could she be the opponent of the old driver Ximen Qing? Looking at the orange scene in front of him www.novelmtl.com Song Yunryu rolled his eyes. When are you going to make trouble? Idiot zombie, what are you going to do about this? What should I do? Of course it is to ask someone. Ximen Qing said while eating Qin Yuyao's tofu. But you don't have any evidence. What if it was not done by someone else? Song Yunryu asked. If you two fight in space, the Earth might be affected. I'm not going to fight, I'm going to reason with him, Ximen Qing said. I'm in touch with zombies. When I get closer, I know if Kui Minjayu is in the space station. If I'm not here, I will fight. Hello, Song Yunryu said, but according to the data, the 8 evil spirits were extremely inhospitable. Someone tried to get close to that space, but there was no communication at all, and they were directly bombed into scum. I will be afraid of him, Ximen Qing said while pressing Qin Yuyao. I'm right there. If he can kill me, I will lose. Song Yunryu sighed. It's not whether you die or not, but if you two fight, things will easily make trouble. Then I can't. Before Ximen's love words were finished, Qin Yuyao, who was irritated in sensitive parts, finally couldn't help it. Suddenly, there was a burst of electrical discharge. #%%. Ximen King broke dance directly, and finally fell to the ground with white smoke. Qin Yuyao sat up panting, tidied up her clothes and skirts, then blushed and ran back to the room. Song Yunryu looked at the charred Ximen Qing, and made a touch with her foot. Are you dead? Get up if you're not dead and clean up here. Ximen King's mouth was still smoking, and her feet trembled as if she was cramping. Song Yunryu shook his head and got up and went back to the room. The Attack on Titan comics will soon run out, which means that they are about to welcome the anger of readers when they face the work eunuchs. She feels that her reputation in the future will surely resonate throughout the comics industry, but it's just a derogatory one. Oh, I have a headache, but I can't help it. Who would let the story be written by Simon? Lu Cheng always felt that he was the #1 fan of Wu King Teacher, because he was the first one to visit when they sold the books. He had been cautiously putting the Navy Girl book that he bought back in the glass case for presentation, and every time he wanted to pretend to be forced, he would take a picture and send it to the group. After that, he also chased all Wu King's works. Whether it is the cute working cell, the martial arts Tianlong Ba Bulletin, or even the short-selling crutches, he watched it with gusto. The latest Giant will naturally not be missed. And to be honest, his favorite among all the works is Giant. The most important thing is that this work not only has comics, but also animation. Coupled with the exciting music and the exquisite interpretation of the voice actors, the animation of Giant is completely magical in his heart. When no one was there, he would hum a few words. Alan was forced into the bathtub by nature. The op is really great. It's a pity that the first season is over, and I don't know when the second season will be released. The content of the comic should be enough for the second season. I don't know when it will be released. Lu Cheng was full of expectations. Because in addition to the excellent work, there is another point of the dance that is praised by the people is the amount of renewal. High-yielding sows can be used to describe their painting speed. Dragon Babo plus Attack on Giant, the contents of these two works are replaced by other cartoonists. It is possible to postpone the serialization for 10 years, but they have finished so much in a year. The content is just like a printer. This is also the reason why so many people are willing to buy magazines to chase updates. It's great to watch. The amount of updates is really important for serialized works, and it's refreshing for a while, and all the fans are lost. When dancing fans give amway to others, they often say, look at that author. There are only a dozen pages per week. Our dancing teacher is different. There are dozens of pages per week, and the key breast is so big. Where can I find this kind of cartoonist? Of course, you can still find it if you look for it, and there is an even more exaggerated update of the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. 3 parts have been serialized in 1 year, and the 4th part is about to start now, but because of Wang Shuhi the dance scripts are all provided by Komi Sist Love, so in the eyes of fans, these 3 people are basically bound. This week, Juvenile Manu is still a thick book. The 4th part of JoJo and the latest words of Attack on Giant, directed at these 2, are enough to make a large number of people rush to bookstores and newsstands early. In addition, through Jo Hong's operation, there are more and more excellent works on Juvenile Manu. Aside from Wangshu's Pokemon, there are also several old writers who have contributed articles to them, and potential newcomers have also discovered 2 or 3. It can be said that the entire magazine is completely out of the period of rapid development, and if this continues, even if it catches up with Squat, you can look forward to it. Of course, the premise is to be able to survive this wave. Lu Cheng bought the magazine, hid in the office of the hospital, and read it with relish. The 4th part of JoJo is titled Indestructible Diamonds. This time the protagonist is an islander named Higashikata Jusuk. Because of the pronunciation of the island language, he can also be called JoJo. I thought it was a brand new story, but I didn't expect that the protagonist of the 3rd part, Chang Taro, would appear at the beginning. This is definitely a surprise. And it seems that the original rogue high school student has now turned into an intellectual and a PhD in oceanography. Is this doctor really punched out with his fists? Lu Cheng expressed his doubts. The first confrontation between the 2 generations of JoJo was also very eye-catching, especially when he saw Chang Taro shouting Platinum Star World. It was really exciting. Is he finally able to freely use the big killer trick that Dior can stop? It's invincible? However, when Chang Taro revealed the identity of himself and Higashikata Jusuk, Lu Cheng couldn't help laughing when he learned that the protagonist of the 4th part was Chintaro's uncle. Worthy of being an old American hooligan, a lot of years old actually cheated and gave birth to a son who was younger than his grandson. Is it right that the Justa family is a gentleman from generation to generation? You are good, gambling, killing, defrauding, cheating, swearing, damaging transportation. Your grandpa will cry if he finds out. Lu Cheng sighed. It can only be said that it is worthy of the script of Teacher Ching or www.novelmtl.com, or it is as interesting as always. Then, what kind of wonderful development will the giant have? The Wang Zheng chapter reveals a lot of foreshadowing, the giant in the wall, how Alan gained the power of the giant, the commander's family, etc. A series of plot developments can be said to be climaxes and dizzying. So who is the giant who lost the horse? In what direction will the subsequent plot develop? Everything touches the reader's heart. However, the sharp-eyed Lu Cheng discovered a detail. Why is the word to be continued in the corner of the last page instead of finished? What the is this finish? Does it mean that this sentence is over? But in the past, they always wrote to be continued. Only when the manga is about to end will there be a finish, just like the 3rd part of JoJo will come out after Dior is killed. A finish represents the 3rd part, the end. But how do you look at giant is not at the end of the plot point? What the hell? With a sense of anxiety, Lu Cheng sent this discovery to his group. That is, the 2-dimensional salted fish concentration camp. At all members, I seem to have discovered a very scary thing. Did Dior give me an analysis photo? Someone jumped out immediately. There is a Dior big one, but I can't analyze it for you. What is this you sent? Dior's +1, isn't this a finish? Is there a problem with writing the word finish when the comic is over? Wait a minute, this picture, couldn't it be Attack on Titan? Giant is over? Did I cross it? I also found out that this issue of Giant is so strange. The plot is clearly not over yet, so why is there a word finished? Is it a typographical error? +1, I also think it was a mistake in typesetting. Giant is not a street cartoon. How can it be cut in half if it is like this? +10,010, haha, what are you thinking about, host? Is it possible that Giant will not be an eunuch? But I just checked the official website of Youth Manu and Weibo, and there was no explanation at all. What if you really want to be an eunuch? Non-existent emoticon package. If Giant is a eunuch, I will broadcast the 5-speed electric fan on the day. Please take screenshots. Plus me, how can this be a eunuch? Teacher Wuking has no pitfalls in his mind. If they want to do this kind of show operation, I live broadcast and eat the socks that my dad hasn't washed for 3 days. Hey, I think you just want to cheat and drink, right? The group was discussing enthusiastically, but it was not just them here. With the current popularity of Attack on Titan, there are many people discussing this matter in major post forums and even Weibo. There are a lot of sharp-eyed people. Some time ago, everyone was still discussing when the 2nd season of the Giant animation will be released, and now all have become a discussion about whether Giant is a real eunuch. The more common view is that this is just a typographical error. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that the isn't in such a hot cartoon, and there is no sign at all. But the fans asked the official young man friend, but they didn't respond at all. They didn't even have an apology statement, which was terrifying. The atmosphere seemed to tacitly acquiesce that Giant is really a eunuch. With the development of the matter, some netizens even put forward a guess, should the teacher of Wuking not be kidnapped? Although this speculation may seem nonsense, it has aroused considerable approval. After all, Teacher Chinger is so cute, whoever wants to lock her up and have sex. For a while, many people poured into Ximen Ching's Weibo to say, Teacher Chinger, have you been kidnapped? If you are kidnapped, post on Weibo, we will come to rescue you. Shen Temo can still post on Weibo after being kidnapped. Lu Cheng vomited. But after vomiting, his heart is still heavy. After all, what can he do if he really wants to be an eunuch? He can live by pointing to this cartoon. Dr. Lu, suddenly a nurse knocked on the door and came in. There is a patient in need of surgery. The dean is calling you to a meeting. Huh? Surgery. Lu Cheng absently followed the nurse to the conference room. The other doctors in the conference room are also there. It seems that the patient's identity this time is unusual, otherwise the dean wouldn't be able to dispatch such a big battle. The examination has been completed, and the dean called everyone to analyze and discuss the feasible surgical plan. The patient was seriously injured. A stone ran across the abdomen, clinging to the spine, and there were signs of poisoning. All in all, it was very complicated. The doctors discussed it for a long time and no one was sure to start. Dr. Lu, what do you think? Dean Qin asked Lu Cheng. It's not that Lu Cheng is better than other doctors. In fact, all the doctors who can be called into the conference room at this time have two brushes. Just because Lu Cheng didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and his expression was thoughtful, the dean wanted to hear his opinion. Lu Cheng, who was thinking about Attack on Giant, looked dumbfounded. Did the dean just say something to him? How to do? Why is everyone looking at themselves? Fortunately at this moment, another doctor on the side, also his good friend, quietly reminded him, analyze. Lu Cheng looked up at the big screen, his eyes swept quickly, and he immediately made a judgment. This operation can be done, but in his heyday, he has a 30% success rate, and now he is distracted by a comic. It is estimated that he does not have 3%. This. Lu Cheng hesitated for a while, and then flashed, this door purple should be able to do it. What about the door purple? The nurse notified her, but she said that she was on holiday today and was going to have a spa, but she didn't come. Another doctor said. Human Mingtian is still thinking about doing spa. Several doctors were so angry after hearing this. However, Lu Cheng felt that the problem should not be here. He looked at the dean. Dean, isn't it because she has any conditions that you didn't agree to? After hearing the words, everyone looked at the dean in unison. The latter said with embarrassment, she said that the operation is okay, but I want me to give her 60-year-old daughter Hong in my family. Isn't this blackmail? This door is too unreliable. That is to say, I usually rely on myself to perform a few operations, wandering around all day, never sit in the doctor. Besides, they are dressed so sassy. Those new doctors who have dangled their long legs are not thinking about working anymore. Don't talk about it. Isn't it you who is the first to be stunned? Say what? I have a family. How could I stare at her big white legs. Don't look at how do you know it's white? You just pull it down. In addition to the dean of this hospital, how many people will see that the door won't be hard? Lu Cheng won't. Lu Cheng didn't expect the topic to return to him in this form, and Lu Cheng was really confused. What are you doing looking at me like this? My function is normal. Orientation is also normal. Okay. The dean finally interrupted the topic aloud. I asked you to discuss the surgical plan. Who asked you to study the doctor's legs at the gate? Since you can't do it, then I have to sacrifice. I went down to look for the gate. Oops, the girl read was only due to my cheeky begging with my old friends for several years. You incompetent guys, even the old man can't keep my wine. The doctors all have a blame me face. It's not that they are incompetent, it's that Damon Zi is too abnormal. Such injuries can basically be declared dead, and there is hope that their hospital can be rescued. The dean took out his mobile phone to contact Damon Zi, and suddenly raised his head and said to everyone, there is one thing to explain, old man, I can harden it. Zi is doing spa with Simon Ching at this time, two people are lying on the bed, and two beautiful girls are pressing behind them. The phone rang suddenly, and Zi opened the door without trouble. Moximosi. The door, it's me? Oh, Dean, something? Oh. The technician just increased his action, and Damon Zi couldn't help but hum. At this moment, the dean on the other end of the phone shook his hand suddenly, and the phone almost didn't fall to the ground. Because although he didn't use the speakerphone, the conference room was so quiet that everyone could hear the purple voice of the door. What are you doing? The dean shouted. Spa, are you dementia? I just told you before. Oh, Damon Zi called out again. Lu Cheng keenly discovered that many male doctors had raised Erlang's legs, including his friends. Don't do it. The dean calmed down and said, I'll give you the drink. You can do the operation quickly, and the patient can't hold it anymore. As a result, Damon Zi said, oh, don't worry, that patient has a very strong physique. It should be no problem for 12 hours. You will come back after I finish the spa. Oh, the door is purple. The dean yelled, but he was basically incompetent and furious. After the roar, he could do nothing but hang up the phone. He looked around and said to the doctors, if you are fighting for a bit of anger, do I need to suffer this kind of grievance? A friend next to Lu Cheng whispered, he still feels sorry for his daughter Hong. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. On the other side, Simon Ching said to the door Zi, why does this voice sound so wronged? What did you do to him? Nothing, it's going to be his lifeblood, Damon Zi said comfortably, closing his eyes. Both technicians are professional, and generally do not react to the guest's dialogue, but this time I really couldn't hold back, and the movements were all paused. Simon was taken aback for a moment. What did you want? Damon Zi proudly said, a girl of 60 years is Hong, hee hee. Oh, Zyman's love suddenly realized, you are easy to misunderstand what you say. Oh, she was also comfortable, and gasped. The technician who did her push oil flushed www.novelmtl.com after experiencing so many customers. It was the first time she met a customer with such a good figure, beautiful voice, and so on. As a same-sex, she was a little bit uncomfortable. Lived, if this is a man, wouldn't it have been fainted a long time ago? I listen to what you mean. Is there a patient with a very serious condition waiting? Are you sure? Damon Zi comfortably enjoyed pushing his back, and hummed, as long as the person is still alive, there will be no surgery that I can't do. I have seen that patient. Trauma is a minor matter. The key is poisoning, and it's not ordinary. Poison, now there's no way to cure it. I have to wait for the poison to ferment, and I have a place to start when I'm raised. It seems quite interesting to hear what you said, and I will follow along to have a look later. Zyman Ching is boring, otherwise he won't go out for spa with her. You go if you want. Damon Zi didn't care. The two chatted comfortably here, but the patient was in a hurry. A middle-aged man in military uniform was standing in the dean's office with a serious face at this time. Can you cure it? Why haven't the doctors come yet? Facing this murderous soldier, President Chin was not much afraid, and said with a smile, do you have any other way to save people? Anyway, if we can't save, he will die. Why don't you choose to believe us? Woolen cloth. The middle-aged man in the military uniform frowned, but after all he didn't get angry. That kid only went to high school this year. So why are you taking a child down in such a dangerous place? Dean Chin asked back. We need his ability. The middle-aged man in the military uniform stared at Dean Chin. This time the matter is related to the safety of the entire Hua nation. We can't think about so many personal emotions. Haha. Dean Chin held a thermos cup and drank a sip of wolfberry water, smiling without saying a word. The middle-aged man in military uniform had no choice but to sit on the sofa and wait. This accident also involves the incident during the Spring Festival. A spy who has been lurking in the United States for a long time took 10 years to bring back a national treasure. During this period, he experienced many dangers and paid a great price. The United States even sent the #1 killer Phantom to hunt him down. However, due to various coincidences, the Phantom died and the national treasure returned to the flower country smoothly. The 8 murderers Zhang Jianhong and Piercing Gong even fought in the Pacific Ocean. Although they had restrained, they still destroyed more than 30 islands, and the coastal areas of Southeast Asia ushered in a huge tsunami that was rare in a century. Eventually the two stopped fighting and the matter came to an end. On the domestic side, a treasure was opened because of the acquisition of a national treasure. After experiencing several losses of personnel, the military made personnel adjustments and singled out several experts with special abilities to enter the exploration. The result was nothing. Instead, one of the investigators was seriously injured, that is, the high school student who is now lying in the emergency room. The one who was injured should be the middle-aged man in military uniform in front of Dean Chin, but the young man blocked the middle-aged man at a critical moment. That's why the middle-aged man in military uniform is so excited, and he blames himself very much in his heart. When obviously recruiting the boy, he personally promised the boy's parents that he would be taken back safely, but he broke his promise. This is definitely the greatest shame in his more than 40 years of military career. He really couldn't help it. The country's top evolutionary was at a loss for the boy's injury, and finally begged to the Zhang family. Although he did not see the Zhang family ancestor, he was told that this hospital could save the boy, so the middle-aged directly used his ability to personally bring the boy to Xiaokang City. As a result, Dean Chin told him that he could be saved, but he had to wait. There was no explanation at all. What kind of suffering is this? Time passed by, watching the sunset outside the window and nightfall. The middle-aged man in military uniform patted the armrest of the sofa and said to the dean, when will I have to wait? Then the child is almost unable to hold it. Dean Chin, who had just replaced the third soak, was shocked, and the wolfberry and boiling water splashed out. Don't worry, he calmly took out a napkin and wiped it. How many wars have you commanded? Why can't you control your emotions? I don't want to control it now. The middle-aged gritted his teeth and deformed the entire armrest. Ouch. Dean Chin felt distressed as he watched his tens of thousands of sofas being pinched like this. At the same time, I was also complaining. Why is Damon Zi still not coming? She has given her all her life. She won't be a pigeon anymore, right? The middle-aged man in military uniform stood up suddenly. I'll go see his situation. Well, I'll go with you. The dean was afraid that he would get excited and mess up, and felt that it was more reliable to watch by himself. The two came to the emergency room and saw a teenager lying on the bed through the glass. 90% of his skin has turned black. If he hadn't known in advance, he would have thought he was from Africa. The boy's expression was very uncomfortable, and every breath was torment for him. He can't survive today. The middle-aged man in military uniform said solemnly. I know, Dean Chin nodded, provided that he didn't come to us. This must be forced down now, otherwise the guy around him is not a joke. He is also quite famous in the Mystery Alliance. Although his military rank is a colonel, he can be a general long ago by his skill and military merits, but because his temper is too straightforward, he has caused a lot of misfortunes, so he has always stopped. Colonel this position. Although the injury of the teenager has nothing to do with their hospital, this reckless man is really going to be angry. How can he care about it? Dean Sheen could only pray that Damon Zi would not do anything. Oh, is this guy black? Suddenly a woman's voice sounded, making two people look to the left at the same time. I saw two women in cool dresses standing there looking towards the emergency room. The skirts were short, and the two long, white legs were exposed to the air, which was very dazzling. But the middle-aged man in the military uniform frowned. He questioned Dean Sheen, I remember asking you to isolate this area. Oh, don't get excited, don't get excited. The dean breathed a sigh of relief. This is the doctor in our hospital. Doctor. The middle-aged in the military uniform looked back at the two women's clothes, especially the hair, as if it had just been permed. He stared at the dean again. Although he didn't speak, his expression was completely "You told me this is a doctor? What a joke." The dean smiled slightly, and then said to the door purple, "The door, why did you come here?" "Oh, after I finished the spa, I suddenly wanted to buy clothes. After I bought the clothes, I made a hair. When I finished, I went to eat sushi. The taste was not bad." The dean's smile stiffened on his face, and the anger of the middle-aged in the military uniform on the side was suppressed to the extreme, and it was possible to explode at any time. "This is the doctor who can save the child that President Sheen said. Is this taking him off?" Damon Zi continued to say to himself, "Well, this level is just right. Prepare to enter the operating room. Okay, I'm going to arrange an anesthesiologist and other assistants. Which doctor do you need to help you?" the dean hurriedly said. Damon Zi shook his head. "No, they can't help with this operation. I'll be fine alone." At this time, Simon Ching took her hand. Damon Zi reacted, "Oh, yes, let my friend come in and visit, she is watching." Dean Sheen. The middle-aged man in military uniform finally couldn't help it. "There is a child who was injured for the country lying there. I sent him here because you said there was a way to save him, but now you tell me to use this casual attitude to perform the operation. Don't get excited, don't get excited," the dean persuaded with a smile. "Trust me, Damon Doctor is absolutely professional. You can't look down on her just because she is a woman." "Is this a woman's problem?" the middle-aged man in the military uniform said angrily. "It made me wait for so long because I went out to play? Now I have to let people come into the operating room to visit? You are really fooling me." Dean Sheen didn't reply, but Gate Zi interjected, "Hey, that big guy over there, do you want to save people? If you stop there, you will drag people to death." The middle-aged man in military uniform turned his head and glared at her. "How can I give him to someone like you? How else? Besides me, can you find someone else to save him?" Zi chuckled, walked to him and stretched out his hand to push him away. "Don't get in the way." Simon Ching also followed, and when he passed by the middle-aged man in the military uniform, he smiled and said, "Our idiot makes a shot, you can't die even if you want to die." At this time, the middle-aged was shocked by the power of Damon Zi, so pushed him slightly on his chest, which actually pushed him away. This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Maybe Damon Zi is really special, but before the operation, it is spa and hairdo. This attitude is really unacceptable. It's fine if you simply can't save him, but no one can bear this kind of thing that gave him hope and kicked him off. He shouted at the Gate Zi, "If the operation fails, I won't just let it go." Damon Zi didn't turn his head back, just said, "As long as people are still alive, there will be no surgery that I can't do." The boy was sent to the operating room. Damon Zi and Simon Ching both changed their clothes. On the operating table, the shadowless lamp turned on, and Zi came to the boy's side. His shirt had been taken off, revealing a fragment of stone. This is actually the tip of a stone spear, pierced from the side of the boy's belly button, and has been piercing through his back, causing him to lie on his side now. This trauma is actually okay, and a doctor with better skills can still save it. But the key is still the poison on the stone spear. This is not a normal poison, it is a highly poisonous poison that even the top evolutionary of the flower country can't do anything about. Simon Ching took a closer look and said, "This poison, curse." "Yes," Damon Zi nodded, "although I don't know what the curse is, the caster is really clever and uses a special rune. Once he invades the body, it will continue to increase in value. When his whole body is covered with black, it is estimated that it will be refined into a puppet without self-awareness. Have you seen it?" "Nothing." Simon Ching shook his head. "If it is the original leader of Tsing Yi, Yu reading www.uukangshu.com may be able to recognize it, but she is a traverser, she has very little knowledge, and she doesn't know the origin of the curse at all. What are you going to do?" Damon Zi picked up the scalpel and smiled and said, "Of course it was an operation. This curse has spread just right, and now I don't have to worry about losing too much blood or hurting my spine." As she said, she cut the boy's belly open, and then slowly pulled out the stone spear. From beginning to end, except for some blood clots on it, no extra blood came out. Because the young man is almost a puppet at this time, he will not bleed, and will not be infected. In the observation room on the side, the middle-aged man in military uniform stopped his heart abruptly as he watched the purple general's stone spear pulled out from the gate. He asked the dean, "What is the origin of this woman?" Dean Sheen smiled and said, "You don't need to ask too much about it. In short, she can save people, that's enough. The stone spear trauma is only secondary, and the key is the curse." Zyman's love drew closer, and wanted to see how Damon Zi resolved it. "I saw her first sew up the wound without any haste. Since the body has been eroded by the curse, this body has almost lost the functions of the human body, so there is no need to worry about blood pressure and other issues. While stitching, she explained to Simon Ching, the trouble with this person lies in the coexistence of physical damage and curse damage. Those who can solve the curse may not be able to perform surgery on him, and those who are capable of performing surgery may not necessarily curse him. Studies have shown that if one side is resolved, the lethality that erupts on the other side will be terrifying. Those who can treat trauma are usually doctors with superb medical skills. Once the stone spear is pulled out in the process, oneself will be easily cursed back. And if the curse is solved first, the blood vessels that were originally sealed by the curse will break open, and the amount of bleeding will be terrible, and there is not much time for treatment. Just like this, don't look at Damon Zi calmly stitching up the wound. In fact, a lot of curses have poured into her from the boy. With someone else, even if Song Yun Yu came, he might not be able to withstand it. But she is different. The collar of the new dress she wears is dotted with a black feather. It is her spirit ghost Feather Night Crow, an 8-fighter spirit who can bounce all energy and conceptual attacks. The curse did not cause any harm to her. After the wound was stitched up, her right hand turned into a bone and pressed against the teenager's abdomen, and then she yanked out like a rice eel. Suddenly, a dragon made up of black runes was drawn out of the boy. When this black dragon appeared, the middle-aged man in military uniform and Dean Sheen standing next to the operating room only felt a terrifying coercion. The middle-aged man in military uniform was about to break into the operating room, but was held back by the dean. Why are you stopping me? That guy is terrifying. I have encountered something similar in the underground ruins, far less than 1/10 of it, but that has almost wiped out our regiment. Don't worry, do you think the two of them look scared? After hearing the words of the dean, the middle-aged man in the military uniform discovered that the two women in the operating room were looking at the black dragon like a monkey at this time, without any intention to escape. Damon Zi expressed affection to Ximen. After raising this for a long time, this guy has finally formed, otherwise the fragments of runes will be scattered all over the body. It will be too troublesome to deal with. It is better to let it come out by itself now. Is this the curse? Ximen King folded her hands under her chest. I feel so weak. That's for you, Damon Zi said. If you let it go, this thing can at least destroy a kimchi country. Hey, you're not happy when you say this to Huiwen. Just find a metaphor. De Nzi turned around and talked to Simon Ching. The black rune dragon seemed to have found an opportunity and rushed towards the back of her head. It seemed that he wanted to get into Damon Zi's mind and then erode her from the beginning. But before she touched Damon Zi, a phantom of a black feather cloak appeared on her body, and the black dragon hit the feathers and was directly bounced off. Damon Zi took the opportunity to turn around and grab the black dragon's body, and pulling out all the runes rooted in the young man's body in one go. This was not an easy task for her either. After pulling the black dragon away, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The black dragon, who had completely separated from the young body, was struggling very frantically. Even the strength of the door purple was a bit unbearable, and she staggered a few steps before letting go. The black dragon broke free and flew towards the nearest human being, trying to find the host again. But unfortunately, after the gate Zi stepped back a few steps, he had already opened the distance from the boy, and now the closest thing to it was Simon Ching. Seeing Ximen King standing there, the black dragon didn't change his face when he came, and waved his hand, as if a fly came towards him and swept it away. Bang! The powerful black rune dragon suddenly shattered, turning into runes and disappearing into smoke. Fortunately you are there, Damon Zi wiped his sweat. This guy is more powerful than he thought. It's an 8 evil level method. It's okay, Ximen said with emotion. The 8 evil spirits shouldn't be serious, just feel like they're doing it casually. There have been more than 8 evil spirits in the entire history of mankind, and many of them have already died. For example, the one in the island country, the one in Rui Mountain. Although these 8 evil spirits have died, many of them have left behind powerful methods. For example, the purple of the gate, ghost Feather Night Crow, or the Tianzu in the Liaosi town of Rui Mountain, the deception Buddha bead, and so on. The curse in the teenager's body is obviously similar to this, but it is still a lot weaker in the judgment of Simon's love. Alright, anyway, the operation is done, let's go home. Dida Zi and Shi Menqing walked out of the operating room, and the middle-aged in military uniform and the director who were watching from the side also hurried out. How is he? The middle-aged man in the uniform asked nervously. Damon Zi pointed to the operating room behind him and said, go and see for yourself. The latter immediately ran into the operating room upon hearing the words, and of course did not forget to say thank you. The dean and the two of them were left standing at the door of the operating room. The door purple said, Dean, don't forget the wine. The dean's face that was still smiling suddenly became like a bitter gourd. You woman is so cruel, can't you keep me a bit? No. The dean wanted to bargain again, but found that Ximen Ching was getting closer and looking at herself. Girl, what are you doing? Don't do it. Ximen King squinted and smiled. I almost didn't recognize it after you changed a vest. Now I got closer and found out. Isn't this old Chin? Why don't you be the guard? Long. Huh. Dean Chin was surprised. Have we met? Ximen Ching stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and hair, only showing a pair of eyes. Recognized. Ah. The dean suddenly realized. Ximen. Although Ximen Qing has resigned for half a year, such a guy who goes to work every day and wraps himself up as a zongzi is really impressive. The dean did not expect to meet her here. I can't recognize you even after you take off your clothes. Look at what you said, it's so misunderstanding. Ximen King smiled. I didn't expect that, Lao Qin. You are so rich, so you are just a hobby as a doorman? Hey, it seems that you are also fond of that. What a pretty lady. To be honest, how many have succeeded? Dean Qin didn't understand at first, but after all he was an old man, and soon figured it out. How are you doing so innocent people out of thin air? Am I like that kind of person? It looks like it. Ximen King nodded. I think using you as a prototype, I can produce a whole comic, called Guardian Lao Qin. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. Dean Qin looked at the gate's eye and saw that his eyes had changed. He just felt that he couldn't wash himself clearly if he jumped into the Yellow River. Well, I understand. Ximen Qing nodded. Don't worry, I won't expose you, but you should pay attention. Don't destroy other people's family. That will damage the yin and virtue. I really don't. Old Qin wanted to cry without tears, feeling that this hat was fixed. Ximen Qing left with Damon Zi's hand, and before she left, she did not forget to say hello to the dean. I can find you to have a drink when you have time. Lao Qin, tell me a story when that time comes. Where did I get the story? Although Ximen Qing didn't say it clearly, Lao Qin just thought she was telling stories about that aspect. How could this woman be so dirty? Although Lao Qin usually likes to look at those wives' ass, he just looks at it. He didn't do that kind of wicked thing. I am a man of integrity. In the operating room, the middle-aged man in military uniform looked at the boy lying on the bed. The black on his body had faded away. Although his face was pale, his vitality was gradually recovering, which made the middle-aged breathe a sigh of relief. Great. His hands were trembling, and so many life and death crises hadn't made him so uncomfortable over the years. He reached out and grabbed the boy's hand, and a stream of light poured into the boy's body from his heart. He is an evolutionary of the mythology, and what is injected into the boy's body at this time is qi, or pretending to be qi. This thing has little benefit to the weak young man who has just been eroded by the curse, and it can strengthen the foundation. After a while, the boy opened his eyes. The colonel, he cried weakly, I'm not dead yet. The middle-aged grabbed his hand and said seriously, how can I let you die? You stupid boy, do you want me to blame myself for a lifetime? Hey, the young man who escaped from the dead laughed, I just think that if you live, you will definitely be more useful than me. What nonsense. The middle-aged glared at him, I wouldn't take you out if I knew it. The young man smiled www.novelmtl.com and touched his stomach. I had a dream, and someone in the dream said that I offended your majesty and wanted to punish me for eternal life and guard the palace for your majesty. The imperial palace is actually the imperial palace? Shouldn't it be the imperial tomb? The middle-aged thoughtfully, I thought I had nothing, but I didn't expect to get some clues here. After pre-research, the experts unanimously determined that the place should be an imperial tomb, and there should be many funerary objects in it. Is it a question of interpretation? Or is it that the emperor is not dead? How is it possible? Said the boy. I also had 9 years of compulsory education. Qin Shi Huang died more than 2,000 years ago. How can I live to this day? You are all evolutionary. Do you still think people must have died more than 2,000 years ago? Asked the middle-aged man in uniform. But if Qin Shi Huang is really so powerful, then why would the Qin dynasty be destroyed? The young man asked. Moreover, there has been no trace in 2000. He is not tired of being an emperor and wants to be an ordinary citizen, right? When Ximen Qing returned home after the operation, before Ximen Qing had time to change her shoes, Ajani ran over. Ximen Qing, come, let me tell you something. What are you doing? Ximen Qing walked out with her. Now that her strength has recovered a bit, she is no longer afraid of random bad luck around Ajani. Even because she and Qin Yuyeo were nearby, to a certain extent, Ajani's ability was suppressed, so that Ajani did not cause much change during this period. Of course, this is not necessarily all good. What if it's been held back for a long time? After all, because the 8 evil spirits are too close, they are always prone to trouble. Zhang Jianhong drove Luna Jones to leave because of this. Now the 3 8 evil spirits have been together for so long and haven't had any trouble, it's already very abnormal. I'm begging you to do something, okay? Ajani said to Ximen Qing in a negotiating tone when she arrived at the side of the Ziliang Ye's Wang lantern. Not good. Ximen Qing refused decisively. Ajani Limala stayed with her. Oh, I haven't said anything yet. Needless to say, anyway, there must be nothing good, Ximen Qing said disgustingly. I have been very idle lately, but it doesn't mean I want to die. Ajani's abilities are too terrifying. Although Ximen Qing doesn't think there is any danger that can threaten her life, what if an accident makes her sleep like last time for 100 years? Oh, please, this is really important to me. Ajani begged Ximen Qing and refused to let it go. Don't say it. Do you think I am the kind of fool who knows how to soften up and find things for himself? Ximen Qing pointed to his nose. Yeah. Ajani nodded quickly. Damn. Ximen Qing had the urge to hit someone. Let go quickly, or I will burn you. Listen to me first. Ajani is immortal, but she is not afraid of her fire. Ximen Qing can't help her. After all, the reason why Ajani is willing to stay opposite the Ziliang demon village is mainly relying on her own consciousness. She really wants to leave, no one can stop her. Just a little breath that leaked out after the suppression ability could make the existence below the 8th evil rank miserable. If this is true, Qin Yuyeo may not be able to withstand it. Not to mention Ximen's situation, whose strength is still recovering. It's okay, you say, I'll go in after I'm done. I'm sure I won't promise you anyway. Ximen Qing shook her hand away, hugged her chest and looked at her. Ajani said, that's it. I heard Song Yunryu say that the end of this month is her brother's birthday. I want to personally give him a birthday present, and then say happy birthday to him. You are not afraid that after you finish saying this sentence, will he die of heart palsy? Ximen Qing asked rhetorically. I won't, Ajani said seriously, how could I harm him? Ximen Qing understands her meaning. Are you planning to take the initiative to display your abilities? You have to figure out that your abilities are the distribution of luck, not a gift. If someone becomes lucky, there will inevitably be an equal amount of misfortune, especially you. When you consciously control this ability, relative luck or misfortune will fall on you. People who are usually affected by Ajani's ability become lucky or unlucky at random. Even if she goes out and rides in a car, it depends on her luck. If you are lucky, you can reach your destination blindly. If you are not lucky, they will become the killers of transportation just like they went to the island country. But if she takes the initiative to control, she can also specify the target to become lucky or unlucky. The price is that she herself will inevitably appear on the other side of Tianping. She can get lucky by making others unhappy. But in fact, except for a few times when she didn't know how serious the consequences were at first, she never did it again. She would rather wander around and pick up trash to eat, rather than take the initiative to hurt others. Conversely, she can also give others luck at the expense of her own bad luck. She has used this several times, but to be honest, the consequences are very serious. Even if she will not die, she will not use it easily. For example, once, she took the initiative to bless a dilapidated town and make it prosperous. The result was that she fell into the crater, scorched, resurrected, and scorched in the magma for a whole decade, cyclically, unable to escape. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore. She launched a lucky blessing to herself, and as a result, the volcano erupted. Her body was taken by the magma and fell into the sea, cooled down and escaped. But after the eruption of the volcano, the small town she once blessed was completely destroyed. Thanks to her blessing, the town became very prosperous and attracted a large number of tourists, so the casualties were particularly heavy. After learning the truth, Ajani regretted it very much. If she left it alone, perhaps the consequences would be much lighter. Although Ximen Qing didn't know the specific situation, she still knew about Ajani's ability, so she asked her if she had figured it out. Ajani nodded. I understand, so I just have to hold back. Ximen Qing shook his head. How obsessed are you with that kid? Obviously he hasn't done anything. I don't know how it feels, Ajani said with a smile. Okay, I have listened to your request, and I'll go back. Ximen Qing said and was about to enter the door. When Ajani saw this, she quickly grabbed her. You just left. Otherwise. Ximen Qing poked her forehead. I said I won't help you. Do you think I'm kidding? I have nothing to do after eating, so why should I accompany you to death? Don't. Ajani hurriedly grabbed her hand. Please, let me see him. Ximen Qing sighed. I don't understand. The father is the richest man in Asia, and he is also a standard tall, rich, and handsome. What is missing for him? Why do you have to bless him? I don't know, Ajani explained. I just feel very upset recently and worry that something will happen to him. I don't know if this is my instinct to be overwhelmed or evil, but I would rather believe it. I really don't want to let him have an accident. Do you mean that you sensed that something might happen to him? Ximen Qing asked. Ajani nodded quickly, making an expression of eagerness to believe. Ximen Qing thought for a while, and said, You wait, I will get back to you in a few days. Okay, I'll wait for you. After getting rid of Ajani, Ximen Qing entered the room and went directly to the door of Tianyunjian. Chartered woman? Chartered woman. What? The door opened, and Song Yunryu with messy hair appeared in front of her. I'm asking you something. Has your brother been going to do anything lately? My brother. Song Yunryu looked at her suspiciously. It's strange, when do you become interested in men? Ximen Qing said in a bad mood, it's not because of you, or I will care if he is dead or alive. You wait, I'll ask him. Song Yunryu called Song Yunj, talked for a while, and then hung up. She said to Simon Love, I asked, he has been helping my dad recently. He lives a regular life from 9 to 5 every day, and has no plans to go out at all. That's weird. Ajani told me that she had a premonition of anxiety, and was afraid that something would happen to your brother. Simon's lover told me about the affairs of Ajani. Song Yunryu frowned and said, should she be lying? Just to see my brother. God knows, but in this case, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being true, you will leave it alone. Ximen Qing asked rhetorically. Song Yunryu thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Well then, let my brother report to me every day. If there are any changes, I can know the first time, and then decide whether to let Ajani meet him. Bar. That's okay, I'll talk to Ajani. Ximen King nodded. Song Yunryu said again, by the way, you seemed to say you are going to heaven before, don't you plan to go? Yes. Ximen Qing patted his forehead. I almost forgot. There is a zombie mysteriously missing, and the 8 evil spirits in the space station are the most suspected. She had planned to check it before, but as soon as there were many things, I forgot. Song Yunryu reminded her. It's better to hit the sun instead of choosing a day, just go now. Ximon Qing came to the courtyard, a pair of flame wings suddenly appeared behind her, and then jumped up and flew towards space. The huge sonic boom shocked Qin Yueyao who was painting. She poked her head out and took a look. Sister Yunwu, where is Sister Ximon going? God, go to the space station. Oh, Qin Yueyao was a little worried, is she going to be okay? What can she do? Song Yunwu said, compared with this, I am more worried that if she quarrels with the 8 evil spirits, she will make things worse. Would you like me to go and have a look? Song Yunwu said. Forget it, Song Yunwu thought for a while, and stopped her. It's easy to get into trouble with just 2 8 evil spirits. If the 3 are put together, God knows if it will be self-defeating. Qin Yueyao said, but we lived with agony for so long www.novelmtl.com and nothing happened. This is even more worrying, Song Yunwu said, I have studied with Simon. According to the truth, if the 2 8 evil spirits are so close, the probability of disasters is very high, but the 3 of you are in peace. There must be some unknown rules in this. What's the rule? It's not clear for the time being, but it's probably related to agony. After all, her ability is lucky control, Song Yunwu said. Ximon Love's guess is that 2 8 evil spirits are prone to accidents together, so the lucky value is decline, and luck will inevitably rise after the decline. The existence of agony may have affected this change to a certain extent. What? Qin Yueyao was confused. Simply put, if you and Ajani are so close, it is easy to have accidents and become unlucky, and then someone will become lucky. Now suppose that the person who becomes so lucky is Ximon Qing. In contrast, Ajani and Ximon Qing also it will have a similar effect, which means that the luck and misfortune of the 2 of you are combined, so there has been no accident. But it's not right, Qin Yueyao said, then my being with Sister Ximon will also cause changes? How is this calculated? That's the problem. What I didn't figure out with the idiot zombie is this, so the statement just now is just a hypothetical one, and it's not certain that this is the case, Song Yunwu said. Maybe there is something between you and her. It may be special. After all, the last time you 2 went to the wedding together, nothing happened. Well, then, Qin Yueyao began to see arcs on his forehead. Such a complicated problem is not suitable for me to think about. Sister Yunwu, I have a problem now. What? If you say that it was because the 3 of us got together to maintain a balance and nothing happened, then now that Sister Simon is gone, leaving me and Ajani so close, will it? Halfway through her words, Song Yunwu's face had changed, so why had she forgotten about it? No, Xiao Yueyao, you go quickly, go to any city to play for a few days, and you will come back when the idiot zombie comes back. Oh, okay. Qin Yueyao changed her clothes quickly, then the thunder and lightning turned her horse and flew away. Ajani doesn't have the means of moving at high speeds like her, and there is a 50% probability that she will become a killer of transportation, so she must be the one who chooses to leave at this time. Ximon Qing is like a rocket, rushing out of the earth into space after accelerating several times in a row. A flame ignited in her pupils, and she swept around to find the space station. After all, such a big thing can be easily found as long as it is not across the earth. She flew towards the space station, like a meteor. But before she could get close, a small flying saucer-shaped aircraft came to her. The lights on this aircraft flickered, seeming to be sending some kind of signal. It's a pity that Ximon Qing is not a spacecraft, so I can't receive this signal. After flashing several times, a thin screen suddenly popped up on the aircraft, and the text of various countries began to be displayed on it. Ximon Qing basically understands Huayu, which probably means that the front will enter the defensive area of the space station. If she continues to approach, she will be attacked. It's really as inhospitable as the rumors. Ximon Qing looked at the small flying saucer in front of her, and suddenly stretched out her hand to write in the void. The flame stained her fingertips, leaving Chinese characters with the strokes. The rough idea is that she is here to find someone. If the person is in the space station, she will return, if not, then she will leave. Logically, since this kind of flying saucer had been issued to warn her, the people in the spaceship must have known that she was coming. The evolutionary who can physically move in the universe will be valued wherever they are placed. However, Ximon Qing waited for a long time and did not get a reply. The UFO was still playing various texts repeatedly. In other words, the other party didn't even obtain the information about her speaking flower language. Is it so unilateral? Or is it just an automatic mechanism? In fact, the owner of the space station doesn't know that I'm here. Ximon Qing began to think. It stands to reason that with such a high-end technology product, there is no reason not to notify the owner when she is near the cordon, right? Is it because of special circumstances that you can't receive this information? For example, you're going out? Sleeping. Ximon Qing guessed. But in any case, it is definitely impossible for her to stay outside the cordon like this. She is still at least 500 kilometers away from the space station, and she cannot sense the presence of zombies at such a distance. At least it must be close to within 50 kilometers. It wouldn't be so troublesome if it returned to the heyday, but the key is that the power of the celestial woman she can master now is less than 1/10. Ignoring the warning from the flying saucer, Ximon Qing wrote one line again. I won't reply any more. I broke in. 11 characters with 2 punctuation marks are all constructed of flames, and each character is several hundred meters high. Ximon Qing threw this row of characters in the direction of the space station. However, less than 100 meters after the fire character flew, a laser cannon came immediately, blasting the character to pieces. Follow me, right? Simon Ching didn't know whether this was automatic defense or the other party's deliberate demonstration. If it is self-defense, it means that the owner may not be at home, so it's okay for her to take a look and leave. If it was a demonstration, then it would be unbearable. Was this guy really given the name of the leader of the Tsingyi demon cult for nothing? The conclusion is, no matter what, the rush is over. Simon Ching kicked the flying saucer in front of her, and the fire wing behind her shook, and the whole person turned into streamer and flew towards the space station. The previous laser cannon fired again, but she was dodged by her flexible posture. After a round of attacks failed, the space station immediately adjusted its plan. This time, hundreds of lasers were shot at Simon King densely, leaving no room to escape. Simon smiled disdainfully. A small golden sword appeared in the palm of her hand. The small sword became bigger in the blink of an eye, and the surface was stained with a layer of golden flames. This is the flying sword and golden wind of the Song family. After Simon Ching gave a layer of enchanting, its power was quite terrifying. With a light wave of her, all the laser light in the sky was blocked in half, and the flames and laser light bloomed in the space with gorgeous fireworks. Just like this, you want to stop me? Simon smiled disdainfully and continued on. This time she has been flying for 100 kilometers without being blocked. It seems that those laser cannons are the ultimate defense method of the space station. It's just, is it really that simple? Simon always feels that an 8 evildoer shouldn't have such a lack of cards, and it is too low to rely on laser cannons to support the scene. At the same time, inside the space station, the fat man who was sleeping suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, and Kui Minjayo, who was sleeping on the ground with his knees, was also awakened. Are you awake? Are you yourself? Or Achi? I'm Ezzy. The fat man said dumbly. Yes, Kui Minjayo muttered to herself, if it's me, I probably shrank the corner of the bed. Alas, why did you wake up suddenly? There is an enemy invasion, the automatic defense system has been activated, and the first line of defense has been breached. According to feedback, the enemy's energy level is very high. Kui Minjayo was startled when she heard this. The enemy? Why? The purpose is unknown, the owner is in a deep coma, with limited authority, and can only be executed according to preset instructions. At present, the opponent has used violence to break through the line of defense and is judged to be an enemy. The next step should be taken. Kui Minjayo quickly shouted, wait a minute? Don't you try to communicate with the other party first? Maybe someone just passed by accident. There are warning facilities on the periphery of the battleship. It is impossible to enter the defense range without active invasion. Achi answered her question while issuing instructions, activate the second line of defense. The spacecraft immediately broadcasted, the second line of defense has been activated, please select a combat unit. As Yi said, send out Li Yuanba, Li Yi, and Li Guang. The selection is complete, and the combination activates the hidden attribute Mighty Timber Tired, and the strength of the defensive cover is doubled. Huh. Kui Minjayo was confused. Aren't the few historical celebrities you just mentioned? Are the evolutionaries they projected on the battleship? No, Achi explained. A Fang Palace rose to space more than 2,000 years ago and overlooks the Earth. All history is recorded in the system. When warships make combat units, referring to these historical data, they can create a large number of characteristic soldiers. Power has been significantly improved. Then, what is that mighty timber cutting? Because the 3 soldiers dispatched this time are all named Li, so they default to a family. Aziz said. Kui Minjayo was all dumbfounded. What's this all about? You don't have to think too much. In short, it's very fierce. Are you too simple? Kui Minjayo asked. Can you see the fighting outside? Aziz said, I can, you can't, the authority is insufficient, and I can't show you specific pictures. Kui Minjayo. Doesn't that mean you don't know anything? Forget it, just continue to sleep. Simon Ching kept approaching the space station, and at the same time was guarding the opponent's defense methods. After a while, a wormhole suddenly opened in front of her, and 3 figures walked out of it. Simon Ching didn't mean to stop at all, and rushed straight forward. But a transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of her, and the golden wind sword that was burning fired it down with a single sword, but it didn't break it, which made her stop. Taking a closer look, 3 robots appeared in front of her. Among them, the height standing at the forefront is more than 60 meters, and the appearance is a bit like a high. He also holds a huge Fangtian painted halberd weapon in his hand. Standing behind it was a miniature Gundam about 10 meters long, with 6 barrels on the shoulders, waist, and hands all aimed at Simon Ching, and there were more than a dozen floating guns flying around. In the end, the robot was even smaller. It looked a bit like Iron Man and didn't have any external weapons, but the flashing green light on that guy's head was very dazzling. The transparent wall blocking Ximen's love seems to have been made by the smallest robot www.novelmtl.com. She glanced over the 3 robots and chuckled. This is pretty awesome. At low levels, the mythology department generally crushes other departments, but as the level is higher, the gap gradually becomes smaller. There has always been a debate in the Mystery League, that is, which side is stronger between the top science fiction department and the top mythology department. Simon Ching can now be considered as able to verify it. The flame wings closed, enclosing her in the middle, all the flames began to deform, and finally turned into a sphere. Ximen's love at this time is like a sun, which is a change after the goddess of the celestial being mixed with the godhead of Amaterasu. Although it is not the strongest state, but you can try it. Can your high technology withstand the impact of a star? Ximenqing didn't even notice it. She even enjoyed the thrill of fighting at this time. The transparent barrier was instantly melted through after touching the flames of Ximenqing. The highest robot was extremely mobile, and it rushed in front of Ximenqing to try to intercept her. As a result, as soon as Fang touched, the huge Fang Tian painted halberd was burned from the middle. What Ximenqing did not expect was that after Fang Tian's painted halberd was broken into 2 pieces, it began to change its shape rapidly like a transformer, and in the blink of an eye, it changed from 2 halberds to a pair of giant hammers. The huge robot hit her with a hammer, and Ximenqing appeared behind the robot in a flash. She was holding a huge mechanical arm in her hand, which was torn from the robot, and sparks were still emitting from the fracture. It's pretty solid, Ximenqing praised. She had just planned to tear it to pieces, only to pull off one arm, which shows how strong the robot is. Its body surface seems to be covered with a thin protective cover, which greatly enhances its defenses. The 2 or 3 rounds between Ximenqing and the giant robot were just a blink of an eye. When she pulled off her arm, the gunfire of the robot holding the barrel in the distance had also covered it. More than a dozen floating cannons surrounded her and started shooting frantically. However, the fireball surrounding Ximen's love suddenly expanded, and then contracted again after expanding to a certain extent. During this expansion and contraction, all the floating cannons were burned to ashes, and all the dense artillery fire was eliminated. Just when Ximenqing was preparing to deal with the shooter, the small robot whose head was always glowing with green light also offered his own assassin. Ximenqing only felt that her feet were empty, and the surrounding scene suddenly began to change. This is dimensionality reduction. She clearly felt that she had fallen from the 3-dimensional to the 2-dimensional just now. It seems that among the 3 robots, the most fierce one is the smallest. However, this dimensionality reduction does not seem to be a perfect dimensionality reduction, but a state simulated by calculation. Compared with the real dimensionality reduction blow, it is very unstable, and Ximenqing can break through with a little effort. Just as she was about to do it, suddenly the world of the second element began to shatter. What's the matter? Ximen's thoughts turned, and he immediately guessed the outline. It should be the robot from the outside who knocked her down to the second element, not counting, but even tearing paper. When the paper is shattered, the paper person will naturally be harmed. This is quite a sharp method, and it can only be said to be the 8 evils, and it may be really hard to withstand it if it is replaced by someone else. Ha! Ximenqing's mouth twitched, and the flames all over her body converged to her right hand. The golden red flames condensed into a magma-colored armor. With the gentle wave of Ximenqing's hand, the entire 2-dimensional world instantly ignited a monstrous flame. In an instant of effort, Ximenqing jumped out of the second dimension. You can see a piece of white paper floating in space and burning continuously. Even without oxygen, the flame of Ximenqing will not go out. It's interesting. Ximenqing moved his fingers, and then lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand wearing the flame glove. Yes, just like Iron Man. The sound cannot be transmitted in space, but it can be clearly seen that with one of her fingers snapping, the 3 robots began to burn at the same time. The flames could not be extinguished at all, and within 15 seconds, all 3 powerful robots were burned to ashes. Ximenqing then looked at the space station. I want to see what else you can stop me, eh? Halfway through the conversation, Ximenqing was suddenly stunned. She rubbed her eyes with her left hand, and then looked at it again. Huh? Where's the space station? The one that was just here. Why is the big space station gone? Ximenqing looked around, but found no shadow in the space. But in the void, I felt the not weak spatial fluctuations. Damn, this guy has escaped. Ximen was very depressed. Her attack power is fierce, but she doesn't have any effective spatial means. It's really impossible to encounter this kind of guy who teleports at a disagreement. You have the ability to escape the solar system? Otherwise you think I can't find you. Ximen angrily grabbed the huge robotic arm that she tore off and flew towards the Earth. Only this is left of the 3 robots. She plans to take it back and let Song Yunryu and Jin Huiwen and the others study to see if they can find the space station. The other party is also an 8th evil level existence. After using space technology to escape, Ximen's love alone can no longer find him, and it is useless to continue to stay in space. Kui Minjayo was only hugging the corner where her knees were, but suddenly she felt a burst of gravity, as if the elevator that was going down suddenly stopped. What's the matter? She was a little surprised. Shouldn't space float? As Yi said, the opponent's combat effectiveness is too high. After calculation, it can repel the enemy, but the warship will be damaged by more than 40%. This strategy is rejected and changed to Plan B. What is Plan B? It's the best thing to do. You escaped. Kui Minjayo opened her mouth and looked very surprised. Then where did we escape now? One of your majesty's palace. Aziz said. Your majesty? Which majesty? Insufficient authority. No answer. Kui Minjayo said. I can guess if you don't tell me. Since it's called a Fanggong, it must be Qin Shi Huang, right? Achi, guess. Then. Qin Ershi? Xiang Yu? Liu Bang. She guessed the emperor one by one, but Aziz was always expressionless and would only answer, guess. Kui Minjayo had to give up the routine and continued to shrink into a ball. She couldn't leave wherever she went, so she could only wait for the fat man to wake up. How could this human allergy have such a weird disease? Let's talk about the other side. Qin Yueyao hurriedly left Ziliang Yezhuang www.novelmtl.com and didn't know where to go for a while. Forget it, let's go home. She thought for a while, and she didn't go home for a while, and she didn't know if her parents missed her. Although Qin Yueyao only graduated from university in June, at this time she has already made money that no one else can make in her entire life. There is no employment pressure at all, she has relieved her parents a lot of burden, and even bought them a house. But the elderly can't take time off. Once they don't have to worry about their children's employment, they will inevitably begin to pay attention to other aspects. For example, marriage. In the past, Qin Yueyao could still fool her parents by reading, but after graduation, this shield was gone. This is also one of the reasons why she is reluctant to go home. Anyway, there is a younger sister in the family who can divert the attention of parents. This is the benefit of a second child. No, I have to buy some presents to go back, otherwise she must have trouble with me. Qin Yueyao has a younger sister who is 4 years younger than herself. She is completely opposite in character, wild like a tomboy. Other girls like the doll's age, and she is already fighting for a 4-wheel drive with other little boys. When other girls started to play dancing games, she was already blowing up with people in low. When other girls started to tell the teacher that they fell in love in high school, she pretended to be a male classmate to participate in the school football team game. Since all the genes for her were snatched away by her sister, Qin Yuki still looked like a nail on her head until she was 18, and she was completely a handsome boy with a cut of her hair. Until she won the championship, no one found out that she was a female. When the main team of the runner-up team finally came to change the jersey with her, she took off the jersey without thinking, revealing the cuteness and being seen by everyone. But even so, everyone just thinks that she is a pervert who likes women's clothing, instead of thinking about her as a girl. After all, she was too fierce on the court, and a boy of 1.8 meters was even knocked over by her. Therefore, if you bring gifts to such a sister, you definitely can't bring that kind of routine. Nothing like pretty skirts, bags, and facial masks work, and the bad omens are even worse. Qin Yuki hasn't had any needs in this area. When she grows up so big, 2 band-aids will be done with 1 stick. Qin Yueyao knew her sister's temperament well, so after considering it for a while, she decided to buy her a pair of boxing gloves. The kid is practicing boxing, but he doesn't like punching bags. He always stares at the trees in his community. Several trees have been balled by her. Correspondingly, glove consumption is also high. Qin Yueyao bought a big brand glove that her sister had always wanted. She didn't know the difference between this glove. Anyway, she chose expensive ones and sent them to her sister along with the label. Of course, she couldn't fly back home. After she found a place where no one was left, she landed on a special car with a taxi package. The risk of a single chartered car for a big beautiful woman like her is still not small, but Qin Yueyao is unusual. If the driver dares to move any crooked minds, then Qin Yueyao promises to let him feel what the Lord of Thunder is. Fortunately, it was an ordinary driver who called out this time. Although she peeped at her through the mirror many times along the way, she was not really frantic. Qin Yueyao arrived home and knocked on the door. But there was an electric arc on her forehead immediately. Oh, I'm so stupid. Right now they are both still in the store. Knock on the door. Qin Yueyao's parents are self-employed, and the couple opened a dry cleaner. This kind of business is open all year round, and it's basically in the store during the day. Although she gave a lot of money to the family, some people just can't stay free, and the 2 elders still insist on the habit of opening business every day for more than 10 years. So she was going to get the spare key, but the door suddenly opened. It was Qin Yueyao's mother Su Ying who opened the door. She looked surprised. Why are you back? You don't even make a phone call. Forgot, Qin Yueyao said. I just happened to be free, so I'll come back and have a look. Why are you not in the store? Hey, don't say it. I'm really annoyed. Mother Qin shook her head and sighed. You will come in first. Oh. After Qin Yueyao entered the house, she found her father Qin Hua was also there. Her face was a little ugly. But when I saw Qin Yueyao, he eased a little. I'm back, so let's rest a few more days when I come back. How many days do you plan to stay this time? About a week, Qin Yueyao said casually. In fact, she was very free. When Simon Ching didn't give the script, she was online every day, reading comics, just like a dead house. By the way, what's wrong with you? Has something happened? Oh, Mother Qin sighed again. It's not your sister yet. What's up with her? Father Qin said angrily. The college entrance examination is about to take place in less than a month. She actually ran away from home at this time and didn't bring her mobile phone. This is maddening us. Run away from home. Qin Yueyao thought carefully. This is really Qin Yuki's style, but she was not in a hurry, but persuaded her parents. Don't worry, you can come back next year if you miss the college entrance examination, and I can support her for a lifetime without studying. Probably the wealthy people have had more contact, and Qin Yueyao's thoughts have also changed a lot. For the poor, the college entrance examination is definitely an important promotion channel. But her net worth is tens of millions, hundreds of millions is just a matter of time. The college entrance examination is not so important. When the younger sister is going to get married, she will buy a few more houses for her as her dowry. With Qin Yuki's appearance, it is more than enough to match a good man with no diploma. In contrast, Qin Yueyao felt that the biggest flaw in her younger sister should be her character. Qin's father and Qin's mother didn't think so. She has the hands and feet, why do you want you to support her for life? Father Qin patted the coffee table and said, if she really can't read the book, we will give up, but she is capable. Every simulation she was in the top 10 of the class. The teacher said that the exam was stable. After 12 years, she ran away in the last month. Do you say that it is annoying and not annoying? Why did she run away from home? Did you quarrel with her? Qin Yueo asked. As a result, Mother Qin said, this is the key. We don't know why she is leaving. She suddenly gave us a phone call that day, saying that she is not for the college entrance examination and would call back every night, but she just didn't tell us about her. Where? We can't even report to the police. If there is no news, the two elders can still ask the police to help find someone www.novelmtl.com, but in this situation where there are video calls every day, the police can't bother to care about their parents' shortcomings. Father Qin said, if you ask her, don't say anything, just hang up if you can't say a few words. Qin Yueo asked, then when does she usually call back? It's about 10 o'clock, sometimes it's a little later, Mother Qin said. I don't know where she is. The background is always a pink wall, sometimes I can hear other girls calling her. You say shouldn't she be tricked into MLM? No, she's not that stupid. Qin Yueo shook her head decisively. Okay, don't worry, the college entrance examination is held every year. As long as she participates, the score will always be able to go to college even if she is almost paid for, or send her off. It's a good idea to go abroad to study. When she graduates, I told a sister I know that it's easy to get her a clerical job where she can eat and drink. She is spoiled by the two of you, Father Qin said. I've been so used to her, and I'm so used to being a waste person. How can I marry someone in the future? Where can a man want her as a bodhisattva? Haha. Qin Yueo had nothing to say about this, she was also worried about this. By the way, there is one more thing that is quite troublesome. Mother Qin suddenly said again. What else? Qin Yueo asked subconsciously. As a result, as soon as she looked up and saw the expressions of her parents, she knew she was going to suffer. Sure enough, Mother Qin said, you will graduate next month, and your job has developed so well now. We don't need to worry at all. Next, should you also think about your marriage? Mom, I'm only 22 this year. Qin Yueo is going crazy. Are the parents of the world carved out of a template? When I was studying, you told me not to be distracted and not to fall in love early. Now you want me as soon as I graduate. Bring you a son-in-law back? I think you are embarrassing me, Qin Yueo. Father Qin said, we are not asking you to get married now, but we just say that you are ready to find someone now. It's that simple for you to find someone? You are 25 years old if you find someone for 2 or 3 years. At that time, you just got married. If you wait for 25 and then look for it, won't you become an old girl when you find it? Mother Qin also followed up in due course. It just so happens that there is an old customer in my store. Their family has recently made a fortune from doing business. I have also seen her son. The young man is very tall and handsome and is just right for you. Qin Yueo felt about to vomit blood. I shouldn't have chosen to come back in the first place. Her lifespan has long destined her to miss ordinary people, and the second elder is completely adding chaos to her. Sure enough, she still had to get her sister back, otherwise she really couldn't resist Qin's father and Qin's mother. Don't say that, I'll talk to them. When you come back, I'll take you to see them, Mother Qin said. Just meet each other. If you don't like you should go to have a cup of tea. I will give you a cup of tea when you don't like you. Push it away. Qin Yueo's expression is, in her heart, I believe in you a ghost, but I still want to lie to me to go on a blind date with someone. Father Qin also persuaded at this time, you can talk to others before you meet them. Don't refuse for the sake of rejection. If you really don't like it, will we force you? Let me say that our daughter is so good now. A man is worthy of you, but you can't stay married forever, unless you can stay young forever. Dad, I can really stay young. Qin Yueo complained in her heart. But after thinking about it, I still don't bother to say. After all, the evolution of things is more troublesome to explain. So she simply said, that's it, you tell me his phone number, and I will meet with someone on my own, and then I will give you an answer. If you don't agree, it's fine. She guessed that she would definitely not give up if she didn't meet her parents. It would be better to make an appointment and express her intention directly without delaying others. The parents wanted to accompany her, but seeing her persistence, they had no choice but to agree. Qin Yueo called on the phone, and it seemed that the number was still a landline. Hey, is it Aunt Zhang's house? I'm Qin Yueo, the daughter of the owner of XX Dry Cleaners. Oh, you are Su Ying's daughter? Where are you now? Are you still in Xiaokang City? A woman's voice came on the other end of the phone. It should be the friend Qin said. Qin Yueo said, I'm just going home now, and my mother told me about it. Auntie, do you think we can meet at a time? Okay, my son is just about to return to China. I don't think I need to find a place anymore. You can come to my house directly. The address is XXXXX. Tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. Will you come to our house for dinner? Okay. It's not very good. We only met for the first time. How about we meet alone first? Qin Yueo thought I would refuse. It would be too much if it was in front of his parents. It's the same as the villain in the stories of emoting young poverty that Sister Simon tells her usually. As a result, the phone said, it doesn't matter, we just have to go out to attend a friend's wedding tomorrow. We won't be at home, just the two of you? Qin Yueo. If she were an ordinary girl, she would go to someone's house the first time she met, and there were only 2 people, this situation would be too dangerous. But it doesn't matter, anyway, young people don't have to give too much face to each other. When the time comes, she will meet and finish the conversation without having to enter the door. So she agreed, okay, I will come then. After responding to this incident, the parents' moods really improved a lot, and Chin Yueo was madly complaining about her younger sister. It was this guy. If she was still there, she could give her some pocket money and hire her to replace her blind date. Anyway, when Chin Yuki goes out, no matter how good-tempered a man is, he has to retreat. Why did such a good shield run away from home? In the evening of the next day, Chin Yueo came to Aunt Zhang's house according to the address. Looking at the independent villa in front of him, which was twice the size of Ziliang Demon Village, Chin Yueo couldn't help feeling that it was really rich. Even if her hometown is only a second-tier city, such a big villa will not be cheap. At least let her buy one like this now, which will definitely empty her bank card. She rang the doorbell, but no one responded after waiting for a long time. Aren't you at home? Chin Yueo pressed again. Still no response. That's just right. Chin Yueo was so happy, so she would have an excuse to deal with her mother when she went back. But I still have to make a call. She opened the call log and dialed it. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. There was no answer for half a minute, and Chin Yueo was right now and could go home and lie down on the bed. As a result, when she was about to hang up, the other end of the phone picked up. Hey, who? It was a man who was talking, and his voice was a little stuttered. Chin Yueo said, are you Song Ching Huan? Yes, it's me. I'm Chin Yueo. Has your mother told you about me? Yes, you can speak first. The remote control opened the door lock over there, and Chin Yueo entered. Chin Yueo thought through what she wanted to say before entering the door www.novelmtl.com and opened the door. She didn't know that an argument was taking place in the villa at this time. There were 3 people arguing, 2 men and 1 woman. Female, what's the matter? Song Ching Huan didn't say that someone would come to him. Male 1, how do I know? What is the origin of this woman? She still knows Song King Huan's mother. Female, follow her, just find an excuse to let it go. Male 2, don't you hear me? This woman doesn't know Song Ching Huan, I can impersonate him. Female, damn. You are totally surprised. Male 2, I estimate that 80% of Song King Huan's mother finds him a blind date. Mad, he is so ugly, but he can marry such a beautiful wife. This is too unfair. It's great to be rich? I'm not convinced. There are not many powerful evolvers, and more evolvers are actually a little bit better than ordinary people. Therefore, it is not so simple for them to use their abilities to gain benefits. For example, zombies, although they are physically stronger than normal people, if they engage in sports, they simply cannot pass the physical exam. Those special effects are gorgeous, such as those that can spray water and fire, and it is even more difficult to use their abilities easily. Because the Mysterious Alliance has regulations, it is not allowed to expose the existence of the evolver on a large scale, otherwise the Mysterious Alliance will come to deal with the aftermath, and the expenses incurred in the aftermath need to be fully borne by the exposed evolver. Mystery Alliance has some ways to recover this money, unless you are the 8 evil. Therefore, it is not easy for some low-level evolutionists to get mixed up. For example, Zhao San, Qianju, and Sun Shaiki, these 3 were originally mercenaries, but their performance is not good and it is dangerous to make less money. After a long time, they couldn't stand it and quit. The 3 formed a small team to engage in various businesses that could make money. All 3 of them hid their real names and used code names to match them. Zhao San is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looks more anxious and looks like his 50s. Ability is Affinity. When activated, you can quickly become friends with strangers, but the ability lasts only 1 hour. Once the ability stops, the opponent's favor ability will instantly reverse. How friendly you were before, how hostile you will be afterwards. Very tasteless, but still a bit useful in obtaining information. Qianju is a woman, her age is unknown, because her ability is to change her age, even the 2 partners don't know whether she is a grandmother or a little lowly. The advantage is that she can become a little lowly to induce others to relax their vigilance, and she can also become a charming sister to seduce those innocent boys. In the end, Sun Shaiki was simply a hanging silk. When he was 20 years old, he was a dog licker and was tricked by a green tea as a guarantee. In the end, he broke his fortune and was sold to Africa for mining. Later, the ability awakened and escaped, and he had a special attachment to beautiful women. What he hates most is the girlfriend of the rich. He feels that all the women who are with the rich are gold worshippers and green tea bitches. The 3 of them came to Hua country for a mission, but it happened that they met a Dr. Song Ching Huan named Sea Turtle on the same plane. Zhao San judged that this man was a fat sheep based on his veteran experience, so he used his ability to talk to Song Ching Huan. They knew that Song King Huan's house was a nouveau riche, they also knew the password of his safe, and they knew that there would be no one in his house tonight. When the 3 of them are combined, the task is not in a hurry anyway, so they can simply be a sideline. After getting off the plane, they stunned Song Ching Huan, and then used the key they got from him to enter the door. After a lot of raids in the villa, he got a lot of money. When the 3 of them were about to leave, Chin Yueo came. Coincidentally, Song King Huan's mother Zhang, Auntie Zhang, originally planned to tell him after he got off the plane, but Song Ching Huan had been knocked out at that time and the phone was turned off, so the three thieves did not get this information. The three of them had already succeeded, and they should have been stunned, but Sun Shiki's old problem had committed. He saw that Qin Yueo was so beautiful and even came to Song Qinghuan. He felt that this woman must also be a gold worshipper. The key is that Qin Yueo is too beautiful, even just through the camera at the doorbell is enough to be amazing. I'm so handsome and he's so ugly, why doesn't such a beautiful woman look at me? Sun Shiki's eyes were red. Zhao San pointed out, he is 1 meter and 8 meters, and you are only 1 meter and 65 meters. It's so tall. Sun Shiki said angrily, my face is 1.5 meters tall. But you only have 1 meter 7 feet with the insole. Zhao San emphasized again. Sun Shiki, who felt that his ribs had been pierced by a knife, was furious, is he tall? Qianju said, people are not only tall, they also have money. It's great to grow tall and have money. Really amazing. The two partners nodded tacitly. I don't care. Anyway, I am going to order this woman today, Sun Shiki said. What happened to the rich women? See how I can add some green to them. Let's do it. Zhao San and Qianju couldn't help it, knowing that this guy was getting sick and there was no way to persuade them. Who makes everyone a partner? Sometimes it's better to follow him. Qin Yueo entered the house and saw a young man sitting on the sofa with a cup of coffee in his hand. Please sit down. The man gently gestured for her to sit down. Qin Yueo sat down out of politeness. She keenly noticed that the guy's eyes were spinning around her face, chest, waist, and legs as soon as she entered the door. And after he entered, his heartbeat and breathing speeded up significantly. But this is quite normal. After all, Qin Yueo is so beautiful. Unless he is a gay, there are really few men who can resist not looking at her. Besides, after removing these parts, the human body doesn't have much area. You can't force people to only look at her fingernails, right? Hello, are you Song Qinghuan? After sitting down, Qin Yueo and Sun Shiki looked at each other and asked. The latter nodded, that's right, the first time I met, this is my coffee, please taste it. Qin Yueo said, oh, no, I'm here to explain to you this time. This time, my mother is in charge of the matter without authorization. I don't have any intention to associate with you. This kind of thing should be explained face to face. It's better, so I'm here. Sun Shiki was taken aback. He thought that he could easily take down the beauty by posing as Song Qinghuan, the rich second generation, but he didn't think she had come to refuse. Good woman? She turned down the rich, the quality of this woman is too high. His originally gloomy heart suddenly became bright, and he only felt that the woman in front of him was just like an angel. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very noble inside. Don't be so anxious, Sun Shiki felt that he was in love. He had no vengeance before. Now he only wants to pursue the beauty in front of him. We don't even have a basic understanding. No need, Qin Yueo guessed that it would be almost enough to say so much to a strange man. If she goes down to let Simon Qing know what she has to do, she won't know what to play. That's it, I'll go back first. Now, I still have things to deal with at home. Oh, wait a minute. Sun Shiki quickly got up to stop. As a result, an embarrassing scene appeared. When they were sitting, their eyes were level, but when they stood up, his eyes could only be aligned with Qin Yueo's chin. Qin Yueo looked at the sparse hair on top of her head and blinked. Looking down, it turned out that Sun Shiki's legs were too short. The two sit at the same height, but their legs are nearly 7 centimeters apart. The air suddenly became quiet, and a strong sense of inferiority prompted Sun Shiki to quietly stand on tiptoe. Anyway, have a cup of coffee. Although it was very hard, he still insisted on talking with Qin Yueo face to face. Fortunately, this villa has to take off his shoes when he enters the door. Otherwise, as soon as Qin Yueo wears his 5 centimeters high heels, it will be useless even if he stands on tiptoe. Qin Yueo thought for a while, then bent over and picked up coffee to drink. But just as she handed the cup to her mouth, she suddenly felt a little bit wrong, and there was a bang from the stairs. Although her hearing is not as good as the wind ear, this kind of obvious sound is still audible. Is there anyone upstairs? She obviously heard Aunt Zhang say that there is only one person at home. Could it be that the thief was the victim? Qin Yueo, who grew up in this area, knew that there were thieves here. That. Sun Shiki hand was shed. Maybe it's my dog. Oh. Qin Yueo nodded and didn't think much. It's normal for a rich person to have a dog. Sometimes when he wants to change his furniture, he can easily persuade himself to spend money by biting out the old one. She took a sip of coffee, then put down the cup. Then I will leave. Seeing Qin Yueo's back turned and left, a smug smile appeared on Sun Shiki's face. After drinking that cup of coffee, you can't help but leave. His ability is quite special, called ritual. He can set a ritual 3 minutes in advance. This ritual can be blinking, breathing, or drinking water. After 3 minutes, if someone completes his ritual, then he can control that person. But this ability has a flaw, that is, it is based on global humans. If more people complete this ritual at the same time, the more their abilities will be divided, and the weaker the manipulation effect will be. For example, if he sets his breath, 7 billion people around the world are breathing. When he activates his ability, the effect is only 1 part of 7 billion, which basically means nothing. In addition, he himself must perform this ritual first, and some things he cannot do, such as licking his elbow, cannot be a starting condition. The ritual he set this time is to sit on the sofa and drink coffee. The combination of these two actions can eliminate most of the people in the world and focus his abilities on Qin Yueyao. By the way, because his only known goal is Qin Yueyao www.novelmtl.com, even if someone on the other side of the earth meets this condition, he is not under his control. In order to understand women, Sun Shiki had seen girls frequently, especially the kind of domineering presidential post. In the overbearing president's article, most of the heroines will be forced to bow by the president's overlord. He felt that those texts were the same as the male frequency Long Aotian. Men YY themselves became Long Aotian, and women YY themselves became the heroine of the domineering president text. In other words, men hope that they will do nothing like Long Aotian, and there will be women's upside-down posts, while women hope that a domineering president will come to slap themselves. Is this logic okay? Let me get your people first, and then get your heart. Sun Shiki concentratingly activated his abilities. Then, he was bleeding. Qin Yueyao was bending over to put on shoes, and suddenly heard a moan behind him. Looking back, I saw Song Qinghuan standing there in an extremely distorted posture. Probably like throwing a discus, the upper body is twisted to the back almost 180 degrees, and the two hands are twisted together. What are you doing? I'm doing yoga. Yes, I have this hobby. Sun Shiki said very hard. Yoga. Qin Yueyao was puzzled. Does yoga do this? Why is it different from Yuzai outings? But her nose suddenly smelled of blood. How come there is blood? This is definitely not her aunt. So, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Song Qinghuan's ears. Your ears are bleeding. Don't be nervous, Sun Shiqiang supported. This is just a normal detoxification, and it's not a big problem. Really, Qin Yueyao didn't know if he was right. After all, she had never learned yoga. Is it just that the effect of yoga is so powerful? Can you get rid of blood when you detoxify? But it doesn't matter to her. It's okay for her to shed so much blood every month, and it shouldn't be a big deal for her ears to have such a little blood. Qin Yueyao continued to wear shoes. She didn't notice Sun Shiki's attack from beginning to end. It's as if you were walking on the road, and suddenly an ant ran out to touch the porcelain, and as a result, if you accidentally ran it over, you might not know it. After Qin Yueyao left, Zhao San and Qianju immediately came down from the second floor. 17. How did you let her go? Wow, Zhao San, what are you talking about? Frighten my old lady, grass. The two people looked at Sun Shiki who was bleeding from Kakiao, and they almost fell off their pants in fright. Hey, 17, what's the matter with you? This shouldn't be the latest performance art, right? Are you dead? Somehow scream when you are dead. Qin Yueyao, who didn't know that she had inadvertently severely injured a team of evolutionaries, returned home. Mother Qin asked her, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you eat with others? Oh, no, I didn't see him right, so I came back. Qin Yueyao casually found an excuse. Seeing that Mother Qin continued to ask, she quickly changed the subject. Has Yu Qi called back today? Originally, my parents said my sister would call back every night, but there was no yesterday. This made Qin's father and Qin's mother a little worried, wondering if something happened to his daughter. Sure enough, when she heard this question, Qin's mother also showed a worried look. The time hasn't arrived yet. She usually calls between 5 and 6 o'clock. It's 5:30 now. If you don't call in a few hours, it's probably gone today. If there is no phone call for 2 days in a row, then she really has to consider calling the police. Qin Yueyao was about to say something, when suddenly a ringtone rang in the living room. It was Father Qin's cell phone. He picked it up immediately. A video pop-up popped out, showing their little daughter Qin Yuki. Dad, have you eaten dinner yet? Hearing this voice, Qin Yueyao mother and daughter rushed over. Father Qin said, why didn't you call yesterday? Do you know how worried we are? Qin Yueyao looked at the picture on the phone screen. It was a beautiful girl who looked a little similar to her. She was wearing a gray t-shirt, and she was leaning against a pink wall behind her. There was nothing extra. Yesterday we did. I forgot. Okay, Qin Yuki said carelessly. Anyway, you don't have to worry. You'll know it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why wait until tomorrow? Father Qin asked. Where are you? What are you doing? Oh, I said I will tell you tomorrow. Qin Yuki obviously didn't want to answer. She suddenly changed the subject. Huh? Sister, when did you come home? Did you bring me a gift? Qin Yueyao said. I brought you but you can't get it. Qin Yuki, you are so amazing. You will actually run away from home. Hey, I'm good. You really take me to praise you. If you really miss the college entrance examination, I will catch you back and let you go to a cram school for another year. Qin Yueyao threatened. The urge to marry this time has made her deeply feel the importance of a younger sister. How can such a good shield make her wave outside? She has always felt that people who think that brothers and sisters come to grab property and love from their parents are narrow-eyed people. Apart from these, if their parents have debts, brothers and sisters can also share their debts. Like her, they are urged to marry. If you have a sister, it will be much easier. Wow, is it so cruel? Qin Yueyao has changed. You didn't treat me like this before. Qin Yuki complained. Since she was a child, her big sister has always spoiled her, and this time she didn't know what medicine she had taken wrong and threatened her. Just after saying this, I heard a voice coming from outside the screen. Yuki, are you okay? The voice was from a woman, and Qin Yuki quickly said after hearing these words, okay, time is almost up. I will hang up first. I will talk about it tomorrow, and I will give you a surprise at that time. Wait a minute. Before Father Chin could speak, the video call ended. Mother Chin looked at Chin Yueo. Every time, it feels like a prison visit. Chin Yueo persuaded, don't worry, isn't it energetic to see her like this? I don't think she is being persecuted, there will be nothing wrong, and she said that she will tell you tomorrow. Hey, this girl is so uncomfortable. Father Chin sighed, born by the same mother, how come your two sisters are so different? Chin Yueo didn't think about anything at first, but Mother Chin stared at Father Chin and said, what do you mean? Why are you shouting at me so loudly? Did I say something wrong? Father Chin looked dumbfounded. Old Chin, your bones are itchy, right? Mother Chin said with a face, isn't it born to the same mother? Isn't it born to the same dad? What do you mean? Father Chin quickly explained, no, it's just a saying, everyone says that, I didn't think so much at all. Mother Chin didn't stop, I think you think too much. Yesterday I saw you talking and laughing with Mrs. Wang downstairs on the second floor. My god, Father Chin said bitterly, she wanted to introduce someone to our family Yueo, and I won't be blinded to a fat woman who is 200 kilograms. Is that a slender little girl? I didn't say that. Father Chin said aggrieved, this woman is about to trample on logic again. Seeing her parents quarreling, Chin Yueo curled her lips and got up and went back to the room. Noisy, noisy, she's tired of watching this scene from childhood to adulthood. Anyway, she won't get divorced. In her opinion, this is simply a unique way of flirting with her parents. Compared to this, she cares more about her sister now. Although Chin Yueo looked like you don't need to worry, how could she really just let it go? Especially since she just said that she missed her mouth. What does we did yesterday mean? Chin Yueo touched the port of the network cable in the room, and when she called just now, she split up and went out. The video call was realized through Wi-Fi. She followed the network cable and found the Wi-Fi connected to her sister's mobile phone. To her surprise, that place was actually in Xiaking City. This girl, what are you doing in Xiaking City? Chin Yueo's thunder clone sneaked out of the interface, and found a place where no one was there to condense. She looked around and found that it was a big building, and she met many people not long after she left. But no one doubted her, just listened to two people carrying ladders and shelves talking in a low voice. Who is this? Our staff. How come? You have such a good body and beautiful body, right? You are a trainee. Practice. Chin Yueo heard a strange word, she blinked and decided to inquire about the situation. I happened to see a woman walking towards me with a stack of papers. She ran over and said, hello, where is this place? When she spoke, she also activated her own charm. In the mythology, the most beautiful male and female in the heavenly court can kill, even a woman can easily be charmed by her. The woman's favorability for Chin Yueo soared, and it didn't immediately explode. She blushed and said, this is Xiaking TV station. TV station? Chin Yueo asked in surprise, why did my sister come here? However, she is still a little impressed by Xiaking TV. Song Yunwoo and their debut work Working Cell was reported on this station and then it was popularly searched. The program name seems to be called Pharaoh Shows You the News? She doesn't remember well. After thinking about it, Chin Yueo asked again, then do you know there is a girl named Chin Yuki? Chin Yuki? Never heard of it. The woman shook her head. Chin Yueo was a little disappointed, but she quickly figured out, and changed her question, is there anyone who regularly calls from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. every day? Oh, you mean the trainees, the woman said. They turned in their mobile phones, and they only have 1 hour a day to call home. Is it a trainee again? Chin Yueo has heard this word for the second time. What is going on with the trainee? Don't you know the trainee? It's the new show. The woman gave Chin Yueo a general introduction. The so-called trainee is a contestant on the Produce 119 talent show. Probably from the thousands of girls who signed up across the country, Zonghai selected 119 girls to participate in the show, and then after 4 rounds of elimination, 12 people were finally decided to make their debut as an idol group. There are a lot of brokerage companies involved in this project. It can be said to be a big project, and it can be regarded as the main trump card of Xiaking TV this summer. Become an idol after debut. Chin Yueo was dumbfounded. She really couldn't connect these 6 words with her sister who bawled the old tree in the community. Is this girl cramping? A guy with a bad tone is embarrassed to come on stage to sing and dance. Chin Yueo started to have electric arcs on his forehead. Wait a minute, Produce 119? Why is this name a bit familiar? I seem to have heard someone say it before. Chin Yueo carefully searched her own memory, and gradually recalled it, as if Xiamen Ching said. So she hurriedly called Xiamen Ching, but the phone was not connected. She called Song Yunwoo again. Hey, Sister Yunwoo? Is Sister Xiamen still in space? I called her and she didn't answer. On the other end of the phone, Song Yunwoo said, I don't know. Xiamen Ching hasn't come back since he went out that day. God knows where the wild has gone. Ah, that's it. That idiot zombie brain circuit is very strange. Maybe there is something unexpected. Let her go. Anyway, if something goes wrong, others will suffer. Song Yunwoo said as if he gave up. Is there anything you want to do with her? That's it. Chin Yueo told Song Yunwoo about PD-119. Oh, I know about this, Song Yunwoo said. The idiot zombie said, it seems that their Tsingyi teacher wanted to choose a saint, so they started an activity, and then the people below didn't know how to do it. They got bigger and bigger. In the end, it became a large-scale talent show. Not only the zombies taught by Tsingyi, but even more ordinary girls participated. Does it matter? Qin Yueo asked in confusion. What if the last one is robbed by ordinary people? Then follow the rankings down. This show is a draft on the surface, and behind it is the zombies who choose the saints. The two do not interfere with each other. It seems like this. Oh, I see. After Qin Yueo asked clearly, she felt rather speechless. My sister was actually involved in the selection of saints of Tsing Yi sect. If Simon Ching saw this, would she also bite her into a zombie on a whim? All in all, let's take a look at Qin Yuki's situation first. Knowing that it was a TV audition show, Qin Yueo didn't worry about her anymore, but out of curiosity, she still wanted to know how her sister participated in the audition. At her level, it is a miracle to be able to pass the audition. The race is estimated to be 1 round. After asking where the trainees were, Qin Yueo went to find her sister. There are a lot of celebrities coming and going on the TV station every day www.novelmtl.com, so even if she is very beautiful or even famous, there is not a lot of people around. Xiaokang TV station has several districts. The main district is in the city center, but Qin Yueo came to the district in the suburbs this time. The suburban land is cheap, and a large piece of land is owned by a TV station. This time, a large area has been vacated for PD 119. There are dormitories, practice rooms, stages, etc. Qin Yueo heard that the trainees had just finished recording the theme song dance yesterday and are now practicing for the first round of the stage. She also understood that her sister's actually meant dance. No wonder I didn't call yesterday. Tomorrow the show will be officially aired, which is why Qin Yuki explained that God told her family. It is estimated that it is time to call parents to watch TV. If the second elder sees her daughter on TV, Qin Yueo estimates that both of them will have their eyes protruding, and then she wonders if the hospital had lost one of the twins when she gave birth. Qin Yueo came to the PD 119 program area, and used his ability to ask about the approximate division of the trainees. Qin Yueo refused when he knew that he could charm people, because she felt it was too ashamed. But maybe she has been in love with Simon for a long time. She gradually let go, unknowingly. She has already used this ability very much. Look, there is a man over there. Go around in front of him, wink. It's done? If Simon Ching saw it, he would definitely shout, why are you so proficient? Qin Yueo asked. After learning that the initial rating, the trainees were divided into 5 levels, from high to low ABCD, 4 normal levels, and fail F level, which means failing. Each level of trainees has a fixed place to practice, and Qin Yueo looks for it layer by layer. First, it was grade A, a huge dance studio. Qin Yueo could see from the window that there were a dozen girls in pink clothes practicing dancing in it, and there was no Qin Yuki. But she saw a very beautiful girl, and subconsciously thought that Simon Ching would like this, because she had a very big breast. Qin Yueo's own are big, but the girl is a circle bigger than her. Then there are more than 20 people in Class B, Class C, and Class D, and their clothes are uniform in orange, green, and yellow. In fact, Qin Yueo knew about it when he saw grade B. In the video just now, my sister was wearing grey clothes, and she actually wore such ugly clothes on her body, so there was only one answer, she had to wear it. As expected by Qin Yueo, when she arrived in Class F, she saw 20 or 30 girls in grey clothes. The number of them is basically twice that of the girls in Class A, but the area of the dance studio is only half that of others. This is the stark gap. After a quick glance, Qin Yueo spotted her younger sister. She is dancing in the corner in front of the mirror. In fact, the awkward movement, said to be dancing, is more of an ADHD attack. At this level, it's just because there is no worse class in F. Qin Yueo spit out her sister vigorously. Because I saw the girls in Class A dance before, Qin Yueo also wrote down the dance moves. She jumped according to her memory, and found it not difficult. Why did Qin Yuki jump like a great god? Forget it, I've all fallen to Class F. If we are eliminated in the first round, it will only be half a month later, and there will be time for the college entrance examination. Qin Yueo thought for a while and felt that she would just follow her sister once. The family said that they were fierce, but in fact they all spoil Qin Yuki very much. Qin Yueo decided to find a place where there was no one to leave her avatar. Only a few steps away, she found a sneaky guy hiding in the corner peeking at the dance studio of Class F. She came through the front door, and this guy hid in the direction of the back door, so at first they didn't find anyone until Qin Yueo came over. What are you doing? Qin Yueo was very alert because her younger sister was inside. Seeing this guy's appearance, Desyaz is still tightly wrapped. Isn't it a pervert? That's not right. If you say this, doesn't it mean Sister Simon is also a pervert? Qin Yueo really even complained about herself when she was so cruel. The sneaky guy saw that she was spotted by her. He didn't mean to answer the question at all, so he turned his head and ran away. Stop. Seeing him running, Qin Yueo suddenly felt that this guy was guilty of a guilty conscience, so she ran after him. The two chased and hurriedly left the building. Qin Yueo saw that there was no one, and immediately controlled the surveillance camera not to take pictures of her, and then a thunder and lightning struck her. Oh, the man screamed and rushed directly to the street. Qin Yueo wasn't a person who was indifferent. She knew that he was an evolutionary by seeing the speed of this guy's escape, so she used his abilities. After turning over this guy, Qin Yueo ran over and took off his hat to see his true face. As a result, as soon as the hat was removed, he heard a bang, and his whole body turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. What is this? Ninjutsu. Chin Yuyeo's hat and clothes on the ground also turned into smoke, and in the end only a purple sandalwood bead remained on the spot. Chin Yuyeo picked it up and looked at it, only to find it familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Why are there so many senses of sight recently? An electric arc began to appear on her head. Forget it, let's show it to Sister Yunwoo then. She couldn't switch the network cable with the beads, so she simply found a place to put the beads, and then released the clone. Chin Yuyeo was lying on the bed, and the parents' quarrel outside the house had stopped. It is estimated that the two of them are trying to please each other at the moment. She was too lazy to chew on the old age brand dog food, so she simply went to bed with a quilt. Suburbs of Xiaokang City, TV station district. A figure emerged from the ground, revealing a bright bald head. This bald head is naturally dusty. Oh my god, who is this woman? Why is she so powerful? I almost got electrocuted by her. Chen Guang was originally to accompany the policewoman Jin Menzu to participate in PD 119. Jin Menzu passed the audition, but fell to the F level during the rating. No way, she doesn't do this in her job. Can't she go up and perform a set of grappling skills for the instructors, right? Chen Guang cares about her future wife's mother, so she follows along, secretly watching Jin Menzu outside the dance room. Seeing how hard she is, I originally wanted to get some tonic for her. Who would have thought that a gangster came from without knowing where 100,000 volts would turn him into a sand pan? Fortunately, he moved fast, and at the critical moment, he used the deceiving Buddha beads to top him. This time he didn't pronounce the wrong spell, and successfully replaced his own body underground, avoiding the result of being caught. It's a pity that I deceived the Buddha beads, and I don't know if I can get them back. The lightning was too fierce. In order not to be affected, Chen Guang cut off his contact with the beads this time. So he doesn't know where the prayer beads are now. The next day, Chin Yuyeo and her parents both sat in front of the mobile phone. The parents were waiting for the youngest daughter's call, but Chin Yuyeo knew about it a long time ago, but did not say it. After 5 o'clock, the call really came. You can see me when you turn on Xiaokang station at 8 o'clock, don't miss it. Chin Yuki said ambiguously. Chin's father and Chin's mother did not ask her again, and simply hung up the video call. Father Chin complained, what's this called? What about being a spy? Then you will be sold. Chin Yuyeo persuaded, you don't know that she has this temper. Let's wait for 8 o'clock to watch TV. Huh? Why do I want to listen to her? I want to watch Channel 6 TV series at 8 o'clock. Chin's father said unhappily. After speaking, he picked up the phone and swiped the small video. Chin Yuyeo didn't say much when she saw it, and picked up her mobile phone to scan Weibo. Tomorrow is the day when Juvenile Manu is on sale, and many fans are looking forward to the new issue of the magazine. Whether the finish is a mistake or a real one is still a mystery so far. She saw that the fans were arguing so passionately, and she didn't know how these people would react once they knew Song Yunmu and their eunuchs. 7:50. Father Chin suddenly said to Chin Yuyeo, Yuyeo, have you seen the remote control? No. Chin Yuyeo shook her head. Don't you want to watch Channel 6 TV series? Why do you still need a remote control? She pointed to the TV, which was showing a TV series on Channel 6. You care so much. Father Chin didn't want to explain. He continued to stare at Chin Yuyeo. Did you get on the remote control? Impossible. Can I not feel it when I sit on it? Chin Yuyeo shook her head. Really? Really not? Then you start. Chin Yuyeo. She rolled her eyes. Dad, I have been your daughter for more than 20 years. What about the basic trust between father and daughter? Father Chin urged. Don't talk nonsense. Stand up quickly. I can't find the remote control. At this moment, Chin Yuyeo glanced at the chest pocket of his shirt and said, isn't the remote control on you? Ah, really? Father Chin stretched out his hand and touched. Only then did he remember that he had just put the remote control in his chest pocket. Taking out the remote control, he tuned the channel to Xiaokang. Chin Yuyeo complained, aren't you not watching it? What about TV series? There will be a replay tomorrow morning. I just watched that one. Chin Yuyeo also laughed at the appearance of Father Chin staring at the TV that was advertising. It's all false to say that it's not nervous, he cares too tightly. Father Chin didn't finish the calculation alone. He still said to Mother Chin, who was mopping the floor, don't be busy, come here. Oh, seeing the time, Mother Chin immediately put down the mop and ran over. This girl, why do we watch TV? Is she on the news? Father Chin shook his head. I don't know, maybe the MLM organization was caught in a mess, and then the camera photographed her and she knew it. Chin Yuyeo, who knew the truth on the side, quietly opened a bag of French fries and ate. If I don't speak, I'll take a look. At 8 o'clock, the screen of PD 119 jumped out on time. At the beginning, a male host appeared on the stage. This host, Chin's father and Chin's mother, were very familiar with him, because he was the star of the TV series they watched on Channel 6. After a period of opening remarks, the lights behind the male host suddenly turned on, a stage appeared in front of the camera, and then the music followed. Chin Yuyeo had heard it before and knew that this was the beginning of the theme song. Chin's father and Chin's mother didn't know. Yuyu read www.yuyukayongshu.com and they were looking for their daughter with wide-eyed eyes. A dozen young girls were clearly standing on the stage. Have you found it? No, I didn't see it. Chin Yuyeo persuaded, wait a moment, don't worry, there are still others. She recognized these dozens of people from Class A at once. How could Chin Yuki from Class F be here? After Class A came out and jumped for a while, Classes B, C, and D appeared one after another. Nearly 100 beautiful girls danced together, which was quite spectacular. However, until the end of the stage, Chin's father and Chin's mother still did not find his daughter. Where is she? Why didn't you see it? Couldn't it be a lie to us? Chin Yueo pointed to the TV at this time and said, "Hey, isn't this what it is?" As soon as Chin's father and Chin's mother watched TV, the scene was cutting the close-up of the students posing after dancing, starting from the C position of Class A and moving to the next round one by one. Chin Yueo just cut Chin Yuki when she said. When the second elder reacted and looked over, she saw her little daughter's face staying on the screen for about 1 second, and then cut the other person. Although it was only a moment, Chin Yuki's skin was as white as snow under the lens, and her delicate facial features and sweet smile hit people's hearts for a long time. "Hey, why is it gone?" Father Chin said anxiously, "It's really her. Why did this girl get here?" Mother Chin was also dumbfounded. "This girl is really going to be a star? Why haven't I heard her mention it before? But speaking of it, is this really my daughter? Why is she so beautiful?" Father Chin nodded. He has been raising this girl for 18 years, and he knows best what it is like. Every day after washing his feet, he would sit side by side with him and watch TV with his toes. He would smell it after he had done so, and sometimes he would deliberately burp in his ears. How could such a guy become a little fairy on TV? It's too fake. Chin Yueo said, "People must have professional roasted sweet potatoes on TV. Coupled with the cooperation of lighting and lens, Yuki is already good at it. Isn't this normal? Roasted sweet potatoes? Do you still distribute sweet potatoes on TV?" Father Chin was stunned. Chin Yueo quickly explained, "It's an expert in charge of makeup and clothing matching." Oh, Father Chin suddenly realized, and then said to Mother Chin, "It turns out that our daughter can also be so beautiful." "Of course, I don't look at whose inheritance it is." Mother Chin raised her head proudly. "You can say that it is a genetic mutation to give birth to one, but both are so beautiful, so it must be strength. That's half of mine." Father Chin emphasized. "The two of you say something to me," as if they have forgotten Chin Yuki's running away from home. Chin Yueo had already seen everything, but did not say anything, still watching TV quietly. "I'm like a fries processor with no emotions." After the theme stage, the show officially begins. The specific content is not elaborated. It is probably a bunch of contracted trainees from various companies in the world. After everyone arrives, the tutor will appear. Then the trainees will perform in groups by the company, and the tutor will give a rating. Chin's father and Chin's mother were not very interested in this kind of little girl singing and dancing show, but couldn't bear to edit the show well, always hang people's appetite at critical moments. Unknowingly they forgot their original intention of looking for a daughter. Began to watch the show seriously. "Oh, Lao Chin, each of these girls has a company, but our daughter doesn't have a company. How did she get there?" Mother Chin suddenly found a problem. "I don't know either." Father Chin asked the eldest daughter for help. "Do you know?" Chin Yueo thought for a while, and said, "Those who don't have a company are probably considered as individual trainees, representing themselves." "How dare this girl? Going to such a big show alone?" Father Chin said with emotion. "They have long understood the bravery of the youngest daughter, and they are not surprised at all." Mother Chin asked Chin Yueo, "How long will this show take?" Chin Yueo said, "There are 12 issues in total, and there will be a total of 78 days from today to the end. Then she is too late for the college entrance examination." Mother Chin was still thinking about the college entrance examination. Chin Yueo complained, "Mom, what are you thinking? Do you think she can hold on to the last round?" Mother Chin hesitated for a while, and then smiled. "That's what she said, just her singing skills. I told you that when she was a child, she sang birthday songs to your grandfather, but your grandfather had nightmares for 3 days in a row." Chin Yueo nodded. "So, I checked. The first round of elimination is half a month later. It is too late to come back to the college entrance examination." "Oh, I'm relieved when you say that." If Chin Yuki heard this, she must complain to them. "This is too real, can't you have a little confidence in her?" The family continued to watch the show. The trainees appeared one by one, and because of the audition, most of the others who could be on the show were beautiful. Such a beautiful girl, if Chin's father and Chin's mother come to give a score, she will definitely be reluctant to give a low score. All of them are A. But the mentors were very ruthless, and there was not a single A after more than a dozen. "Oh, isn't there A? These teachers are too strict. You see that little girl is crying." Mother Chin said distressedly. "No way, they are professional." Chin's father was normal. Mentors are all well-known big stars, and they still have authority, and they did not question them. "I'm just a little worried about what to do if it's my daughter's turn. When so many people are criticized, I will feel uncomfortable." Finally, when the show was halfway through, Chin Yuki made her debut. "Oh, Lao Chin, our girl is out." I know, oh, don't pull my hair." Chin Yueo glanced aside, and she thought that maybe it was more interesting here than on TV. On TV, Chin Yuki introduced herself. "Hello teachers, I am Chin Yuki, a trainee from Kong Creative." "Huh? Isn't it a personal trainee?" The second elder looked at the eldest daughter suspiciously. Chin Yueo hurriedly checked her phone, but the browser hadn't been opened yet, and she suddenly remembered something. "Isn't Kong Creative just the milk tea chain store downstairs in our community?" Yeah, Mother Qin also remembered. Yuqi often buys milk tea. She knows the boss well, but why did one of them start to enter the entertainment circle? I don't know. Qin Yueo was also blank. Let's continue to watch. Before the performance, the instructor had an exchange with Qin Yuki. I think the practice time you wrote here is 2 weeks. Is this true? This is too short. However, Qin Yuki said with a grimace, 2 weeks? Then it must be rounded off, so I practiced for 10 days. The program group specially added sound and text effects to this section, as well as individual reactions, which can be said to be quite effective. Then Qin Yuki began to sing. She stood still, and then sang a song of Fairy Tale Town with confidence. At that level, Qin Yueo wanted to grab 2 handfuls of French fries and plug her ears. Sister Ximen thought she wanted to hit someone. The expressions of the judges on TV are also very subtle, and the results are obvious. Qin Yueo suddenly admired Ximen's love. Only when he met someone with a lack of tone, could he truly appreciate how good a person can be to sing a song. Qin Yuki was finally rated as F grade. After watching the show, Qin's father and Qin's mother reached a unified view: don't talk to neighbors in the community, or you will not be able to live in the future. Although their purpose was to watch Qin Yuki at first, they had already watched the entire 2-hour show without knowing it. In addition to Qin Yuki, there are several trainees who are quite impressive. For example, a girl who was also rated as F grade as Qin Yuki's front and back feet. This guy punched a set of boxing techniques in front of the teacher, stunned everyone, and the effect was comparable to Qin Yuki's. Then there is an uncle. Yes, it is an uncle. Maybe it was to fight the topic, and there was an uncle of women's clothing. Not a big brother, but an uncle. This guy is obviously as rough as a Li Kuei, but he has to wear a pair of leopard print tights and heavy makeup. The eyes are as spicy as they are. However, he was very stable in singing and dancing, and finally got a B. Father Qin stopped doing it at that time. I have worked so hard to raise a girl for 18 years. Isn't it as good as a man? However, his fury did not produce a substantial effect, and he just entered Class B. Qin Yueo flipped through the hot search on Weibo, and sure enough, there was a PD-119 Alice hanging in the 3rd position. How much does this save on publicity costs? Apart from these 3, the one who impressed me the most was the girl at the theme song station C. In the absence of a grade A, she appeared on the stage, and everyone was full of expectations, because she was so beautiful and her figure exploded again. Only at a critical moment, a next period notice jumped out, making people look bewildered. The next issue is about to wait a week later. www.novelmtl.com. Although Qin's father and Qin's mother are anxious to see it, they have no alternative. Qin Yueo is very grateful that it's all right now. They are all paying attention to the show, and they won't urge her to marry her. Sure enough, my sister should be used as a shield for my sister. She even had the idea that the best Qin Yuki should not be eliminated and keep going for the promotion. In this way, she can get 2.5 months of leisure time. Qin Yueo returned to the room and called Song Yunwoo. Hey, Sister Yunwoo, hasn't Sister Ximen come back yet? No, Song Yunwoo said. This guy doesn't know how to do it. The phone has been unable to get through, and the ghost knows where the waves are. Really? Qin Yueo was helpless. If Ximen Qing did not return to Ziliang Demon Village, she would not be able to go back, otherwise there would be another major power outage in the 8 provinces, owing tens of billions of dollars, and she would not be able to withstand it. Sister Ximen, where did you go? Where is Ximen Qing now? This matter will start from 2 days ago. At that time, she dismantled the Gundam with her bare hands in space and burned them again, forcing the space station to make a space jump to avoid her. After feeling that he couldn't catch the goal, Ximen Qing planned to return to Earth. She also held a huge mechanical arm in her hand, which she tore from Gundam, and wanted to bring it back to Ziliang Demon Village for Song Yunwoo to study and study. However, what she didn't know was that Qin Shiwang's expression suddenly changed in a small supermarket in Xiagang City on the Earth just as the space station completed the jump. Is this being attacked? It actually used emergency means. It seems that the enemy is quite powerful. He touched the ring on his index finger. A little price. Ximen Qing, who had just entered the atmosphere, suddenly felt something bad, and saw that a large number of runes suddenly appeared from the mechanical arm she was holding, condensing into black dragons. She recognized it instantly. These rune black dragons were exactly the same as the one extracted by Damon Zi's surgery. Is it of the same origin? This thought emerged, and the rune black dragons all rushed towards her. A large amount of flames burst out of Ximen Qing's body instantly, and the black dragon was burned out. Well, it's much more powerful. Last time she slapped the black dragon with a slap in her hand, but this time the rune black dragon persisted under her flame for 1 second, which was an increase of dozens or hundreds of times. Just when Ximen Qing was considering why the power of this thing would increase, she did not notice that a dark green rune quietly passed through her flame and landed on her shoulder. Ximen Qing was shocked and lost consciousness. The flames on her body dissipated, the hand holding the mechanical arm was also released, and the 2 sides fell towards the ground together. In the sky, 2 meteors flashed by. 3 days later, deep in a certain mountainous area, under a huge sinkhole, a woman got out of the mud and stood up. Where is this? Why am I here? She looked around. Who am I? Zhao San, Qianju, and Sun 17 were on their way in the mountains and forests. They are here to perform tasks. I should have been here 3 days ago, but there was an accident when I was making extra money midway. Sun Shiki was injured and cultivated for a few days, so I just arrived now. It should be ahead, Zhao San said while looking at the map. 17. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just a backlash. It's not that I haven't encountered it. Sun Shiki said with a trace of fear. I just didn't expect that woman was so powerful. I have never been backlashed to the point where Kikiao bleeds. Fortunately, she didn't embarrass us, or we will be destroyed. So I told you to avoid troubles. If you don't die, you won't die. Qianju taught, if you don't provoke others, will others come to provoke you? As soon as the voice fell, she heard two puffs and puffs. Before she realized what was going on, she felt a pain in the back of her neck and then lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took, and the three of them gradually woke up. Zhao San checked what was on his body the first time, but nothing was lost. What's the matter? He suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck just now, and then it disappeared, which is too inexplicable. Looking to the side, Sun Shiki also woke up. His expression was the same as Zhao San, all dumbfounded. What's the matter? Do you know it? The two looked at each other and heard a scream from the side. What? It was Jianju's voice. They hurried over, only to see a 5-year-old girl sitting there screaming naked. What's the matter? Sun Shiki asked hurriedly. You're blind. Qianju roared milkily. Have you seen that my clothes are missing? Clothes. The two realized that, unlike them, Qianju had almost lost everything on his body. Could it be that the person who started it was targeting Qianju? But why just pick up clothes? Hey, Sun Shiki asked again, you shouldn't be caught by that anymore, right? Get out. Qianju glared at him, but because he was in the form of a little Lolita, it didn't have any deterrent power. On the contrary, he was very cute. Have I been stunned by that person? That person took off my clothes, did nothing else. It's weird, Zhao San said puzzledly. If this is really a robbery, why shouldn't we start with the two of us? If robbery, then why do you strip you but not do it? Sun Shikideo, do you think it is possible that some animal has become a good one and engages in pranks? Such a weird behavior cannot be done by humans at all, but if it is an animal, it can be explained. They have also heard that a very rare part of non-human beings can also become evolvers. And because of its rarity, the value of such an evolver is also very high. If they can catch one and sell it, they will be able to live a life without any work for the rest of their lives. Zhao San and Qianju both thought of this, and greedy glances flashed in their eyes. But that guy can stun the three of us silently, how are we going to catch it? Qian9 points out the key to the problem. When the other two heard this, they were also discouraged. That's right, the three of them were tricked by others, and now they are still thinking about arresting them, which is really overwhelming. That's not necessarily. Sun Shiki was still a little unwilling. What if you can find a flaw? If you can do this kind of prank, your mind is very likely to be immature. Zhao Sanqinjiu felt a bit of truth when he heard the words. No matter how clever there is, if he has been in the mountains and forests, it would be nothing but a blank sheet of paper. Outsmarting is possible. Qianju asked again, but where are we going to find it? Zhao San suddenly said, don't talk, listen carefully. The three of them closed their mouths at the same time and listened. A rustling voice was approaching. This is something coming through the grass. Could it be the guy who stole the clothes? They held their breath and took a fully alert posture. Zhao San and Sun Shiki even took out pistols brought by special means. The sound was getting closer, and finally, the tall bush was pulled apart, and a figure appeared in front of them. The three people who were expecting an existence like an ape or a tiger were all dumbfounded, because the facts were completely different from what they had imagined, and only a very ordinary human came out. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, it was the camouflage protective suit Qianju was wearing originally. The only difference is probably that the chest is tightly supported, and the two buttons are clearly untied, and they are still stretched to tear at any time. The three of them realized that they had fallen into a misunderstanding just now, and they had forgotten to consider the possibility that the person who attacked them was a woman. It's a woman, so I just pick up women's clothes, and there is no robbery, or I can't feel the robbery. Who are you? Zhao San asked. Since they are human, they have to be treated with caution. If the opponent can stun them once, he can beat them a second time. This is tantamount to the fact that the lives of the three of them are completely in the hands of others. I saw the woman who got out of the bushes stood still, and then took off the protective helmet on her face. When she revealed her true face, the three of them, including the woman Qianju, were choked. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Sun Shiki's heart is beating drums. The woman I met a few days ago was beautiful enough. He thought that beauty was unparalleled in the world, but only a few days ago, he actually encountered another one in the mountains. And to some extent, the charm of this woman is greater than that of the previous one. He felt that he was in love, and such a woman would be willing to sacrifice a kidney for her. Who am I? Good question, the woman said. I want to ask this question too, but no one can answer me. The three of them froze for a moment, unable to understand her. The woman glanced at the three of them and asked, where is the woman who was here just now? It is the original owner of this suit on me. I remember it was placed here. I'm here. Qianju, who was a young girl, raised his hand. The woman glanced at her and smiled. Don't be kidding me. The woman I'm talking about is a woman in her 20s. How old are you? That's my ability, Qianju. I don't have any clothes now, so I'm not suitable for becoming an adult. Oh, this way, you can still become bigger and smaller. This ability is good, the woman said with emotion. Blessed are your men. Qianju said in embarrassment. Why are you taking my clothes? Ah, that's it, the woman said. When I woke up there, I found that my clothes were burnt to a little fragment, so I kept looking for women passing by here to borrow clothes, and you just came here. After that, she took out a red bra from her pocket and handed it to Qianju. Here, I'll give it back to you. The size is too small for me to use. After Qianju felt that he was stripped naked, he suffered a second injury. Zhao San saw that this woman was still good at talking, so he asked boldly, then why are you back again? I'm lost www.novelmtl.com. I went around and came back here, the woman said flatly. Can you show me a way? I will thank you very much. Lost. They didn't expect that a master who killed 3 people in a second would get lost. Of course, Zhao San said hastily. Well, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? What question? You can ask. You just said that no one can answer who you are? Did you lose your memory? Amnesia. The woman thought for a while. It should be considered as it is. I can remember some basic common sense and language, but I have forgotten the interpersonal relationships and names. Where did I come from? Why am I here? Why don't I have any clothes on my body? What are you going to do next? I don't know at all. I just thought if you could take me to the police station and check if anyone could report me missing or something. No problem, let this be on us. Zhao Sandeo, but we also came in with a lot of hard work. Can we let us finish things first, and then take you out? Okay, the woman said. Anyway, I don't know what to do. It is also a choice to follow you, so what are you here for? This is a long story. Let's find a place to rest and talk slowly. Zhao San quietly compared a gesture to the 2 companions. I didn't expect to meet a master with amnesia in this place. If this is used properly, I believe this task will definitely be a lot easier. By the way, it's always you. Your name is inconvenient. Can we give you a temporary name? The woman said, of course, what do you want to call me? Shishi, Wang Zayajun, Diao Chan, Yang Yahuan. The woman thought about the 4 names suggested by Sun Shaiki. Then Shishi, I don't know why, I am very familiar with this Shi, I seem to have heard of it. A name similar to that of Taxi, Vinci? No, Da Vinci? That doesn't seem to be my name either. Then call you Shishi. Sun Shaiki was overjoyed. Fortunately, the other party had amnesia. Otherwise, if he knew that he gave her temporary names with the names of the 4 ancient beauties, wouldn't he be ashamed? Of course, he didn't care about the contempt in the eyes of the 2 companions, because he was used to it. Just when he thought about it, he listened to Shishi saying, but you are really lazy, so you just used the name of the ancients for me. Ah, Sun Shaiki was stunned. You, aren't you amnesia? I have lost a part of my memory, but not all of it. This kind of knowledge is not lost. How else would I speak? How would I know to wear clothes? Shishi nodded his chin. Thank you for being beautiful to me. I'm very satisfied with the compliment. Ah, Sun Shaiki was like being read out of his diary from the 2nd illness period in public, and he wanted to find a hole to get in. Then let's go, Shishi said. What are you going to do? Zhao Sandeo, we're here to find something. We'll be there soon, just go a little further. Go ahead. Shishi looked in the direction he was pointing, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Zhao San took the opportunity to make a wave of eyes with Qianju. The 2 are also old partners, and there is a tacit understanding without speaking. They were wondering whether Shiza was real amnesia or fake amnesia. This guy was too suspicious. But even if it is fake, it doesn't matter. The place they are going is dangerous, so let her find the way for them when the time comes. The group followed the map and arrived at the top of the mountain in no time. Zhao Sandeo, according to the map, after passing this mountain, there will be a relatively short hill in front of it, and our destination is there. He said while looking down at the map, but he didn't pay attention and hit the back of Sun Shaiki in front of him. Why are you standing stupid? No, you, look. Sun Shaiki pointed to Zhao Sandeo with an expression on his face as if he saw the elephant being killed by a bamboo rat. The young beside like Qianju also opened her mouth wide, seeing that Shishi had an inexplicable urge to find a lollipop to fill her mouth. Zhao San looked in the direction of his fingers, followed by a look of shock. How so? The map clearly showed that there would be a small hill there, but now they saw a huge sinkhole. The cracks radiating in all directions and the swaying trees all show that this place has suffered a huge impact recently. Shishi said at this time, I was buried under this pit when I woke up, and I don't know who is so wicked. Huh. The shocked eyes of the 3 people suddenly shifted to her. You, tell me, what? Sun Shaiki was uncomfortable talking. Qianju on the side looked up to the sky subconsciously. Could this woman fall from the sky to create such a sinkhole? I said I was buried in the soil. Shishi shrugged. Is this unintelligible? You may have a kidney deficiency. I don't have kidney deficiency. The man's instinct could make him retort subconsciously, and then looked at Ximon Qing and then at the pit. Keep it. What are you kidding me? The Zhaoqiansen trio were all shocked by the scene before them. Could it be that there was a big battle here not long ago? Then Shiza was the loser, so he lost his memory? Thinking about it this way, the logic seems to become smoother. So how strong Shishi is, this level of fighting can't kill her. Shishi didn't know what they were thinking, but pointed down and said, it has become like this now. Can you find what you are looking for? Let's see. Zhao San took the lead and ran down to check, and finally came to a conclusion. The problem is not big. In other words, the situation is better than expected. Originally, they were going to enter the building inside this small mountain bag, but Shishi directly smashed the mountain, so they didn't need to use their efforts to open the door, just walk in. Aren't you here to rob the tomb? Shishi asked. How is it possible? Zhao San was surprised and quickly said, don't get me wrong, this is not a cemetery, but a research institute. Institute? Research what? I don't know, these are all relics more than 2,000 years ago, and we don't know what the ancients will study. Sun Shiki said. Shishi wondered, more than 2,000 years ago? There would be a research institute at that time? Is it so foreign? Zhao Sandeo, the first time we knew it, the reaction was similar to yours, but according to historical evidence, the science and technology of the Qin dynasty was far more advanced than we thought. Some people even speculated that the so-called Sufu went to sea to find the immortal medicine was actually made by stars. The sea. So exaggerated. Shishi just felt like listening to some YY novel. Found it. Qianju suddenly shouted, and everyone rushed over. After digging more than 3 meters deep, a passage appeared in front of them. Go in. Zhao San gave a wink at Sun Shiki. They deliberately fell behind and let Shishi go ahead. Shishi didn't care about this, and walked in carelessly. This research institute looks like a modern building, covered with finely processed marble tiles and even transparent glass. Shishi sighed. This is really from the Qin dynasty? The craftsmanship of this glass is a bit good. There must be a very powerful scientist at that time, maybe Sufu, or even Qin Shiwang himself. Zhao San was also shocked. They went all the way and came to the innermost room. As soon as Shishi approached, the door of the room suddenly lighted up. After 2,000 years, this institute still has energy? I saw that the door of the room was like a screen, showing an image of a beautiful woman in ancient costume. Who is the one coming? Report the passcode. Shishi looked back at the three of them. She asked for a passcode. The three of Zhaoqinsen looked at each other, and they didn't know any passcodes. At this time, Qianju stood up and said, I will try to decipher it. When she came to the door, the beautiful woman in costume continued to repeat, who is the one coming? Report the passcode. Qianju ignored her and wanted to find a lock on the door. This time, the employer gave them an auxiliary tool for unlocking, saying that they could try to unlock the door that they had never met before. However, after repeating it for the third time, the beauty on the door suddenly changed the words, passcode verification failed, and clear mode is implemented. Oops. Qianju immediately retreated to escape, but the passage when they came was blocked. Zhao San immediately took out the explosive package and prepared to blow the door. Sun Shiki also took out a knife from his body. It was a magic weapon built by a master blacksmith with power, cutting iron like mud. The three experienced a lot of danger, and they all reacted quickly. However, before they could exert their strength, they heard a thud. Shishi raised his leg, and in front of her was a gate that had been kicked in. Fuck. All three of them opened their mouths wide. At first, I just wanted her to attract firepower in the front, but now it seems that she is stronger than imagined. What level of boss is this? Sun Shiki felt that his jaw was about to be dislocated. How many times did he open his mouth in a short period of time? Shishi seemed to be unhappy that he hadn't kicked the door of the laboratory with a kick, shook his head, and then made another kick. The beauty in ancient costumes reflected on it has disappeared, and the whole door falls off the wall like scrap iron, revealing the room behind. Shishi is still leading the way. She went in and took a look and found that this was a storage room with all kinds of things. Some have been dilapidated due to the passage of time, and some are still the same. Zhao San and the others followed in and glanced around, and immediately found what they were looking for. It was a boxy small tripod, which looked like a mini version of Simu Wuding. Zhao San took a look inside after getting the tripod www.novelmtl.com and said to his partner, that's it, let's go. At this time, the most taboo thing is greed. If you want to get more, maybe it will trigger some mechanism. So their rule is never to do unnecessary things. However, there is a person who is different from them. Shishi picked up a bronze glove on the cabinet and looked at it curiously. Why does this thing look so familiar? She tried to put on the gloves, but suddenly her feet were empty, and the whole person began to fall downward. Not only her, because the floor of the entire laboratory disappeared, and the other three people followed. At the critical moment, Zhao San and Sun Shiki shot out the hooks to hold them dangerously, while Qianju turned into a girl and was hugged by Zhao San. Sun Shiki smiled bitterly. I thought I found a grate to fly with me, but I didn't expect it to be a pit. Zhao Sandeo, it's not all. Without her, we wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Qianju was complaining. The difficulty of this task is completely different from the description. When I go back, I have to complain to the employer. The risks and benefits are completely unbalanced. This is indeed the case. Zhao San also had a depressed look. They had already known that it was such a dangerous task, so they would not accept it. Originally, only relying on the advantage of his yellow race, he wanted to get into the flower country and left, who would want to encounter so many troubles. Where is Shishi? Sun Shiki asked. Fell it down. Qianju looked at the bottom of the bottom. I don't know if he will die. Just then, a voice came from above their heads. I'm not dead. The three of them raised their heads in shock at the same time, and saw a pair of golden red fire wings stretched out behind a figure, as if it descended slowly to the earth. Looking at the Hua wing behind Shishi, the three of Zhaoqinsen were shocked. So you can breathe fire. Shishi looked at the wings behind him, and smiled. I don't know that I was such a good beer, alas, would you spray water? The last sentence was for Qianju. Qianju didn't react at all, and shook his head. I won't. No, that would be a pity. What a pity? Qianju asked. As a result, Shishi said, I don't know, I just feel that if you can spray water, we can team up to fight monsters. I don't know why, although Qianju didn't understand what she was talking about, he vaguely felt that this was a bit subtle. At this time, Sun Shiki asked, didn't you fall? How did you come down from above? Oh, I'm going to talk about this. Shishi pointed his finger at each other. As soon as this action came out, Zhao San exclaimed, heaven is the world, I am the only one. No, Shishi said, I mean the above and below are connected. This is a closed loop space. Forget it, let me show you an example. She dropped her helmet casually, and it quickly disappeared from everyone's sight along the gravitational pull. However, after a while, the helmet actually fell from the sky. After a while, the helmet appeared again. Shishi explained, the room is an infinite loop space, things will keep falling inside, and the result of this going on is starving to death. Sun Shiki said with horror on his face. No, Shishi said, you will starve to death if you hang on the wall like this. If you keep falling, the speed will get faster and faster. Have you seen a meteor? The three of them immediately understood when they heard the words. As expected, after cycling a certain number of times, the helmet speed became faster and faster, and the friction with the air became stronger and stronger, and finally started to catch fire. Like a meteor, it eventually turns to ashes. Their faces are pale, knowing that they will die if this continues. This room is simply a huge trap. Zhao San begged, can you take us out of the door? As a result, Shishi shook his head, no. His expression became more desperate, and the other two were similar. Unexpectedly, such a master gave up on them at a critical moment. Sure enough, she followed them just to play with them. Thinking about it this way, they suddenly felt that Shishi might have deliberately touched the trap to harm them. There are some things that I don't usually think of, but they are often very scary to think carefully at critical moments. Once you think about it in this direction, your thoughts can't stop. In order to survive, Zhao San can only use his own abilities. He can improve the goodwill of others towards him in a short period of time, but the price is that the opponent will become hostile to him after the ability time passes. Being hostile by a master like Shishi is very dangerous, so he didn't use his ability easily. But when it comes to life and death, there are not so many scruples. Zhao San's eyes turned green, watching Shishi repeat again, can you take us out of the door? Shishi, no. Huh. Zhao San was dumbfounded, wrong, he obviously activated his abilities? Is it invalid? When he doubted life, Shishi continued, that door is fake. If you go out from that place, you will still fall into this infinite loop. Ah, Zhao San was a little dazed, this is also a trap. Could it be that they think too much? Shiza is actually an ally? Isn't this ability useless? Zhao San regretted not repeating it, so it would be nice to ask in another way. But since all the abilities have been used, just use everything to the fullest. Zhao San asked again, then are we still saved? Shishi said, I will try. She flew to the position where she was holding the bronze gloves, stretched out her hand and started to fumble. After a while, she changed her expression, found it. Seeing that the floor that had just disappeared appeared again, the wall-hanging trio finally stepped on the ground, finally letting go of a hanging heart. Qianju asked in surprise, how did you do it? Shishi said, oh, I just thought that since there are treasures stored here, it must not be trap-like forever. There must be a switch to restore the room, and then I looked for it. With good luck, I found it in one fell swoop. Is that so? The three couldn't help but sigh. Let's go quickly, Sun Shiki urged, God will know what dangers will be if you stay here. Well, let's go. Shishi also agreed. She threw away the bronze gloves in her hand and walked out of the room with everyone. Qianju asked her, do you want that thing? Shishi shook his head, fake, boring. A group of people came to the outside of the research institute, and Sun Shiki asked Zhao San in a low voice, what did you use just now? Yeah. Zhao San nodded. Wait then. So you hurry up, I will let her cooperate with you. Zhao San exhorted. The upper limit of Sun Shiki's abilities is actually very high. If you can concentrate 7 billion abilities on one person, you can control it even if the opponent is stronger than him. Their abilities are all flawed. One is to face the target counterattack after the ability, and the other is that it is difficult to accurately ask the opponent to do some highly independent actions. Once the two join forces, one does not have to worry about the afterthought, and the other does not have to worry about how to convince the target. It's a perfect match. Together, the two have pitted many powerful evolutionaries. This time they plan to do the same with Shishi. Zhao San walked over and said to Shishi, I have a set of aerobics here, which is very helpful for promoting blood circulation. Would you like to learn it? Aerobics. Shishi looked at him suspiciously. This is too abrupt, and it usually feels strange. But Zhao San has confidence in his abilities, and his favorability has increased. Such details can be completely ignored. Yes, I'll let 17 do it again for you to see. With that, Sun 17 began to do exercises. These movements were specially designed by him. It is impossible for anyone to make the same movements without seeing them, let alone at the same time. Through this method, Sun Shiki was able to target one person, and his control was greatly improved. Sun Shiki's ability must specify the actions in advance and make them personally, so the reason for demonstration is just right. Shi saw him shaking his hands and stomping his feet, and then he touched his right ear with his left hand and his with his right hand, and then his waist began to swing back and forth. What kind of ghost action is this? After completing a set of actions, Sun Shiki breathed a sigh of relief. That's it, you can follow me. After speaking, he looked at her nervously. Although he has done it several times, he still feels very nervous every time he faces someone who is better than himself. What if Zhao San's ability fails one day? Fortunately, Shi did not refuse but smiled and said, "You are quite interesting, I'll give it a try." With that said, she followed Sun Shiki's movements and started doing exercises. At first, she made some mistakes, but after Sun Shiki corrected her, she did it smoothly the second time. Good. Sun Shiki applauded vigorously. "Oh, don't do this, it's past," Shi said on his mouth, but the expression on his face was very proud. Sun Shiki was also very happy, following him to do this set of actions, then he was destined to become his puppet. Just when he was about to activate his abilities, Qianju, a young girl, suddenly walked over to him and said, "It's okay, right? Will he not bleed like last time?" "It doesn't exist," Sun Shiki said. "Are you a bike-sharing player of that level? How could it be everywhere? How low is the chance of encountering one, even if it's unprecedented, and encountering two in a row? Since I have already encountered one, how can I recite the second one? If I have any luck, I can just buy a lottery ticket." After speaking, he decisively activated his ability. Hearing a scream, two blood pillars appeared in Sun Shiki's eyes, and those who didn't know thought it was Dior's nirvana. At the same time, dozens of tails of blood were vomited from his mouth, and the whole person fell back straight as if he had lost his soul. "Oh, what's wrong with him?" Shi looked at Sun Shiki suspiciously. Zhao San and Qianju were more shocked than her. This crow's mouth was actually right? Do you want to be so unlucky? How come you encounter one and two are so scary? Is the strong so worthless? Wow, so much blood, do you want to send it to the hospital? Shi leaned over and looked at www.novelmtl.com and said with emotion, "This amount of bleeding is much worse than that of my aunt." "Yes, the hospital." Zhao San didn't care about that much, and said to Shi, "You can fly, can you take him to the hospital?" "No," Shi shook his head decisively, "I don't want to fly with a man, so let Qianju hold him, and then I hold Qianju." Although she didn't know why she wanted to do this, since she was willing to take it, Zhao San and the others naturally agreed. Zhao San calculated it, his abilities still had 30 minutes of effect. When that time, let Shi go far away and don't see them. The side effects of his abilities would not have much effect. Qianju has always been in the state of a young girl. To hug Sun Shiki, he must return to an adult figure. However, all the clothes on her body were stripped by Shi, and she had a coat that Sun Shiki lent her. It's okay to dress like a girl, and once it gets bigger, it must be worn out. So Zhao San took off her pants again, revealing the SpongeBob pants inside. In this way, Zhao San put his hands under Sun Shiki's armpits, then the adult Qianju put his hands under his armpits, and finally she used the same movement to hold Qianju. The four of them flew into the sky in the posture of human centipedes. Shizu's flying speed was very fast, and within a short while, he flew out of the active and wide deep mountain area. After entering the city, Zhao San and Qianju breathed a sigh of relief seeing the hospital getting closer. Finally in time. As soon as this thought came out, Shi led them across the hospital and continued to fly forward. "Wait a minute, too much." "I know," Shi smiled, "it's just that I have to take you to a place before going to the hospital." "Huh? Where?" "Of course, the police station." Wu Zhenqiu is a soldier with the rank of colonel. He is also an evolutionary, and his ability is a sci-fi machine. This ability can be freely converted between flesh and blood and machinery. Simply put, he is a human who can transform into an enhanced Terminator. Some time ago, the state discovered a tomb of the first emperor, which may contain some extremely dangerous things. In order to find out what happened, he organized a group of outstanding evolutionists to enter the exploration. However, the danger was far beyond their imagination. They were all powerful men who could wipe out an army and survived. They tried their best but barely escaped. One of the young evolutionaries, Jingyi, was seriously injured in order to save him. Fortunately, I found a rejuvenating doctor and rescued the boy. After understanding the danger, the country paid more attention to the tomb. Zhang, Song, and Lian from the three major families of Zhenqiu sent masters. Among them, Lian's family came from the famous little dragon king Lian Qinzhan. Everyone regrouped and planned to visit the tomb again. Wu Zhenqiu and Jingyi need to be guides. After all, the two of them had gone inside, and compared to the others, their strength was much stronger, barely holding back. On this day, Wu Zhenqiu and Jingyi came to the police station. This is the place where they arranged to meet with people from the three major families. "Xiaojing, you really don't have to come," Wu Zhenqiu persuaded, "I will be enough to lead the way. If you encounter the last danger again, that doctor may not be able to save you a second time." "Hey, Colonel, don't say anything," Jingyi smiled. "My ability is too useful in there, otherwise you won't be able to take me with you last time. If you are missing me, you will be dangerous. It will also be greatly improved. How can I shrink back because of this danger?" "Oh, it's up to you." Wu Zhenqiu was not good at words and didn't know how to persuade him. By the way, what about the master this time? Jing Yi looked around. I didn't see it. The elites of the big family, God knows what to put on, they will always be late, not early? Wu Zhenqiu dismissed. It feels the same as it was written in the novel, Jing Yi said. I just hope that you don't have conflicts when you meet like in the novel. What novels are you reading? Wu Zhenqiu wanted to say something, and suddenly listened. Is it a bit noisy outside? Jing Yi closed his eyes, opened his eyes a second later and stood up. It's the gate. It seems something has happened. The two hurried off, only to see a group of policemen surrounded there. Standing in the middle of the crowd was a woman Wu Zhenqiu knew very well. This sister is so beautiful, Jing Yi said emotionally. What is she doing there? Wu Zhenqiu finally remembered the origin of this woman. Wasn't she the mysterious female master who smashed the rune black dragon that day? Why is she here? Thinking of this, Wu Zhenqiu quickly stepped forward and asked, what's the matter? Oh, who are you? Shidsa, or Ximenqing also recognized him at a glance. After all, this military uniform is too garish. You came just right, check it out, these three guys all have guns on them. Well, it doesn't look like a serious person. Seeing her greet people so skillfully, Qianzhu suddenly realized, you have no memory loss at all. You lied to us. No, Ximen said, I am really amnesia, but when I fell down, I subconsciously used a little force, and then the curse was blown away. She was still in amnesia when she met the three of Zhao Qinsen. Later, she entered the research institute and suddenly fell after taking the bronze gloves. Her body subconsciously made a defensive action. The dark green rune that caused her amnesia was also broken. This thing was originally effective when she didn't pay attention to the sneak attack. Head-to-head is impossible to cause too much threat to her. After all, she is the 8 evil. So she recognized that the bronze gloves were fakes only after that, because the real bronze gloves were in the hands of Ximenqing himself. In other words, in the coffin where she slept for 100 years. Recovering the memory, Ximenqing naturally realized the problems of Zhao Qinsen and the three. She was armed with Qianzhu's body, not to mention, just a pistol in this country with strict bans on guns is enough to prove that they have a problem. So she took the three to the police station. Although the grassroots of the police station may be ordinary people, they can report the problems with firearms, and finally let those who are related to the evolutionary handle it. But things went smoother than expected, and she met an evolutionary at the door of the police station. Wu Zhenqiu took out his mobile phone and took photos of the three of them, and then sent them to relevant departments for searching. He quickly obtained information about the three of them. Zhao Qinsen? International thief? Hihi, I didn't expect to be arrested here, Wu Zhenqiu sneered. It's all about being arrogant abroad. Dare to come to us? Is Huiguo fun? Zhao San and Qianzhu had a bitter face, and they never expected that one day they would stumble in this way. But they still have a conscience, and said to Wu Zhenqiu, since you want to arrest us, at least you must ensure our lives, right? Our partners are dying. Do you just look at it like this? Before a final trial is made, no matter how conclusive the evidence is, they are only suspects, and the authorities do need to ensure their personal safety. Jing Yi came up to check Sun Shaiki and exclaimed, wow, what did this guy do? The meridians all over his body are distorted. Did you swim in the meat grinder? He is a backlash of ability. Qianzhudeo. At this time, Wu Zhenqiu, who dispersed the general police, walked over. How can the backlash be so serious? This is dying, right? Zhao San and Qianzhu were speechless. Who would have thought that a woman who met casually in the mountains could be made into such a virtue? This backlash is much more serious than last time. Forget it, call an ambulance first. Wu Zhenqiu called 120, because the hospital was nearby, so Sun Shaiki was quickly sent to the hospital. Of course, police officers are watching. In fact, it is basically impossible to run like him. After dealing with these three people, Wu Zhenqiu had time to talk to Ximenqing. Jing Yi was standing next to her at this time, but blushing, he didn't dare to talk. He looked like an inexperienced virgin. Thank you for your assistance, Wu Zhenqiu said, but why did you leave Xiaking City and come to Chang'an? Is this Chang'an? Ximenqing blinked. I don't know. There was an accident and my mobile phone was gone. Can you lend me some money? This sounded like a liar in the station, but it was really the case. She didn't know where her phone went when it fell. It may have been burnt to ashes, or it may have been broken to pieces. Qianzhu and the others didn't take their money with them, so now she can be said to be penniless. Of course, Wu Zhenqiu quickly took out his wallet and drew out a few red leathers and handed them over. Take it. You are welcome. You have helped us so much, and I don't know how to thank you. That's okay, I'll go first. Ximenqing got the money and left the police station. Of course she was not going back to Ziliang Demon Village. She could fly and didn't need a taxi at all. Qin Yuyao hasn't gone back now. If she goes back and confronts Ageni, God knows what accident will happen. She wants money mainly because she wants to buy comfortable clothes. This is Qianzhu's, and I always feel that my chest is too tight and suffocating. After buying the clothes, she bought a cup of red bean milk tea by the way. Yeah, this red bean is really sweet. While enjoying it, she suddenly heard someone arguing on one side. Boss, did you sell us fakes? She looked over there and saw a few pupils-like guys at the entrance of a newsstand crowded there aggressively. The newsstand boss said with a gloomy look, where can I go to give you such real and fake books? It was like this when I entered. What use is it for you to find me? I don't believe it. If it's true, why isn't there an attacking giant? Ximenqing understood. These elementary school students bought juvenile manu www.novelmtl.com. The previous issue of Attack on Giant has ended, and of course there will be no one in this issue. These elementary school students obviously couldn't accept the result, and they ran to the newsstand to quarrel with the boss. The boss is also wronged. This is obviously a matter of dancing. He is the one who sells books and mineral water. Why did this pot fall on his head? At this moment, a young man who was passing by and was going to buy a magazine squeezed over when they heard their argument. Huh? Are there any giants to attack? That's right, one of the pupils said, holding up his magazine. We looked through it several times and couldn't find it. Lend me a look. The young man took the magazine and looked at the catalog, but he didn't see the attacking giant. Then he turned back unwillingly, but still couldn't find it. Is that rumor true? He asked in disbelief. The giant is really over. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly started yelling, why is it? This scene shocked passers-by looking towards this side, and several elementary school students were also shocked by this nervous elder brother. Simon Ching almost sucked the red bean into his nostrils. Wow, do you want to be so exaggerated? Isn't it just a comic eunuch? Are you still planning to grab the ground? She realized that the scene before her might not be an exception. How many attacking giant fans are there in the country? If they learned that this comic is a eunuch, would they all react like this? Suddenly feeling that the world is full of readers who are holding knives ready to come to her to settle accounts, Simon couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, I really don't want to go back for the time being. Let's have a wave outside. Simon Ching took a sip of milk tea and was shocked. It's best to go to a place with few people. Speaking of fewer people, how can there be fewer people than deep mountains and old forests? Simon Ching felt unsafe. After all, her prosperous beauty turned her head too high, and she would be easily recognized if she was accidentally walking on the road. So it has to be a little disguised. First, she bought a pair of sunglasses, and then she got the kind of all-round sun hat that an ant likes to wear when she travels. As soon as these two artifacts are released, if someone else can recognize her, the live broadcast day light bulb is not good. After arming, Simon King quietly touched back to the police station. As a result, her sneaky appearance directly made the police think she was a suspicious person. Excuse me, is there anything wrong with you? A policeman immediately came up and questioned. I'm looking for, who is that? Simon Ching realized that she had forgotten to ask her name just now. Mom, what should I say? I'm here to find the guy in the military uniform, with a little virgin next to him, do you know? Simon Ching described as much as possible. As a result, the police didn't know. Can you name it? Just describe it like this, and we can't help you find someone. But I don't know what his name is. Just when Simon was entangled in howling or not, suddenly she saw a familiar voice beside her eyes. Hey, who is that? She greeted others quickly. Lian Qinjun is not in a good mood today. Originally, he came to accompany his girlfriend back to his hometown to play, and by the way, he could meet his parents. I didn't know that. As soon as I went to my girlfriend's grandpa and grandma's house, I realized that the atmosphere of that family was not right. Everyone was calm, and although he was still very welcome, the atmosphere was really not very good. After I inquired, I found out that it was the daughter of my girlfriend and her second uncle, who was her cousin. She just graduated this year and became a police officer, but she resigned in less than a month. Not counting her resignation, she didn't even return home, and she didn't know where the wild went. All in all, because of this incident, his girlfriend, grandfather, and grandmother's family were very unhappy, and he stayed there like on pins and needles. Just when he managed to get through the May 1st holiday and was able to leave Chang'an with his girlfriend to go somewhere else, he suddenly received a call from his second uncle asking him to help explore a secret place. At the beginning, Lian Qinjun must have refused, because you can't ask me to go. What national event is it important to have a girlfriend? If he is so honest, would he be included in the list of natural and man-made disasters? However, his second uncle released his assassin, Xiao Qian. Your second uncle, I just gave you a fortune. Although your Red Luan star moved recently, you will face a serious emotional crisis in the near future. Serious emotional crisis. Lian Qinjun suddenly became nervous. He finally talked about a beautiful, super rich girl at home, and the key thing is to worship his big-breasted girlfriend. If this is pornographic, he must cry to death. Now, old man, I didn't end well if you fooled me like this. Your second uncle, although I smoke, drink, get tattoos, and often cheat my kids about New Year money, but I am an ethical guarantor. When did you see me lying on divination? Lian Qinjun thought about it carefully, as if it really was. Although his second uncle has not paid back the lucky money he lied to him when he was a child, and still likes to use stickers to get fake tattoos, he is extremely accurate in fortune-telling, and he has never missed a word. Okay, even if you are really good, do you have a way to crack it? Of course there is, Lian Ersha said, but well, the equivalent exchange. You know, if you help the second uncle this time, I will tell you the cracking method at that time. Will it work? Successful? Lian Qinjun agreed, but this is not an equivalent exchange. Maybe it was the emotional crisis that was caused by me to help? I took a risk here. You have to add more bets. What would you like? You cheated away the 80,000 lucky money when I was 6 years old. Xing so hard? My nephew, stay on the sidelines and see each other in the future. Fuck off, you nasty old man cheated his nephew with the lucky money and still have the face to lie here? You still don't pay me back. Good job, said the second uncle. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. Uncle, I will get you together even if you sell iron, no matter how bad. My son just happened to be paid recently, he should be able to get some. Damn. Lian Qinjun gave his second uncle in the air. But since he agreed, he didn't regret it, and came to the police station according to the information given by his second uncle. It is worth mentioning that because he is not a local, he was navigated to another police station midway, so it took him a long time to get here. As soon as he entered the police station, Lian Qinjun was about to find someone to ask where the Colonel Wu Zhenqiu was, when he heard a woman yelling, "Oh, who is that? That kid over there, say you." He originally thought it had nothing to do with him, but they all ran to him. www.novelmtl.com something? Lian Qinjun looked at the ant in front of him suspiciously. Yes, in his opinion, the kind of ant who wears this kind of hat must be the kind of ant who likes to post a "cheers to our friendship" emoticon. It's me. Simon Ching pulled the sunglasses down a bit, revealing his eyes. As a result, Lian Qinjun still didn't recognize him. Who are you? He thought to himself that this should not be the "I am my scam" on the island country, right? But they are all on the phone, so how can anyone come to cheat in person? Didn't you recognize it? Simon said with emotion, "We met in Xiaking City, and I signed it for you." She didn't know who Lian Qinjun was when she signed the sales meeting, but later he and Sen Qianshan clashed, and Simon Ching and Song Yunryu rushed to stop them. Only then did I know that this fan who came with his girlfriend turned out to be the third Dragon King on the list of natural disasters and man-made disasters. Even Qinjun's red hair was so recognizable, even if he hadn't seen him for so long, Simon Ching would immediately recognize him. She thought that this guy was also an evolutionary, and maybe she knew Wu Zhenqiu. Xiaking City? Sign. At first, Lian Qinjun wondered when he had asked someone for an autograph, but soon the memory came to his mind, and Simon King's eyes gradually overlapped with a certain face in the memory. Together. You. Lian Qinjun was like a student in a self-study class imitating the head teacher and turned his head to see the student who was standing behind the head teacher. His legs were so frightened. Fortunately, there is a potted plant in the back that can help, otherwise he might fall to the ground. Oh, don't be so scared, I won't grill you anymore. Seeing that he recognized himself, Simon saw that he recognized himself, so he put on his sunglasses with satisfaction, showing a cordial smile. Lian Qinjun wanted to cry without tears, but still wanted to struggle a bit. You have admitted the wrong person. I asked Song Yunryu for the autograph, but you didn't want you? Look, you really went to the autograph meeting, and you also recognize who I am. Simon Ching pushed his sunglasses, looking through everything. Lian Qinjun found that he had nothing to say. He was really smashed to death by his second uncle. Say there is a relationship problem, before that, your life will be hard to save, okay? Although he wanted to drive away right away, he knew that since people had already focused on him, it would be useless to run now. So he asked, what do you want me to do? Oh, yes, Simon said, I came to find a guy in military uniform, but I don't know what his name is. He is also an evolutionary, do you know? Military uniform? Evolutionary. Lian Qinjun thought for a moment, could it be that? Well, wait for me. I saw Lian Qinjun find the policeman who questioned Simon's love. Hello, I'm here to find Colonel Wu Zhenqiu. Do you know where he is? I'll help you ask. Hearing the name of the colonel, they immediately asked for help. After a while, the policeman came and told him, hello, you go inside, room 302 is just over there. Lian Qinjun turned to Simon and said, 302, the person you are looking for may be there. Go, then. Simon Ching urged. Although he was still a little scared, Lian Qinjun bit the bullet and came to 302 with Simon Ching. As soon as the door was opened, the middle-aged man in military uniform and the little virgin were there. You are? Wu Zhenqiu asked, looking at the two strangers. It's me. Simon Ching pulled down his sunglasses again. We just met. We didn't know each other after we took off the vest. Oh, it's you. Wu Zhenqiu and Jing Yi suddenly reacted. But why is this woman back again? Is there not enough money? Simon Ching casually found a sofa to sit down, and then said to them, would you like to talk about yourself first? I'm not in a hurry. Huh? You are not together. Wu Zhenqiu looked at Lian Qinjun again. This red hair is so slick, he is not a good person at first sight. What is this for? I'm Lian Qinjun. He briefly introduced himself. But one name is enough. Wu Zhenqiu suddenly realized, oh, it's you. It's finally here. Let's sit down first. The other two haven't come yet. Yeah, because he was very scared. Even Qinjun didn't say anything, and sat aside honestly. At this time, Wu Zhenqiu and Jing Yi looked at Simon Ching at the same time. Did you finish? Simon Ching said, then tell me something. I just caught the three people. They went to an ancient research institute in the mountains. According to them, the thing is the remains of the Qin Shi Huang period. Qin Shi Huang still has a research institute. Jing Yi couldn't help exclaiming. This is too ridiculous. Why don't you say that Qin Shi Huang is actually a scientist? This is not the point. Simon Ching waved his hand. The point is, I found some rune creations in that research institute, and those runes and your previous curse should be the same. My curse. Jing Yi and Wu Zhenqiu looked at each other in shock. Could there be another entrance to that place? Great. Wu Zhenqiu was overjoyed. Can you take us to that research institute? This might help us a lot. Of course it's okay. There was one thing that Simon Ching didn't say. In addition to the curse on Jingyi, the rune that caused her amnesia is also the same as the rune of the Research Institute. In other words, the 8 evil spirits in space are very likely to be related to Qin Shi Huang. The fight between the 8 evil spirits rarely involves birth or death unless one party deliberately seeks death. But it is inevitable to suffer some small losses between each other. For example, the Snow Emperor was once an avatar destroyed by Luna Jones, and finally reincarnated as Yu Xiaoting, but lost the original memory. Ximon Qing ruined 3 powerful matches this time, but the counterattack resulted in amnesia for several days, which can be considered back and forth. But she couldn't just let it go. Not to mention that she suspected that her zombies had been captured by the 8 murderers in the space station. The fact that she lost her mobile phone determined that this matter was endless. How many beautiful photos of Song Yunmyo are there? Those who were clothed and undressed, and even those who turned into lowly, were all photographed by her at the risk of being shot by Song Yunmyo, and now they are all gone. Simon's love is bleeding. She can be regarded as understanding the pain of Guangzai brother at the beginning. Must make that guy pay the price. Lian Qinjun's face on the side turned green. He thought he would be done with Ximon Qing here, but now it sounds like she wants to act with them too. To die. Isn't this just carrying a nuclear bomb with you? These 2 sand pens are still laughing their www.novelmtl.com. You guys are dancing on the Hades' book of life and death, you know. Uncle, do you have anything to worry about? Jing Yi said with concern, seeing Lian Qinjun's expression ugly. Big, uncle. Lian Qinjun pointed at himself, his eyes wide. All right, I'm only 29. He was angry, am I so worried? But I'm only 16. Although Jing Yi didn't say it clearly, the meaning was there. He's almost twice as old, so I call you uncle to have an opinion? Lian Qinjun must have been going crazy, but when he saw Ximon Qing sitting there, he chose to persuade him. Forget it, can't afford it. He asked Wu Zhenqiu, are the people here yet? How many people are still not here? Wu Zhenqiu doubt, the 2 of the Song family and the Zhang family have not come yet, you are the first to come. I made the navigation guide wrong, what did they do? Lian Qinjun asked in surprise, would you like to make a call? Okay. Wu Zhenqiu took out his mobile phone and looked at the phone screen awkwardly. What's wrong? Lian Qinjun asked him. I don't have your contact information yet, Wu Zhenqiu said to Lian Qinjun. Why don't we exchange Lian Qinjun? What about cheating? This mission hasn't started yet. He felt that he had already lost his life for several years. No way, he had to take out his phone and add a friend with Wu Zhenqiu. After adding friends, the room fell silent again. The atmosphere seemed so embarrassing. The youngest Jing Yi wanted to break this situation, but he didn't have the talent in this area and couldn't find the topic at all. Wu Zhenqiu is even more so. Just as Jing Yi felt more and more suffering, the door to the room was suddenly opened, and a woman stumbled in. This woman had disheveled hair, a grey-headed face, and a lot of damage to her clothes, as if she had just escaped from a refugee den. Wow, even Qinjun, who was sitting closest to the door, was taken aback. Ximon Qing, who was playing on her mobile phone, Qianju's, also shook her hand, and the mobile phone slid into her chest with a swish. Are you okay? Jing Yi asked concerned. Who are you? My name is Zhang Xinyo. It is, this time, the Zhang family sent me to go on a mission with you. The girl gasped. Hearing the voice seems to be young, just like Jing Yi. Wu Zhenqiu wondered, how did you make it like this? Didn't it mean that the master was sent? Why are you so embarrassed? It feels a bit unreliable. Zhang Xinyo eased his anger, and said to the people with a look of horror, it's too scary, don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. Don't worry, Wu Zhenqiu comforted, all of you here are masters and you won't be afraid. The comforted Zhang Xinyo said solemnly, I was just kidnapped by a panda. Panda. Jing Yi and Wu Zhenqiu are both dumbfounded. What kind of panda can still kidnap the evolutionary? Is it the code name of which evolutionary? Jing Yi asked. Who is the panda? Zhang Xinyo said. It's not anyone, it's the kind of cute thing that is half black and half white, very cute. When Ximon Qing heard the words, he quickly took out his mobile phone to search for the picture, and then handed it over. Is this? Zhang Xinyo took a look and saw a black and white penguin on it. Oh, it's not this cute thing, it's a mammal. Zhang Xinyo said smoothly while stroking his chest. So Ximon Qing searched again. This. Zhang Xinyo looked at it again, and this time it was half black and half white. Whales. Auntie, are you with me? Panda, live on land and eat bamboo. Zhang Xinyo, who was stroking his hair, was shocked. What kind of brain circuit is this ant in front of him? I know what you said. Ximon Qing suddenly realized, and then searched a picture again and showed it to her. Hey, you eat bamboo. Zhang Xinyo thought that he was finally right this time. As a result, he saw this. What was displayed on the phone turned out to be a black bamboo rat. Ximon Qing also swiped his finger triumphantly, and the picture switched to the next one, which showed a white bamboo mouse. There are also white ones. Panda? Don't you know that the national first-class protected animal? It is the kind of giant panda that can rely on strength but wants to sell cute life. Zhang Xinyo is going crazy. Is this auntie deliberately her? Upon seeing this, Wu Zhenqiu quickly persuaded. Okay, well, we know, you continue to say. Zhang Xinyo nodded, and then said, it chased me frantically and said I was beautiful. Who doesn't know? Then he pressed me to the ground, at the corner behind the police station, and then took out a rope to tie me with a tortoiseshell. Tortoiseshell binding? I don't know how its technology is so good. I was when a rope went around. Fortunately, there was a manhole cover nearby. I got into the water and got into the drain. The smell in the drain it's. Puff Simon Ching on the side suffocated a hard smile, but still a trace of it leaked out. Zhang Xinyo was interrupted and gave her a blank look. As a result, her innocent little eyes were so exciting that Simon couldn't hold back her, and he laughed ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Simon thought for a while and said, I think of happy things. What's the happy thing? My aunt is gone. Puff Jingyi couldn't hold back this time, and laughed out a pig cry. Zhang Xinyo looked at him again. What are you laughing at? Jingyi squeezed his face and smiled vigorously. Which, my eldest aunt is also gone. Zhang Xinyo asked, your aunt is the same person. Puff Simon Ching and Jingyi couldn't hold back now. Right. Jingyi lowered his head, not daring to look at her at all. Simon Ching was covering her mouth and forcibly explained, no, his one is a human being, mine is not. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Zhang Xinyo annoyed, what I said is true. I believe it, we all believe. Simon beat his thigh, but couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Zhang Xinyo was about to run away, Wu Zhenqiu stopped in time. Okay, just leave them alone, or talk about this panda. Is it powerful? How could it catch you? It's not a question of how powerful it is. Zhang Xinyo suddenly began to recall, it's really the kind of rare, it's the kind of round and fluffy, it looks like glutinous rice dumplings from a distance, the hair is very soft and bright, it's cute, and it's not painful to tie it up. It's a pity that it sits on me with its and can't give a good hug. As she recalled, her expression began to become somewhat enjoyable. Simon Ching saw this scene as soon as she turned her head, and she couldn't help but laugh again. Puff. Zhang Xinyo, whose expression was confused, immediately became angry. Auntie, I have tolerated you for a long time. Is that funny? Simon King quickly said, my aunt is gone. You are obviously laughing at me. Little sister, you believe me. Simon King put on a serious face and motioned her to calm down. I'm a creative person. No matter how bizarre things are, I won't laugh, unless I can't help it. Why don't it be like this? Wu Zhenqiu said, you first go take a shower and change your clothes. We will accompany you later to see where you met the panda. If it is still there, we will help you get revenge. Okay, where is the bathroom? I'm going to change my clothes, it should still be there now. Zhang Xinyo couldn't bear the mess of his body. I'll take you there. Jingyi beat her stomach, suffocated a smile, and then took the initiative to open the door to show her the way. However, as soon as the door opened, he saw a huge bear paw slapped on his face, slapped him a few steps backwards, and fell into Lian Qinzhan's arms. The action is basically the position of a princess holding each other. The two men looked at each other, and the words on both faces were dumbfounded. Ouch! Lian Qinzhan threw Jingyi to the ground in disgust, causing him to smash his ass. Shocked, one man actually hurt another man's ass. Zhang Xinyo screamed, hiding behind Wu Zhenqiu. That's it. Simon Ching leaned over to take a look, and saw a giant panda man standing up and walking in from outside the door. There is also a bundle of red rope around its neck. The giant panda vomited, oh, sorry, I just wanted to knock on the door, but the door opened unexpectedly. Hello, I am Song Kaiyan from the Song family. You can call me Xiao Cai. Simon Ching suddenly felt that this name was a little familiar. It's this sense of sight again. Wu Zhenqiu was dumbfounded. The Song family sent a panda? You are not a leather case. No, I'm really a panda. Xiao Cai stretched out a bare paw. Is there any bamboo? There is no bamboo here. Wu Zhenqiu shook his head. Did you come from the Song family? How did you come on the road? Didn't anyone find it? Oh, I came here from Earth Escape. No one saw it. Xiao Cai replied. I'm hungry. Too done. Although it is very curious what its abilities are, it doesn't say that others will not ask. Some evolvers still pay attention to the source of their abilities and will not let others know easily. Wu Zhenqiu Dao, I'll get you something to eat now. Can meat sandwiches work? Yes, I'm not picky. Xiao Cai nodded the bear's head. Wu Zhenqiu said to Zhang Xinyo behind him again, I'm going to get some food, you can take a shower at this time. It's you? At this time, Xiao Cai finally found Zhang Xinyo. Pretty lady, why did you run away just now? Don't come here. Zhang Xinyo cried out in horror, I won't let you tie up again. Don't you like it? Little Cakexiang's paw nodded the bear's mouth, tilted the bear's head and asked in confusion, but that's what I read in the book. What book are you reading? Jingyi rubbed his and stood up, curiously asked. Here, this is it. Xiao Cai pulled out a book from her thick hair www.novelmtl.com and handed it to him. I found this in the Song family treasure pavilion. It must be a treasure. Jingyi took a look and read the title of the book, The General Outline of Xingyi Education. Lian Qinzhan on the side looked at Simon Ching in shock. Why is there a tortoise in the Xingyi sect? Simon Ching was also surprised when she heard this. Maya, why does the Song family also have this kind of book that records her dark history? Oh, yes, the Song family is fighting zombies, and it's normal to collect a few Xingyi sect masters as trophies. She simply pretended to look at the scenery everywhere. Anyway, no matter what happened to her, she didn't know anything. Jingyi flipped it casually, and he really turned to the page where the tortoise shell was bound. I saw it wrote. Mr. Today teaches a rope technique, which is said to please girls, and Shiji is very happy. But the next day I suddenly realized that I don't have a wife, so sad. 3 crying faces were drawn next to a line of characters, and also illustrated how to use the tortoiseshell bondage. Jing Yi's eyes gleamed. He is a little virgin who usually asks his classmates to borrow films to watch, and he has few types of contacts. This kind of thing with a rope is really the first time I have come into contact with it. Wu Zhenqiu hurriedly took the book and returned it to Xiao Cai. Children don't look at this kind of stuff. Although Jing Yi wanted to take another look, he didn't feel embarrassed to say it. Then Wu Zhenqiu took Zhang Xinyo to go out. First, he found a policeman to take her to take a bath and change clothes, and then went to the police station to buy some meat tongs. Only Lian Qinjun, Ximen Qing, and the giant panda Xiaokai are left in room 302. I remember. Ximen Qing suddenly yelled, and Lian Qinjun was so scared that Lian Qinjun slipped directly from the sofa to the ground. What? Xiao Cai looked at her blankly. You are chartering the pet raised by your mother-in-law, right? What to pack? The giant panda Xiao Cai scratched the back of her head with a bare claw. Oh, it's Song Yun Yu. Ximen Qing explained. I thought Xiao Cai would be very happy to hear her owner's name, but after Ximen Qing said the 3 words Song Yun Yu, Xiao Cai disappeared from her field of vision with a swish. Looking to the side, I saw the panda's head drilled under the table, revealing a chubby panda's buttocks shivering outside. What's wrong with you? Xiao Cai stretched out her head, looked around, and then heaved a sigh of relief. I was shocked. How did you know that name? So I reflexively wanted to find a hole to get in. Why are you so afraid of her? Ximen Qing asked. Nonsense, Xiao Cai said. Try to be treated as a sandbag by one person from childhood to most of the time, and you will be beaten at you every day. Over time, you will have a psychological shadow. Ximen's love suddenly realized. I understand, you feel I understand too much. She stretched out her hand to hug Xiao Cai, but she stopped for a moment. Wait a minute, your father's mother's. Although the name sounds like a female, but the things it did to Zhang Xinyo make people wonder if it is a male, or is it just a little orange in the orange? What kind of male or female? Don't you see my name? I am a girl. Xiao Cai emphasized. Girl? It's okay if it's not a male. Ximen Qing embraced Xiao Cai's neck. The hair was really as soft and smooth as Zhang Xinyo said. I'm telling you, in fact, I'm often beaten by her. Yes, I know your pain too well. Really, Xiaokai immediately developed a good impression of Ximen love when she was often beaten. How do you know my master? That's a long story. I was walking alone that day. Ximen Qing and Xiao Cai started chatting enthusiastically. Lian Qinjun on the side is sitting on pins and needles, innocent. Does this panda really think she wants to be friends with it? How could the 8 evil spirits be beaten? Little children will not believe this kind of lies. She intends to get acquainted with the panda, and then take advantage of it and then eat the bear's paw without paying attention. When she solves the panda, will I, a witness, also be dealt with? How to do? I really want to escape. Lian Qinjun, who is usually domineering in front of his little brother, is like an anxious bamboo rat at this time, worrying about what reason he will be killed at any time. Jing Yi was eager to try. He tried to make a good relationship with other people, but Ximen Qing and Xiao Cai were having a good time chatting, and there seemed to be no room for interruption. And even the red-haired brother Qinjun is very social at first sight, and he doesn't know how to speak. I can only stand silly while rubbing my on the side. After a while, Wu Zhenqiu came back, still carrying a big bag of Regiamo in his hand. Come here, eat. He divided each one of them, and Xiao Cai swallowed it in one bite. Of course, one is not enough. It killed 10 Regiamo in one go and then stopped. Well, don't eat anymore. I'm losing weight recently, and I'm almost full after eating a 3-pointer. Xiao Cai patted her chubby belly and said. Jing Yi, who hadn't finished eating the Regiamo, didn't know what to say. Ximen Qing was very happy to eat, and she came to the police station to find them and found them right. You can eat and drink. After another while, Zhang Xinyo came back. She changed into the police uniform lent to her by the policewoman, but she didn't feel like a policeman at all. She looked like a cute girl from a cos police officer. Generally speaking, it looks very good, and it is completely different from the beggar girl I just saw. It's no wonder that Xiaokai is staring at her. That pair of C-starting chests is indeed an excellent implementation target for tortoiseshell binding. This child looks like a mixed race, but unlike Jin Huiwen is blonde and blue-eyed, with oriental features, and her face looks very westernized, and her hair is slightly curly, but the hair color is black. Reintroduction, my name is Zhang Xinyo. I am 19 years old. I have been growing up in the United States before. I just returned to China last month, so I don't know much about domestic affairs. Please take care of me. It's really from a foreign country, Ximen Qing said. I thought you were selling lamb skewers over there. Well, my mother is American. Zhang Xinyo said. Lian Qinjun said at this time, the people are all here, let's talk about business. He really couldn't bear to stay in a small space with a bastard, and just wanted to leave soon. Oh, yes, the appointment time has passed so long. Zhang Xinyo also reacted. At this time, Xiao Karen stood up and walked to Zhang Xinyo and bowed to her. I'm sorry, I apologize for my behavior just now. It was misled by that book, thinking that girls like tortoiseshell binding, so they did it to the cute Zhang Xinyo. And the reason why it is Zhang Xinyo, this one has to involve the particularity of its own ability, so I won't mention it here for the time being. It's okay. Zhang Xinyo was very generous, and after touching Xiaokai's head, he forgave it. Then both looked at Wu Zhenqiu. After all, this time the matter was dominated by him, and the three of them were all thugs in plain terms. Wu Zhenqiu glanced at Ximon Qing and hesitated. This is a state secret, and it is really inappropriate to let outsiders listen to it. Even if Ximon Qing just caught 3 international thieves and they are super powerful, it won't work. However, Lian Qinjun said, it's not necessary. If she wants to know, there is a way, you can just say it. Wu Zhenqiu glanced at him. Well, I believe everyone already knows something. This time we are going to an underground ruin, which was left over from the Qin Shi Huang period. At first, we were already the backup emperor mausoleum, but later learned that the place seemed to be a palace. What do you mean? You want to say that Qin Shi Huang is not dead? Lian Qinjun asked. That's it, we're not so sure, Wu Zhenqiu said. The legends of that era were too exaggerated. They were also an elixir, and they were isolating Tianri Fang Palace. They are just like myths. Most people may think that it is just rhetoric or legend, but the real high-level evolutionary understands that these are all possible real existence. All in all, that place is very dangerous, so we asked for reinforcements from the country. The 3 of you will come. Then the 5 of us will enter the ruins and explore again. Wu Zhenqiu adao, there are all kinds of traps, everyone. Please be careful. At this time, Jingyi raised his hand and said, in order to better cooperate, I will introduce myself first. My name is Jingyi. I am 16 years old this year. Interfere with reality to achieve the effect of moving objects in space. Evolutionaries generally keep their abilities a secret. After all, knowing the abilities can make specific targets. The less the outside world knows about yourself, the safer you are. The best example is the former world's #1 killer Phantom. His abilities are actually very average, but because no one knows it, it looks terrifying. Jingyi dared to speak so generously. On the one hand, he was innocent and simple, and on the other hand, it was also a manifestation of his determination to this task. Upon seeing this, Wu Zhenqiu also introduced his abilities. Wu Zhenqiu, I won't say how old he is, anyway, he is older than you, and his ability is a mechanical body, and he can convert part or all of his body into a high-tech mechanical body at any time. After listening to Xiaokai's hand, she immediately raised her hand. I'm here too. Song Kaiyan, 18 years old this year, loves to eat bamboo shoots most. His ability is the first kind of deo from the mythology. At the critical moment, you can transform into a mountain beast and lead everyone to dig tunnels and run off. Yuan Chu seed. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The first species of the mythology source can be regarded as the noble among the evolutionary. Except for the 8 evils, they are all top powerhouses. The most notable examples are the ancestors of the Song family and the Lian family. In contemporary terms, there are also powerful people like Mrs. Bone and the master of the Tsingyi Church. Ximon Qing interrupted at this time. Some of the non-human evolvers cannot reproduce. www.novelmtl.com. Another part of the offspring has a much lower chance of awakening than human beings, so either they don't appear, and once they appear, they will probably be the first species. Zhang Xinyo also sighed. No wonder I was so weak when I faced you just now. The blood of their Zhang family is the blood of the of water, and the Dayu who is fighting the water is simply a natural enemy. After speaking, she added, I have just introduced myself, and then my ability is the manifestation of the god of water god. Finally everyone turned their attention to Lian Qinjun. This atmosphere can't make it through without a self-introduction. Even Qinjun originally wanted to reject it with a personality, but Ximon Qing was on the sidelines, so he had no choice but to persuade him. Lian Qinjun, 29 years old, capable of dragon. It's simple, and everyone except Jingyi already knows, so he didn't comment on his self-introduction. Originally, the matter was over here. How could I know that Jingyi, the stunned young man, actually looked at Ximon Qing again? Sister, do you want to go with us? Or would you introduce yourself? Just now Ximon Qing mentioned the affairs of the Qin Dynasty Research Institute, and indeed he meant to go deep in the mountains with them, but he wrote it down. Me. Of course, Ximon Qing doesn't mind, but how should I introduce it? The leader of Tsingyi? 8 evils? Destiny? Amaterasu? Cartoonist love? She really has to count. She can count a string of names that are longer than the Dragon Mother Dainlizi. After all, the true leader of Tsingyi has actually played various roles during the long years. For example, Lu Xiu's emperor helped him, eliminating Wang Meng's army. She couldn't count similar things herself for thousands of years. So Ximon King simply said, my name is Tsingyi Yeast. I'm a singer and the host of B Station Up. Singer. Zhang Xinyo looked dumbfounded. What kind of gong, Dragon King, Deo, etc. are all of you? Is it a bit of a violation for you to suddenly pop out of a singer? Although this ant's voice is very nice, it has nothing to do with the tasks they will have to do next. Jingyi and Panda Xiaokai were a little curious about which songs she sang, but they were interrupted by Wu Zhenqiu before they could ask. Then let's set off. That place must be opened at night. If it is past now, it will be just dark over there. Several people said that there was no problem, and they came here when they were ready. Of course, Xiamen Qing should go with her, so she suggested, since your side is time sensitive, how about going to the research institute I discovered first? Wu Zhenqiu and Lian Qinjun looked at each other, and the latter said, if she wants to go, let's go. So he nodded, well, go to the research institute first. I want to see how people did research 2,000 years ago. Xiamen Qing set off for an adventure here, and Song Yunryu suffered a headache on the other side. Her Weibo has exploded in the past few days. Attack on Titan is not an ordinary fire. This is a super masterpiece that goes out of the circle and goes abroad. Even people who are not usually interested in comics will go to see the kind of phenomenal works that don't have a topic when chatting with friends. Needless to say how big this IP is, and now I am a without warning. It is simply appalling. Don't talk about fans, just those who work in the industry are shocked. Until now, many people still think that this is just a joke. After all, no matter how abnormal the brain is, it will not smash the golden rice bowl like this, right? I think it's a hype. Look at it, they will definitely announce Giant too soon. I really don't understand the operation of the great god. What is the picture when I am the most popular? If I have a hot work, I have to try to paint it to death. How can I cut it? Mysterious, I'm so crazy. I actually killed the chicken that laid the golden eggs. It's true new beer. This matter is no longer as simple as on hot search. Xiaking TV station even specifically broadcast related news. The reporter interviewed several passersby and asked about their views on the giant eunuch. As a result, most of them said they were unacceptable, and felt that this must be deceiving. There are also some expressing that the dancing sentiment is too bad that you shouldn't enter this hole at the beginning, and even extreme expressing that you want to turn to the black with anger. There must be some black powder, and even the photos of Xiamen Qing and Song Yunryu were screenshots and then added with words. Probably some. You are very good. Learn to be a with me. I don't care, I don't chirp anyway. At that time, I picked up the knife and dropped it. Chua, cut it. Ouch, you manga, you have to cut it. She wanted to laugh when she saw some emoticons made with Simon's love, but when she saw herself, she felt a little stomachache. This pod is not mine. Thanks to the readers not knowing the address of their home, otherwise they must form a group to raise the banner and shout the horn. This is not a joke, the editorial department of Juvenile Manyo has already encountered such a thing. A group of readers went to the editorial department if they couldn't find the dance. Zhou Hong was afraid that the door would be broken, so he simply moved the entire editorial department to a place in the squat building. So what do you think? It's unexpected to come up with such a wave of operations. I really can't understand it. Gong Yanjun sat in his office and asked Zhou Hong who was opposite. The latter said while playing mobile games, I still want to ask, but what can I do? I didn't draw the comics. People want eunuchs, so I can force them to draw with a knife. Then you usually find someone to ghostwrite. Gong Yanjun said, at least the painting is better than it is now. They won't let me. Zhou Hong shrugged. How many creative people are willing to be used on their own things? I still want to hold my thighs in the future. How can I offend them? Then how long will you stay on my side? We are not a shelter here. Gong Yanjun wanted to check Weibo on that phone, but found that his phone was in Zhou Hong's hands. Hey, you can't use it if you want to play. Your own phone? Why do you take mine? How do you know my lock screen password? Oh, I'm used to it. I just picked it up when I saw it on the table. Zhou Hong stared at the screen intently, but you are really simple. The lock screen password hasn't changed since reading. Pass. How many times have you used my mobile phone? Gong Yanjun asked. Once an airplane cup appeared in my online shopping list. Did you buy it for me? I didn't know when someone delivered it to me. What is it? I took it apart in front of him. Damn. I still remember the way people around me looked at me. I'm not afraid that you will be lonely. You reading www.uukangsha.com. Zhou Hong said shamelessly. People always have to be released. Fuck. I didn't have a girlfriend in the whole university because of that. Gong Yanjun kicked under the table. He had long legs, and he kicked Zhou Hong directly on the knee, kicking him off the stool. My eyes have never left the phone. Gong Yanjun adjusted his emotions, and it didn't make sense to quarrel with this guy. Seriously, how do you plan to deal with this incident? However, many people on the internet are calling for unsubscription and boycott of your magazine to force you to reopen. Serialized. It's impossible to reopen. It's impossible to reopen in this life. The dance teacher would not paint at all, but the problem is not big, Zhou Hong said while playing the game. Anyway, readers are very forgetful. The big one, today may be irritated for the giant public sentiment, and tomorrow may choose to forgive us because of other works. You are too optimistic. You are so sure that the new work can reach the height of giant? No, let alone tie it, even if it is only half, it is terrifying. Gong Yanjun really doesn't know where this guy came from. His confidence, as if he had never panicked before. I'm just blind, take my eyeballs off, and I won't read the new comics of Wuking. Lu Chang watched his vowed speech in the group, and only felt a little worried. What should I do? Ghoul is so good looking, I really want to recommend it to everyone. How can I get the comic Amway out without a trace, but without affecting the majesty of my group owner? Just as Lu Chang was struggling, an administrator in the group suddenly sent a message. As the college entrance examination is approaching, Su Qian, a high school student, has been busy recently. Reading comics has become the most suitable way for her to relax in fragmented time. She doesn't need to buy it. Li Yuki buys many comic magazines every week. she just took it directly. Unlike those fanatical fans, although she also likes Attack on Giant, she is not going to die because of a comic eunuch. She is more of a fan of the author than his works. After all, she has seen Xiamen Qing and Song Yunwoo in reality. Xiamen Qing is so beautiful, she is extremely envious. The newly serialized ghoul caught her attention. After all, it is a new work of dance, and she is also curious about what kind of work they will paint after they don't paint Giant. At first glance, I found, it's so pretty. First of all, the story happened in Xiaokeng City. This made her, a native of Xiaokeng City, very substituting. She felt familiar with many backgrounds in the comics, especially one of the buildings was her father's film and television company. I recognized it at a glance. Then look at the content. This time the protagonist is no longer a passionate man like Alan, but an introverted literary youth. He likes to peek at a reading girl in a coffee shop, but he has not dared to come forward to talk. After that, the two became acquainted with each other because of the book, and everything seemed to be a romantic story. The protagonist and the beauty she has a crush on sent her home after eating. On the edge of the unmanned construction site, the beauty confessed and said, "I like you." This is amazing. The toad actually ate swan meat. It's almost like a fairy tale. People can't help wondering if this is a bit too much. However, the romantic story came to an abrupt end. The beauty suddenly opened her mouth and bit the male lead. It turned out that what she said turned out to be like food. This sudden reversal frightened Su Qian, but it attracted her to look down. The story finally started to become interesting. It turns out that this beauty turned out to be a creature called ghoul. They have the same appearance as humans, but they need to eat people. Hidden among the crowd on weekdays, unable to distinguish, but secretly hunting humans in the dark. A unique worldview spread out, and people can't help but imagine. Does Xiaokeng really have ghouls? Su Qian thought. After reading this issue of the serial, she couldn't help but want to find someone to share. So I turned on the phone and sent a message to the group. Is anyone watching Natsusura Ghoul? This comic is so interesting. As soon as this message was sent out, someone responded immediately. I'll go. We have a trader. Have you agreed to boycott the new comics? Yes. Haven't the first 7 of Giant been through? It's too dancing if you just abandon it like this. The green hat actually took the lead and jumped backwards. You can take your skirt off and atone for your sins. Curse you to become a ghoul and vomit out of everything you eat. Wait a minute. How do you know that ghouls spit out everything they eat? Damn, your kid has rebelled too. To be honest, I also watched Ghoul. I can only say that it is really interesting. I am looking forward to the follow-up now. Yes, that's right, Dong Xiang is so handsome, feeding Jinmu cannibalism looks like blasting Alan Sanley with bread. Maybe someone started, and the group that originally condemned the traitor suddenly became the discussion group of Xiaokeng Ghoul. Even the owner of the group participated. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the giant that had just been caught, and began to talk about this new work. Teacher Wu Qing said that this book will definitely be finished. How reliable do you think it is? They have said this before, I think it might be true. I believe they are ghosts. These two women are very bad. Maybe when this comic will be cut. But I still look forward to the follow-up. Jin Wian is too cowardly now, I don't know when he will rise. The best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one, and the same is true for comics. Song Yunmyo can only tell stories that admire Ximen's love. How can she come up with such interesting works one after another? The editorial department has already started to make relevant publicity. Like Giant, Ghoul is also linked with animation. Many people in the industry are wondering, can they and Jo Hong replicate the miracles they once created? Song Yunmyo flipped through the hot searches on Weibo, and as expected, both Giant and Ghoul were on the list. One had never fallen off after occupying the first place, and the other also rushed to the 6th position. To some extent, Ghoul has also lost the popularity of Giant. Is it okay for me to rub myself? Thinking of the funny place, Song Yunmyo suddenly found a 19th most searched entry, Kimchi Country Girls High School Student. Because there is a Kimchi Country female high school student at home, she went in and took a look curiously. As a result, I looked at www.novelmtl.com and found that the hot search refers to Jin Huiwen. It was a video shot with a mobile phone. The quality of the picture was touching and the sound source was a bit damaged, but it did not prevent you from hearing clearly that the person in the video was singing. Song Yunmyo recognized at a glance that the person in the video was Jin Huiwen. She was standing on the stage and singing a cappella with a microphone. It was a song in Kimchi language, and the video uploader also provided subtitles very intimately. Is it wrong to not be able to express? I am the heartwarming woman in this indifferent city. Is it okay to say that you like it? The very soft and crisp voice, coupled with the pitiful lyrics, makes people cute. This is so cute. I am going to be ambiguous with you from today. I will call you every day. Especially when he sang this sentence, Song Yunmyo got goosebumps. It was so nice. Clicking on the comments, they are all complimented. How come there is such a cute little girl? She sings so I feel I'm in love. Please give me a dozen of such heartwarming women. Thank you. Obviously she is blonde, but she is from Kimchi Country. Is this hair dyed? Now high school students can dye their hair. I really want to listen to the genuine source. I have been looping this video all night. 10 minutes, I want all the information about her, or I will kill everyone when I come back. This song was written by that idiot zombie too. Song Yunmyo's mouth curled up. He is obviously an idiot, but the songs he writes are so good to listen to. God has given him the wrong talent. Thinking of this, she got up and went to Jin Huiwen's room and knocked on the door. What's the matter? Sister Yunwoo. The blonde and blue-eyed mixed race poked his head out of the door. Are you free? Song Yunwoo asked. Can you accompany me to record a song? Recording a song? Jin Huiwen didn't understand. That's the song you sang at school. Song Yunwoo took out her mobile phone to show Jin Huiwen the video on her hot search. Huh? Did anyone secretly photograph this? It was not handed over by the teacher. Jin Huiwen thought of this the first time she saw the video. Then he said, but Sister Yunwoo, why did you suddenly think that you want to take me to record a song? Song Yunwoo sighed and covered his forehead. Isn't it because the readers have been too noisy recently? My Weibo is almost occupied by Blade. I just want to divert the attention of those over-energy readers, and then think about you. Singing is so good, it's a pity to shoot videos on that inferior mobile phone. Well, let's go to the boss's room to record. Jin Huiwen opened the door and walked out. Although she was only 15 this year, she was already half a head taller than Song Yunwoo, and Xiamen Qing was the two towers in the entire Ziliang Demon Village. The key point is that both of them are long on their legs, and the upper body sitting height is about the same as the others, which is very scary. When the wrist line crosses the crotch, you will be asked if you are sour. The recording equipment in Xiaoguai's room is really better than that in a professional recording studio. She bought them one by one for the mission. After earning money, Song Yunwoo helped her level up again. In addition, the facial capture system that was originally just the simplest has also been upgraded to the most cutting-edge motion capture device, the kind of whole body. Xiamen Qing's previous videos of Tsing Yi Yeast were actually only moving the upper body, and everything in the camera was very stiff to the whole body, but in recent videos, Yeast has been able to move as flexibly as a 3D animated character. Jin Huiwen didn't need to do 3D this time, she just recorded the entire song. During the period, she felt that she was not sing well and re-sang it twice, which took less than half an hour in total. By the way, she did all the operation of the equipment, and Song Yunwoo didn't understand, so she made soy sauce all the time. When Xiaoguai came back in the evening, Jin Huiwen recorded the arranged song, and then Xiaoguai made a complete song. Good job, what do you want to eat tonight? Song Yunwoo touched their heads and praised. As a result, the two children showed horror. Song Yunwoo, I mean taking you out to eat. Really? The child was innocent, and when he heard that Song Yunwoo was not cooking in person, he immediately showed a happy expression. This shows that Qin Yueo is really an indispensable member of Ziliang Demon Village. Song Yunwoo squeezed their faces, two little unscrupulous people, I have worked so hard to cook and I will be rejected by you. Xiaogu suffocated his smile, and said coolly, I don't want to be a killer with no taste. Jin Huiwen said, actually, I think Sister Yunwoo, your craftsmanship is not bad, but there seems to be a curse on you, a curse that will become unpalatable no matter what you do. How come there is that kind of curse? Little slippery head. Song Yunwoo rubbed their hair vigorously. Okay, I'm not that kind of autistic. You don't need to comfort me. Go out. Oh, today, Damonza has an operation and will not come back at night, so the three of them will go out. Before going down the mountain, Song Yunwoo also asked Ajani what she wanted to eat, so she could bring it for her. In the end, she said she wanted to eat beef vermicelli buns. You will almost turn into a bun if you continue to eat it. Although Ajani eats everything, her favorite is steamed buns, which she eats almost every day. This originated from the days when she was wandering. Baezai was the best food she could find at that time, and she had a special feeling. Song Yunwoo took the two children to dinner, but there was a wave of waves on Weibo. The Weibo of the two couples has always been that cartoonist love is very active, and cartoonist Wu Song is very salty. But in recent days, Weibo on the love side has suddenly stopped updating. In the words of the readers, this is just pretending to be dead, and it may be where the trumpet is changed. But Dancing Song has sent several posts here. One is to apologize to everyone, saying that for some indescribable reason, Attack on Titan is about to be cut. The other is to promote the new comic Natsusuragul. There is also a reply to lucky readers, stating that this comic will not be an eunuch. Then just now, she sent another one. This time, I uploaded a link. If you click on the link, you can go to a large music website. She has uploaded the song Jin Huiwen sang to that website. In addition to the link, Weibo also has text attached. It probably means that when the next issue of Ghoul is published, there will be a few questions about the comic. As long as the number of readers who answer the correct answer reaches a certain standard, real people will be released. The MV version. This is amazing. Everyone never thought that she would search hot searches in this way. Originally, the singing of Kimchi National High School girls had nothing to do with her manga artist, but everyone could not imagine that when they were unable to find lossless sound sources on the internet, they could be found by a manga artist. Some people wondered if someone imitated the female high school student, but someone immediately rebutted it. First, the sound is really similar, even the pronunciation of Kimchi language is very standard. If this is imitated, the degree of reduction is too high. The second is that Wu Song promised to release MV. If it is fake, it will definitely be exposed. Generally, people with a little reputation will not make such a joke, it is a death. Therefore, many readers who had vowed to boycott Ghoul were shaken. Although they also watched Giant, they didn't get so deep, so they felt it was a pity. If you don't read comics, it's not a big deal to find friends and daughters to play with, it's nothing. So what the beautiful blonde girl looks like in that vague video on the internet is more attractive to them. In this way, they began to put aside their prejudice and went to buy a copy of Youth Man Friends and read it. At the end of this look, I found, this ghoul is really good looking Jill. The same cannibalistic, but also bloody, the protagonist is a swingman between the two races, and is also stuffed into his mouth. The difference is that Giant is a doomsday setting, while Ghoul is in a modern civilized society. What will their choice be for two protagonists with two completely different environments and opposite personalities? This can't help but make people curious. Dong Xiang is so handsome. I thought that she was being molested before, but she thought it was a soft girl. Who knows that she is so domineering? She's almost the same as Sanya. Oh, when you said that when you painted this, did the author move some of the characters in Giant? Otherwise, why did you have a mouth blow? That's what I said. If you analyze it carefully, you can find a lot of things in common. Golden arches. Listening to a pair of good friends at the next table discussing Ghoul, Song Yun-woo sighed with satisfaction. Just like it, as long as everyone likes the new comics, then the giant eunuch's affairs can be changed into small things. At this time, Jin Huiwen and Xiaoguai came over with their trays. Song Yun-woo asked them to order food, and she took the place. Here. Xiaoguai handed over Song Yun-woo's share, and then sat down with Jin Huiwen and began to feast on. She likes to eat French fries, grab a handful, and then stuff it into her mouth with the sauce. Jin Huiwen likes to eat fried chicken nuggets. Seeing them eating like cats with garland faces, Song Yun-woo couldn't help feeling that they were really two children. Even if they were more sensible than others, this kind of place could still be seen. She was sipping the Fat House Happy Water, while flipping her mobile phone, to see if there was any heat she could rub. The first thing I saw was naturally the second most popular search list besides herself. This hot search is very simple, just add a name and a single. Zhang Jiahui, bands. She searched for Zhang Jiahui and found that it turned out to be a popular star in China recently. He made his debut with the singing and dancing group. Later, he entered the film and television industry and gained certain recognition. Recently, he participated in a variety show Produce 119 as a judge. The content of the first issue was a comment on trainees. The trainee hasn't become popular yet, but the word bands that he repeatedly mentioned has become popular. This word roughly means the best position where each part of the body should be in a dance movement. Because everyone's body proportions are different, this thing varies from person to person. You can only dance in front of the mirror and look for it. The better the bands, the harder the person and the better the talent. PD 119. Song Yun-woo remembered. Isn't this the thing that Qing Yi Jiao has done recently? Since it's Ximen's love, why don't you hurry up to catch the heat? But getting hot is also a technical job, and she plans to go back and watch the first phase of the show. After eating and returning home, Song Yun-woo urged the two children to take a bath before returning to the living room to turn on the TV. The TV has a playback on demand function, and she adjusted it to the PD 119 last week and watched it. The general content of the first phase is only 2 parts, 119 players all appeared plus some players' performance ratings. She looked at it one by one very seriously, and when she saw Chin Yuki on stage, she was taken aback for a moment. Oh, why does this child look familiar? Oops, this is not because of Ximen Qing's disease that is familiar with everything he sees and listens to, right? She stared at the screen carefully, and when she saw the names of the contestants displayed in the subtitles, she suddenly became clear. Chin Yuki. She quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Chin Yuyeo, asking if she had a younger sister named Chin Yuki. As a result, Chin Yuyeo quickly replied. Precarious Wind and Rain, sister, have you watched the show too? There will be a dance song with a fishing line. Yes, you two sisters look alike. I think this must be your sister when I look at the name, dear. Precarious Wind and Rain, yes, she took the college entrance examination next month, but she secretly ran to participate in the show. It is said that she also got the support of our milk tea shop downstairs. Wu Song who is about to fish line, what's the matter about closing the milk tea shop? Precariously, Tan Shao I also want to know, there is about to be a dance song with a fishing line, then won't you canvass for your sister? This show depends on the audience to vote for promotion, right? The storm is precarious, sister, do you think her voice can be promoted? Can I canvass for her? I want her to be eliminated quickly and come back to take the college entrance examination. You don't know how big it is for me to face my parents urging marriage alone when she is not at home. As a younger sister, she can't be used as a shield for her sister. Why do I want her? Baby unhappy expression pack. Wu Song who will be fishing line, you are really her sister, so real. But are you so sure that she will be eliminated? Although she sings out of tune and does not dance very well, she is beautiful, and there are many men who are very superficial now. Long legs and a pure face are enough for them to vote. Precarious Wind and Rain, scared expression sister, don't scare me, if she is really promoted, what can I do? I don't want to go on a blind date at all. There is about to be a dance song with a fishing line. If you don't tell your parents the truth, they will definitely have to urge them. It's the same everywhere. Precarious, but I don't know how to say it. I am also afraid that they will think more about it after they know it. Song Yun-woo could understand Chin Yuyeo's words like this. Chin Yueo wants to enjoy the warmth of ordinary family for a while. www.novelmtl.com. Once she tells her parents that she has become an evolutionary, the relationship with her family will definitely change. Not to mention occasionally encountering people with weak psychological endurance, and directly treating the evolutionary as a monster. Chin Yueo is a little scared now, so she thinks about it as long as she can. When the parents noticed the fact that she would not grow old decades later, they were almost 80 years old, and there was no need to struggle so much at that time. Song Yun-woo thought for a while and sent a message. You can pretend to find a boyfriend, so that your parents will not urge marriage. Precariously, squeezing nostril expression. Where can I find my boyfriend? By the way, sister, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? There will be a fish line dance song. I have a heartbreak. I am just not interested in men for the time being. If I meet a suitable candidate who can make my heart beat, I will get married. Precarious wind and rain, but you don't care about your hair, don't put on makeup, and you don't wear dirt. You don't even go out of the door every day. How can you meet the right person? There will be a dancing song with a fishing line. Xiao Yueo, you have enough. Why didn't I find you such a poisonous tongue before? I kindly gave you an idea, but you actually taunted me in turn? Precariously, sorry, sister, I was wrong. Apology emoji, but I really can't find a fake boyfriend. Even if I find one, what if my parents suspect that we should do some intimate actions? There will be a dance song with a fishing line. This is not easy. You find a woman to pretend to be. I think Damon Zi is pretty good. She usually behaves very handsomely. When you hug her in front of your parents, and then kiss her again, isn't it over? Precarious wind and rain, it seems to make sense, but compared to the big sister, I actually think that Simon speaks more like a man, but her chest is too big, so she has to put on a few more bandages. Song Yun-woo's mind suddenly showed the scene of Simon King being severely strangled by bandages on her chest, and her face was congested. It seems very emotional. But she still returned to Chin Yueo and said, there are people in our family who can draw blind eyes and deceive ordinary people with more than enough 5 senses. The storm is precarious. Oh, that's pretty good. I'll tell her about it when Sister Simon comes back. Wu Song, who is about to be fishing line, have you not seriously considered finding a boyfriend? If you vomit, I won't go out, so how can you be better? Precarious wind and rain, find a boyfriend and watch him enter the soil for decades. I feel that since I knew I was immortal, I suddenly lost interest in the opposite sex. Song Yun-woo found that he was speechless, and Chin Yueo really had the talent to kill this guy. She said goodbye to Chin Yueo altogether, and then continued to wonder how to keep the heat away. Song Yun-woo first went to check the ranking on the official website. Number 1 is a beautiful girl, from Taiwan province, who is only 17 years old and looks very sweet. Before the show was broadcast, the contestants' biggest means of canvassing votes was still photos. The top ranking shows that this child has the best eyesight. Everyone has a short video of talent show, but few people will click in to watch it, and click on the photo to look good. Then the second place is Kui Minjae of the theme song. This is also very beautiful, but the key is that he has a very big chest and has gathered a lot of people's hearts. Oh no, it's popular. Moving on, she found Chin Yuki's name in the 38th position. Oh, didn't Xiao Yueo look at this ranking? She might be disappointed now. Song Yun-woo sighed and voted for Chin Yuki. By the way, the first elimination is in the half position, that is, until the 60th place. Chin Yuki rushed to the top 30% with a face, and even if he would drop some more later, there was a high probability that he would advance to the next round. If you have to wait for the elimination process, you will have to wait another 3 weeks, so it will definitely be too late for the college entrance examination. After thinking about it, she went back to the room and drew an illustration for Chin Yuki, planning to send it out to canvass her if Chin Yuki advances to the next round. Song Yun-woo and Chin Yueo have similar views. The college entrance examination may be particularly important for others, but not for Chin Yuki. Chin Yueo is just such a younger sister, some of whom are given money, and work is not a necessity for her. It would be better to ask her to do something she likes while she is still young. Being a human being, happiness is the most important thing. Since Chin Yuki wanted to be a star, she would help. But you can't help too directly, it's the same as teaching children. Simon Ching once said that if children in kindergarten can't wear pants, she will not help them, but teach them how to wear them, and then encourage them to wear them by themselves. Sometimes, the process is more important than the result. At this time, Chin Yuki obviously didn't know that her sister was looking forward to eliminating herself and returning home. I don't even know that a sister I don't know is thinking about how to canvass her for votes. She now has a difficulty. The rating evaluation and the shooting of the theme song have ended. When the program was broadcast last week, they were already recording the next link group showdown. Simply put, 119 people are divided into 12 groups, and then perform the same song in pairs. At that time, there will be a live audience to watch, and then vote for the players, and everyone in the group with more votes will get extra votes in addition to the audience votes. In addition, this is also an excellent opportunity to leave a good impression on the audience, especially for their Class F, who urgently need to change the audience's perception of them. But this grouping method is extremely unfriendly to Chin Yuki. First the theme song Si Kui Minjae went up to choose 9 teammates, and then one of the remaining people was selected for the next round of selection. No one picked Chin Yuki until the last round. because she was so deterrent that her 5-tone singing voice was too deterrent in the initial grade evaluation, and the 2 grades proved that she was not very talented in learning, but anyone who wanted to win would not choose her. Therefore, Chin Yuki and a total of 9 unwanted girls automatically became a team. Among them are the punching lady policewoman and Alice in leopard print. What's even more unfortunate is that when the next song was selected, their team was so hard to draw a particularly strong team. The repertoire that needs to be performed is a very difficult dance piece. 10 groups to 9 people, the final comparison is the average score. They all felt that they were finished, and the other team thought the same way. Several of the 10 people laughed and kept their mouths closed. Chin Yuki's side was completely depressed, and several members were so lost that they were not very active in preparation. Chin Yuki herself is practicing very seriously, but she can't sing even ordinary songs, let alone fast songs. Even if it is eliminated next time, at least I will finish this last stage. When she was fighting alone, the lady policewoman came over. I will practice with you. Okay. Chin Yuki smiled and nodded. www.novelmtl.com. The two of them kept looking in the mirror for bands. What they didn't know was that when they were fighting alone, one person quietly found the remaining 6 people and persuaded them one by one. In the end, the remaining 7 people in the group all came back and started practicing together. That lobbyist is the only Class A member Alice in their group. Yes, after the initial assessment B, Alice was promoted to A in the second assessment. She is really strong, but the visual impact is too strong. Most people would rather choose a beautiful woman in Class F than she. Incidentally, after the second assessment by the policewoman Jin Menzo, it was C. After 9 people have practiced the dance, they need to assign lyrics. In fact, there are only a few sentences for a song, and if you divide it into 9 parts, each person has only a little bit. But there is one place that is fatal, and that is rap. Yes, there is a rap part in this song, and there are a lot of it. It is obviously impossible to sing it with only one person. After reluctantly selecting a member who passed the rap, the other members were unwilling to sing rap. After all, their strength is inherently poor, so they can barely sing normally, let alone rap. Chin Yuki saw that everyone did not raise their hands, so she volunteered, then I will come. Everyone looked at her in shock. Are you sure? Alice also asked, can you sing? Chin Yuki said, there must be someone to sing. It's Tianji's horse racing. I'm an inferior horse. It won't be a loss to beat the rap this superior horse, and if I say rap, I won't run away, right? Everyone was silent. In fact, they all know that rap is far from simple, otherwise no one would choose. But since Chin Yuki said that he was inferior to the horse, what reason could they refute? In this way, after a week of training, the group duel officially began. Because it is the content to be played later, the audience is screened through special channels. Song Yun-woo got a ticket through her second uncle's channel. She was originally curious about this kind of show, so she wanted to take a look at the performance of Chin Yuyeo's sister. But when she got in and stood up, yes, the audience didn't have to sit, they had to stand. She found several acquaintances standing by her side. Huh? Sister, why are you here? Jin Huiwen looked at Song Yun-woo in surprise. Although she wore a hat and a mask, Jin Huiwen recognized her at a glance when she lived together every day. I still want to ask you, why did you come? Song Yun-woo asked rhetorically, didn't you say you went out to play with your classmates tonight? Yeah, Jin Huiwen said, pointing to the girls around her, they are all my friends in the music club. This show was hosted by a senior in our club, so she got a few tickets. Song Yun-woo saw that there were 4 little girls standing there as expected. One of them she still knew was Li Jin, the blood of Ximen Qing. At this time, 3 more people, 2 women and 1 man, came over. These 3 are familiar, because they have seen them at the wedding on Bian Island. They are Li Jin's brother and his 2 young girlfriends. Speaking of which, these 2 girls seem to have something to do with Simon's love. This world is so small. She thought so. Sen Xian and Li Yuki didn't recognize her, but Su Qian ran up immediately. Ah, Sister Wu Song, why did you see you here? Are you chasing stars too? Huh? Wu Song. Hearing Su Qian's call like this, Li Yuki, who was originally listless, was suddenly shocked and jumped in front of Song Yun-woo. Are you Wu Song, teacher? Why did you put giant as a eunuch? Why don't you paint? How sad we fans are, you know. I have no appetite for eating these days. With a series of crackling words, Song Yun-woo stepped back several steps in a row. Oops, I was blown away by the fans. What can I do? Song Yun-woo never expected that she would meet the Chawigan party when she went out to watch a stage. How to do? She hesitated for about half a second, and then decisively chose to sell Simon's love. Actually, I want to paint too, but you also know that I'm just the one who is in charge of painting. I can't paint the script without me. This. Li Yuki choked. Then, is that teacher Chinger stopped writing? Why didn't she write? She said she was out of inspiration. This is really a golden reason. As long as the creator says that he has no inspiration, there is really no way for outsiders to do it. It is impossible for the Blowing Root party to really arrest them and put them in a small dark room. Li Yuki didn't give up and looked behind Song Yun-woo. Is the teacher of Chinger also here? Where is she? She went out to gather the charm. Song Yun-woo said. There is nothing wrong with this. Whether it's traveling, eating late-night snacks, or playing mahjong, as long as it's fish-catching behavior, it can all be classified into K-Fang. Then, okay. Li Yuki became dejected again. Without watching Giant, He felt that he couldn't raise his energy at all, even the college entrance examination was not that important. Song Yun-woo looked at him, thinking that if Simon Ching was here, she would probably say to him, young people take good care of them, don't indulge in comics all day. It's definitely impossible to say how to change her, so I can only bless him silently, hoping that he won't fail the exam. Idiot zombie, you are really a sinful woman. After 2 hours, the show finally started. When the live performance started here, the second episode that had already been recorded was playing outside. The specific content is the second half of the grade evaluation and the second grade evaluation based on the progress of learning the theme song within 3 days. In this issue, the most eye-catching thing is naturally the first girl to get a grade. She is the sweet girl who currently ranks first in popularity. The second one is Kui Minjae. Some girls with can't see it clearly when they wear clothes, but Kui Minjae is different. She is too big, so even if the camera doesn't take care of her breasts, it will cause problems. A lot of audience's attention. After that, she performed another blue and white porcelain, dancing a classical dance, and the two combined to win cheers. The audience also found it amazing. This girl is really too beautiful, even in a group of generally high-value girls, she is particularly recognizable. After the show was over, the name Kui Minjae immediately soared to the top 10 of the hot search list. At this time, most of the audience did not know that the girl whom they regarded as a goddess, and even some people used it as a material, was actually a man. Oh, how could his waist be twisted into this angle? Tisk, Kui Mingri, you are so sassy. Watching his brother's performance on TV, the real Kui Minjae only felt embarrassed and cancer was committed. www.novelmtl.com. Especially the jitter in the chest, how did he simulate it? Kui Minjae himself usually wears a special sports bra to restrain this wave, and then walks cautiously. In the end, the younger brother who pretended to be her was so unrestrained. He didn't know that he thought there were 2 balloons filled with water. I beg you to stop harassing. Oh, how am I going to be a human being from now on? Kui Minjae wanted to cry without tears, she obviously wanted to be pure and pure. Yes, a pure girl like Jin Yuki is what she longs for. As a result, Kui Mingri behaved so sorrowful. Sure enough, when a man screams, there is nothing wrong with a woman is not an empty talk. Kui Minjae shouted at the fat house lying on the bed, Azzy, when will your master wake up? Azzy doesn't know, the master is in a deep coma, and the time to wake up is uncertain. It may be tomorrow or next month. Why am I so unlucky? Kui Minjae really cried, hugging her knees and sitting on the ground. As a result, because the chest was too big, I felt suffocated after holding it for a while, so I had to let go of my hand and pass through the position below the knee socket, holding only the thigh. This makes it easier. In the empty space station, the flow of time is particularly slow. It was only 1 minute later, but Kui Minjae couldn't bear it anymore. Azzy, are you there? Here I am. What are you doing? It is charging. The energy cost of a space jump is too great and needs to be replenished. Is that enemy really that powerful? He won't chase him. Not sure, there is currently no information in this area, but 5 days ago, I received a signal that a research institute in Xianyang was breached. Institute? What is that for? Insufficient authority to answer. Naturally, it was Simon who broke through the research institute. The time was pushed forward a few days, and Simon Ching just squeezed into the exploratory team of Wu Zhenqiu and others. Originally this kind of high-secret mission was impossible to add people casually, but even Qinjun, the strongest in the team, said that there was no problem, and he had no objection. Among them, Simon Ching had previously caught 3 international thieves, so Wu Zhenqiu felt that she should be a positive figure. On the way, Simon Ching patted Panda Xiaokai's back and asked him, since you are a panda, would you walk on all 4s? Yes, of course it will. I originally landed on all 4s, Xiaokai suddenly fell into memory. Until that year, the owner saw the circus show on TV not only walking upright, but also stepping on a wheelbarrow and jumping. Ring of Fire, so she started training me on a whim, asking me to do the same. It was a nightmare time. Song Yun-woo was so skinny when he was a child. After hearing some interesting things, Simon Ching suddenly became interested. Then you learned to walk upright? Then did she force you to learn something else? Yes, she later asked me to help her with her homework, so that she had time to exercise her muscles, she said with tears. Xiao Cai stretched out her bare paw. Look at my paw, how do you use a pen? Are they forced out for the sake of life? Simon Ching asked it, have you never thought of revenge? For example, doing your homework wrong. Yes, of course. Every time I do my homework, I do my homework randomly. When she asked me to replace her in the exam with a blindfold, I also deliberately gave her the last one, but she didn't do anything at all. Instead, I was asked to take the test every time. Xiao Cai sighed. Later, I came up with an experience. Don't try to understand the thoughts of a person with a brain full of muscles, otherwise the brain will break. Well, it makes sense. Simon loves deeply agreeing that the charter wife's thinking is indeed not something ordinary people can figure out. Sometimes it's fine to touch her breasts, but sometimes you get squashed when you kiss her on the face. At first, she thought that women were so unreasonable, but later when she met Qin Yuyeo, she realized that Song Yunwoo was only special. Oh, Simon Ching thought on a whim, and said to Xiao Cai, then you lie down and carry me, okay? Why? Xiao Cai asked. I haven't ridden a panda yet, Xiamen Qing was eager to try. You are so cute, you must be very interesting to ride. I don't want it. Of course Xiao Cai refused. Xiamen Qing thought for a while, and said to it, I know that there is a place where purple bamboo is planted, the kind of purple bamboo from the purple bamboo forest of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Do you want to eat it? Really? Xiao Cai suddenly slobbered, that's okay, I'll carry you, you will give me zizo to eat in the future. No problem, no problem. Xiamen Qing promised. So Xiao Cai lay on the ground, just like a normal panda. Xiamen Qing jumped onto its back and was excited with the soft bare hair. Aha, I have a feeling that I am Qiyu. She almost waved her shorts over her head. Lian Qinjun on the side murmured silently in his heart, you are obviously a goddess, and you want to be Chu. Is this going to kill your father? True to bring a filial daughter. The group of people came to the big hole where Xiamen Qing broke out, and they were all shocked by the sight in front of them. Is this a meteorite falling? Jing Yi opened his mouth, why didn't a fire break out? Xiamen Qing coughed and said, don't care about such trivial matters, the research institute is at the bottom of the pit, let's go over. She patted Xiao Cai's ass, Xiao Cai jumped up and landed precisely on the entrance of the hole. Xiamen Qing had already been here once before, until there was nothing in it, so she let Xiao Cai go in directly. But what she didn't expect was that the bear paw stepped into the research institute, and suddenly a large amount of poison gas was sprayed at them. This poisonous gas is colorless and tasteless, and most people can't find it at all. However, Xiao Cai's nose was bright, and she smelled something wrong, and she hurried back. Bah, there is poison in this? Rua, really? Xiamen Qing didn't feel it at all, because the poison gas had no effect on her at all. But since Xiao Cai said it was poisonous, she waved out a fire. The original red fire suddenly turned green after it fell into the research institute, and it spread out quickly. This shows that there are indeed some special gases in it, but after being burned by Xiamen Qing's fire, these poisonous gases are useless. What's the matter? Wu Zhenqiu asked several people rushing over. I don't know, Xiamen Qing said, there was no poison gas when I came just now. Something seems to have changed in it. Jing Yi said, did you touch any mechanism? Xiamen said in love, if so, didn't I find out on the spot? How could there be such a mechanism that waits for someone to leave? Is it possible that the prophet knows that I will come back? Yes. Jing Yi nodded, this is the truth. Wait a minute, Xiamen Qing thought suddenly, perhaps you are right, it is indeed our entry that caused the changes in the research institute, but the source is not me, nor the three little thieves. What do you mean? Wu Zhenqiu was dizzy when he heard it. What he was most afraid of was the analyst's words. Xiamen said in love, the three guys are international mercenaries. They came here after taking over the task, but at the beginning they didn't know how dangerous the research was, which shows that the employer concealed some information from them. If that room is not me, the three of them are likely to have accounted for it. Then is it possible that this is also within the calculation of the employer? If this is the case, then their task of getting things may simply be fake. What employers need is not what they take from the research room, but what to bring in. Only in this way can we explain why the employer did not explain the dangers of the research in detail, because after the three people entered it, they would be of no value to the employer. Listening to the analysis of Xiamen Qing, several people were taken aback, and it was Lian Qinjun that was the first to react. Is that employer a related person of this institute? He knows the secrets of this institute. It's very possible, Xiamen said. It's hard to say that the evolutionary's lifespan is possible from the Qin dynasty to the present, or the family model is passed on from generation to generation. Then are we still going in now? Zhang Xinyo asked. Xiamen Qing nodded, of course we will go in. This research institute is releasing poisonous gas to prevent us from entering. It must be the other way around. Then she jumped off Xiao Cai's back and ran in first. After only a few steps, I encountered various traps. There are lasers, mechanical puppets, cold air, and flames. However, these were completely useless in front of Xiamen Qing, so she walked over without any special actions, and the organs began to coke and crack. As soon as the drought came out, the land was thousands of miles away, and even everyone outside the institute felt the heat. Who is she? Why is she so powerful? Wu Zhenqiu couldn't help asking. Zhang Xinyo also frowned, this power is too strong. I feel like I was denied by her. Let's forget Adeo who controls the waters. Now this ant also restrains her. She feels that the whole world is malicious against her. Even though Qinjun knew it, Xiamen Qing didn't let him say that he didn't dare. I had no choice but to say, what's the use if you ask? She is upset, and neither of us can leave. Let's hurry up. Hearing what he said was so horrible, everyone became more and more curious about the origin of Simon's love. At this moment, Xiamen Qing shouted to them from inside, you guys come in quickly, there is something in it that I don't recognize. Everyone hurriedly followed up, and along the road that Xiamen Qing passed, they went directly to the depths of the research institute. I saw that Xiamen Qing was holding a black box in her hand. This box had 8 claws like a crab, and it was fluttering in Xiamen Qing's hands. However, there is no use for eggs. Seeing that they were all here, Xiamen Qing hurriedly greeted them, come and see, this is what the 3 guys brought in. They thought it was for unlocking, but it doesn't seem to be right now. When they entered the research institute, Zhao San and the others planned to use this box to open the door. As a result, Xiamen Qing kicked it away, so it was useless. She remembered that they put it back in the backpack, but the box seemed to use sharp claws to cut through the backpack and escaped by itself. Simon Ching was attracted by the bronze gloves at the time and did not notice it. It wasn't until I entered the research institute just now that I discovered that this small box was tapped with 8 paws on an operating platform. She grabbed it in a hand. This little box still wanted to fight back, but it couldn't even break the skin of Simon Ching. Simon felt emotionally. This guy's claws can be said to be quite sharp, and ordinary evolvers will be broken by it if they are not careful. After Lien Qinjun approached, he suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Everyone including Simon Ching was taken aback by him. I saw Lien Qinjun pointing to the octopus box and said, "This thing is poisonous. Very poisonous." Even the dragon was terrified of poisonousness. As you can imagine how fierce it was, everyone immediately turned away from Simon's love. Really? Simon King took the box to her face and looked at it. Then a fire suddenly appeared in her hand, probably like the fire cloud palm of a fried egg in the god of cookery. Then she put the box on the fire repeatedly. Burned. Okay, it's disinfected now. Everyone was speechless for a while looking at the 8 claws that had turned into molten iron. Why does this style of painting look so weird? Simon Ching pointed to the console behind him and said, "Come and see what this guy wants to do. This kind of programming ape is so big I look at." "Let me come," Jing Yi volunteered. "I often help my classmates repair computers, and the technology is very good." As a result, he walked over and took a look, and his eyes were instantly dazzled. "What is this? I don't even know it." At this time Zhang Xinyo came over and said, "Oh, at this time, Qin Dynasty's secret characters are equivalent to their Morse codes at that time. If you haven't learned it, you won't understand it. I will translate it for you. I am studying archaeology of..." Oh, Jing Yi hesitated. Because Zhang Xinyo was too close to him when he leaned over, the two of them inevitably had physical contact. Moreover, it was the softest part of her body that was encountered, which caught the little virgin off guard. "She smells so good. Are girls who grew up in foreign countries so open? Huh? Looking at it from this angle, her eyelashes are so long. Can you put a few pencil leads here? Hey, are you listening?" Zhang Xinyo suddenly turned his head and asked. As a result, Jing Yi's eyes were exactly in line, and she realized that the two seemed to be a little close together, and the tips of their noses were almost touching. The two quickly took a step back each, and then looked away. Zhang Xinyo suppressed his heartbeat and said, "I will translate it for you again." Jing Yi nodded quickly. "I smelled a sour smell." The palm of Simon King's palm suddenly lit aflame. Wu Zhenqiu immediately looked around vigilantly. Where? Lien Qinjun looked at him as if he was looking at a mentally retarded. How did this guy become a colonel? But the leader of Xingyi is really cruel. www.novelmtl.com. He will burn people if he doesn't agree with him. He feels that he is right to keep a low profile, and she'd better ignore him completely. "Hey, who's that? Hong Mao." However, Simon Ching's call made him feel like falling into an ice cellar. What? Even Qinjun's voice changed. "I saw Simon King threw the small box to him. Let's see if there is any secret to this thing. Can you use it to find the man behind the scenes?" Let me try." Lien Qinjun smashed the box like a walnut. "This thing is actually very hard, but the strength of the dragon's claws is also very strong, so I squeezed it open. In addition to a bunch of parts, a black rune flew out. This rune Simon couldn't be more familiar with it. You can see these runes everywhere on Jing Yi's body, on the robot in the sky, and in this research institute." Lien Qinjun opened his mouth and spouted a flash of lightning, which directly smashed these runes and showed a frightened expression. "What's wrong?" Wu Zhenqiu said. "Is it all right?" "It's okay," he shook his head. "Fortunately, I reacted fast enough. This thing should be a special rune technique. I have seen it in the database at home." "Rune technology? What is that?" Simon Ching asked. Lien Qinjun explained, it was a technology studied during the Qin dynasty. It is said that Qin Shi Huang's technology has expanded to its peak in the era of Qin Shi Huang. Later, they stepped into the universe, leaving only a small number of descendants. Earth, that's why it will die in the second generation. Qin dynasty's universe-level technology. Simon Ching seemed to be listening to the fantasy. "Is it so hungry?" "This should be true," Wu Zhenqiu said. "I once heard that there is an 8 evil spirit who has been staying in a space station outside the Earth, and the name of that space station is A Fang Palace. So that thing is called A Fang Gong." Simon thought of the huge space station she had seen in space. This is too unscientific, right? Qin dynasty can go to heaven. What are the dynasties after that? Wu Zhenqiu doubt. The Qin dynasty has always been the dynasty with the most mysteries in history. It is certain that at that time there must be an 8 evil level evolutionary involved. As for who the 8 evil is, some people say it is Qin Shi Huang, some people say it is Bai at the beginning, some people said it was Lu Bue, and there were all kinds of opinions. 8 evil. Simon Ching remembered the moment of being overcast before. No matter who he is, she will let him know how it feels like space bungee jumping is not tethered sooner or later. They were chatting here, while Zhang Xinyo and Jing Yi were about to parse out the program codes of the octopus box code over there. "I see." Jing Yi suddenly shouted. What? Everyone immediately surrounded them. "Jing Yu Dao, the main function of this program should be to activate a communication function to contact a certain place, but because it hasn't actually started yet, I don't know where it will be connected." "Contact." Simon King asked, you mean that the employer who hired the three fools paid so much effort to make a phone call? Jing Yi hesitated, you can say the same. Can't we add a WeChat message between them? Simon Ching muttered. Jing Yudeo, maybe it's an important secret, you can't just say it, or they forgot to add WeChat. Simon Ching muttered, how do I think the latter possibility is more likely? Wu Zhenqiu asked at this time, can you find out what he wants to make this contact for? It's almost been found out, Jing Yi said, Major, this matter still has something to do with us, because we broke into the first emperor's palace, so we alarmed some people. This little box made contact this time. Report this matter. It's so. Wu Zhenqiu was a little surprised. He knew that this had something to do with Qin Shi Huang, but he didn't expect that the cause of all this was actually themselves. Careful strokes can also figure out that they broke into the first emperor's palace a few days ago, and although they returned without success, they triggered some devices in the palace, causing some people to learn about their action. Then these people posted missions overseas and hired Zhao Qinsun to enter the research institute and report this time to a certain target. In that case, the target of this communication is likely to be a big figure in the Qin dynasty, maybe even Qin Shi Huang himself. Simon Ching said. Zhang Xinyo also echoed, I feel so too. Simon Ching asked Jing Yi, can you finish compiling this program now and see where it will contact? Jing Yi shook his head, I don't have this ability. This program is very special. I can barely understand the meaning of it even with a mask, but it is really too difficult for me to continue to make up. Let's do it. Simon Ching didn't force it. Look again to see if there is anything valuable in this research institute. After taking it away, everyone will go out. What are you doing? Xiao Cai asked curiously. Simon King sneered and said, what else can I do? Of course I burned this place with a fire. Although she didn't know what the little box was going to contact, she had already determined that it belonged to the gangster on the space station. That guy made Simon love amnesia, and she is now anxious to add some chaos to others. Anyway, what they want to do, she just confronted her. Even Qin Jun was the first to react and ran outside the research institute without looking back. Then Wu Zhenqiu saw that Lian Qinjun had run away, and hurriedly called Jing Ai and Zhang Xinyo to follow. Xiao Ai was the only one interested in the things in the research institute, but she searched it and found nothing good. It is estimated that the truly valuable things were taken away 2,000 years ago, and the remaining ones have been washed away by so many years, and they are almost all scrapped. In the end, it really couldn't find anything of value, so it simply pulled out a booklet on the side of the table. Then he ran outside with it in his mouth. After Simon Ching waited for them to leave, a flame suddenly appeared on his body. She didn't need much effort, only a bang was heard, and everyone who had just ran out of the institute suddenly felt upset, as if they had encountered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ouch! Xiao Cai was unstable, and the whole thing rolled back to the bottom of the pit like a ball. Hey. It struggled hard, but it was too round. Just when it thought its hair was about to be burned, it suddenly supported it with one hand. Simon Ching walked out with the shrunken little Cai, and said to it, you are in a very interesting form. Next time I will take you to bowling. Hey. Xiao Cai stretched out her head and took a look, only to find that she was safe, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Why is your fire so terrifying? I feel like if I fell just now, it will burn so much that there is no hair left. Then don't touch it, it will be done. Simon Ching put Xiao Cai on the ground, and then rode on its back. Go. Where are you going? Where else to go? Of course to go to where you were going before. Wait a minute. Wu Zhenqiu came over at this time. How can you let the fire burn here and go away? He looked at Zhang Xinyo, who naturally understood what it meant. Fire the fire, I'm good at it. She nodded and waved her hand, and immediately groundwater burst through the ground and spewed out. There happens to be an underground river here with plenty of water. When the turbulent water column meets the raging flames, it becomes water vapor. F***ck. Zhang Xinyo couldn't help exclaiming, why can't this fire be extinguished? Jing Yi also watched this scene in shock. San Miai is really hot. Is it possible that this beautiful sister is projecting Neza? Simon Ching stretched out his hand and squeezed, and the flame that was still burning instantly went out, leaving only the white mist still hovering in the entire sinkhole. Don't worry, I still understand the truth about setting fire to the bottom of the prison, Simon said, you don't need to be so scared. Lian Qinzhan didn't say a word, and said in his heart, the fish lip guy actually wants to extinguish the fire of the 8 evils. Isn't it okay to watch the show and wait for death like me? But Zhang Xinyo fell into autism. She squatted down and started to draw circles under a tree. Why? Why is it like this? First, I met a panda that can suppress my water, which is for water control. Deo, I have nothing to say. Why can't I even put out the fire now? What's the difference between water that can't put out the fire and soap bubbles? Jing Yi noticed this scene, walked over cautiously, and comforted her. Don't be like this. Actually, you have worked very hard, but the fire is a bit special. You see that the rain cannot extinguish the real fire of samadhi. This is actually quite normal. Simon Ching had planned to leave on Xiao Kai, but suddenly found something wrong. She suddenly returned to the bottom of the pit and jumped into the hole. The research institute was almost destroyed by her, the walls were burned through, and the jump came directly to the center of the research room. Here, she found a belt. The belt is made of special material, neither gold nor jade. It is certainly not an ordinary object that can last so long in her flames. However, it was not the belt itself that attracted Ximon Qing's attention, but the white jade embedded in the belt. This jade unexpectedly absorbed a lot of Ximon Qing's flame power and stored it, which made Ximon Qing very curious. She knows how fierce her fire is. The container itself that can hold her flame is rare, let alone something that can the fire away in this situation. This thing must be a baby. Ximon Qing wrapped the belt around her waist, feeling a little familiar. Aha, I see. She suddenly made a pose, and then shouted, transformed. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds. Ximon couldn't help it. It's embarrassing. She thought she could transform. Sure enough, I think too much. This is not Kamen Rider's transformation belt at all. www.novelmtl.com. Ximon Qing said so. It seemed that he was about to give up, but suddenly he assumed a very second-rate posture. Humstar. She tried it in Island Mandarin this time, but nothing happened. Very embarrassing. Fortunately, no one saw it. She jumped out of the institute, riding on Xiao Cai who was waiting outside. Let's go, this time it's really gone. The matter of the research institute is completely finished. Wu Zhenqiu and the others have no objection. They are all looking back to leave the mountainous area. Zhang Xinyo, who had just stood up from autism, saw Ximon Qing's belt and suddenly asked, Auntie, are you going to be a conductor? Upon hearing this, Jingyi and Lian Qinjun looked at Ximon Qing and found that Ximon Qing was wearing a special-shaped waist belt at this time. Because the front end was too large, it looked like the bag worn by the bus conductor. Puff. Jingyi couldn't hold back at the time, and smiled with his mouth covered. Lian Qinjun turned around silently, pinching his thigh with his hand. The expressions on his face are all distorted. No, you can't laugh. Laugh is dead. Ximon Qing heard this and said depressed, you really don't know the goods. Such a handsome belt, when you describe it like this, it will fall out. So women really don't understand romance at all. Huh. Zhang Xinyo pointed to himself questioningly. Yes, did I have a problem? But she looks exactly like the conductor, especially the sun hat on her head. I'm too lazy to tell you, Ximon said, waiting for one day when I succeed in transforming, you will be envious of crutches. Even if this belt is not for transformation, she can find someone to transform it. For example, Dr. Rachel from the island country. She looks like she can make this kind of props. Huh? Xiao Cai, what are you biting? I don't know. I just picked it up from the inside. It's strong and just enough to grind my teeth. Xiao Cai took out a booklet from her mouth and handed it to Simone. Hey, Ximon Qing shook the saliva on the book with between his fingers, then turned it over. Huh? It's not easy to be Harry. This. How come there is this name? Could it be? She flipped it down quickly and breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. She thought that someone other than her had passed through the Qin dynasty, and she would know that Mao was not easy. As a result, this Mao Na-e is not a person's name at all, but the name of a kind of pill. Simply put, this thing is used for hair removal. Not all girls are born naked, they also have leg hair, armpit hair, and even a beard like men. This Mao is not easy is exactly the depilatory pill invented by a certain scientist in the Qin dynasty. As long as it is crushed and applied to the part that you want to remove, the hair will be completely stripped, and there will be no one left, and it will not grow back. And this booklet also stated at the end that it must not be taken internally, because once taken orally, all parts of the body will be completely stripped, and there will be no root hair left. And the little mouse who came to this conclusion turned out to be the Buddha of the legendary Ruyi Mountain? Ximon Qing didn't know if it was written in Djin Yy or true. Anyway, according to this booklet, the Buddha of Ruyi Mountain had very strong hair back then, just like a savage. As an 8 evil spirit, he always felt that his appearance was too uncomfortable, so he came to Qin Shi Huang, and wanted Qin Shi Huang to develop a prop that could remove hair. Is this Qin Shi Huang a Doraemon? He is the one who needs him for hair removal. Ximon Qing couldn't help but complain. According to the record in this book, Qin Shi Huang later agreed to the Buddha and helped him develop the Mao Not Easy medicine for hair removal. But because he didn't explain the usage clearly to the Buddha, he swallowed it whole. In the end, the Buddha became bald, and became compelling. There were no root hairs left on his whole body, and he could no longer grow, and even his descendants were affected. In order to make up for this mistake, Qin Shi Huang later ordered a graduate student to issue a pill, but when the pill was researched out, the Buddha Ruyi had died. After Qin Shi Huang saw this pill, he thought of his old friend, and then threw away the pill with anger and ignored it. In this way, whether it is Mao Not Easy or the hair growth pill de Runfa all became tasteless, and eventually fell to the point of a table footing. This pamphlet was written by the researchers who developed the 2 kinds of medicinal pills. After all, it was the result of their own research and was a little reluctant to ruin it, so they recorded this paragraph. Hey, this thing is something. Don't look at the pamphlet that only records 2 kinds of prescriptions and some anecdotes, but Ximon Qing found some information from it. If this is true, Qin Shi Huang and Ruyi Buddha are good friends, and Ruyi Buddha has to ask Qin Shi Huang if he has something to do, then it means that Qin Shi Huang and Ruyi Buddha should be on the same level. In other words, the 8 evil spirits of the great Qin Empire were Qin Shi Huang himself. And this kind of pill is so fierce that even the 8 evil spirits are going to smash their heads. It definitely has something to do with the ability of the 8 evil spirits. So Qin Shi Huang's ability is alchemy. Ximon Qing guessed. There were few myths and stories 2,000 years ago, and the existence that can be projected was limited, and even the science fiction system did not appear, so the scope of Qin Shi Huang's ability should not be large. But if it was alchemy, what happened to the bug-like rune technology in the Qin dynasty? The huge Fang palace in the sky, those robots with explosive combat effectiveness, and the curse runes that made Ximon Qing suffer a little loss, these all make no sense. What's his background? Ximon Qing had always heard that there was an 8 evil spirit who lived in space and rarely showed up. If that is Qin Shi Huang, is this legendary emperor a dead man? A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. Jing Ke saw the poor dagger, stab Shi Huang straight, and the Shi Huang wanted to go around the pillar, but because he was too fat, he couldn't stand firmly. Oh, what a mess of this. She shook her head, thinking that was too nonsense. The group left the research institute and went to the first emperor's palace. According to Wu Zhenqiu and their intelligence, the entrance there must be opened in accordance with the change of the moon phase. However, their luck was a bit bad, and they waited for more than 10 days, either the moon was wrong or it was raining, and the entrance could not be opened at all. They simply set up a camp in the mountains and settled down. With Wu Zhenqiu, a veteran of survival in the wild, life is quite comfortable. It really can't, and it wouldn't be so troublesome for even Qin Junfei to go out and buy some takeaways to bring back. Ximon Qing is very high. She has taught Xiao Cai to dance the king of poems and pap, wondering if she should teach her to dance Jiangnan style next. Hongmao, how about you Hongmao? Here comes. Lian Qinjun ran over, and it has been a torment for him these few days. It was like putting a knife on his neck at any time to live his life. He was so frightened that he couldn't sleep well, and he had gained several kilos. Where's Wi-Fi? It's been a few days, haven't the Wi-Fi been fixed yet? Ximon King shouted, I will die if there is no internet. Speaking lightly, show me what you have to do. Lian Qinjun complained in her heart, but still had to keep a smile on her face. Okay, well, I have asked them to set up the router. This is the account password. He handed a piece of paper over. Great. Ximon King took out his mobile phone to connect to the Wi-Fi, and the first time he read his Weibo. Ouch, as a result, I was shocked when I saw it. The number of private messages like this explosion was impossible to read. If she doesn't open it, she knows that it is a group of blowing roots who want to send her blades, so the smart little Simon will definitely not open it. Ignore it, just ignore it, and see what others have posted. Ximon King was surprised to find that Song Yunweo, who is usually very salty on Weibo, actually posted several Weibo in a row. She clicked in and took a look. Oh, she was actually canvassing for a little beauty. Who is this beauty? Does the charter wife want to cheat? Qin Yuki? This name is a bit familiar. Ximon King thought about it seriously, and suddenly came back to her senses. Oh, yes, it's Ru Yao. I usually call Ru Yao too much, and I can't even remember her real name. Now, this kid is a bit like Ru Yao. She should be her sister, right? Otherwise, how could Song Yunweo inexplicably canvass for someone else's votes and even drew a portrait? But the strange thing is that Qin Yuyeo's own Weibo did not mean to canvass her sister at all. Ximon King went to search curiously, and found that Qin Yuki was actually at the 10th place on the hot search list at this time. To be in the top 10, the heat is quite big. A counterattack from inferior horses, Qin Yuki raps, a poisonous genre. She clicked in and found out that this was actually PD 119. Ximon Qing also casually mentioned that Dao Guza had made this show so formal, and it became a popular variety show. So, Ru Yao's sister is also a zombie. Ximon Qing clicked on the video. It was a recording and broadcasting of a stage. A total of 9 sisters were performing. Well, to be precise, it's 8 sisters paper and a lady's ghost with hot eyes. The repertoire they performed is a very popular song recently, with a fast rhythm and great dance moves. Especially for the rap part, the speaking rate is not generally high. There are 2 people in charge of rap, both of them are soft girls, and that face is incompatible with rap, but they still insisted on singing. Especially Qin Yuki, with a face that resembles Qin Yuyeo's first love, even with heavy makeup, she can't conceal her innocence. Singing rap is soft, completely different from the rappers outside. Hehe. She sang so much that Simon's love was amused. It was really the same as the title said, it was poisonous and addictive, and she couldn't help but read it again. Oh, you deserve to be Ru Yao's younger sister. She's so cute. Ximon couldn't help but began to hug the 2 sisters. Hehehehehe. Auntie, your saliva is coming out. Zhang Xinyo, who was passing by, was startled by her wretched laugh, and couldn't help reminding him. In fact, on the 2nd day of coming here, Ximon Qing took off the sun hat on his head, because the old forest in the mountains didn't have to be afraid of being recognized. Zhang Xinyo finally knew that he had made a mistake. What an aunt is this? She is simply a beautiful big sister with a defiant face. She quickly apologized to Ximon King, but Ximon King said that she didn't mind. At my age, when you call my aunt, it's okay to be younger too. Zhang Xinyo was originally a little afraid of Ximon's love, because her fire was so fierce that it couldn't even be extinguished by water. This is simply a natural enemy to Zhang Xinyo, but after this little misunderstanding, she felt that this big sister was quite nice. Later, in order to show her closeness, she never changed her mind and still called Aunt Ximon Qing. Do you? Ximon King quickly touched her chin, but she really felt a little bit. What are you looking at? Is it delicious? Zhang Xinyo leaned over and took a look. Look at it together. Simon Ching took advantage of the situation and brought her upstairs. In this deep mountain and old forest, it is also great to have a fragrant and soft sister. Jing Yi on the side looked at Simon Ching enviously. He also wanted to hug Zhang Xinyo, but the innocent young virgin who had never been in a relationship didn't know what to do. Simon Ching found the PD-119 complete video of the third issue, and jumped directly to Chin Yuki and their part. Originally, everyone, including themselves, thought that Chin Yuki's group would lose. Fortunately, this show is not based on winning or losing to decide whether to advance or not, but by the audience's vote. So the audience thought that even if they lose, they will give them a vote even if they work so hard at the girls. In the end, who would have thought that the live performance Chin Yuki and the others would have won? This is simply an upset, no one expected it beforehand. The audience was dumbfounded. www.novelmtl.com. Chin Yuki and the others were dumbfounded, and their opponents were even more dumbfounded. It's like S8 drew G2's RNG, and laughed so happily at that time, who would have thought it would be such a result? Simon Ching thought for a while, and felt that Chin Yuyeo's sister should also be her own sister, and there was no reason not to support it. So she reposted it, but she couldn't use a large size, she was pretending to be dead now. She used the account of Tsing Yi Yeast and reposted Song Yunwu's Weibo post. This is a rapper who climbed up from hell. As a result, her description immediately won the approval of many netizens. At first, Chin Yuki and the others really seemed to have fallen into hell. Who would have thought that they could climb out with their own efforts? In just a few hours, the term hell rapper was on the hot search. What followed was an overwhelming root blower party. Yeast, you haven't updated the video for a long time. Before my grandpa passed away, I wanted to hear a new song of you. Before, didn't your grandfather passed away last time? Why is he born again? Yeast, you said, are you a teacher of love? Or why not update your two Weibo at the same time? Blade. Teacher Chinger, don't pretend, I know it's you. You brought back my Ellen, Captain, Mikasa, and little angel Elman? I want to send you the blade. I used to be curious about where the eunuchs in the palace went after the Qing dynasty died. Later I found out that they all went to draw cartoons. Why don't you have a selfie? You have a good eunuch, why don't you have a selfie? We want to lick the screen. Please step on it. Recently, please step on the party so that there is no sense of existence. I want to lick the yeast socks. When Simon Ching was camping in the mountains, the outside world did not stop. People's forgetfulness is great. In just 2 weeks, the popularity of giant eunuchs has diminished. Instead, there are two super hot spots. One is the variety show PD-119, which was originally just mentioned by Simon Ching casually. Because of the vigorous publicity of the Tsing Yi cultists, it has become the hottest variety show nowadays. The catchy melody and simple and interesting dance of the theme song were imitated by the whole people. In addition to the ant, you can often see a group of children dancing the theme song of PD-119 in the square. Walking on the street, the theme song is often heard in shoe shops and clothing stores. Going to the Golden Arches, Kai Feng food for dinner, going to the gym to exercise, it seems to be PD-119 everywhere. Popular players such as Kui Minjayu, Alice, and Chin Yuki have become the biggest traffic players nowadays, with countless fans. Of course, the traffic is large, and many people scold it. Kui Minjayu was sold by a group of female fists because of her breasts. Alice was sprayed simply because of image problems, and many people felt that his unmanly and female appearance was too disgusting. And Chin Yuki was sprayed because of her strength, because she was always out of tune in singing, and many fans who supported the lower-ranked players saw her ranking firmly in her debut since the beginning of the stage, and they were very angry. Why should such a person who can't sing well have a place? Without her, our favorite young lady would have even greater hope of debut. There are many lemon essences with similar ideas. Even at Station B, there have been ghost animals that have processed Chin Yuki's singing clips. Chin Yuki's fans went to protest, but were suffocated. They said that so-and-so were spoofed and they were not angry. How can you be angry? You are a bad guy when you are angry, you deserve to die, and we will spoof you even more. This model is very similar to campus violence. If you give someone a nickname, if they don't like it, they just say that everyone has a nickname. If he accepts it, why can't you accept it? If you dare to sue the teacher, that's good, you will be bullied even harder in the future, and even think you are doing the right thing. The problem of cyber violence has always been a major problem in the internet age, because the law is too unsound, there is no uniform judgment standard for many things, and there is no need to pay too much for wrong things. In this regard, even Tsing Yi teaches that there is not much that can be done. But after so many years in the showbiz, those large brokerage companies naturally have their own set of countermeasures. Of course, the most commonly used is to ignore. What those sunspots hope most is to see that their actions on the internet have affected the parties. Whether it is angry or sad, as long as you react, those sunspots are very happy. And if you don't seem to see their evil words at all, and you still have to go as long as you want, over time, those who blackmail you in order to vent their negative emotions will naturally shift their goals. Because it gets darker, I feel like a jumping clown. In short, don't be serious, you will lose if you are serious. This is actually a very helpless approach, but it is really useful. Some brokerage companies have little experience and poor public relations methods, so they will go to the group of maggots to be more honest. Well, no matter if you win or lose, you will get a mess first. From the point of view of Gwalu people, whether it is Sunspot or the brokerage company that is more honest with Sunspot in the wrong way, both sides are the same as Shibai. Fortunately, Kui Minjaya's brokerage company is very experienced, and Chin Yuki's company sells milk tea, and basically doesn't care about this aspect, while Alice is a personal trainee without a company, and he himself is very Buddha. So now the things that hack them on the internet are not very influential, it would be better to say that they have expanded their popularity. You are on hot search again. In the bedroom, Jin Menzo got into Chin Yuki's bed and gave her the phone. Although the trainees would be taken away from their mobile phones and other tools to communicate with the outside world when they entered the dormitory, Jin Menzo had a helper and she secretly obtained a mobile phone through that guy. I usually use it to go online to check their rankings and news. Jin Menzo is now ranked 22nd, which is not in the position, and Chin Yuki's popularity has skyrocketed because of the initial stage, and has rushed from a few 30 to the top 10. Two people live in a dormitory and have a good relationship. They often sleep under a quilt. Chin Yuki was sleeping in a daze, and suddenly felt a soft body in her arms. The familiar touch made her habitually hold Jin Menzo tighter. Ah, what? Look at the phone. Jin Menzo pinched Chin Yuki's nose and woke her up. The latter took the phone in a daze. I haven't done anything lately. How can I get on the hot search? Do you say I sing out of tune again? As a result, it was written as if take an inventory of those rich women you don't know about in PD 119. Rich woman? What does this have to do with me? Chin Yuki was confused. Then she saw that the first rich woman to be counted was Jin Menzo. Probably it was a private photo taken on the road. After careful analysis, it was found that a watch of Jin Menzo was worth more than 300,000. The clothes on his body were also fashionable in the season. The total value of the whole body easily exceeded 1 million. For the common people, this is really inhumane. You are on the hot search to show it to me, right? Chin Yuki scratched his chin, a little ignorant. Okay, I know you are a rich woman, okay. Jin Menzo said, are you still pretending to me here? Scroll down by yourself to see how you are written on it. Me? What kind of money can I have for the dry cleaner? Chin Yuki flipped down, and finally found himself in the last position. This also counts her like the count of Jin Menzo. A pair of shoes is more than 100,000 yuan, a pair of socks is more than 10,000, and a bag in her hand is more than 400,000. Even the bow knots on her head used to tie the ponytail are picked out by famous designers and are worth tens of thousands. Huh. Chin Yuki suddenly came to his senses. What is this? Am I so rich? Why don't I know? Because she was still studying, her parents didn't tell her about her sister making big money. Although Chin Yuki knew that her sister had become a cartoonist, she still had little idea of how much money her sister made. She just feels that her family's life has not changed much from before. Parents are still opening stores, and she still takes the bus to school as usual. Of course, she thinks that her sister is not making much money now. These clothes on her are actually second-hand goods given by her sister. The sisters have been like this since they were young. The sister wears new clothes, and when she grows up, she wears the old clothes that her sister wore. It's not that her parents are partial, it's because she is too skinny. If there is nothing to do, she will go to the tree. It is a waste to wear new clothes for her. Even a high school student of her couldn't recognize those big brands, but she just put them on when her sister gave them. Regardless of whether she was 100 yuan or 1 million, she still tackled the ball and wiped her sweat with her clothes. Just pretend. Jin Menzo rubbed her earlobe. Fu Po Chin, please support me. I really don't know. Chin Yuki was still in a daze. These are all given to me by my sister. If you don't tell me, I don't know that my sister is so rich. Chin Yuyeo, who was sleeping at home, suddenly sneezed. But she didn't wake up, closed her eyes and rubbed her nose and went back to sleep. In fact, the sisters were of civilian origin, and she was not much better than her sister, and she didn't recognize those brands at all. All the clothes, skirts, socks, bags and bags on her body are all Song Yunwoo bought for her, and Song Yunwoo, as the daughter of the richest man, she usually comes into contact with high-end channels. Even if she doesn't know anything, she just buys it, and all she gets is first class. And many of them are the best products that others can't buy if they have money. For example, Chin Yuki's bag, although the price is more than 400,000, but in fact it is basically not available in China. There used to be a local tyrant who paid 1 million for a transfer and no one took care of it. After all, the person who can buy it will basically not miss the money. Chin Yuki seems to bring her own hot search physique. www.novelmtl.com hot search on the ground in 2 days. Even people who do not look at PD 119 will know her name more or less. And the more people who know her, the more people who like and hate her, the popularity will naturally remain high. Apart from PD 119, another hot spot is naturally the new work Zyakangul. Because Simon Ching had already explained to Zhou Hong about the eunuchs a long time ago, Zhou Hong started to prepare the animated version of Ghoul from that time. In the second week after the comics came out, anime was also launched. This time, Washing Kelp replaced Alan Was Born into the bathtub and became the hottest two-dimensional song nowadays. Because the audiences of anime house and idol variety show do not have much overlap, the two things do not have much influence on each other. The popularity of Ghoul continues to soar, and many people who have had a shadow on the dance due to Giant, vow to say that even if they starve to death or jump to death, they will never watch their works again. His face crackled. There are also sand sculpture netizens on the internet who have come up with a comparison chart. On the left is Alan, labeled, false little angel. Jin Weian on the right, marked, real little angel. Then the two put on various labels. Alan, hot-blooded idiot, hanging corners of the eyes, mouth blown by bread, beautiful friends, can only bite yourself. Jin Weian, literary youth, gentle eyes, mouth blown by human flesh, assisted by friends, and being planted strawberries on the neck by the goddess. All in all, because there are too many similarities between the two works, they are often compared. Ghoul also developed rapidly with the trend pioneered by the giant, and soon received a lot of praise. Among other things, what is certain is that another phenomenal masterpiece was born. The fire of Ghoul naturally caused a storm in the comics circle. Sujin of the squad editorial department was sorting out the files, and he heard two editors chatting next door. It's really surprising. Why did you stand up like this? Where are the two gods from? Who knows, my face really hurts anyway. I feel that I have fed the dog over the past 10 years of work experience. I have never seen a writer who can make a living like this. That's right, I thought they were going to be cold at the time. Who knows that your uncle is still your uncle, Ghoul is gone after Giant is gone, and it feels like it's gone. The mentality of the writer under my hand has collapsed, you know? He called yesterday and asked if I should also try as an eunuch. I was so scared that I hurried to his house to persuade him not to think about it. Oh, I remember when he was in Giant he even posted a ridicule on Weibo, right? With this mindset, he will be in this life. Why don't you think about bringing a new person? I'm thinking about this too. You said that if you let me discover another dance, wouldn't I send it? I heard that Goyu bought a house in the inner ring with full money last month, and gave him a check on the dating website. Several beauties were recommended. Tisk, I'm so sour, why every time I go on a blind date, there are some ugly leftover women who come here. The key people still don't look down on you, this is the most sassy. It's hard to dismantle people, old iron. The two were chatting, and suddenly they got off to a blind date. One of them inadvertently caught sight of Sujin who was watching curiously, and immediately joked, "Hey, Xiao So, have you talked about your boyfriend?" "Huh? Me?" Sujin was taken aback, "No. Then what do you think of him?" The editor casually said, "You two men and unmarried women are still in the same unit, so they match." "Ah, hihi." Sujin awkwardly smiled. "Sometimes, don't take you are good seriously. That may be an excuse for people to open up the topic. In the eyes of those people, as long as they are two single men and women, they are very suitable." Sujin didn't mean to look down on others, but she was really busy lately. She had a lot of things every day, and she didn't have time to fall in love at all. If she hadn't really liked this business, she might have resigned long ago. A woman's youth is the most valuable, and sometimes the wages earned are not as valuable as the youth lost. That's not worth the gain. It's just that she didn't take it seriously, and the single editor took it seriously. Their circle is actually very small, because they are too busy, and the authors and editorial colleagues are usually accessible. The proportion of women in them is small, let alone single women of the right age. Sujin is young and looks good, making him a perfect spouse. Do you have to wait for the wild boar from outside to eat such a Chinese cabbage? Xiaosu. This guy was about to ask Sujin to have a meal, and suddenly he felt a shadow swaying, as if someone was coming behind him. When he looked back, he was shocked and his whole body trembled. Chief President, Editor-in-Chief. Gong Yanjun nodded, and then said to Sujin, "Sujin, come with me." "Oh, okay." Sujin quickly put down the things at hand and followed. The two editors looked at the back of the two of them leaving, somewhat dumbfounded. "Hey, did I say something wrong just now? How do you feel that the two of them? Don't tell me, my heart hurts. I'm so stupid, really. I just know that I like young and beautiful girls, but forget that normal men like them. How can I grab them? I'm going to get a blind date honestly. Pull it down. What I am worried about now is whether the editor-in-chief will wear shoes for us. Probably not. I think the editor-in-chief is of good character." In the elevator, Gong Yanjun and Sujin stood side by side, and the air was very quiet. After a while, Sujin couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "Editor-in-chief, they were joking just now, don't take it seriously." "Huh? What?" Gong Yanjun looked at her questioningly, "Did you just say something?" Sujin was choked immediately and didn't know what to say. "No, I didn't say anything." "Oh." Gong Yanjun nodded, and then continued to be in a daze. After a while, Sujin couldn't help but said, "Are you really not angry?" "I'm angry? What are you talking about?" Gong Yanjun was still puzzled. Sujin felt that he was just pretending, so he pointed to the elevator and said, "If you are not angry, why did you forget to press the floor?" "Huh?" Gong Yanjun was taken aback, only to realize that he had forgotten to press the floor. "I said why I haven't arrived yet." He quickly clicked the ground floor. Seeing him like this, Sujin felt a little sweet in his heart, wondering if he was jealous. The two went to the underground garage and got into Gong Yanjun's car. Sujin asked, "Where are we going?" "Go to the home of the teacher, no part-time job," Gong Yanjun said. "Don't work teacher." Sujin became excited when he heard this legendary god. "Although I met once on Bian Island last time, it was a pity that I couldn't get an autograph." She grew up watching cartoons about not working, and it was the works of not working that gave her the idea of stepping into this business. Is he going to publish a new work? Sujin didn't work when he joined the job, and it happened to be off, so I have been looking forward to when he will publish a new work. www.novelmtl.com. Although the comic book industry today is the hottest, it's a dance, but this ancient can't be underestimated if he doesn't work. I went to him because I didn't come out all the time, Gong Yanjun said. I said last week that I would give a manuscript, but I haven't given it yet. The former editor-in-chief Li Jing told me, if you don't work, if the manuscript is delayed, you must come to remind you, or you will never get the manuscript. Then, Sujin suddenly thought of something. Did you just think about this in a daze? Yeah, Gong Yanjun nodded. Isn't it? Now Wuking teacher is not diminished. We are already a little weak by adapting these 3 axes. We must have something new to attract readers' attention. Oh, I see. Sujin was a little unhappy. Gong Yanjun, who was concentrating on driving, did not notice the little editor's emotional change. The two came to Yu Yubo's house, and Yu Yubo was at home alone at this time. Wife goes to work and daughter goes to school. After welcoming the two in, he asked Gong Yanjun, is there anything you come to see me for? Gong Yanjun frowned. Teacher, if you don't work, you said before about the new work that will be released recently. I wonder if the painting is finished yet. I saw that some readers said it was uncomfortable to read the previous chapter. If it is because of different opinions, it is not necessary. I never like to export ideas to others. People still have to learn to think for themselves. If you feel that I'm wrong, stick to your own opinion. Otherwise, tell me what's wrong and what it should be like, so that I can also have a chance to think. As for some people say that I'm from Icon, I've hit someone, you know who I'm a fan by looking at my profile picture. New comic. Yu Yubo was taken aback. I didn't give it to you? You guys wait. He quickly went back to the house and looked through it, and then took out a file bag. Look at my memory. I thought it would have been given to you long ago. Can I open it? Gong Yanjun asked after taking the file bag. Of course, Yu Yubo pointed to the living room on one side. Sit here. Gong Yanjun sat down to read the cartoon, while Sujin ran to help Yu Yubo make tea. Seeing Yu Yubo's absent-mindedness, she asked cautiously, if you don't work as a teacher, do you have anything to worry about? Generally speaking, women are more delicate than men. Gong Yanjun didn't see it, but she found that Yu Yubo didn't seem to be in a good mood, and dark circles under her eyes were more obvious. Obviously, the quality of sleep was poor recently. Presumably forgetting to give the comics is also distracted by other things. Oh, no, it's nothing. Yu Yubo shook his head and found a box of tea bags in the cabinet. Can you see this? It's okay. Seeing that he didn't want to say anything, Sujin didn't ask. But while she was making tea, Yu Yubo suddenly asked her, are you familiar with dance? Sujin shook his head. When I joined the club, the two teachers had already left to go to Young Man Yu. Except when I was talking about contract renewal, I had a lot of contact with them at the wedding of teacher Ying Zhang. At that time, I was also with teacher Wu Song. Went to the spa together. Oh, Yu Yubo asked again pretendingly, what kind of person do you think Wu Song she is? Teacher Wu Song, Sujin recalled, she is very interesting, she has a good temper, she doesn't have the arrogance of a god, and she can't even make up. It is really rare for girls who can't make up in this era. And she is so pretty. Then do you have a picture of her? Yu Yubo asked. Yes, do you want to see it? Sujin took out his mobile phone and clicked on the photo of herself and Song Yun Ryu at the Bian Island coffee shop. Yu Yubo glanced at it and said, these glasses are so thick that a pair of eyes have turned into mung beans. There are those who don't have glasses. Sujin drew back again. It was taken after she had done the spa with Hiromi Nita and Song Yun Ryu. When Yu Yubo saw the photo, his face changed a little, and finally he said casually, you are all pretty. Haha, you passed the award. Compared with the two teachers of Wuking, I am a passerby. Sujin thanked him and came to the living room with his tea. At this time, Gong Yanjun had almost read Yu Yubo's new cartoon. He put down the manuscript and said, this new work is very good. It is worthy of being a non-working teacher. If you don't mind, can you talk to me about the follow-up of this comic? Follow-up development? Oh, that's it. My setting is that the fairy world has been developing for so many years and has entered the internet age. The first state of cultivation is called Tongwang. You can get 5 spirit stone fragments by leaving a message, and then collect 1,000 fragments to exchange for a complete spirit stone. At the same time speaking, it also consumes spiritual energy. Sujin interrupted and said, isn't this the 5 Mao Shuhun? Yes, that's how it is, Yu Yubo nodded. The protagonist was a navy army at the beginning, all kinds of piping back to the rhythm, but then he discovered a conspiracy. It turns out that being a navy will lose your life. The sect is to use them as disposable items. In order to break free from this predicament, he started his own plan. Gong Yanjun said, I thought this was a funny comic. Yu Yubo said, it's really funny, but there must be a thread. I'll read it again. Gong Yanjun put down the teacup and read it again. Sure enough, after knowing the outline, he could see that many places were actually foreshadowing. It can only be said that Yu Yubo is worthy of being a great god, and the cattle are in the details. This made him very satisfied. Let's do it. We should carry out publicity in the follow-up. I hope you will cooperate with you at that time. Your body does not matter. Can you keep up with the serialization? Yu Yubo said, it can, but it's not. You just ask me to go out to gather some style. If you can put Duan Feng so right and confident, you probably won't be able to do so. Gong Yanjun had no objection, and left with Sujin. When he went downstairs, Sojin said to Gong Yanjun, "The teacher feels weird today if I don't work." Gong Yanjun did not speak. Sojin continued, "He also asked me a lot of strange questions, all related to the Wuking teacher. Was it influenced by them? It is understandable that she would think so. After all, not working is an old top god, and the rise of new gods like Wuking is the first to bear the brunt of these big gods. Especially when the eunuchs took out a sorrow after a masterpiece, it was simply too exaggerated. Everyone would be afraid that they would threaten their status. The market is so big, and the rise of new gods will inevitably mean that the cake is divided. I believe that not many people will not mind." Gong Yanjun said, "Are you a reporter?" Huh. Sojin was still stunned. He had already walked out. Sojin thought for a while and realized that he was talking about being nosy. It seems that Gong Yanjun didn't realize that Yu Yubo was in a bad mood, but as a man, he understood the matter better and the best choice was not to intervene. Sojin just wanted to help. When he said that, he couldn't help but narrowed his mouth. "I didn't mean that." However, he followed quickly. Upstairs, Yu Yubo sent the two away and went back to the room to look at himself in the mirror on the closet in a daze. After a while, he shook his head. "What are you thinking about? It's really fine to find something for yourself. All of this starts with a Weibo. And that Weibo is exactly the video posted by Ximenqing that she and Song Yunwoo joined forces to play and sing meeting at the dinner party. It was at that time that Yu Yubo saw Song Yunwoo's front face clearly for the first time. Because it was so similar to Yu Xiaoting, he immediately realized the problem. He was so rich, and he could easily inquire about the relationship between Song Yunwoo and the Song family through some channels. After all, they had no intention of concealing it. Her surname was Song, and she was so similar to Yu Xiaoting. Yu Yubo had already had an answer in her heart. Yu Yubo felt uncomfortable when she learned that she was the daughter of Song Xiaoking's eldest brother. Generally speaking, there are roughly 3 reasons why a man does not cheat: too ugly, too poor, and too empty. Once these 3 reasons are overcome, the chance of a man derailing is really infinite. And the one who can insist on not cheating in this situation is definitely a saint. Obviously, Yu Yubo is such a man. Although he was fat, he was very handsome when he was young. Money and health are not bad either. However, in the past 15 years, he has been single-minded to his wife, and he has not even thought of cheating. Even if his daughter is not his own, he treats it as his own. Teacher Huang had lost her fertility due to the birth of 8 evil spirits. He was too exhausted and lost his fertility. He never thought about looking for a surrogate or raising one outside. He is not the same as Li Yu. He has no family to support. It is enough to raise a daughter. Such a man can only appear in female YY. But actually, does he really mind? Impossible, except for those with special hobbies, who would not mind raising a daughter for others. Yu Yubo just kept running away. He deceived himself and kept himself from thinking about it. Yu Xiaoting is his daughter, and their family is living happily. The days like this could go on forever, but until I saw Song Yunmue, the extremely similar faces of her and Yu Xiaoting were like a needle, and she had to pierce the window paper that Yu Yubo used to blindfold her eyes at any time. So he was at a loss, wondering if he could continue to deceive himself. Otherwise, go out. Yu Yubo has been a little afraid of seeing his wife and daughter recently. He was afraid that he would have such a slight dislike for them. That would break the family he had worked so hard for 15 years. So this time he chose to escape again, leaving only a post-it note, saying that he was going out to gather the charm, and then left. Yu Xiaoting always felt that someone was following her on the way home from school, but every time she looked back, she saw no one. This is uncomfortable. So she did what she did on TV, suddenly speeding up around a corner, then hiding and waiting for someone to show up. However, it did not. Is it an illusion? She shook her head and went back home. The little girl did not notice that there was a white pigeon watching her on the telephone pole at this time. Through the eyes of the pigeon, Song Xiaoqing could see her daughter's every move clearly. As expected of my daughter, she feels so keen. He is now working in Xiaoqing City, saying that it is work, but in fact it is paddling. In addition to stamping and signing every day, they show her daughter to and from school in the morning and evening. He said that he would never disturb others' lives, so he would never show up in front of them, just secretly observe. No one was right or wrong back then, but now everyone is doing well, so he doesn't want to change anything. I wash kelp, wash kelp. Suddenly the bell rang. He picked up the phone and took a look, and found that his brother Song Hanlin was calling. Hello, brother, what's the matter? Lianjia? All right, I just have to go. Well, let's stop it. Why did you arrange a blind date for me again? My brother, why are you more anxious than our parents? Was it easy for me in the past 15 years? You can't let me wave again. Yes, I'm the wind, I'm free, no one can catch it, haha. Hanging up, Song Xiaoqing smiled and shook her head. Now that it is too difficult for him to fall in love and get married. My daughter is so old, should I get married? I might as well play a few more games when I have that time. With that said, he opened low and opened a new rank. He has lived in the island country for 15 years, and the online games there are really underdeveloped, especially the competitive games. This time when he returned to China, he became addicted to playing. This time he was lined up with a guy with an ID called Dark Sky. After a few shots, a light suddenly lit up on the guy, and then the same light lit up on a soldier on the line. Send in place. Song Xiaoqing was taken aback. Could it be the kind of sorrow routine that sent the top order to the bottom road, and then sent the middle road and ADC to the top road to encircle and beat the enemy? But the other person brought the teleportation alone? Hesitate, and you will lose. He decisively went up to a set of combos to defeat the opponent, and then the opponent teleported to the ground, and it really was teleportation in place. There is no routine at all. Song Xiaoqing easily scored a blood. Is this guy a funny guy? At the same time, inside an internet cafe. Oh, I forgot to change the teleportation to light it. A handsome Mao Ziguo man scratched his head, skillfully opened the panel to block the 4 teammates, and then continued the game. After 15 shots, he picked up the phone and there was a missed call on it. After the fight, it turned out that he was calling. To be precise, it was another incarnation of him. Yo, why didn't you answer the phone just now? You had a great time? When will you come back? This bad rap is obviously the incarnation of a white horse. Krishna said, can't you let me play for a few more days? You have another movie you want to make. Did you forget the horse? The director happened to be going to Hua country to film the horse. You are so close. You reading www.uukangsha.com just go straight over. Ka scratched his head depressedly. Why forgot about this? Last year, he took a Huguo movie, which was probably an infinite stream of arcade game Smash Brothers. It was about the protagonist entering various games and then taking the game's characters against the villain. Krishna plays a very popular character in an arcade game, and there is also a mythical theme game of the Flower Country in the plot. The shooting location is Songcheng in the martial arts. Xiaoqing City is still very convenient to Woolen. He bought a train ticket on the internet and went to the station. After getting in the car, Krishna found a man sitting next to him who was playing the mobile game Dragon Ba Bulletin, and said, are you playing this too? Song Xiaoqing raised her head and glanced at him, and found that it was a foreigner, somewhat surprised. Well, it's boring to play in the car, you have a good language. Thank you. Krishna took out his cell phone. I'm actually playing too. It's a good chance for everyone to meet, so let's add a friend. Because he is too bad, he has already practiced a set of proficient steps for holding the thigh. Song Xiaoqing didn't think about it too much, so she added friends with him. After the addition, I discovered that this guy's ID was also called Da Di Haitian. He was a little surprised. It shouldn't be the same person, right? However, after starting to play together, he discovered that there was such a coincidence. It's such a pit, there can be no second one. He started to regret adding this foreigner friend. You are so silly, wouldn't it be good to line up opposite me honestly? Krishna had a good time. Oh, I'm dead again. This black and white screen looks so retro. At this moment, the passengers on the opposite side were also seated. When Song Xiaoqing saw it, she was shocked, and quickly lowered her hat, then hurriedly found a pair of sunglasses and put it on. Mr. Landlord. Ka recognized the person at a glance. It was Yu Yubo, the landlord of his good friend Xiao Zhenheng's house. Yu Yubo didn't expect that it would be difficult to get out of the train and meet acquaintances. This foreigner was so recognizable, he recognized it at once. You also go to the martial arts. Yeah, I went to film. Krishna said with a smile. Filming. Yes, I'm actually an actor. Krishna's affinity is really not nonsense, he can get along with anyone. After the two chatted for a while, they began to laugh, and Yu Yubo's original bad mood slightly improved. Ka noticed that the new friends around him had been silent, so he said to Song Xiaoqing, my friend, what are you doing in the martial arts? Talk about business. Song Xiaoqing said awkwardly. However, Yu Yubo did not recognize him. After all, 15 years have passed. He has changed from a small fresh meat to an old bacon now. All aspects have changed a lot, and his face is still wearing sunglasses. In Yu Yubo's mind, Song Xiaoqing had been dead for 15 years, and he couldn't possibly want his most ironic hair to be in front of him. Businessman, boss, Krishna then asked Yu Yubo, Mr. Landlord, how about you? I'll just come out to relax. Yu Yubo said casually. After all, Song Xiaoqing grew up with him. Although it has been a long time since I saw him, I can see that the old friend is worried at this time. So he asked subconsciously, have you encountered something unhappy? Yu Yubo shook his head, there is something I can't figure out. Come out and take a stroll and look at the outside world, maybe you can get new inspiration. Song Xiaoqing asked again, will the family worry about it? I told them. Yu Yubo said nothing more. Song Xiaoqing wanted to ask again, but realized that as a stranger, his behavior was already a bit out of bounds at this time, so he chose to shut up. It took just over an hour for the train from Xiaoqing City to Woolen City. In order to pass the boredom, the three of them fought against the landlord. The cards are carried by Krishna. However, the result is obvious, as long as Krishna is on which side loses. He is the local leader, and in the end, he often keeps a pair of threes in his hand, because he thinks that the cards that are too small are played for others, so he should start with the big ones, and throw the king at the beginning. And when he was a farmer, he often stayed in the atmosphere of his own local owner and frequently bombed his own people. This also led to Song Xiaoqing and Yu Yubo frantically grabbing landlords in the later stages. Anyway, as long as they are not on the side of Krishna, they will win steadily. The friendship between the three old men took shape rapidly in a short period of time. When they got off the car, the three left each other's phone numbers and made an appointment to have a barbecue together. After Song Xiaoqing got out of the station, someone picked him up and went straight to Lian's house. he came to the second master of Lian's family with a mission this time. Following a soldier to the door of a villa, he walked in alone. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a man in big red underwear with his hands behind him. You are here. The man didn't turn his head, just said indifferently, I already know the purpose of your coming, and you must have already inquired about my rules. Yes, Song Xiaoqing said, Lian Eryi is fortune-telling. He doesn't collect gold and silver and only looks at fate. When fate reaches the point, he doesn't take a cent. If the fate is insufficient, he must first form a fate. Yes, obviously I have nothing to do with you, a big man, Lian Eryi said with his back to him, you have to be prepared. It is not a simple matter to get married with me. Song Xiaoqing, since I'm here, naturally I won't have other considerations. Okay, let me take a look at your face first, and analyze how we two fit together. When Song Xiaoqing heard these words, she thought he was about to turn around. In the end, who thought it didn't, Lian Eryi actually walked backwards like this, and Song Xiaoqing turned around while passing him, and finally saw his face. Wow, he was immediately startled by this look. It turned out that Eryi Lian actually had a dark mask on his face. Why, haven't you seen a man put on a facial mask? Lian Eryi said. How can it be done without maintenance? No, I actually put on a facial mask often, Song Xiaoqing said. I'm just wondering why you want to go this way? Isn't it okay to just turn around? Of course not, Lian Eryi said. I have forgotten it. My lucky position today is northwest. I must always face this direction and cannot change. If I can persist for 24 hours, something great will happen to me recently. Then what if the direction changes? Song Xiaoqing asked curiously. Then everything will be reversed, luck will become bad luck, good things will become bad things. Lian Eryi said solemnly. Oh, I see. Song Xiaoqing suddenly found that Lian Eryi was staring at her www.novelmtl.com with aggressive eyes, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lian Eryi, do you see anything? Well, I can see it. The greenery is up to the sky. You are the face of your wife and children being snatched by others. Tusk 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 tusk. Lian Eryi took a close look at him with his mouth. Song Xiaoqing was shocked, but she didn't expect it to be so accurate. Immediately asked nervously, also, what else? Yuya Wang, Emerald Hidden Peach, you still have a touch of bottomless powder in your greenery, which means that you should meet the person you like recently, and it is the kind of old friend who has been together for many years. This is how you get rid of being single. Best chance. The person you like? For many years. Song Xiaoqing thought of Huang Xiao for the first time. No, how could I? Even if he and Huang Xiao are together now, he wouldn't agree. Don't talk so full, Lian Eryi warned, this is the last chance to get out of the singles in your life. If you can't grasp this, you will be destined to be alone in the future. Song Xiaoqing definitely doesn't believe it, or he would rather be single than hurt an old friend the second time. Whatever, I am not here to tell my own fortune. Even the second master, you haven't said that you want to tell me for my nephew what's the price. He came this time mainly for Song Yunj. Ajani said that she had a hunch that Song Yunj was about to have an accident. Song Yunyu naturally attracted Song Hanlin's attention after telling her dad. But at present Song Yunj could not see any signs of an accident at all, so he planned to come and beg Lin, the second master of the house. The reason why his younger brother was allowed to replace himself was mainly because Song Hanlin was just an ordinary person, and those who evolved in front of Lian Eryi obviously spoke better. The price is actually very simple. Lian Eryi smiled slightly. It was just because of the mask that Song Xiaoqing saw that this smile looked very horrible. You come with me. Lian Eryi hooked towards Song Xiaoqing, and then leaned back toward the gate. Seeing his strange way of walking, Song Xiaoqing felt powerless to complain. After Lian Eryi stepped back a few steps, he began to move horizontally again like a crab, and he just drew a 7 character and walked out of the villa's door. Song Xiaoqing followed him all the way to an artificial lake. The surrounding area is full of villas with a family, and the upper floors of the family are living, so the environment is very good. Lian Eryi pointed to the Huxin pavilion behind him and said, come with me and meet someone. Because the passage leading to the Huxin pavilion is north-south, and he has to face northwest all the time, he can only draw 7 characters continuously and back awkwardly. After a lot of effort, the two finally arrived at the Huxin pavilion. Song Xiaoqing also saw 4 middle-aged women in their 40s playing mahjong there. Wife. Lian Eryi retreated to the corner of the pavilion and looked at the 4 women. Among them, the woman sitting in the Dongfang position said while touching the card, what's the matter? Come on, let me introduce to you, this is the Taoist chief from the Song family, and his name is Song Xiaoqing. Hello. Although Song Xiaoqing didn't know what Lian Eryi had planned, he still greeted him first. Oh, Lian Eryi's wife looked up and said in surprise, you guy is handsome. The other 3 women also looked at Song Xiaoqing curiously. The young man looks pretty young. How old is this year? Are you married? Hee. Thank you. Song Xiaoqing smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Get rich, the woman said while playing cards. You are here to ask for divination. Since you were brought by our family, it means that you are a little capable. Let me just say it directly. Can you protect me? Younger sister. Your sister. Song Xiaoqing immediately realized that something was wrong and changed her words quickly. Your sister. Yes, to be precise, it is my cousin. I am 14 years old this year. My third uncle's first daughter died young, and then finally got a second one. It was really spoiled and her personality was also very good. Jump off. I suddenly ran to participate in the Produce 119 not long ago, and what does Nong know about the talent show? Yeah, I know, Song Xiaoqing was in Xiaokeng City, how could she not know? The show was just an ordinary draft on the surface, but it turned out that the Xingyi teacher was choosing the saint. That's right, Ertong. Mrs. Lian played a card, and then continued, you said she is a good ordinary person, mixed with a bunch of zombies, can I rest assured? What about your Song family, too? I'm an expert in dealing with zombies, so I want to see if you can send someone to protect her, preferably a female. This matter? No problem. Song Xiaoqing resolutely agreed. Judging from his contact with Simon's love, in fact, this incident is not as terrifying as Lianjia imagined. It's just that Xingyi has been famous for more than 2,000 years. It is impossible for everyone to change their views in just a few years. Everyone is afraid of Xingyi sect, especially the Lianjia. Not to mention that Simon loves Tianqi and their two subordinate families. There are even legends that in ancient times, Lianjia was actually raised by the goddess. Grab a dragon to make barbecue and drink. Whether this legend is true or false is no longer exquisite, but everyone is afraid that Xingyi sect is a fact. It is reasonable for even the second wife and others to worry about that child. Then why don't you just bring the kids back? Isn't it enough to just retire? Song Xiaoqing asked. Mrs. Lian sighed, we also thought about it, but the child was too popular. The first vote was ranked 4th. The Xingyi teacher didn't let us take people away at all. Unless the child wants to, otherwise there is no way. So popular. Song Xiaoqing didn't expect it to be so. But a 14-year-old girl is liked by so many people. Is this world occupied by low ICN? Let's do it, Song Xiaoqing said. I have a niece in Xiaokeng City. Let her take care of it. Lian Eryi suddenly said at this time, couldn't your niece be the heart-eater demon at the top of the calamity list, right? That's all a misunderstanding, Song Xiaoqing explained. That kid is very nice. That won't work. Even the second wife heard that she was the most wanted criminal on the disaster list, and she immediately refused. Our eldest nephew is also the third. The first one is more exaggerated. Can't you let her take me wrong? Younger sister. Song Xiaoqing still wanted to explain to Song Yunmu, but Lian Eryi suddenly said at this time, so my suggestion is to go there by yourself. Mr. Song, believe me, this is also good for you. Then, okay. Song Xiaoqing understood. Second Master Lian might know that Song Yunmu was fine, but he deliberately mentioned that he wanted Song Xiaoqing to protect his sister-in-law himself. Is this what counts? Song Xiaoqing couldn't understand him, but thought it was better to agree first. That's all right, since my wife has passed her eyes and thinks that you can do it, then this fate is also formed, let's go, Lian Eryi said. Okay, just as Song Xiaoqing agreed, she heard Mrs. Lian's roar suddenly. Touch yourself? Little Sixie. A north wind was thrown heavily on the card table by her. At the same time, Lian Eryi's expression suddenly changed. Fuck. The mask on his face fell off, and Song Xiaoqing saw a face extremely frightened. What are you doing so loudly? My ears are going to be deaf. Lian Er's wife complained, covering her ears. I'm going to be smashed to death by you. Lian Eryi looked bitterly forced. 1,000 defenses. I didn't expect to have this hand. It's over, it's over. What are you doing again? Mrs. Lian seems to be used to it a long time ago. Isn't it a scam again? Lian Eryi protested. That's not a black trigram. It's feng shui changing luck. Ouch, my head hurts. Song Xiaoqing also thought at this time that Lian Eryi once said that if you don't keep facing the northwest, the world will be reversed, luck will turn into bad luck, and good things will turn bad. How come this mahjong's north is also counted? Go, go, go. Lian Eryi grabbed Song Xiaoqing's hand and ran to the lake. What are you pulling me for? Song Xiaoqing was puzzled. Lian Eryi ran and explained, my hexagram was broken by a woman, so now I have to get close to the man and stay away from the woman to ease it. You will wait a while, and I will calculate it carefully. The two were out of the lake, and Lian Eryi was about to tell his fortune, and saw him take out an old Nokia mobile phone. Song Xiaoqing took a look. Isn't this the style that was popular when he went to the island country 15 years ago? Is it still in production now? Seeing that Lian Eryi opened a program, Song Xiaoqing thought it was something special, but when he leaned in to see it, he suddenly blurted out with a fuck. Lian Eryi opened it, and it was a small Tetris game? Are you fortune-telling? Otherwise, you think. Lian Eryi took the time to slap him, and then continued to look at the screen. He didn't manipulate it, and let the cube fall. This cube has 7 forms, and there are changes in various directions when it falls, which is enough to calculate most things. Song Xiaoqing. At this moment, the mysterious image of Lian Eryi in his heart had collapsed. I was full of words that even Eryi said before that he would die alone if he missed the next marriage. Is it possible that this is also the case? Yes, Lian Eryi frowned as he watched the game failure screen. According to the hexagram, I will be pitted by a woman, and it's a woman from the northwest. It will be within this week. Then what are you going to do? Song Xiaoqing asked him. Of course it's slipping away. If I can't try to avoid evil, then I'll forget the ovum gua? Is it interesting to know how I died in advance? Lian Eryi gave him a blank look, and then changed his body into a blue dragon soaring into the sky. disappeared in Song Xiaoqing's vision. Wow, wait a minute. Song Xiaoqing suddenly reacted. You haven't told me how to contact your sister-in-law. Although you can find out who his sister-in-law is by just flipping through the official website of PD119 www.novelmtl.com, how can he get close to others and make people believe in him and accept his protection? All these have to rely on Lian Iryi to match the bridge in the middle. That's it. Now that Lian Iryi is flying, Song Xiaoqing can only ask for help from Mrs. Lian Er. The old man is really unreliable in doing things. Mrs. Lian Er was still playing mahjong. She said to Song Xiaoqing, I have a generation gap with my sister. I will introduce her to you, so you can go find it. My second uncle's daughter is my lobby girl. The little cousin admires the lobby girl the most. Even going to participate in the audition is because of the lobby girl. I will give you my phone number and write it down. Then he reported a series of numbers and let Song Xiaoqing call out. After the call was connected, she took the phone and started talking. Hello, it's me. Nong Jiji is coming to Ali? Song Cheng? Come to Wulin Nong to find Nong Ajiga? Good, my Nong gang is crooked. After a chat, Mrs. Lian returned his phone to Song Xiaoqing. My sister in the lobby is now filming in Songcheng. You can find her by calling in the past. I have told her about everything, and she will tell you how to do it. Okay, Song Xiaoqing said again after agreeing, the matter about my nephew. Oh, don't worry, since our old man has agreed, he must be ready for you in the follow-up, and he is worried about it. Oh, Song Xiaoqing was relieved after hearing this. He left Lian's house, called the driver of Song's family, and then went to Songcheng. Speaking of Songcheng, a foreigner I just met on the train seemed to be filming there too, which was a coincidence. Song Xiaoqing wondered if there was a chance to meet him in the car. He also wanted to see what a foreigner was filming in Huiguo. When he arrived at the gate of Songcheng, he made a call to Mrs. Lian's wife in the lobby, only to see a woman in her 30s picking up the call. This woman looks average and wears masculine clothes, but the makeup skills are good, which makes her look a lot pleasing to the eye. Are you Song Xiaoqing? She asked. Song Xiaoqing nodded. Are you the lobby girl? Sister in the lobby? What is that? The woman was puzzled, and then explained, my name is Chu Ping, and I am her agent. She asked me to pick you up. Oh, let's go see her, Song Xiaoqing said. Where is she? You come with me. Chu Ping led him inside. Song Xiaoqing followed and found Chu Ping to look back at herself from time to time. Have we met before? No. Then is there anything on my face? He asked. Chu Ping stopped, turned around and stared at him. I'll just tell you, what is your relationship with her? Relation? Oh, you said the lobby girl? I don't know her. Her sister asked me to come to her. Song Xiaoqing said the truth. Really? Chu Ping obviously didn't believe it all, but she explained, I'm sorry, I hope you can understand. She is now in a critical period of her career. If a relationship breaks out, it will be fatal, so I am her agent will be limited and sensitive, and I have to protect her. If it was an ordinary man, she would not think so much. But Song Xiaoqing is also the CEO of a big company. He is well dressed and looks good. He is not too old or immature at the age of 30, but the precipitation of the years has given him a unique temperament. This kind of man is right. The lethality of women is considerable. Understandable. Song Xiaoqing nodded. Although he is the CEO of a game company, there are also many entertainment companies within the Song group, and he occasionally comes into contact with this aspect. For example, if you participate in a party, there will be many stars, either performing or drinking together. The two came to an ancient building, which was full of various people. There are those holding light barriers, holding long pole microphones, operating cameras. Of course, there are also those in ancient costumes acting there. Chu Ping said to Song Xiaoqing, she is resting in the room now, you come with me. After speaking, he took Song Xiaoqing to a room next to him. This should be the actor's lounge, which can have a separate room. Obviously, this girl in the lobby still has a bit of face. Chu Ping knocked on the door. I have brought someone here. Well, come in. A nice voice came from the room. Chu Ping opened the door, and Song Xiaoqing followed in and saw a woman in a white shirt with big sleeves putting down the script and slowly getting up from the chair. Song Xiaoqing was taken aback at the time. He knows that there are a lot of beautiful actresses, but he didn't expect them to be so beautiful. It is true that he has seen a more beautiful Simon Love, but knowing that she is a big demon, he can't treat her as the opposite at all, that is, a big boss. When I think about it, hemorrhoids faintly hurt. But the girl in front of her is different. She is really the kind of white lotus, and she entrusts all the beautiful dreams of boys, a fairy. Song Xiaoqing could only think of this word for the time being. Of course, Song Iryi is not an innocent young virgin. It is understandable to see beautiful women being amazing, but he will not lose his mind. He greeted, hello, I am. Before I finished speaking, I saw the fairy in white suddenly showing a surprised expression, and then ran towards him with her skirt 3 steps and 2 steps. At that time, Song Xiaoqing had only a series of question marks in his mind. And Chu Ping on the side was so scared that her eyes were about to fall out. She watched Su Yuanying rushing into the arms of the man she had just brought in, like a clingy newlywed woman. My god. Chu Ping closed the door immediately subconsciously. Then she stared at Song Xiaoqing angrily. You said it has nothing to do with her. Song Xiaoqing was very innocent. He held up his hands and tried not to touch Su Yuanying, and said to Chu Ping, I said I don't know how this happened, do you believe it? I believe you are a ghost. Xu Ping asked Su Yuanying instead. Xiao Yuan, who is this person? Didn't you promise that I would not fall in love during this time? Well, I promised. Su Yuanying's face was filled with a happy smile, but it doesn't count until then. You met a long time ago. Xu Ping asked in surprise. Song Xiaoqing was also confused. Did you admit the wrong person? Su Yuanying hugged him like this and raised her head in his arms. How could I admit my mistake? I knew it was you as soon as I saw it. If you say yes, you will come to marry me when I am a lady for 10 years. I actually let go of my pigeons for 5 years, which is too bad. Huh? Marry you? Song Xiaoqing and Xu Ping were both taken aback. Have I done anything like this? Song Xiaoqing couldn't help but began to recall. Because there is one point in Su Yuanying's words that he cares about, that is, 15 years, which is exactly the year when he was undercover in the island country. After 15 years, many things have been blurred. The thing he remembered most clearly was of course the affairs of Huang Xiao and Yu Yubo. Other than that, there were not many things that could memorize him deeply. What's your name? Song Xiaoqing asked. My name is Su Yuanying, have you forgotten this? Su Yuanying puffed her mouth, looking a little unhappy. On the side, Xu Ping felt a pain in her brain. A 25-year-old was actually bulging like a 5-year-old child, with goosebumps. But what is even more terrifying is that there is a man who can make her show such an expression. Su Yuanying? Song Xiaoqing was suddenly startled. Fuck. You are the daughter of that bad old man. He remembered that 15 years ago he helped Colonel Su, who is now Major General Su, protect his daughter, and then killed an onmyoji who manipulated spiders during the mission. The clues obtained from that onmyoji proved what conspiracy the onmyoji of the island nation was preparing, and the undercover mission was formulated at that time. He stayed in the island country for 15 years, how could he still remember the 10-year-old girl who had only one side? What's more, in his memory, Su Yuanying was clearly a little overlord. How did she become a little fairy when she grew up? Is this unscientific? Is that sentence really taken seriously? Has she really been a lady for 15 years? Damn it, horrible. You finally remembered. Su Yuanying said happily, it turns out that you are from the Song family. My dad has been reluctant to tell me your origins, so I can't find your information, but I still believe it. You will come to marry me, so I have been waiting and waiting, now it seems that I am right, you have finally come to me. Actually, Song Xiaoqing wanted to say that she didn't come to her. Had it not been for Song Yun's affairs, he might have been out of touch with Su Yuanying. But he suddenly remembered what Lian Iryi said, an old friend who has been acquainted for many years can hardly be accomplished, referring to Su Yuanying. If you think about it again, if Lian Iryi hadn't pointed out that his niece was the heart-eating demon, the job of protecting the little cousin would fall on Song Yunmu's head, and it would be impossible for him to come to Songcheng to find Su Yuanying. Is this also in your expectation, Lian Iryi? Song Xiaoqing was suddenly a little frightened. Although the second master Lian used Tetris to calculate, it seemed to be a bit accurate. Is it true that he said that if Song Xiaoqing missed this opportunity, he would be lonely? Thinking of this, Song Xiaoqing couldn't help but lowered her head and glanced at the happy Su Yuanying, and conscientiously said that she was really beautiful. But no, if you accept her because you are afraid of being alone in the future, will you still be a man? Song Xiaoqing didn't want to be so utilitarian, so she held Su Yuanying's shoulder and gently pushed her away. We will talk about the previous things later. I am here to talk to you about your cousin. Well, I know. Su Yuanying was not unhappy, but because Song Xiaoqing took the initiative to touch herself, her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed. She nodded and took Song Xiaoqing to sit down. You want to be my little girl as a bodyguard, right? She is very obedient to me, and I told her that she will definitely not reject you. That's good. But they are recording the show now, and the mobile phone is handed over www.novelmtl.com. I can't contact her either. Su Yuanying thought for a while, and said, well, I have a few more scenes here tomorrow. The filming is over. I will accompany you to see her in Xiaoqing City tomorrow night. Okay. Of course, Song Xiaoqing is not in a hurry. He knows that the little cousin will be fine, even if he doesn't go. But since they have agreed, it is important to do superficial work. Then we see you tomorrow. He got up and planned to leave. Suddenly being hugged by a big beautiful woman and saying that she would marry herself, Song Xiaoqing was a little confused while joking. A girl has waited for herself for 15 years, and she is still a beautiful woman. It must be fake if she is not tempted. But he also felt that this was not enough. When two people are together, there should be more heartbeats. He didn't know how to face Su Yuanying, so he planned to keep his distance first, calm down, and think carefully. Are you leaving? After 15 years of goodbye, Su Yuanying was obviously reluctant to leave after only half an hour. At this moment, Xu Ping suddenly interrupted and said, Xiao Yuan, it's about to be your scene. Is there anything we can say after the scene is finished? Right. Song Xiaoqing also said, I shouldn't interrupt your work. There will be time in the future. Really? Su Yuanying held his hand reluctantly. You won't leave for 15 years, right? Seeing her eyes, Song Xiaoqing's heart was softened. Who can bear to hurt her? No, I won't leave. Call me if something happens. After speaking, he left Su Yuanying's lounge as if he was about to escape. Song Xiaoqing's mind is chaotic. He needs to be quiet and take a good look at this sudden feeling. Thinking of things in his head, Song Xiaoqing didn't pay attention to where she went, and suddenly heard someone greet herself. Hey, Song. Huh. As soon as Song Xiaoqing looked up, she saw a white man named Bai holding a cup of milk tea and greeted him there. Such a coincidence. He then remembered that he had planned to come to Krishna before, but Su Yuanying's affairs had confused his mind. Now it is fate to be able to hit and bump by mistake. Huh? A coincidence? Krishna frowned. You didn't come to me. Seeing his aggrieved appearance, Song Xiaoqing quickly said, no, I just came to you. Ka immediately smiled upon hearing the words, well, that's great, I'm just bored. Is your film finished? Song Xiaoqing asked. Hey, don't mention it, Krishna said. I realized that I made a mistake after I came, and the filming of my scene will start tomorrow, and there is nothing to do with me today. The I made a mistake he said here means that his white horse incarnation made a mistake. Of course, most people can't tell it. But this matter didn't affect his optimism at all. Are you okay now? It's okay, let's go have a drink. It's okay. Song Xiaoqing was also confused, and agreed to his invitation. The two left Songcheng and asked the driver of the Song family to take them to a membership bar. Only when I entered, I saw an acquaintance sitting on the bar. Oh, what is this coincidence? Krishna happily went up to say hello. Hey, you, Ang. The drunken Yu Yubo raised his head and stared at Krishna for a while. Oh, it's you. Are you also a member here? Right. Krishna nodded. In fact, Song Xiaoqing just did it for him. That's right, come and come. Yu Yubo greeted him to sit down, and then said to the bartender, take out the one I saved. What wine are you going to invite me to drink? Krishna asked curiously. The drunk Yu Yubo smiled triumphantly. Good stuff. At this moment, the bartender came over, still holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Krishna's eyes were good, and he saw the bottle written, Red Star Urquato. This. He thought it would be some rare foreign wine. As a native of Mazi, he naturally likes to drink, and he has tasted a lot of good wines, but he didn't expect Yu Yubo to save a bottle of Urquato on the counter. What is this operation? Why, look down on our Huiguo wine? Let me tell you, this is a national treasure. Yu Yubo, who was already drunk, was a little unorganized. He took the initiative to pour Krishna a glass. Come on, do it. Okay. Naturally, Krishna would not dislike it. He took a sip of the wine glass and became bored. Originally, he thought Urquatole might be strong, but he wouldn't let him go. But after the cup went down, a puff of breath rushed to the back of his head, and then he got out of his nose with a twist in his head. At that time, his white skin, which was unique to white people, directly turned into a mature crayfish color. 6R. What the is this? Ha ha ha. Yu Yubo burst out laughing when he saw him like this. Smiling, he slid directly off the stool. Fortunately, Song Xiaoqing quickly caught him with eyesight and hands, otherwise he would fall to the ground. Song Xiaoqing saw that he was very drunk, so he lifted him to the stand aside, and Krishna followed him with Urquato and the wine cup. Hey, you are not an ordinary Urquato, why are you so fierce? He couldn't help taking another sip. This time he spit out his tongue and made a hey sound. The drunk Yu Yubo smiled when he saw it. This is a gift from a fan of mine. In fact, the membership of this bar was also given to me by him. I don't know what the origin of this wine is. Reincarnation, 3 cups are going to fall too. Ha 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 ha. So powerful. Krishna exclaimed, then took another sip. This time his neck was shrinking, and his face was even redder than before. Enough Jiao. He wanted to say enough, but he had a big tongue. This irritation made Yu Yubo burst into laughter, but when he smiled, he burst into tears. Song Xiaoqing cared. What's wrong with you? Ka also asked with his tongue out. So why doesn't he open his chest? Maybe it's because of being drunk, or maybe because of not having so much scruples in the face of strangers. Yu Yubo suddenly said, my daughter is not my daughter. Hearing this, Song Xiaoqing's heart suddenly burst. Fuck. What does he mean? Tell me, did he recognize me? And Krishna's heart is also tight. Fuck. Did he find that it was one of my incarnations? Both people looked at Yu Yubo nervously for different reasons. What do you mean? Song Xiaoqing asked cautiously. Yu Yubo murmured, I know, I actually knew it all along. I was a childhood sweetheart with her. Why would I not know if she likes him? He, Huang Xiao, and Song Xiaoqing were inseparable back then, and the relationship between the three has long surpassed ordinary friends. Both of them like her, and she likes them too. At that time, they were still young, and they didn't know what love was, just ignorant feelings. So when he declared that she was his girlfriend, she did not deny it. The impulse that followed that night was also because of this. After discovering that, Yu Yubo kept wondering whether the two talents are a pair. Are you the third party to make trouble? This thought rose to the highest point after learning of Song Xiaoqing's death. So he desperately took her away from the capital, using his youth and health to compensate her. Gradually, the two seemed to forget their initial thoughts, and both regarded each other as their lovers. No one exposed, they lived like a real family. He has also been immersed in this happiness. Until Yu Yubo accidentally saw Song Yunwu's appearance, the naked reality shredded his self-deception and made him unable to escape reality. Therefore, he was hesitated, lost, and felt as humble as a dog. Hey! Suddenly the sound of tapping the table interrupted Yu Yubo, who was telling his own mental journey. Both he and Krishna were shocked. The wine in Krishna's hand was spilled, and he also looked at the person who patted the table with a dazed expression. With an angry face in front of him, Song Xiaoqing grabbed Yu Yubo by the collar and cursed, "You donkey egg. There are too many cartoons, right? Is there a problem with the brain? What do you think of it? Huh. Yu Yubo was a little more sober by his scolding, but he still didn't understand. What are you doing? I'm scolding you, you alpaca. Donkey egg? Alpaca. With this familiar feeling, Yu Yubo seemed to have returned to his student days. At that time, Song Xiaoqing liked to curse donkey eggs and alpacas most. You are the one who has lived with her for 15 years. You are the one who has called her father for 15 years. Is this false? Song Xiaoqing's eyes were red. You 15 years of mutual love? The mere kinship is comparable to your 15 years of nurturing? Are you good to your children? Why don't you believe that children love you too? That man is at best to your wife. Boyfriend, it's in the past tense, that's a fart? What do you have to worry about? Alpaca? Is there a donkey egg in your mind? Ah. Krishna hurriedly stopped him when he saw Song Xiaoqing's saliva spitting out. Don't be so excited. What are you doing so excitedly? Song Xiaoqing was dumb. He let go of his hand and sat back to his position. I'm just so angry. How can there be such a stupid person? He would rather not recognize his own flesh and blood and want to fulfill them, only to find that Yu Yubo was struggling with these things. How could he not be angry? Of course, there are also people who are so cowardly and angry at seeing their buddies. You are more confident. Has your wife mentioned that man in the past few years? Yes. Although Yu Yubo was frightened, he nodded honestly when he heard this question. Song Xiaoqing's words were directly blocked by him. She would give him incense every Qingming festival. Yu Yubo continued www.novelmtl.com. What's wrong with you? Krishna asked Song Xiaoqing. Why is his face redder than me? Did you drink too? Song Xiaoqing shook his head. He wanted to vomit blood. I just wanted to pour some chicken soup for someone, but who knew that I was stunned? This was really dying. Anyway, in a nutshell, he replied and said to Yu Yubo, I don't think you should be here alone. Go back and take a good look at your wife and your daughter. They belong to your family alone. No one can take away your 15 years of fetters, even the child's biological father is not qualified. Yu Yubo's face was dull, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing him like this, Song Xiaoqing was too lazy to say, grabbing the urquioto in Krishna's hand and pouring a cup, and then became bored, trying to dispel the depression in her heart. As a result, his eyes stared like a goldfish. This wine, something. Then he fell on the sofa with a snap. Ha ha ha, you are too weak. Krishna laughed at this. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Yu Yubo also falling down. Before they came, Yu Yubo couldn't sit still after drinking. The meeting was unexpected. Only Ka took back urquioto and drank just have a good time. Early the next morning, Song Xiaoqing opened her eyes dimly, and she felt a headache. This is a sequelae of a hangover. What the is urquioto? He, an evolutionary, couldn't stand it. He opened his eyes and saw a man's face. You are awake. Take a groove. Song Xiaoqing fell from the bed in fright. Krishna standing by the bed touched his face. Am I that scary? Try to wake up early in the morning and open your eyes to see a man standing on the head of the bed, leaning over and telling you, you are awake. What does it feel like? Song Xiaoqing rubbed his and stood up from the ground. Broken. Correct a little, Krishna said. It's not early in the morning, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Huh. Song Xiaoqing was startled. I slept for so long. Yes, Krishna said, if you don't get up again, I'm going to film. Oh, thank you, Song Xiaoqing muttered, rubbing his head. I didn't expect this wine to be so top. Alas, it's wrong. You obviously drank so much. Why are you all right? I drink well. I can't refute what you said. Song Xiaoqing looked around. Where is Yu Yubo? He went back, saying that he was going back to find his wife. Krishna said. Song Xiaoqing showed a relieved smile upon hearing this, and he finally figured it out. In this case, I can put it down too. But I have a problem. Krishna said suddenly. What? Have we introduced our names to each other? On the train, you only said that your surname was Song, and he only said that his surname was Yu. How do you know his full name? Song Xiaoqing was speechless for a while, thinking for a while before saying, he is actually very famous in Hua country, and I recognized it when I saw it. Really? Ka didn't think too much, then I'm going to Songcheng. Goodbye. Wait a minute, I'll go with you too. Song Xiaoqing said suddenly. At almost the same time, Yu Yubo rushed to the house in a hurry. He hadn't seen his wife and daughter one day, and now he missed them very much. He opened the door and shouted, I'm back. But there was no one in the empty house. Yu Yubo stood there a little lost, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Yu Yubo turned around excitedly. Teacher Huang, who was carrying the freshly bought vegetables in his hand, looked at her husband in confusion. Didn't you say that you want to go out together? Why did you come back so soon? Did you forget to take the things? Alas. Before she finished speaking, Yu Yubo rushed up and hugged her. What are you doing? Even old couples and old wives still have such a nasty thing, and the child is behind. But Yu Yubo didn't care about that much. He just said in his wife's ear, I love you. Snapped. The plastic bag in Teacher Wang's hand fell to the ground. His expression gradually softened from surprise. She held Yu Yubo's broad back with her hands in turn, and whispered, I know. On the first floor, Yu Xiaoting took Xiao Zhenheng and hid at the corner of the stairs. She made a SHH gesture and motioned to the latter not to speak. He didn't smile sweetly until he heard the conversation between the two upstairs. Xiao Zhenheng's ears were not as sharp as hers, and she didn't know why she was smiling, but she just looked at her questioningly. Seeing him puzzled, Yu Xiaoting explained in a low voice, "This is the first time I heard my dad say I love you to my mother." Xiao Zhenheng was taken aback when he heard the words. He stared blankly at Yu Xiaoting's delicate face. "Is she hinting at me?" Song Xiaoqing and Ka came to Song Cheng together, watched him make a play for a while, and then went to the filming scene of Dragon Ba Bulletin. Coincidentally, I met Chu Ping at the door, and the latter suddenly looked depressed when he saw him. Song Xiaoqing knows what she thinks. A lover's influence on an actress's career can't be said to be insignificant. As an agent, she definitely doesn't like him. But he didn't just care about this kind of place, and asked openly, "Is the Su Yuanying Ying film finished?" "It's over, I'm changing clothes," Chu Ping said helplessly. What's the use of her objection? Su Yuanying wants to fall in love, she really can't do anything. He could only stare at Song Xiaoqing and vent his anger. "Can I go in?" Chu Ping took him to the front of Su Yuanying's lounge. "Xiao Yuan, have you changed your clothes? He is looking for you." As soon as the voice fell, I heard a sound of something falling to the ground, and there was a sound of ouch in the middle. "Are you okay?" Chu Ping asked quickly. "It's okay, come in." Su Yuanying replied inside. They opened the door and saw that Su Yuanying was supporting the stool beside the dressing table, and she was still rubbing her buttocks with one hand. It seemed that she had fallen over while sitting there just now. "You're here." She looked at Song Xiaoqing with unconcealable joy on her face, her hands clenched her fists and didn't know where to put them. "It's over." Chu Ping knew that she was in a state of inextricability when she saw her. It felt like the gourd she had worked so hard to raise was suddenly snatched away by a snake spirit. Song Xiaoqing glanced at Chu Ping and said to her, "Well, can we talk alone?" Of course Chu Ping was not happy, but seeing Su Yuanying's pleading eyes, she had to sigh, "Please don't stay too long, God knows if there are paparazzi padding." After speaking, he closed the door and went out. Inside, Su Yuanying looked at Song Xiaoqing expectantly. "What are you going to tell me?" Song Xiaoqing looked at her, and Su Yuanying, who changed into the ancient costume and put on the modern costume, was another kind of beauty. This is a pretty good girl, and it is a sin for her to wait for so many years. He prepared for a while, and said, "I have been in love once. I don't care." She answered almost in seconds. "I'm not a virgin. I do not care. I still have a daughter." "I don't, huh?" Su Yuanying 0v0. Song Xiaoqing said, "When I was young, I was ignorant and ate the forbidden fruit. Later, I was arranged by your dad to go abroad. After I came back, I found out that she was pregnant. Then she has her own life now, and there is a man who loves her very much, much better than me." Song Xiaoqing showed a relaxed smile. "In fact, it is him who can't let go. For Yu Yubo and his wife, he is just a dead person who sticks incense on the Qingming festival. Yesterday he woke up Yu Yubo by scolding him, but he also woke up himself by scolding him. It's time to let go." "That's good," Su Yuanying said with a smile, "as long as you are single." Song Xiaoqing said, "To tell you the truth, I can't fall in love with you all of a sudden, but I don't feel disgusted with you. I think we can try dating first. Maybe someday you find that your love for me is actually only a childhood memory. Illusion, then you told me that you just broke up." According to Lian Iryi, this may be the last time in his life that he is in love. He hopes to be like ordinary people, first date, and then step by step towards marriage, and finally grow old together. Impossible. Su Yuanying took the initiative to hug him. "I have been waiting for you for 15 years, how could I let you run away again?" "Huh? She ran away again." Xiamen Qing received a call from Song Yunyu in the deep mountains and old forest. She looked confused now, because Ajani slammed away again. "I know this guy is not reliable." Xiamen Qing felt that she was really stupid, and would actually believe in an 8 evil spirit. Although Ajani promised them to stay on the mountain, how can you believe the 8 evil words? When each of the 8 evil spirits fully awakened their ability, their brains had been shocked. To put it simply, there is a pit in their brains, so even if they want to abide by the agreement themselves, they may suddenly make a mistake one day and forget it. "She went to see your brother 80% of the time. You pay attention to the train and plane going north. Although she doesn't have an ID card, God knows she has any way to go up." What Xiamen Qing thinks now is that I hope that Ajani's transport assassin will not happen, otherwise God knows how many people will suffer. "What's the matter?" asked Xiao Cai, who was lying on the ground as a pillow for her. "I seemed to hear the voice of the master just now." "It's her," Xiamen Qing said depressed. "She just told me that one of the 8 evil spirits ran away. Ba. 8 fiends." Xiao Cai's voice trembled. Is it the same as the Zhang family?" "Yes," Xiamen Qing said casually, "you know Zhang Titu. It's not a question of whether I recognize it or not. When I just awakened, the guy appeared in front of me. The pressure was too terrifying www.novelmtl.com and I had a nightmare for a month." Xiao Cai still has a lingering fear when she talks about it. Xiamen Qing thought for a while and said, "It's probably a problem with your ability. Although he is not afraid of you, but the whole Zhang family will probably be restrained by you. I guess he thought you were too cute at the time, otherwise he might have killed the bear." "It's gone? I'm innocent," Xiao Cai said aggrievedly. "Even if the ability is awakened, the panda's strongest method is still cute." Xiamen Qing looked at the starry sky and muttered, "This Ajani will really do something for me, forget it." She stood up with a carp, and said to Wu Zhenqiu and others who were doing barbecue, I am in a hurry, so I won't wait any longer with you, bye. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of fire wings appeared behind her soaring into the sky, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Huh. Lian Qinjun breathed a sigh of relief, I finally left. I'm going to lose my nerves if I stay with her again. Zhang Xinyo wondered, why are you so afraid of her? I think the aunt is very nice. You know a ball, Lian Qinjun said, do you know who she is? You still call your aunt all the time. If she gets upset someday, she can burn us into dregs at any time, do you know? So horrible. Jing Yi said in surprise, aren't you even the eldest brother third on the disaster list? Is she number 1 and second? The first and the second count as eggs. They are the 8 evil spirits, or the one with the worst reputation among the 8 evil spirits, Lian Qinjun said with emotion, you are so happy you are ignorant. 8 evil. At this time, Wu Zhenqiu, Jing Yi, Zhang Xinyo, and even Xiao Cai were shocked. They are all evolutionaries, and naturally have a concept of the 8 evil spirits. Ma, I actually stayed with the 8 evil spirits for almost a month without knowing it. It's really unprecedented. Ximon Qing wants to find Ajiani, but before that, she has to find a small partner, that is Qin Yuyao. It's easy for 2 8 evil spirits to get in close contact for too long, but the magic is that the 3 of them live together for so long without any problems. The Xian Ao Ximon sentiment in this hasn't been understood yet, but she is not sure how long she will stay with her if she finds Ajani this time, so it's better just in case. Of course, I don't deny that it's because I haven't seen Qin Yuyao for a long time and miss her. It's very convenient to be the 8 evil spirits. You don't need to buy air tickets. When Ximon Qing came to the rooftop of Qin Yuyao's house, it only took less than an hour. It was just that she flew slowly, using no full force. It's a headache to lose the dragon. Ximon Qing shook his head again, I would rather use this to switch the dragon. She called Qin Yuyao, Yu Yao, sister is here to pick you up, go to the rooftop. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a flash of lightning flash up, condensing into Qin Yuyao's appearance in front of her. Oh, Ximon Qing looked at Qin Yuyao, I have become more and more proficient in the use of abilities. In the future, like Zhang Tito, my thoughts can come to any place with electricity. Qin Yuyao looked at her in surprise, I thought you were joking. Why did you come to me suddenly, Sister Ximon? I wanted to explore a danger, but I waited for a few weeks and couldn't even open the door, Ximon King said depressedly, rather than continue wasting time, I might as well come to you. I haven't seen you for so long. Miss your sister? Come on, hug. Qin Yuyao said, if you don't call my name wrong, I will miss you more. Oh, didn't I always shout right? Ximon King hugged her. Qin Yuyao did not resist, just said, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to me? Well, Ajani slipped away, Ximon Qing said seriously, while secretly touching some prominent positions on Qin Yuyao's body, I'm going to find her alone, so I'm not sure, so I'll call you together. Okay, Qin Yuyao said, it just so happens that I have an idea recently to try it out. Speaking of this, Ximon King's hand happened to touch the place she wanted to touch, and it turned out. Qin Yuyao turned into a thunder and lightning, and Ximon's love twitched. Fun, doppelganger. Ximon Qing was disappointed, you actually split a doppelganger to lie to me. The door of the rooftop was opened, and the real Qin Yuyao walked out, isn't this the point that Sister Ximon touched your hand randomly? Where is it? Everyone is a girl, what's the problem with this action? Ximon Qing didn't learn a lesson at all, and continued to run towards Qin Yuyao. Qin Yuyao sighed, I really can't do anything with you. I have something to ask Sister Ximon for your help. You came just right. What's the matter? Ximon Qing successfully hugged Qin Yuyao's body, and buried her face on her shoulders to take in the breath of the beauty. My parents have been introducing me to Zhang Luo recently. What? Qin Yuyao's words suddenly shocked Ximon. No, I object. Qin Yuyao looked at her with a cold face, so why do you object to my marriage? Of course you must object. Since you have entered the Ziliang demon village, you are mine, how can you let other men move you? Who is it? See if I burn him. Ximon Qing was annoyed like a toy the kid who was snatched away. I didn't agree, Qin Yuyao comforted, I don't want to go on a blind date either. That's it. Ximon Qing was happy, and she rubbed Qin Yuyao's head. I knew you were a good boy, Qin Yuyao said, but my parents must still be reminded. Now my sister is not at home, and she doesn't even have a shield. You have a younger sister. Sister, what are your eyes? Qin Yuyao looked at her warily, how do I feel that you are a little happy? No. Ximon King quickly denied, I'm just curious, so you still have a younger sister. Is she pretty? Qin Yuyao started to gather lightning in his hands, as if he was about to start 1,000 birds in the eyes of Ximon Qing. She hurriedly said, okay, I won't ask, what you just said is to help you find your sister back as a shield. No need to find, I know where my sister is, but I can't bring her back. Where? Who is so short-eyed and dare not let you bring my sister back? Ximon King immediately patted the cushion and said, I'll burn him. Qin Yuyao continued to look at her with a expression, isn't it you? Me. Ximon King pointed at herself, what does it matter to me? My sister went to participate in PD 119. PD. Oh. Ximon Qing suddenly realized, so that's what it is? It is good for young people to have dreams. If they have dreams, it is good to chase them. Anyway, if you have money, what about her lack of education? Now female doctors have become another species, no one wants them. If you say this, you will apologize to all female doctors. Qin Yueyao habitually vomited. I will take the college entrance examination tomorrow. I plan to catch her back. Even if I hand in a blank paper, I won't let her miss the exam. It's okay, Ximen said. It's enough to just spend a little money to buy a pheasant university diploma and pretend to be. It's really impossible to send it abroad. It will cost you 6.5 million. You can also enter a famous university. Qin Yueyao said. It's not so exaggerated. As long as there is a university for her to study, it is enough. Oh, I was led by you to go astray. What I want to talk about is not about my sister. What is that? Blind date, blind date. My parents have been forcing me to have a blind date, and then Sister Yun Wu gave me an idea. What's the idea? Ximen King asked. There are more ideas for renting a woman, so I don't think it is reliable if you tell me first. Just let you pretend to be my boyfriend and deal with my parents first. Qin Yueyao said. Oh, Ximen King immediately clapped her hands after hearing this. This is really a genius idea. The charter wife is too smart. She is simply the goddess of wisdom. Qin Yueyao complained. You just said clearly that she has a lot of bad ideas. Why, you must have heard it wrong, Ximen Qing said. No problem, just wrap it with me. I promise to fool your parents around. How does this sound weird? An electric arc appeared on Qin Yueyao's head. But I haven't given Sister Yun Wu's blindfold charm yet. Shall we go back and get it first? No, Ximen Qing said. I have this. She opened her palm, and a small golden sword emerged. This is. Qin Yueyao looked at the golden little sword suspiciously. This is one of the golden wind and jade dew swords handed down by the charter wife and their ancestors. This thing can actually be used in this way, Ximen Qing explained with a smile. The little sword in her hand suddenly began to glow with golden light, and then she squeezed the sword in her palm, and the golden light followed her hand and covered her whole body. Qin Yueyao watched Ximen Qing's chest gradually flattened, her Adam's apple gradually protruded, and her appearance turned into a man's appearance. Sister, you. Qin Yueyao couldn't help rubbing her eyes, and 2 rays of thunder lighted up from her pupils. Suddenly, the Ximen love in front of her changed back to its original state again. The cushion is still so big, the waist is still so thin, there is no Adam's apple, and the face is so beautiful. Did I just hallucinate? Oh, Ximen King said in surprise, so you still have this ability. She explained, the reason why the Golden Wind and Yula double swords are the heirlooms of the Song family is because they are inscribed with all the Dao skills that the Song family can master. Seed, and the blind charm you mentioned is just on the Golden Wind sword, so there is no need to go to the Song family to get it. So the man I saw just now is the way Sister Ximen looks to outsiders now? Qin Yueyao asked curiously. Ximen Qing nodded. Yes, I thought you couldn't see it, but this seems to stimulate you to awaken new abilities. Qin Yueyao said. Then let's go down, I'll call my parents. Okay, www.novelmtl.com. Just look at me. When Qin's father and Qin's mother were called back, they were all dumbfounded. After all, the daughter suddenly said that her boyfriend was here, which really scared them. They didn't suspect that their daughter could not make a boyfriend, but Qin Yueyao's appearance, wealth, and personality were the only ones who picked men. It's just that she has been disgusted with their urging to marry some time ago. Why did she suddenly take her boyfriend home? This is too sudden. Hello, uncles and aunts, my name is 11 Shimeng, Yueyao's boyfriend. Ximen King first greeted the second elder, and then took out a bag of tobacco and alcohol and a piece of ham. They bought these temporarily. Although Father Qin doesn't smoke, giving gifts is mainly an attitude. Whether the other party needs it or not is second. Oh, come here as soon as you come. What else to bring? Mother Qin took the things and took them to the kitchen, with a big smile on her face. Father Qin was looking at Simon's love. You two are really in love. Yes, Ximen Qing said and took Qin Yueyao into her arms. The reason why Yueyao resists you to introduce someone to her these days is because I already have me. Qin Yueyao kept staring at her father, for fear that he would see something tricky. Father Qin looked at Ximen Qing after hearing it, and then at his daughter. Just when Qin Yueyao was extremely nervous, he said, You kid, if this is the case, why didn't you say it earlier? It made us introduce you for nothing? So many people. Qin Yueyao didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Ximen King interrupted in time. Actually, I confessed to her recently. She has been thinking about it. These days, she finally wants to understand and accept me, so she will introduce me to you today. Yes, that's it. Qin Yueyao quickly agreed. Just as she nodded, Ximen Qing suddenly kissed her on the cheek.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.